Oh, Mama says that alligators are ornery because they got all them teeth but no toothbrush.
His incredible career has led to this. He has earned the most prestigious award in comedy, the Mark Twain Prize. He'll be the 24th recipient, joining the ranks of Richard Pryor, Eddie Murphy, and Tina Fey.
And he keeps cranking him out. All right, now to a unique twist on a Christmas tree. Dax Shepard says his wife, Kristen Bell, isn't playing around when it comes to decorations, and her Grinch-inspired tree is genius. Take a look at it. There's a full-sized Grinch right there, stuck into the side of the tree with his hand coming out on the other side. And then the top of the tree is drooping down toward the floor. So Dax said Kristen destroyed the laws of physics in putting this tree together. Their kids have got to love this. That's so fun.
Yeah, if they're not freaked out, then they love it. That's a great idea there. All right, ever wonder what a dust devil sounds like in outer space? No, you haven't? Well, we got your answer anyway, and it's pretty cool. Now, NASA has released this recording. It was made last year by the Perseverance rover on Mars. Listen. May not sound like much, but that there is the sound of a 25-mile-per-hour whirlwind on the red planet while it passes over the NASA rover. Researchers say it sounds similar to dust devils on Earth, but the thin Mars atmosphere means that the winds are less forceful. It's the first sound recording of a dust devil made on Mars.
Really cool. All right, when she's not out on Paw Patrol, K-9 officer Nova is on snow duty. Officers at the Excess Police Department in Vermont share this video of Nova having the time of her life shoveling snow. She's been on the force since July of 2020.
Wow.
Way to start the season.
That's right. Hey, you all enjoy your day like Nova. See you tomorrow.
Twisters and blizzards. The monster winter storm packing a brutal 1-2 punch, icing over the plains while unleashing tornadoes across the south, leaving a massive trail of destruction in its wake. Where the system is heading this morning.
A shutdown showdown averted. Congress inches closer to a deal to keep the government up and running for another year.
A decade of grief and healing. Today marks 10 years since the unthinkable struck Sandy Hook Elementary.
The way I'm going to cope with that is just making, through people, kind of making sure I'm staying close with my best friend, making sure when I come home for breaks that I meet up with old teachers.
How survivors are coping with a somber anniversary.
Is time running out for TikTok, the new push to ban the social media giant in the U.S.?
And proof to dad he's not a fool. Adam Sandler's Lifetime of Laughs earns him one of the most prestigious honors in comedy. It's Wednesday, December 14th. Early Today starts right now.
Good morning. I'm Philip Mena.
Glad you're with us. I'm Francis Rivera. A deadly winter storm system continues to threaten millions this morning, dumping snow in the northern plains and Midwest and spawning tornadoes in the south. One child was found dead and a mother is missing in Louisiana after a twister struck the town of Keithville. Dozens more are injured across the state. At least 5 others were reported hurt in Texas. Our Morgan Chesky starts us off.
A wild winter system's brutal wrath barrels east. Its multi-pronged path of destruction, stretching from snow-slammed Dakotas down to tornado-ravaged Texas, leaving roughly 14 million Americans across the upper Midwest and Great Plains under winter alerts. In Fort Worth, a heart-stopping scene, a funnel appearing to touch down amid widespread tornado watches and warnings in Texas, Arkansas, and Oklahoma.
A severe weather condition.
A tornado threat forcing travelers to shelter in place at Dallas-Fort Worth Airport. In suburban Grapevine,
we ran to the bathroom, we got on the floor, and I started praying.
5 people hospitalized after authorities say a probable tornado roared through. A middle school evacuated and businesses damaged. What did you find when you walked outside?
Debris everywhere, tree limbs down everywhere, shingles all over the yard, pieces of metal from the Sam's store across the highway about half a mile away.
Don't mess with weather. If you hear the sirens going off, please shelter in place.
More devastation in Wayne, Oklahoma, where a confirmed EF2 tornado left homes ripped to shreds, roofs collapsed or torn off, trees reduced to kindling. In nearby Norman, drivers caught in flash floods after a torrential downpour. Meanwhile, up north in the Great Plains, trucks sidelined along ice-covered highways. South Dakota's governor urging people to stay home.
We have a lot of ice and significant damage that could happen.
And in Arizona, a rare phenomenon. Thunder snow, the patchwork of damage. This severe system's second act after earlier this week wreaking havoc out west, dumping 4 feet of snow in California's Sierra Nevadas. People shoveling out as far north as Alaska. Tens of millions hoping their power and heat hold out as a monster system continues marching east.
And there is some good news for North Texas. They should be out of the woods with this severe weather system, but now all eyes go to the Gulf Coast and the southeast, where there could be more tornadoes coming under cover of darkness. That's of particular concern because studies show they are more than twice as deadly as storms that happen during the day. Morgan Chesky, NBC News, Grapevine, Texas.
Okay, let's talk about those trouble spots and bring in NBC meteorologist Angie Lassman, who's tracking the storm for us. Hi, Angie.
Hi there, guys. And you heard Morgan say there's another day where we'll have that threat of tornadoes and the severe weather in parts of the Gulf Coast and the Deep South. And we're already seeing a very active pattern early this morning where the tornado watches are continuing to be up for parts of eastern Texas, much of Louisiana, and extending into much of Mississippi as well. Jackson, Alexandria, all included in that. Houston, not in the tornado watch, but as you'll notice, there are still some tornado warnings that are going off early this morning. This is the threat that we'll see continue through the day today. 9 million at risk today. The winds will also be an issue, gusts up to 70 miles per hour, and the hail on the table too. This is the bullseye for where those tornadoes could possibly be. We'll be dealing with also the flooding concerns. Heavy rain with excessive rainfall is possible, so the flash flooding concerns will remain through the day today as well, guys.
All right, sounds good, Angie. We'll talk to you in just a bit. And now to some breaking news from Congress and some hope before the holidays. Negotiators say they have reached a bipartisan agreement to keep the government funded and avoid a government shutdown right before Christmas. NBC's Bree Jackson joins us now from D.C. Bree, good morning. So what do we know about this deal?
Good morning, Philip. Well, lawmakers have not shared any specific details, but there are optimistic updates from both parties. Democratic Senator Patrick Leahy is the chairman of the Appropriations Committee. He confirmed that a bipartisan framework has been reached, saying in a statement that the pain of inflation is real and this work cannot be delayed any further. Senator Richard Shelby is a top Republican in these talks, and he says if all goes well, they should be able to finish an omnibus package by December 23rd. Government funding is set to run out at midnight on Friday. Lawmakers are expected to pass a one-week extension, allowing negotiations to continue until the 23rd. This omnibus package includes spending bills that would keep the government funded through September of next year. Back to you.
All right, good to know they could get that done. All right, Bree, thank you so much.
The Federal Reserve is poised to hike rates for one last time this year as it tries to tamp down on inflation once and for all. Officials are expected to bump up interest rates by 0.5 percentage point today. A new report out yesterday showing that the Fed's plan is working, with higher prices cooling off in November. NBC's Alice Barr has more on that, plus a crypto bombshell.
The runaway inflation train appears to be slowing down. A new report showing consumer prices rose 7.1% in November year over year, the smallest 12-month increase since December of last year.
In a world where inflation is rising at double digits in many major economies around the world, inflation is coming down in America.
Price increases slowed in key areas from gas to rent and food, just in time for the holidays.
We have a lot more work to do.
But the report signals the Federal Reserve's interest rate hikes aimed at cooling the economy are starting to pay off. The Fed chairman expected to announce a smaller rate increase
until it strangles out some of this demand, strangles out some of these pricing pressures. We still have a lot of pain ahead of us.
While millions of Americans struggle with that pocketbook pain, this country's economic disparity on display in the case of 30-year-old Sam Bankman-Fried, arrested in the Bahamas and charged in the U.S. with defrauding investors in his now collapsed cryptocurrency exchange, FTX, once valued at $32 billion.
If you mislead and deceive to take what does not belong to you, we will hold you accountable.
Just last month, Bankman-Fried spoke to CNBC's Andrew Ross Sorkin, distancing himself from fraud allegations while admitting management failures.
Look, I screwed up. I was CEO.
On Capitol Hill, a House committee grilling FTX's new CEO. Bankman-Fried was supposed to testify himself. Instead, his next appearance may be in a courtroom. In Washington, Alice Barr, NBC News.
The U.S. will send a Patriot missile battery to Ukraine, U.S. defense officials tell NBC News. The official DoD announcement might come as early as tomorrow. It would be the most advanced surface-to-air missile system to provide it to Ukraine yet. U.S. officials say they originally resisted the request, afraid it would trigger an escalation with Russia, but the matter took on increased priority after Russia recently started bombing Ukrainian power plants.
Today marks 1 decade since the deadliest elementary school shooting in U.S. history. It's a day of reflection and remembrance for Newtown, Connecticut, as the community honors the lives lost at Sandy Hook. Jessica Cunnington with our New York station has more.
With a layer of snow surrounding it, the Sandy Hook Permanent Memorial is still. 10 years later, there is now this sacred place holding a moment in time for the 26 victims, their loved ones, and Newtown.
Each season that we mark another year passing comes with all different sorts of emotions.
There is always a heaviness of this time of year in this town. A decade has gone by, longer than the 20 children lived. For Catherine Hubbard's mom, this year brings a humbling reflection.
I have seen so many people that just have gotten outside of themselves to help me, and it has inspired me and has forced me to look at the person that I was and am now. It's changed me.
For fellow students at Sandy Hook Elementary on the day of the shooting, they're older now, moving forward, but they always remember.
The way I'm going to cope with that is just making, through people, kind of making sure I'm staying close with my best friend, making sure when I come home for breaks that I meet up with old teachers.
This week began with a beautiful memorial concert at St. Rose of Lima. There will be a memorial mass here as well as an interfaith service at a different church in town. It is a day for reflection, privacy, peace, with a new place to acknowledge and remember.
Our thanks to Jessica Cunnington for that report.
Right when she's not out on Paw Patrol, Canine Officer Nova is on snow duty. Officers of the Essex Police Department in Vermont shared this video of Nova having the time of her life shoveling snow. She's been on the force since July of 2020.
And she is loving what the storm brought. Let's see what else this storm is going to bring as it makes its way across the country, and check it back in with Angie Lastman. Hi, Angie.
Hi, guys. If only everyone was as happy as Nova when they got a snowstorm. And talk about snowstorm, 25 million impacted today with the wintry weather. That's a whole lot more than yesterday, and that's because that system's going to continue to move to the east. And you can see we already have some of these advisories, these ice storm watches and warnings that are going to go up here over the next 24 hours as that system continues to shift off to the east. In the meantime, still looking for accumulating snow in parts of the northern plains. That also coupled with some gusty winds up to 60 miles per hour. It's going to make it a really bad day for travel in the central and northern plains. We'll be watching for that. That's a look at the big weather story of the day. And here's a closer look at your day ahead. And the busy weather continues for folks in the Midwest as well. Temperatures 50 in Indianapolis. You notice that cold air back up to the north, though. Not so much in the south. 82 in Miami, 71 in Jackson, and that's the area that we'll be watching for the severe potential. And guys, it's another busy weather day, not just today, but that'll take us into the weekend. We'll talk more about that coming up.
All right, Angie, we'll see you in just a few minutes. Appreciate it.
In today's Quick Hits, President Biden officially signed the Respect for Marriage Act into law, ensuring same-sex and interracial marriages receive federal benefits and recognition from all states.
The U.S. Postal Service is honoring the life and career of the late Representative John Lewis with his own stamp. The memorial to the civil rights icon who died in 2020 will be available next year.
And the Prince and Princess of Wales are sharing some holiday cheer with their 2023 Christmas card. You see Kate and Will there with 3 kids, wishing everybody happy holidays.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television.
The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
Why was it important for you to be here? What our top story tonight? You guys okay?
Yeah.
What kind of training regimen? How you doing, Lester?
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Leading the news, Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas, under fire from Republicans, visited the southern border yesterday, meeting with the Customs and Border Protection Unit in El Paso, Texas. Republicans have long called for Mayorkas to resign over what they deemed a border crisis. In a week, the U.S. lifts Title 42, a Trump-era COVID rule that so far has barred hundreds of thousands from entering the country. Local officials fear the anticipated surge in crossings threatens to overwhelm border authorities.
Today, the House Oversight Committee will host survivors of the Club Q shooting at a hearing on violence and threats against the LGBTQ+ community. Witnesses include bartender Michael Anderson, patron James Slaw, and club co-founder Matthew Haynes. The panel will also hear testimony from the survivor of the 2016 Pulse nightclub massacre.
And some lawmakers are looking to stop the clock on TikTok. A bipartisan bill was introduced to both chambers of Congress, aiming to ban the app owned by Chinese company ByteDance, citing fears of data breaches. Republican Senator Marco Rubio and Rep. Mike Gallagher worked across the aisle with Democratic Congressman Krishnamurthy on the antisocial CCP Act. If passed, the legislation would block all social media presence with influences from China, Russia, and other foreign countries of concern.
There is much more ahead on Early Today, including Hoda Kotb's exclusive interview with Jay Leno after a burning car sent the comedian to the hospital.
And a Christmas tree straight out of Whoville that seems to defy gravity.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now.
The big variable, the storm surge. Why was it important for you to be here? What kind of training regimen? How you doing, Lester?
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
The big variable, the storm surge. Why was it important for you to be here? What kind of training regimen? How you doing, Lester?
NBC News, streaming free now.
The big variable, the storm surge. Why was it important for you to be here? What kind of training regimen? How you doing, Lester?
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. But let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Danny. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
Tell me what happened that day.
Well, it was a 1907 white steam car. The fuel line was clogged, so I was underneath it trying to clog it. And I said, blow some air through the line. And suddenly, boom, I got a face full of gas. And then the pilot light jumped and my face caught on fire. And I said to my friend, I said, Dave, I'm on fire. And then, oh my God, Dave, my friend, pulled me out and jumped on top of me and kind of smothered the fire.
That was Jay Leno opening up for the first time about suffering serious burns. You can catch more of his exclusive interview with Hoda coming up on the Today Show, and he looks amazing considering everything that he's been through and how much he's suffered from that.
Of course, and just casually saying my face caught on fire. My goodness, can't wait to see the rest of that interview. All right, now to a unique twist on a Christmas tree. Dax Shepard says that his wife, Kristen Bell, is not playing around when it comes to decorations, and her Grinch-inspired tree, well, it could be called genius in some way. Take a look at this. That is a full-size Grinch stuck into the side of the tree with his hand coming out the other side. Then you got the top of the tree, which is just drooping down toward the floor. Dax said that Kristen has destroyed the laws of physics. That is a way to put a Christmas tree.
Really, really cool. Our kids must love that. That's awesome. All right, for decades, Adam Sandler has been making us laugh with scenes like this.
Navy beans, meatloaf sandwich. Sloppy Joe, sloppy Joe, yeah. Sloppy Joe, sloppy Joe, yeah.
I eat pieces of like you for breakfast.
You eat pieces of for breakfast?
No.
Mama says that alligators are ornery because they got all them teeth but no toothbrush.
Just classic Sandler. Now he has earned the most prestigious award in comedy, the Mark Twain Prize. He will be the 24th recipient, joining the ranks of Richard Pryor, Eddie Murphy, and Tina Fey.
What a career he's put together. All that silliness, he's a classic. All right, coming up, Angie Lastman is back with more on that severe winter storm hitting millions.
And who will take on Argentina in the World Cup final? We've got the latest highlights as the anticipation grows.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
This is what it looks and feels
from the storm zone.
The bigger piece of the puzzle comes.
New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
Why was it important for you to be here? What our top story tonight? You guys okay?
Yeah.
What kind of training regimen? How you doing, Lester?
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Welcome back. We continue to watch that winter storm track across eastern portions of the United States now, stretching from Texas to parts of the northern plains. We'll have the severe storms that we'll still watch today in parts of the Gulf Coast. That will have the potential for some tornadoes. The wintry weather continues to move towards the east into the Midwest, and then eventually as we get into tomorrow and into the weekend, that's when we'll be dealing with a wintry mix in parts of the mid-Atlantic states. You'll have the rainy conditions into the interior northeast. That is when where we will have the snowy conditions. Another busy weekend ahead, too.
Okay, we'll be prepared for it. Thank you, Angie. Still to come, a tragic loss for college football. Tributes pour in for Coach Mike Leach.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts. Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest-running show on television. For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts. For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that.
Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
and around the world,
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
and ways you can take care of your health
Who should be getting tested, and frankly, how often?
and your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The college football world is remembering Mississippi State head coach Mike Leach. The school announced Leach died Monday night at age 61. He was hospitalized after suffering complications from a heart condition. A pioneer of the air raid offense, Leach won 158 games in 21 seasons, coaching Texas Tech, Washington State, and the Bulldogs. The sports world remembering Leach for his clever mind on and off the field. Mississippi State intends to play their bowl game on January 2nd. Athletic director Bracky Brett told ESPN it's what Coach Leach would want.
The NBA is renaming their MVP award after one of the league's most valuable players ever. Going forward, MVPs will win the Michael Jordan Trophy. The redesigned award stands 23.6 inches tall, a nod to Jordan's iconic number, and his 6 championships he won with the Bulls. And the 5-sided base represents the 5 MVP awards Jordan won in his 15-year career.
Now to the team, one win away from a trophy on the pitch. Argentina manhandled Croatia in the World Cup semifinals and now on the cusp of their first title in 36 years. Our Megan Fitzgerald has more from Qatar.
Argentina will play in the World Cup final.
This one was all Argentina from start to finish. The legendary Lionel Messi with a dominant game, scoring early on a penalty kick, sinking the ball in the corner of the goal.
Messi buries it.
Minutes later, Argentina netting a second one.
One end of the field to the other.
2-0 into the half. A conclusive win with a final goal assisted by Messi.
Messi dances around, turns the corner, gets inside of him, cuts it back.
The superstar celebrated as the team now moving on to the finals. Fans back in Buenos Aires and in Doha, thrilled he'll get the chance to bring home the title.
How are you feeling right now?
Oh, I'm feeling very, very, very happy.
How do you describe the moment? Undescribable.
Argentina now with a shot to become the first non-European team to clinch the cup in 20 years. They'll take on the winner of this historic matchup between France and Morocco. The Arab nation, the Cinderella story of the tournament, defying the odds and becoming the first African nation to advance to the semifinals. From the underdogs to the greats, this year's tournament is anyone's game. Megan Fitzgerald, NBC News, Doha.
And as Megan said, the defending champion France will take on historic Morocco squad with a World Cup final against Argentina on the line. That game kicking off at 2 p.m. Eastern. I mean, either way, it's going to work out well. I mean, France, a powerhouse. That's who kind of everybody would want to see. But Morocco, it's fun to see what they've been able to do.
We'll see all the action soon enough.
Yeah, excited about that. Thanks for kicking off your morning with us. I'm Philip Mena.
And I'm Francis Rivera. Have a great Wednesday. See you back here tomorrow. Winter's wrath blizzards bury the north while severe storms batter the south. Rare December tornadoes ripping through Texas and Louisiana overnight. Inside the destruction, plus where the dangerous system is heading next.
A major crisis brewing at the border. A surge of migrants threatening to overwhelm El Paso and why it could get worse in the coming days.
A Christmas miracle on Capitol Hill. Republicans and Democrats strike a deal in their race to avoid a government shutdown ahead of the holidays.
Going for the crown in Qatar, Lionel Messi and Argentina punched their ticket to the World Cup final as Morocco tries to make history against France.
And just winging it, a little girl's stuffed dog takes to the skies for an incredible journey to reunite with her owner. It's Wednesday, December 14th. Early today starts right now.
Hi, good morning. I'm Philip Mena.
Glad you're with us. I'm Francis Rivera. We begin this morning as a deadly winter storm system is now marching east. Blizzard-like conditions plagued the plains and Midwest. And in the south, deadly tornadoes tore through multiple states, leveling homes and damaging businesses. In Keithville, Louisiana, one child has died and a mother is still missing after a tornado struck the town. Officials say there are multiple injuries across the state due to the severe weather. In Texas, at least 5 people were injured after a tornado swept through the Dallas-Fort Worth area. And the threat is not over, with millions still in harm's way this morning. Our Jay Gray starts us off.
And violent December tornadoes ripping through Oklahoma and Texas.
Power went out. About 2 minutes later, just really started hearing the storm going and started seeing all the wind and the rain.
Roofs peeled open, windows blown out, trees and power lines pulled down.
Proceed immediately to the nearest severe weather area inside the terminal building.
Passengers moved away from windows to interior walls and shelters at DFW Airport. While at Logan International in Boston, it's snow and ice causing major delays and cancellations.
They brought out carts for people and see a lot of angry people here at the airport.
Brutal weather stretching from Northern California through the Northeast. Millions dealing with high winds, heavy snow, and ice.
My family's going to hunker down and pray that the electricity stays on so we don't freeze.
Forecasters warning the extreme conditions will continue to cripple travel plans and cause major problems over the next several days. Jay Gray, NBC News.
For more on that storm's path, let's bring in NBC meteorologist Angie Lastman. Angie, good morning.
Good morning, guys. And another busy day for us. We still have that potential for tornadoes. In the past 24 hours, already 12 reported, and we'll likely see more where that came from as we go through the day today. Hence the reason that in this pink shaded area, you see the tornado watch is already up. We've seen tornado warnings, active tornado warnings throughout the morning already. And this system continues to move off to the east. Plenty of lightning and heavy rain associated with this as well. But those aren't the only threats. I mentioned the tornadoes. We also have the gusty winds that are possible with some of these stronger storms that could gust up to 70 miles per hour along with that hail. These are all impacts that we saw across Texas, Louisiana, and Mississippi yesterday, and just a slight shift off to the east for the best chance for the impact of tornadoes for Louisiana, parts of Alabama, Mississippi, and extending into the panhandle of Florida. That's really the bullseye of where we could see those long track tornadoes, those stronger tornadoes, EF2 or higher. So that's the potential for today, and we're not in the clear as we get into tomorrow either. That potential for severe weather shifts to the east a little farther, and that is when we will start to watch parts of the coast of Carolinas as well as Florida, guys.
All right, check in with you in just a bit. Thank you, Angie. Appreciate it. Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas, under fire from Republicans, visited the southern border yesterday, meeting with a Customs and Border Protection unit in El Paso, Texas. As Gabe Gutierrez reports, the visit comes ahead of next week's expected migrant surge.
Even more migrants crossing the Rio Grande into El Paso, Texas. Thousands have come in huge groups just over the past several days, burning fires to keep warm, many from Nicaragua. Here in Ciudad Juarez, Mexico, tension has been ramping up. Weeks ago, riot police broke apart a migrant camp that had formed along the border. Now, shelters are filling up.
There are still hundreds of migrants that have walked across the Rio Grande and right now are waiting to get into El Paso. This new influx that we're seeing comes just days before a federal court is set to lift the pandemic-era border restriction known as Title 42.
We met this family of 4 from Guatemala who arrived here weeks ago.
Now they're waiting until Title 42 is lifted before they decide whether to cross into the United States.
With U.S. migrant processing centers already crowded, and some migrants even sleeping outside, some officials in El Paso are urging the mayor to declare a state of emergency.
It is a crisis. It is a state of emergency. There's no municipality alone that could handle what we're seeing and what we're about to see with the lifting of Title 42.
Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas visited El Paso, and he's facing Republican calls for impeachment. There was a record-breaking 2.4 million illegal border crossings in the last year. Critics of the Biden administration say its lax border policies will encourage an even larger influx when Title 42 is lifted. Customs and Border Protection agents tell NBC News daily illegal border crossings could reach a record 10,000 per day. This man from Ecuador says a cartel kidnapped him during his grueling journey and that he only survived because the Mexican military rescued him and hundreds of others.
Secretary Mayorkas is defending the administration's border policies, saying immigration is very complex. We're just now seeing how challenging it may be about to get.
Thanks to Gabe for that report.
Now to breaking news from Congress and some hope before the holidays. Negotiators say they have reached a bipartisan agreement to keep the government funded and avoid a government shutdown right before Christmas. NBC's Bree Jackson joins us now from D.C. And Bree, good morning. What do we know about this deal?
Good morning, Francis. Well, lawmakers have not shared any specific details, but there are optimistic updates from both parties. Democratic Senator Patrick Leahy is the chairman of the Appropriations Committee. He confirmed that a bipartisan framework has been reached, saying in a statement that the pain of inflation is real and this work cannot be delayed any further. Senator Richard Shelby is the top Republican in these talks. He says if all goes well, they should be able to finish an omnibus package by December 23rd. Government funding is set to run out at midnight on Friday. Lawmakers are expected to pass a one-week extension, allowing negotiations to continue until the 23rd. The omnibus package includes spending bills that would keep the government funded through September of next year. Francis?
Okay. Bree Jackson for us. Bree, thank you.
And some lawmakers are looking to stop the clock on TikTok. A bipartisan bill was introduced to both chambers of Congress aiming to ban the app owned by Chinese company ByteDance. Citing fears of data breaches, Republicans, Senator Marco Rubio and Rep. Mike Gallagher worked across the aisle with Democratic Congressman Krishnamurthy on the anti-social CCP Act. If passed, the legislation would block all social media presence with influences from China, Russia, and other foreign countries of concern.
The Twitter chaos continues. Elon Musk now slashing legal and trust and safety teams and considering cost-cutting measures. Citing 3 people close to the company, the New York Times is reporting that the social giant has not paid rent on its San Francisco headquarters or any of its global offices in weeks in an effort to cut costs. And Twitter's leaders have discussed the consequences of denying severance payments to thousands of employees who have been laid off. 2 people familiar with the talks told the Times. According to an internal email, Musk has threatened workers with lawsuits if they speak to the media, quote, in a manner contrary to the company's interests.
Now to a messy day for Croatia and a messy celebration for Argentina. Lionel Messi connecting on a penalty kick to give Argentina the early lead. That was his 5th goal of the World Cup, but it was just the beginning for his team. Julian Alvarez joined the party 5 minutes later and then would tack on another goal in the second half for good measure. That would seal the victory. Saudi Arabia upset this team to start the tournament, but now they are just 1 win away from their first title in 36 years. Argentina wins 3-0. Heading to their 2nd World Cup final in 3 tournaments. Croatia will now play in Saturday's 3rd-place game. So Argentina will play on Sunday. It is the final against the winner of today's match. Morocco's historic run takes them to the semifinals against defending champion France. That game will kick off at 2 p.m. Eastern.
Okay. NBC meteorologist Angie Lassman is back with a look at our forecast now and where the storm is headed next. Hi, Angie.
Hi, guys. And as expected, those alerts continue to rise with more people added to this as this storm continues its way to the east. 32 million impacted with the wintry weather. We have been keeping close eye on parts of the northern plains in the Midwest. That's where the storm has been impacting people with strong winds, blizzard conditions, really issues across the board when it comes to travel in that area. But as we look out towards the east, as the system continues to move that way, we'll see ice storm warnings that will go into effect tonight and those winter weather advisories as well. We'll likely see more of that where we come from. Notice the wind and the snow accumulations will make it really rough for the Midwest. But then as we head into the weekend, more snow for the Northeast. We'll talk more about that. That's the big weather story of the day. But here's a closer look at your day ahead. And there's the snow that we expected in parts of the Midwest. Green Bay, 37. We'll deal with some rain a little farther to the south. In the south, we'll have severe storms that will impact folks from Louisiana to Mississippi and parts of Texas. And the severe weather threat, guys, will continue to shift east as well. That'll be something that we'll watch here over the next couple of days.
All right. Appreciate it. Talk to you soon. Thank you. Thanks, Angie. All right. Southwest Airlines really went the distance to reunite a little girl and her stuffed dog. The little girl's name is Luna. Her stuffed animal, his name is Dog Dog. Dog Dog was left behind inside of a rental car in Dallas. So her mom, who works for Southwest, asked a coworker for help, and they were on it. As you can see, Dog Dog had quite an adventure in a window seat. Getting back home to Baltimore, Luna was eventually reunited with Dog Dog, and they even got a photo of that memorable trip.
We are back in 1 minute with the somber anniversary of the Sandy Hook massacre.
Plus, a teacher disarms a student in her classroom. The chilling story next.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland?
How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
Why was it important for you to be here? What our top story tonight? You guys okay?
Yeah.
What kind of training regimen? How you doing, Lester?
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Danny. You are out.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
The big variable, the storm surge. Why was it important for you to be here? What kind of training regimen? How you doing, Lester? Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Leading the news today marks 10 years since the deadly elementary school shooting, the deadliest one in America. 1 decade ago, 26 lives were lost at Sandy Hook, including 20 first graders. Now family members and survivors are reflecting on how their support systems have gotten them through these years.
I have seen so many people that just have gotten outside of themselves to help me.
The way I'm going to cope with that is just making, through people, kind of making sure I'm staying close with my best friend, making sure when I come home for breaks that I meet up with old teachers.
Schools will be closed today in Newtown, Connecticut. Memorial events are planned to honor the victims.
Last week, a teacher in North Carolina used some quick thinking and empathy when she disarmed a 12-year-old student who had just fired a gun at school. Lynn Williams spoke to Eric Miller with our Raleigh affiliate WRAL-TV.
Lynn Williams says she never heard the gunshot, just the screams of other teachers telling her to get out of the hall and into her classroom.
Grabbed all the kids that were in the hallway, brought them into our classrooms, and I was shooing the students into the corner so that they could get away from the windows and crouch down. And there was one student sitting in his assigned seat, and he was just looking at me. And I said, "Come on, you need to get in the corner, let's go." And he bent down and picked up a gun.
Williams says that student, who police have only identified as a 12-year-old, never threatened her or pointed the gun at anyone.
I said to him, I said, "What is that?" Knowing full well what it was, but then he said, "A gun." And I said, "You stay right there. I'm taking it right now." And I walked over and I took it away from him. He didn't fight me.
As she took the gun away, she smelled gunpowder.
And I said, "Why does it smell?" And he pointed directly behind him and he said, "I just shot the window."
Only then did Williams notice the hole in the shattered glass. The gun had been fired just moments before she and her students rushed in.
I said, "Why?" And he said, "Because I hate this school and everything in it."
Williams says she stayed with the student until police arrived and thinks this bullet hole was a cry for help.
I believe if he had truly wanted to harm a person or persons, he had plenty of opportunity.
That 12-year-old student was taken into custody and has been served with a juvenile petition. An adult, Seth Lanterman Schneider from Willow Springs, is facing charges for failing to properly store the gun used in the shooting. Friday, school leaders gave students the day off to give them time to process what happened. They were back in class, but not Williams. She says she needs more time and therapy before she's willing to step back into this room, and that more needs to be done to keep days like Thursday from happening.
As a society, as Americans, we need to do better. We need to do better. We need to do more.
Our thanks to Eric for bringing us that story.
Still to come, Chrysler pumping the brakes on its pickup trucks.
Plus some good news for your wallet, why prices are finally easing up. CNBC's Jeff Cutmore breaks down the latest inflation report.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist. And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested, and frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
This is what it looks and feels.
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle comes.
New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The big variable, the storm surge. Why was it important for you to be here? What kind of training regimen? How you doing, Lester?
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
This is what it looks and feels.
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle comes.
New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
We are back with a consumer alert from Chrysler, who is recalling 1.4 million Dodge Ram pickup trucks. The company says the tailgate may not latch properly, which can cause it to open while driving. The automaker says dealers will repair the tailgates for free. The recall affects certain Dodge Ram 1500, 2500, and 3500 pickups from 2019 through 2022. Chrysler says it's not aware of any crashes or injuries related to the issue.
The Fed is poised to hike interest rates for one last time this year. CNBC's Jeff Cutmore is here to tell us what to expect. Jeff, good morning.
Hey, good morning to you, Philip. Well, I think the question the markets are asking themselves is, will they get Jay Powell as Scrooge, or will they get Jay Powell a Christmas present, offering the opportunity for a Santa Claus rally before the end of the year? Most analysts have 50 basis points baked in at this meeting, and that has solidified because of the inflation print we saw, which came in lower than expected at 7.1%, below the 7.3% forecast, and well below the 7.7% we saw in October. So energy prices declining, starting to help the inflation numbers. But, you know, some of the analysts feel that Jay Powell might talk tough at this meeting, because he doesn't want to give the impression that the Fed is going easier on inflation. So if we do get Scrooge, maybe you can say goodbye to that end-of-year Santa Claus rally, all to play for through the day in possibly what is the most important Fed meeting of the year. Back to you.
It has been a very volatile year for stocks indeed. All right, Jeff, thank you.
Up next, will you be snowed in or rained out? Angie is tracking a winter storm.
Plus, the Christmas creation that'll make you green with envy.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
Why was it important for you to be here? What our top story tonight? You guys okay?
Yeah.
What kind of training regimen? How you doing, Lester?
Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You were
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Lynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
and around the world,
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
and ways you can take care of your health
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
and your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You were
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back. Kicking things off this morning with another busy day across the South and parts of the Midwest. But the South is the bullseye for where we'll see those severe weather concerns throughout the day. Over the past 24 hours, we saw already 12 tornadoes. That potential is going to be there again today. But so is the flash flooding concern. Flood concerns across the area will be something that we'll have to contend with here. You see the flood watch that has been issued for much of Louisiana, parts of Mississippi, as well as extending into Alabama. The flash flood warnings that have already been issued, those will likely continue to come here as we get through the rest of the day today, with 10 million at risk. We're seeing the flooding concerns, the tornadoes. There's a lot going on, guys.
Hey, we'll watch it. Thank you so much, Angie. Coming up next, the Sandman cementing his legacy as comedy legend.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least 11.
Why was it important for you to be here? What our top story tonight? You guys okay?
Yeah.
What kind of training is it? How you doing, Lester?
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that.
Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
NBC News, streaming free now.
Tell me what happened that day.
Well, it was a 1907 white steam car. The fuel line was clogged, so I was underneath it trying to clog it. And I said, blow some air through the line. And suddenly, boom, I got a face full of gas. And then the pilot light jumped and my face caught on fire. And I said to my friend, I said, Dave, I'm on fire. And then, oh my God, Dave, my friend, pulled me out and jumped on top of me and kind of smothered the fire.
That was Jay Leno opening up for the first time about suffering serious burns. You can catch more of his exclusive interview with Hoda coming up on the Today Show.
For decades, Adam Sandler's been making us laugh with scenes like this.
Navy beans, meatloaf sandwich. Sloppy Joe, sloppy Joe, yeah. Sloppy Joe, sloppy Joe, sloppy Joe, yeah.
I eat pieces of like you for breakfast. You eat pieces of for breakfast? No.
Mama says that alligators are ornery because they got all them teeth but no toothbrush.
His incredible career has led to this. He has earned the most prestigious award in comedy, the Mark Twain Prize. He'll be the 24th recipient, joining the ranks of Richard Pryor, Eddie Murphy, and Tina Fey.
And he keeps cranking him out. All right, now to a unique twist on a Christmas tree. Dax Shepard says his wife, Kristen Bell, isn't playing around when it comes to decorations, and her Grinch-inspired tree is genius. Take a look at it. There's a full-sized Grinch right there, stuck into the side of the tree with his hand coming out on the other side. And then the top of the tree is drooping down toward the floor. So Dax said Kristen destroyed the laws of physics in putting this tree together. Their kids have got to love this. That's so fun.
Yeah, if they're not freaked out, then they love it. That's a great idea there. All right, ever wonder what a dust devil sounds like in outer space? No, you haven't? Well, we got your answer anyway, and it's pretty cool. Now, NASA has released this recording. It was made last year by the Perseverance rover on Mars. Listen. May not sound like much, but that there is the sound of a 25-mile-per-hour whirlwind on the red planet while it passes over the NASA rover. Researchers say it sounds similar to dust devils on Earth, but the thin Mars atmosphere means that the winds are less forceful. It's the first sound recording of a dust devil made on Mars.
Really cool. All right, when she's not out on Paw Patrol, Canine Officer Nova is on snow duty. Officers at the Excess Police Department in Vermont share this video of Nova having the time of her life shoveling snow. She's been on the force since July of 2020.
Wow.
Way to start the season.
That's right. May you all enjoy your day like Nova. We'll see you tomorrow.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Blaine Alexander in for Savannah Sellers. Right now on Morning News Now, winter's wrath. We're tracking that major storm that's making its way across the country this morning. It's bringing heavy snow and brutal winds to the northern plains and tornadoes down south, injuring dozens of people, even killing a child in Louisiana. We've got the very latest on the storm's path as it makes its way to the east. We've also got our eyes on the Fed this morning, and yet another interest rate hike is expected today, even though those sky-high inflation levels are thankfully starting to cool off. We've got full analysis coming up, and of course, we'll tell you what this means for your bottom line. Time's up? Well, could your For You page soon be a thing of the past? A new bipartisan push to ban TikTok right here in the U.S. is making waves on Capitol Hill, but how likely is it that the app will actually disappear? We'll take a closer look this morning. Plus, Ignition, a landmark breakthrough in the world of clean energy that has researchers positively glowing. That'll be fun. I feel like I'm positively glowing because I get to sit next to you this
And
morning.
I'm glowing now, thanks to that. I don't understand anything about that, so someone's going to explain it to us.
We're going to learn a lot today. I'm excited about it. But we're going to start this morning, of course, with that severe weather that is slamming the country from coast to coast.
The winter threat brought rare December tornadoes to the south, causing damage in Texas, Louisiana, and Oklahoma. Passengers waiting for flights at DFW, the Dallas-Fort Worth airport, were forced to shelter in place, while families in Caddo Parish in Louisiana took cover as tornadoes ripped through the area. At least 2 people were killed because of that tornado. And in Colorado, blizzard warnings brought travel to a standstill as visibility plummeted to nearly 0%. 4 feet of snow fell in Idaho and part of Nevada, forcing many to just stay indoors. And this system is going to threaten other parts of the country today as it moves east, putting millions more at risk for a second day in a row. Those eastern states already preparing for the impact with heavy rains and winds expected for later this week.
So, of course, we're going to get the very latest on the storm's track and all of your weather this morning.
Meteorologist Angie Lastman joins us now with a look at what we can expect. Hey, Angie.
Hi, guys. A busy day again. Yesterday, we dealt with the tornadoes, the wintry weather, and today's kind of the mixed bag as well. So let's talk about exactly what's going on. The main threat that I really want folks in Louisiana, parts of Mississippi, and stretching into Alabama to know is that we still have the potential for tornadoes on deck today. That means that we could be dealing with this through not just the morning hours, but even into the afternoon as well. What's highlighted in pink, that is the tornado watch right now. I expect that to be extended a little farther to the south, including parts of southwest Alabama, southern Mississippi, and southern Louisiana. We've already seen 14 tornadoes since yesterday, and I, again, expect that number to rise through the day today. 9 million at risk for severe weather, not just the tornadoes, but the strong winds possible as well, 70-mile-per-hour winds and damaging hail as well. Here's the kind of bullseye for what we're expecting as far as tornado development. The risk for the stronger tornadoes is there in those long-track tornadoes as well. That includes places like Mobile, Biloxi, New Orleans, Baton Rouge, and as far east as Panama City. That stretches into the Florida Peninsula, or the Florida Panhandle, rather, and that'll continue to move east as we get into tomorrow. But we also have to deal with the flooding concerns today. Those excessive rainfall rates are going to be out there from parts of Texas, extending up into parts of Tennessee as well. 10 million at risk, and we already see what's bright red right there. Those are flash flood warnings in effect right now. Dangerous conditions with the excess runoff of those creeks and streams. So something to watch there. And it's a twofold kind of storm system where it's not just the rain, but it's also the wintry weather that we're watching for. And that stretches into parts of still the northern plains that are dealing with those whiteout conditions, the blizzard conditions that is causing travel to be basically halted. And now into the Midwest, we have the rainy conditions for places like Chicago, Indianapolis, and Louisville. But as we get up into northern portions of Minnesota, that's where we see still plenty of snow falling and accumulating over the next day or so. 36 million included in these winter alerts. As we look out towards the Northeast, you'll notice that number is going to start to rise because we're adding the alerts for the Northeast. An ice storm warning, winter storm watch, and winter weather advisory all in effect right now. And that snowfall forecast, pretty incredible in some parts like Duluth. Locally, we could see 24 inches of snow. That, of course, will cause some travel trouble there. But when we talk about the Northeast for tomorrow into Friday, travel is going to be difficult for the commute as well. So we'll be watching for up to a foot of snow in some places. I think if you're living along the coast and you're wondering about the metro areas, it's going to be mainly Washington to Boston that will deal with the heavy rain. So still not great for that early morning commute, but something that we'll have to deal with definitely, guys, as we get through the next couple of days. It'll be causing the wintry mess as well as the rain, and we have that severe potential that we'll have to watch for in the south.
Scary situation for a lot of those people in the storm's path.
Yeah, in places that they've already seen the, yesterday damage. So we'll be watching that.
All right. Thanks, Angie. Appreciate it. To Washington now, where a group of lawmakers have introduced a bipartisan bill looking to ban TikTok here in the U.S. The legislation follows warnings from the FBI and cybersecurity experts who say China could use the social media platform for spying. For more on this, let's bring in NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Rafa. Ali, good morning to you. So first of all, explain to us how this bill came together, who's sponsoring it, what exactly is in it.
Yeah, good morning, Joe. Well, the Trump administration had been calling for this for years, but was unsuccessful in doing this. This is also something that Florida Senator Marco Rubio has championed for a couple years now and has been calling for. But it wasn't until Democrats across the aisle and the Biden administration started also sharing these concerns that this really picked up steam. Just in the last few weeks alone, we've heard from Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen, FBI Director Christopher Wray, raising these concerns about TikTok and its parent company ByteDance and security concerns over how American user data is being shared with possibly the Chinese government. So yesterday we saw Rubio introduce this bipartisan bill. The bill also has a partner bill on the House side that's being championed by Republican Congressman Mike Gallagher and Democratic Congressman Raja Krishnamurthy. And it's called the Anti-Social CCP Act. It aims to stop the operation of TikTok and that parent company company ByteDance nationwide over these concerns that the Chinese government is using this user data of American users and sharing it with the Chinese government for possible espionage purposes. Senator Rubio is saying that that sharing of data is something that's actually required by the Chinese Communist Party. So this is something that has been called for a while now, but like I said, has gained steam over just the last few weeks.
Allie, you mentioned some of the past concerns, including from the Trump administration. Some states have actually taken the step of banning it from government employee devices. Remind us here, why is there this sense of urgency in getting this passed on Capitol Hill now? And also, what's TikTok saying about all this?
Yeah, actually, states like Utah, Alabama, Maryland have all passed this legislation banning TikTok from these government devices. And there have been calls for this for years, but this really picked up steam as soon as the Biden administration started to raise awareness of this. There's already an ongoing national security review of TikTok, but this has really taken a while to see bipartisan support for this legislation. Then, meanwhile, you have TikTok, who is saying that they are working on not having these the American user data being stored in Chinese data centers. They're saying that they are working on having that data stored in U.S.-based data centers. They said in a statement yesterday also that they'd continue to brief members of Congress on those efforts for them to be able to store that data on the American side.
So, Allie, let's talk about what's next. When might this be voted on? And if it does pass, what could be the impact?
So it's still unclear where this is going to go and when this is going to be taken up in the future. It's still pretty telling that this is a bipartisan bill that's gotten bipartisan support. But considering all of the things that lawmakers are going to have to do during this lame duck session before a new Congress is sworn in January, it's unlikely that we see some significant movement of this bill before January. But it is telling that this is, like I said, getting bipartisan support. If this does pass, it could have major impacts. We know that TikTok is one of the most popular apps across the world. Specifically in the United States, it has around 80 or 90 active users. This is a huge news source for a lot of young Americans. So this could definitely have some big implications if it does pass in Congress.
All right, Allie Rafa. Allie, thank you so much. Today, the Federal Reserve is set to make a decision on interest rates, a decision that could have a big impact on the economy and on your own bottom line.
Absolutely. After yesterday's inflation report, which was brighter than expected, Fed officials are indicating now that they're ready to scale back those aggressive rate hikes that we've been seeing over the past few months. So joining us to break it all down is Caleb Silver, editor-in-chief at Investopedia. Caleb, thank you so much for being here. I guess the question is, expected to raise the rate by about a half percentage point. That's instead, though, of the 3/4 hike that we've been seeing. So how should we read all of that? Is that a good sign? Is it kind of a sign that we're getting to the end of this long inflation that we've been seeing?
Yeah, and yesterday's report was very key. But remember, inflation reports are rearview mirror indicators. So in November, we did see a slowing in the growth of inflation. The Federal Reserve has been raising rates aggressively all year, 0.75%. The last 4 times they met, this is the last Fed meeting of the year. It'll be 0.5% today, but it's working. You can see inflation starting to decelerate, and the Fed will probably raise rates again when it meets in January and again in March. But the pace and the rate and the height of those interest rate hikes is going to slow. Good news for investors. For the economy, though, the economy is going to slow, and these rate hikes have really slowed the economy. We may fall into a recession next year.
So we've learned the routine here. After they make their announcement, Fed Chair Jerome Powell is going to have a news conference. Investors are eager to hear what he's going to say. What do you expect we're going to hear from him?
Yeah. Words matter. So we all pretty much have accepted the fact that the Fed will raise rates 0.5% today. But is Fed Chair Powell going to say we see a meaningful slowdown in inflation? We may moderate the pace of rate hikes going forward. We may slow. Any words like slowing, moderating, that's going to be good news for investors because we want to see the end of these rate hikes in sight, because as the Fed raises interest rates, it puts pressure on stocks, especially those that borrow a lot of money, companies that borrow a lot of money. Companies don't hire as much when rates are higher. So that's exactly what we're trying to see today.
So I want to talk about this from a practical sense. You made it clear that we still have a ways to go, right? Housing prices are still up, whether you're renting or buying. If you go to the grocery store, some things are still higher than they've been in quite some time. So I guess in a practical sense, for people who are looking at their budgets, what does this mean for people as they're evaluating how they spend money? When will they start to see that change?
Well, already borrowing costs are much higher. If you look at mortgage rates, the 30-year fix now well over 6%. That's double what it was a year ago. So those rising interest rates have impacted the housing market. A slowdown in housing, those rising rates have impacted the car market, new and used cars, and also credit card rates. So borrowing rates are going to remain high. That puts pressure on consumers, and it's going to slow the economy going into next year. That said, you're finally getting money back in the bank through CDs, through savings rates, through money markets. So you got the flip side of higher interest rates. Good for savers, tough for those who have a lot of debt and who are borrowing.
Absolutely. We appreciate you breaking it all down. There's a lot to follow with that. So, Caleb, you're the man for it. Thanks so much.
Thanks, Caleb. Now to the latest developments this morning surrounding the arrest of one-time crypto king Sam Bankman-Fried. The one-time darling of the crypto sector is under arrest and facing criminal charges. CNBC's Kate Rooney has the very latest.
He was once hailed as the king of crypto. But today, Sam Bankman-Fried, founder and former CEO of crypto exchange FTX, is facing criminal indictments and a wave of civil complaints.
Bankman-Fried and his co-conspirators stole billions of dollars from FTX customers. He used that money for his personal benefit.
Bankman-Fried, arrested last night in the Bahamas, faces 8 criminal charges in the U.S. Authorities alleging he defrauded investors by funneling customers' money into his own hedge fund behind their backs. As a result, they say $8 billion have gone missing.
This committee will not stop until we uncover the full truth behind the collapse of FTX.
In Washington today, a congressional hearing on FTX's collapse following what amounted to a run on the bank last month. Bankman-Fried, who was expected to testify, was instead making his first court appearance in the Bahamas.
There was no corporate controls, no corporate oversight.
FTX's new CEO, John Ray, led energy giant Enron through bankruptcy after its collapse. Today, appearing before Congress, he ripped into Bankman-Fried's management.
This is just taking money from customers and using it for your own purpose. Not sophisticated at all. This is just plain old embezzlement.
At its peak, FTX had 2.7 million users in the U.S., and superstar celebrities were promoting the company.
You know what? I'm in.
Bankman-Fried was also donating tens of millions of dollars to political campaigns, including President Biden's 2020 White House bid. But today's allegations say that money actually belonged to customers. The White House saying due to the Hatch Act, it could not answer questions of whether or not the president would return the donations.
And all of this dirty money was used in service of Bankman-Fried's desire to buy bipartisan influence and impact the direction of public policy in Washington.
In a statement today, his lawyers said Mr. Bankman-Fried is reviewing the charges with his legal team and considering all of his legal options.
We messed up big.
Before his arrest, Bankman-Fried took part in a whirlwind media tour defending himself.
There are things I would give anything to be able to do over again. I didn't ever try to commit fraud on anyone.
Thanks to Kate Rooney for that report. The United States has asked for Bankman-Fried to be extradited back to New York, but his legal team plans to fight the request. As for his request for bail, that has been denied, and he'll remain in the Bahamas in jail for now. The next court appearance for arguments over extradition is scheduled for February.
Well, coming up, a brand new influx of migrants on the southern border is bringing new urgency to the debate around immigration policy.
As Title 42, that controversial Trump-era immigration rule, is set to expire, migrant processing centers now are at a breaking point as officials scramble to meet demand. We're going to be on the ground after this. You are watching Morning News Now.
the storm surge. Why was it important for you to be here? What kind of training regimen? How you doing, Lester? Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Welcome back. Outgoing Oregon Governor Kate Brown is exercising her clemency powers to commute the sentences of 17 inmates who were given the death penalty. The order is officially in effect today. That means all 17 inmates will be serving a life sentence without the possibility of parole. Governor Brown has just under a month left in office, but has long opposed the death penalty. Here's what she had to say.
It is immoral. Justice is not served by the state taking a life. Secondly, its impact is inequitable, depending upon where you live in the state and in this country. And third, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't prevent violent crime, and it costs taxpayers thousands, millions of dollars.
Oregon is currently enforcing a moratorium against the death penalty. The Oregon Department of Corrections also began phasing out its death row in 2020, and there's not been a prisoner execution in that state since 1997.
Well, now to the latest on a new wave of migrants crossing the southern border by the thousands. This comes as a Trump-era immigration restriction policy is set to expire. As NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez reports, officials in El Paso, Texas, are calling it a crisis.
Even more migrants crossing the Rio Grande into El Paso, Texas. Thousands have come in huge groups just over the past several days, burning fires to keep warm, many from Nicaragua. Here in Ciudad Juarez, Mexico, tension has been ramping up. Weeks ago, riot police broke apart a migrant camp that had formed along the border. Now, shelters are filling up.
There are still hundreds of migrants that have walked across the Rio Grande and right now are waiting to get into El Paso. This new influx that we're seeing comes just days before a federal court is set to lift the pandemic-era border restriction known as Title 42.
Today, we met this family of 4 from Guatemala who arrived here weeks ago.
Now they're waiting until Title 42 is lifted before they decide whether to cross into the United States.
With U.S. migrant processing centers already crowded, and some migrants even sleeping outside, some officials in El Paso are urging the mayor to declare a state of emergency.
It is a crisis. It is a state of emergency. There's no municipality alone that could handle what we're seeing and what we're about to see with the lifting of Title 42.
Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas visited El Paso, and he's facing Republican calls for impeachment. There was a record-breaking 2.4 million illegal border crossings in the last year. Critics of the Biden administration say its lax border policies will encourage an even larger influx when Title 42 is lifted. Customs and Border Protection agents tell NBC News daily illegal border crossings could reach a record 10,000 per day. This man from Ecuador says a cartel kidnapped him during his grueling journey and that he only survived because the Mexican military rescued him and hundreds of others.
That was NBC's Gabe Gutierrez reporting. Secretary Mayorkas is defending the administration's border policy, saying immigration is a complex issue.
International news and the latest on a Russian drone strike that caused some major damage in Kyiv.
That's right. NBC News foreign correspondent Claudia Labanga joins us now with that and much more. Claudia, good morning.
Good morning. Yes, Ukrainian authorities are saying that the 2 buildings that were hit by drone strikes in the capital Kyiv today were home to several government offices and that the drones were made in Iran. Another self-explosive 10 drones were shot down by Ukrainian forces over the Kyiv region. So far, there are no reports on casualties. Let's go to Kinshasa, the capital of the Democratic Republic of Congo, where at least 120 people were killed and dozens more were injured after torrential rain caused widespread floods and landslides. Parts of the capital were flooded with muddy water, houses were damaged, and roads were ripped apart from sinkholes and landslides. And let's move to LA, where on Tuesday, the Queen of Spain inaugurated a center that promotes the Spanish language and culture throughout the world. Los Angeles seems to be a perfect location for the opening of the city's first branch of the Cervantes Institute, as nearly 50% of the population there is Latino or Hispanic. Guys?
All right, Claudio, thanks so much.
Grammy award-winning artist Megan Thee Stallion took the stand in a courtroom yesterday. The rapper, whose real name is Megan Pete, alleges that a former friend and artist shot her back in 2020. NBC News correspondent Dana Griffin has that story.
Megan Thee Stallion made her way into a Los Angeles courthouse today. The famous Grammy-winning rapper, known for her tough-as-nails persona, testifying against rapper Tory Lanez, whose real name is Daystar Peterson. Peterson is on trial for allegedly shooting Megan. In a packed courtroom, she testified today that following a party at Kylie Jenner's house, she got out of her SUV, and then Peterson pointed a gun at her and told her to dance, and then fired at her feet.
He said, dance, and he started shooting, and I'm just like, oh my God.
The rapper said she felt shock and hurt and saw blood when she looked down. According to police, her feet were bleeding profusely. Bullet fragments were later removed. The Savage performer continued her emotional testimony, saying, "I can't believe I have to come here and do this." Peterson's attorney telling NBC News, "Once the whole case comes out, I think we're confident the jury will find my client not guilty, and he'll be exonerated of all the charges." Defense attorneys also say Kylie Jenner may potentially be called as a witness. Dana Griffin, NBC News, Los Angeles.
Well, coming up, we've got the very latest on that so-called triple-demic as hospitals struggle to deal with a flu surge not seen in years. And, of course, the busy holiday travel week is just around the corner.
Plus, the Respect for Marriage Act, signed, sealed, and delivered at the White House. But President Biden says he still wants more done for LGBTQ Americans. We'll tell you what's on his agenda next.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts. News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Lynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are out.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
Welcome back. It is time for your weekly checkup.
This should be interesting, of course. If one of your New Year's resolutions is to drop a few pounds, then we have a new study that you might want to hear, plus research into the benefits of yoga. So for all of that and more, we've got NBC News senior medical correspondent Dr. John Torres joining us with the very latest. So, Dr. John, let's start with anybody who's thinking about losing weight. There's a new study out from the University of Oxford that finds that sometimes weight loss advice from doctors not always the best. What can you tell us about that?
And Blaine, this is kind of shining a mirror on ourselves as doctors that we don't often give the best weight loss advice. And this is a study done in the UK between 2013 and 2014 where they actually recorded doctors' conversations with the weight loss they gave patients. And what they found out is the vast majority of time, they just give them general generic weight loss, 97% of the time. They basically just said, exercise more, eat less, do very generic kind of things. But 20% of the time, only 20% of the time, did they give them advice on how to specifically do that. And so, again, they weren't really telling them how to do things. They were just telling them what to do. And 76% of the time, they actually said, you probably ought to go somewhere else, which is probably a good thing if they don't really know what they're talking about when it comes to weight loss. So what are the doctor's orders here? Well, number one, first and foremost, again, this is shining a mirror on us as doctors. Go ahead and get personal with guidance. Give them an understanding of not just what they need to do, but how they need to do that, which means you might need to brush up a little bit on it. But patients also realize your doctor might not have a good understanding of weight loss. That's not something they typically teach us in medical school. And so ask follow-up questions. Ask who you can go to get some advice and some help. And so it's important to not just get the advice, but get an understanding of how to go along with that advice and how to actually lose the weight.
I'm actually seeing a dietitian this afternoon, so we'll see how that goes, because I have not done that in a long time, so maybe that will help. All right, so speaking of exercising and health, Canadian researchers found some serious benefits to adding yoga to your exercise routine. So why should we try to squeeze in a few poses in between gift wrapping, or here's an image for you, while gift wrapping?
That is a great image, Joe. And the main reason you want to do that is because it can help with your heart health, and specifically it can help lower your cholesterol or your blood pressure, which is important because the amount it lowered was significant. What they did is they took a little over 60 patients and they said, we're going to do one of two things. We're either going to go ahead and have you stretch before you do your 30-minute workout, or we're going to have you do yoga before you do your 30-minute workout. And that yoga, just 15 minutes of yoga, really did a lot of benefits. It lowered your blood pressure, it lowered your resting heart rate. It was a fantastic thing, and it only added 15 minutes to your exercise program, and they did it 5 days a week. And so again, it was a very small amount of time, but that yoga, besides being relaxing and actually giving you some stretching while you're doing it, can actually help get your heart health back in shape and keep it in shape throughout time. So what are doctors' orders here? Well, doctors' orders, number one, are to go ahead and start incorporating yoga. Start with easy poses. I'm not a yoga person, but this study has me thinking about trying to do that. I'm going to definitely start slow on this, and then possibly take a beginner class, because if you've done any yoga, which I have tried it in the past, it can be incredibly difficult. And so knowing what to do and how to do it's important, Joe.
Don't do it while gift wrapping right away.
That's the bottom line. I think it's a good reminder for all of us, though. Like, get a little yoga in there. This last one is going to be interesting. This last question, Dr. John. Apparently, there's a new study out that tells about the impact of flushing a public toilet. I don't know if we want to know the results, but what can you tell us about that one?
And this is not the best morning conversation, but I think it's important. What they found out is they actually shined lasers on a toilet to see what happened when we flush a toilet. And we know the vast majority of things in the toilet go down, and we know occasionally some might come up a little bit, and that's why we tend to say, okay, we're going to keep toothbrushes and things away from the toilet. But what they found out in here is that the particles actually get pretty high in the air. They get 4.9, almost 5 feet in the air, and they get there very quickly, and they can last, especially those small particles, a few minutes in there, so they can be suspended for quite a long time. And of course, there's a lot of things in the toilet that you don't want spreading around the rest of the bathroom. So what can you do? What are the doctor's orders here? Well, this is kind of the age-long debate about toilet lid up, toilet lid down, but in this case, it's the actual lid to the seat that needs to go down before you flush the toilet. And then make sure you disinfect surfaces around the toilet on a regular basis, because it turns out, again, not everything goes down. Some things come up. And if you look at the videos of this, it actually shows the particles going high, and these small particles a lot higher than you think. And so, like I said, close the lid, get out of the way, flush the toilet, and run.
I will think about that
And my
forever
first
now.
reaction, there are no lids on public toilets. So what do we do in a public restroom?
All right.
There's no lid.
Dr.
Okay.
Torres, thank you. I think.
Exactly. Okay, staying with some medical news this morning. Healthcare workers across the country now are preparing for a tough influx of patients this holiday season as COVID, flu, and RSV cases all continue to rise.
NBC's Valerie Castro has the latest on what's being called the triple-demic.
The country experiencing an early flu surge not seen in a decade as COVID cases rise, now draining supplies and hospital resources.
The flu numbers this year are through the roof.
Some taking preemptive measures as they face holiday crowds.
Very grateful that there's a vaccine and we are vaccinated and boosted and flu shots and all that.
Other New York City visitors taking in the holiday sights and taking even further precaution, heeding the latest advisory from the city's health officials to mask up indoors and outside in crowded places as viruses bear down on the holiday spirit.
Did that play into your plans today?
Well, absolutely. As a matter of fact, we wear masks when we're in places with high density populations of people.
Flu numbers already raising alarm bells here.
I think we're worried and concerned that this is only going to get worse and that we'll have to think about how to make the hospitals available for all the patients that need it.
In upstate New York, the flu infiltrated Kristen Hawes' home. She and her husband recently recovering, not long after their newborn was hospitalized with RSV.
When each of us were sick, we didn't go near the baby, which was difficult to not hold your newborn.
In California, Los Angeles County is facing a potential indoor mask mandate in January if COVID hospitalizations rise there. The triple threat of the illnesses already hitting patients and staff.
We are having significant numbers of people in the waiting room for much longer than we are accustomed to, simply because so many ER nurses are out.
Kentucky seeing an alarming spike in flu cases.
Last year, we only had 4 flu cases and 0 deaths, and this year we have way surpassed that already.
Almost the whole country experiencing what the CDC calls high or very high flu rates, all while COVID cases are creeping up.
We are seeing an uptick in cases, followed by an uptick in hospitalizations.
Still low compared to the rest of the pandemic, but moving in the wrong direction at the wrong time. ICU nurse Ashley Porter reminding everyone of the basics.
I think it's important that you be mindful of, being around people who already have, current illnesses and just washing your hands, covering your mouth, not going places when you're sick.
With the holidays fast approaching, doctors say now is the time to get vaccinated, get your COVID booster, as well as getting your flu shot. It can take up to 2 weeks for those vaccines to be fully effective, and you want to be fully protected before any holiday gatherings. A doctor here at Mount Sinai tells me that as far as the flu goes, they are seeing it affect people of all ages. Back to you.
Valerie, thank you so much for that report. Well, anti-Semitism hit record highs last year, according to the Anti-Defamation League, and we've also seen a surge in anti-Semitic rhetoric. So NBC News Now is taking a deep dive into the topic in a special that's airing tonight. NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch is taking a look at the moments that got us to this point, and we do want to warn you that some of the language and some of the images in this report are disturbing.
This hatred isn't new. 11 dead, 6 injured, and it never really went away. When 6 million Jews were killed in the Holocaust, the world vowed never again. Jews will not replace us! But now, instead of festering in the shadows, genocidal lies are moving closer to the American mainstream. From a Los Angeles highway to an alleged threat to a New York City synagogue, anti-Semitism is spreading as some of our biggest artists.
I see good things about Hitler also.
Athletes.
I cannot be anti-Semitic if I know where I come from.
And leaders, including members of Congress on the left and right, even a former president, are accused of fueling anti-Semitism.
You had some very bad people in that group, but you also had people that were very fine people on both sides.
Most recently, former President Trump dined with a Holocaust-denying white nationalist, as Republicans were criticized for not responding more forcefully.
There is no room in the Republican Party for anti-Semitism or white supremacy.
Corporations are also under scrutiny. Kyrie Irving was benched 8 games for spreading what the NBA commissioner called deeply offensive anti-Semitic material. But it took Nike more than a month to cut ties with him. Adidas dropped the rapper formerly known as Kanye West, but that shoe brand has its own historical ties to Nazi Germany, noticeably not mentioned on its website history page. These moments made headlines, but there have been many more. The Anti-Defamation League says there were 2,717 anti-Semitic incidents in this country last year alone, including assaults, which hit a record high for the past 40-plus years, as the federal government warns of an enduring threat to Jewish Americans.
Are you nervous about the way things are in this country right now?
Extremely. Extremely.
Jacqueline Gold has always felt trepidation. She knows what can happen.
You can't go to a synagogue that doesn't have security. There were swastikas in one of the common areas of my dorm.
Her grandmother, Erica Gold, says in 1944, she jumped from a truck with her mother and hid in Budapest. If they didn't, she says Nazis would have shot them dead. Erica was just 12 years old.
When somebody, a politician, says something that is bad, that he's going to do, believe him.
It starts with smaller actions, and then it spirals out of control if we just let it slide. With my grandmother's story, everything was fine until one day it wasn't.
Words matter. People are no longer saying the quiet parts out loud. They are literally screaming them.
December 7th, Second Gentleman Doug Emhoff, who is Jewish, led a White House roundtable on anti-Semitism in an effort to reverse a disturbing trend.
I think it's just important to separate out the moments where we can say, here, this is anti-Semitic and here's why. I think that's, in some ways, for the future, more important than just condemning people who do stuff like that.
Law professor Kathy Lesser-Mansfield teaches about the Holocaust.
The beginning of ending up at genocide is separating people into groups and having us and them. And, you know, that is what the white supremacists in this country are trying to do.
The most important thing that we need to focus on is education, because hatred really stems from ignorance.
And as officials and communities work to deprive this resurgent hate of any oxygen, one thing is already clear. Saying never again may not be enough. Jesse Kirsch, NBC News.
Some very important reporting there, and Jacob Soboroff is hosting that special tonight. It's called Epidemic of Hate, Anti-Semitism in America. You can watch it at 10:30 Eastern right here on NBC News Now.
Coming up, a big bet on America's post-pandemic travel boom.
That's right, a multi-billion-dollar wager from United as the airline is commissioning a record-breaking order from Boeing. All of this as the holiday travel season is set to kick up. We've got much more coming up next. Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. Yeah. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
It's now the law of the land as President Biden signs legislation codifying protections for same-sex and interracial marriages. The president signed the Respect for Marriage Act during a ceremony Tuesday at the White House. The bill was passed by Congress last week with bipartisan support. During his remarks yesterday, the president discussed why the new law is so important.
Today, America takes a vital step toward equality, toward liberty and justice. Not just for some, but for everyone. Everyone. Toward creating a nation where decency, dignity, and love are recognized, honored, and protected.
For more on this, let's bring in Sarah Kate Ellis, the president and CEO of GLAAD, the Gay and Lesbian Alliance Against Defamation. Sarah Kate, always good to have you with us. So let's get your reaction to the signing. I think a year ago, we might not have thought something like this was necessary. So how important is this, especially getting bipartisan support?
Yesterday was very significant, and having this piece of legislation is incredibly important. And you're right. Even 9 months ago, we didn't really see this needing to come to bear. We wanted this because it is important that we have it on the books. But until the Supreme Court unraveled Dobbs and took away the right for females and women to have access to abortion, and then indicated that they were coming and wanted to relook at marriage equality, we didn't really think this was necessary. And now we see it more necessary than ever. This is a really, really important piece of legislation. So what this piece of legislation does is that if marriage equality does get rolled back by the Supreme Court, because that is still on the table and being discussed, that means that in 35 states across the country, it will be immediately illegal to get married in those states. This means that all states have to recognize marriages from states where it's still legal, thereby protecting our families.
President Biden called for more to be done. I know you've done the same. For the president, that includes a renewed push for a bill to prohibit discrimination based on sex, sexual orientation, or gender identity. I mean, remind us, depending on where you live in the country, the laws and ordinances are very different. Is that a priority for you? What are the things you would like to see prioritized moving forward?
Absolutely. I think there's two things to prioritize moving forward. First and foremost is definitely the Equality Act. Right now, we have a patchwork of protections that have a lot of holes in them across the country because they're local, state, but we don't at the federal level have those kinds of protections that we need as a community, as citizens. And then secondly, today, I'll be in front of the House Oversight Committee. We're having a hearing on anti-LGBTQ violence and extremism. We'll be there with the Club Q survivors and the club owners talking about how the rhetoric in this country is leading to real world harm for the LGBTQ community. So there is a tremendous amount of work we have left to do. And yesterday was a day to pause and celebrate. And today we're back on the Hill fighting for our rights and to be equal and to be respected.
Club Q, of course, the scene of a shooting just a few weeks ago in Colorado Springs. So, Sarah Kate, we have about a minute left here. What are your biggest goals for GLAAD in the new year? What is it you want to prioritize?
It really is about getting this rhetoric under control and this extremism. We reported about a week and a half ago that 150 LGBTQ events have been attacked over the past year. We haven't seen these numbers, if ever. It is unbelievable what's happening to our community and how we are being targeted by political extremism. And then that is being amplified and weaponized on social media. So we really need to hold social media companies accountable, and we need for right-wing media and politicians to stop using our community as and politicizing us. Like you said in the beginning of this, the Respect for Marriage Act passed in a bipartisan way. That's because Americans believe in equality and respect for all.
Sarah Kate, as always, appreciate you joining us. Thank you so much.
Well, moving now to some financial news, and Twitter co-founder Jack Dorsey is speaking out about his tenure at the social media giant.
CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us with that and other money news. Silvana, good morning.
Hey, good morning to you. That's right. So Twitter co-founder Jack Dorsey admitting he made mistakes when he ran the company. Dorsey saying the platform still has significant problems and does not meet any of his principles for social media, withstanding corporate and government control, allowing creators to be the only people who can remove their own content, and moderation dictated by algorithms. Dorsey says he's adding his voice to discuss around the Twitter files, which Elon Musk started releasing last week to support claims previous management was biased against conservatives. Meanwhile, in other Twitter news, Twitter has stopped paying rent on its San Francisco headquarters and other offices as part of its effort to cut costs following Elon Musk's $44 billion takeover. The New York Times reports Musk's team is trying to renegotiate the terms of the company's leases and has instructed employees not to pay vendors. Musk is also considering not paying severance to staffers who were laid off last month, risking lawsuits. And Tesla's new holiday update adds a few long-awaited features, including the ability to play video games from Steam in your car and support for Apple Music. Thousands of games from Steam's library will be available on new Model S and X vehicles, including Cyberpunk 2077. You'll also now be able to make Zoom calls from the camera inside the car and view the interior of your vehicle from the Tesla app while in dog or sentry mode. The software update is rolling out now, guys.
Wow. The only reason I know what Steam is because of my nephew.
There you go. I had no idea what it was.
A lot of people will be excited about those updates, including your nephew.
Yeah. There you go.
Silvana, thank you so much.
All right, the holiday travel rush kicks into high gear next week. But preparing for that, one airline is also looking much deeper into the future. United Airlines has ordered hundreds of planes from Boeing as it retires older models. As NBC News correspondent Tom Costello explains, the airline industry is banking on travel reaching pre-pandemic levels.
The size of the deal is staggering, potentially worth up to $43 billion.
You ready to build us some airplanes?
United Airlines betting big that the post-pandemic travel boom is here to stay, ordering 200 planes from Boeing, including the biggest order ever domestically for the wide-body 787, as United phases out older models for better fuel economy and more passenger room. United CEO Scott Kirby.
Larger windows, lighting, bigger overhead bins, everything about the airplane was designed to be the next generation for customers.
Boeing, one of America's biggest manufacturers, has struggled following two fatal 737 MAX crashes overseas, quality control, supply chain, and production slowdowns.
This order is a testimony to the post-MAX Boeing, in my opinion, and the 87 in particular.
Tens of thousands of jobs nationwide, now more secure. This deal comes as travel is surging worldwide. Boeing can't make planes fast enough. And now the Christmas travel rush is just a week away. AAA estimates 112 million Americans will travel between the 23rd and the 2nd, the third busiest on record. While good weather helped smooth out travel over Thanksgiving, blizzard conditions are today rolling across the country. You guys are ready for Christmas?
We absolutely are ready. And because we've built more slack into the system, even when there's weather, we have more flexibility and ability to respond. And particularly keep the weather from bleeding over into the rest of the system.
United says it's hiring 2,400 pilots a year, predicting its planes will fly full for years to come. Tom Costello, NBC News, Charleston, South Carolina.
Well, coming up, some fresh hope on the clean energy front.
After the break, we're going to tell you about a landmark breakthrough in the world of nuclear fusion. You're watching Morning News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Can you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest-running show on television.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Welcome back. The new Addams Family inspired show Wednesday is quickly becoming one of Netflix's biggest series of all time. An estimated 150 million households have now watched the show, starring Jenna Ortega, helping it pass Dahmer. It's now Netflix's second most popular English language series ever, believe it or not. It's not the only talked about show breaking records for the streamer. Netflix says new documentary Harry and Meghan is the biggest documentary debut in its history. An estimated 28 million households have tuned into the first 3 episodes, with the final 3 dropping on Thursday. The company measures its most popular list based on each title's viewership in its first 28 days of availability. Wow. So, which one of those have we seen?
Neither. How about you? But I bet they're great.
I bet they are. I feel like social media has given me what I need to know, certainly
Exactly.
about the Harry and Meghan documentary.
No kidding. Yeah, I might tune into Harry and Meghan when it comes out tomorrow. We'll see, because everything everyone wants to know. Will there be some bombshells in the last 3? We'll find out. And we'll talk about it, too. All right, finally this hour, we are going to talk about what's being called a landmark achievement. Scientists at the Lawrence Livermore National Laboratory in California made history after running a fusion reaction test that generated what's called net energy.
Certainly sounds very impressive. The Department of Energy and scientific leaders praised the achievement as a breakthrough in nuclear fusion that could impact the future of clean energy.
Scientists at the National Ignition Facility achieved fusion ignition. It's the first time it has ever been done in a laboratory, anywhere in the world. Simply put, this is one of the most impressive scientific feats of the 21st century.
So joining us now to help break down what all of this means is Adam Frank. He is the professor of astrophysics at the University of Rochester. Thanks so much for being with us. So Adam, I guess the first thing, just walk us through this major milestone, right? What is nuclear fusion? And tell us why this is so groundbreaking.
So fusion is really why the sun shines, right? So every day when you go out and you feel that warmth on your face, it's because at the center of the sun, the pressures and the densities and the temperatures are so high that you can take hydrogen atoms, which are the simplest element, slam them together and actually transmutate them into helium and give up a little bit of energy in the process via E = mc². So, this is the holy grail. This is like how all the stars shine. And if we could somehow figure out how to make that process work on Earth, there's a lot of hydrogen around, like water. Every water molecule's, got some hydrogen in it. If we could make this work, it would be unlimited, cheap, clean. There's no radioactivity from it. There's no fossil fuel emissions, energy. We'd have cheap, clean energy in abundance forever. So this has been the holy grail. And for 70 years, we've been trying to do this in the lab, failing, slowly making our way forward. And it wasn't even clear whether it could work in the lab. And now we know it can.
So, Professor, I know the main goal of the National Lab is to study nuclear power for national defense. That was part of a project established by President Clinton. But as you're touching on, this goes well beyond defense. I mean, talk to us more about the significance really behind this, what it could mean for clean energy, how much of a game changer it could be, and maybe how far into the future it could be that game changer.
Yeah, well, you really got to think the long game here, because once we are able to take what happened, a couple days ago, that basic science discovery or that science achievement, and then engineer it into commercial power plants, that's it, right? Fossil fuels are done from that moment onward. And like I said, you're going to have unlimited power that's cheap and clean. What could humanity do with unlimited, cheap, clean energy? Now, in terms of the time scale, there's a joke in fusion science that, you ask somebody when is fusion, they're always like 20 years away. But now that we've actually done it, we know it's possible, and it probably will take 20 years, maybe even 30 or so, to actually do all the engineering to turn this into a power plant. But whereas beforehand, we didn't even know if it was possible. Now it's game on. Right now, it's a matter of refining and doing all that engineering work. So I think it's inevitable. And again, you got to think the long term. You're not going to get this tomorrow, but certainly by the time I'm an old doddering guy, I would expect that there is going to be, I'll get my lights possibly from fusion generators.
I love how we just learned not only about fusion, but fusion humor. So
we really did. We really did. You took this very complex situation and broke it down for us beautifully. Professor Adam Frank, thank you so much for your time.
My pleasure, guys. Take care.
And that does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
And the news continues right now. Well, good morning. I'm Blaine Alexander in for Savannah Sellers.
And I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, soft landing in sight. The latest batch of economic data shows inflation is going down from its historic highs. But will that be enough for the Federal Reserve to slow its pace of interest rate hikes? We're going to break down what we could possibly expect from today's big interest rate decision and what it means for you and your wallets. Winter misery. That massive cross-country storm is churning across the Midwest and South this morning. It's creating havoc on the roads and knocking out power. The monster system packing snow, rain, even tornadoes in some areas. We have the very latest on where the storm is heading next and how it could impact you. Further fallout this morning in the arrest of Sam Bankman-Fried. The former FTX CEO was denied bail in the Bahamas after U.S. prosecutors charged him with a laundry list of crimes. What it all means for the one-time Wall Street darling as the crypto industry looks to recover from its latest black eye. And Messi magic at the World Cup. Argentina's biggest star put on a show in yesterday's semifinal against Croatia, scoring a goal and an assist to carry his country into the final of the World Cup. So who will Argentina face to take home the trophy? We have a full preview of that other semifinal match as the World Cup nears its finale.
That'll be one to watch.
Extraordinary to see one of the best in the world doing the best.
Absolutely. All of them. This has been so much fun to watch.
Exactly.
And learning about soccer along the way, by the way.
Which we do every few years here in America. All right, more on that in a little bit. We're going to begin this morning with the ongoing battle against inflation and the hope that relief could be on the way.
Absolutely. Today, the Federal Reserve is set to make a decision on interest rates that will have a major effect on the economy and your wallets, all as we close out the year. It's more welcome news just a day after yesterday's better-than-expected inflation report. But economists say that the Fed may not be ready to relax its stance on inflation just yet. So here to walk us through all of this is NBC News business and data reporter Brian Chung and Farouche Tarabi, editor-at-large of CNET. Both of you, good morning. Thanks so much for being with us. So, Brian, let's start with you. We saw some good news yesterday, of course, in that inflation report. We were watching the president's remarks together. Certainly a lot to see there. We got some more promising news this morning. Mortgage application volume is rising after a month of being on the decline. So tell us what this means for consumers and how could this affect the Fed's decision?
Yeah, well, I mean, let's start off with the Fed's decision first. So the expectation is that later on this afternoon, the nation's central bank will continue to raise interest rates, but by a smaller amount than they've been doing in the past. So they've been raising rates by 0.75 percentage points in each of the last 4 consecutive meetings. And in the last meeting of 2022, they can make those interest rate hikes a little bit smaller. The expectation is for them to go by about 0.5 percentage point. So this shows the off-ramp that the Fed is doing as they maybe start to taper off the pace of their interest rate increases to maybe stop entirely sometime in 2023. And what that means is possibly some peaking in what we've seen in high credit card interest rates and also high 30-year fixed mortgage rates. And we've even seen mortgage rates come off a little bit because of the market expectation that the end of Fed rate hikes could be in sight at some point because of the fact that 30-year fixed rates were somewhere around 7% a few weeks ago, but now they've come down to about 6.3%. And that is a reason why you're seeing mortgage applications perhaps increasing marginally. However, it's worth mentioning 30-year fixed mortgage rates are still double what they were this time last year. That's the reason why mortgage applications are still 38% lower than where they were last year, from 7 to 6.5%. Maybe that incentivizes some people to want to go apply for a mortgage, but not that many people.
So, Farnoosh, there seems to be consensus, at least so far up till now, among members of the Fed that these aggressive interest rate hikes are the right monetary policy. But do you think after this latest inflation report, we could start to see some dissension between members as they figure out how high to raise rates today?
I think while the latest economic indicators are encouraging, it's just 1 month's worth of data. I think the Fed needs to see a larger trend. When you push back and you look at the overall economy, the fundamentals are still indicating that we have a big problem with inflation, and unemployment, the rate is still apparently pretty tight. The labor market is pretty tight. And so we have these two, economic indicators that would, I think, push the Fed to continue increasing rates into 2023. The consensus is 2 more times, and then maybe take a pause, maybe even reverse some of the rate hikes. This is what people are going to be listening for. Investors are going to be really keeping their ears to and looking at Jerome Powell as he presents the accompanying statement after the announcement of the Fed rate hike. What is he going to indicate about the future of the economy? I think the Fed itself has said that they're going to probably pursue 2 more rate hikes to a point where the overall benchmark rate is around 4.6%. The other thing we have to remember is that we have been fighting inflation for some time, and there is this risk of inflation psychology where we consumers, we just anticipate inflation. So we start buying more because we anticipate prices rising. We want to lock in some of those groceries and purchases and homes because we just know we expect that inflation is going to be lingering. And then we'll also ask our bosses for raises, and they may give them to us. And so we risk sort of perpetuating the inflation cycle. And so I think the Fed is also aware of this potential risk, which may not mean that they're going to suddenly end their campaign. They may continue and be very, very concerned. I mean, Jerome Powell said at the last Fed meeting in November that they're going to work until the job, quote unquote, is done. And I think he's going to repeat some of that sentiment in today's accompanying statement.
O'Brien, back to you. Let's talk about Jerome Powell. We know that we'll hear from the Fed chair this afternoon after that decision comes out. We've heard a couple of different messages from him lately, though. After the last meeting, he suggested that the Fed could raise interest rates too much and then, quote, bring it back. But then he spoke at the Brookings Institution recently and suggested that he didn't want to go there. So what can we expect to hear from him later today?
Yeah, well, all of what you just said is kind of the debate about how you engineer what they call a soft landing. And basically what that means is how can you get inflation down without causing damage elsewhere in the economy? And one place where there is concern is that the higher interest rates are going to press companies, because borrowing costs get more expensive, into potential layoffs. Now, right now, unemployment is at 3.7%, which is essentially near historic lows. And because of that, we haven't seen that hard landing scenario. But again, the Fed is still raising interest rates. And if they continue to be this aggressive, there is a question about whether or not it's going to engineer that hard landing by making companies have to start laying people off. We're seeing that already in the tech sector for what it's worth, but it's mostly contained to that sector for the time being. So for the Fed, they could go by 75 basis points today, 0.75 percentage points if they wanted to. But I think the reason why we're hearing the talking point of them making a little bit smaller but still raising interest rates is because they know inflation is still high. It's still far away from their 2% target. That's an important reminder. We're at 7.1%. They want to be at 2%. They'll raise interest rates, but maybe then stop at some point in 2023 to see the impact of those hikes.
We'll be watching it all closely. We know that you two will too. Brian and Farnoosh, thank you both so much.
Thank you.
Now to the dangerous winter weather that's sweeping across the country. The Midwest plains and coastal states in the Northeast are now bracing for impact as this severe weather barrels east. From blinding snowstorms in the west to several tornadoes in the south, millions are cleaning up the damage left behind by this slow-moving storm. Around 15 million people remain under winter weather advisories this morning as a result. Meteorologist Angie Lassman is standing by to walk us through what's in store for today's weather. But first, let's go to NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky, who is in Grapevine, Texas, with the latest. Morgan.
Yeah, Joe, good morning. And the damage extensive here in Grapevine. But just within the last few minutes, we are hearing reports that dozens are injured and at least 2 people are dead in Louisiana after a terrifying round of overnight tornadoes. And as we pull out here in Texas, you can just get a glimpse as to how powerful these storms are. They are not unheard of to happen in December, but the sheer speed at which they struck, leaving so many people here shocked.
This morning, a dual winter threat. Heavy snow piling up in the plains.
I am in a tornado.
And rare December tornadoes in the south. Late Tuesday, major destruction in northern Louisiana. A tornado ripping through this community in Caddo Parish.
Okay, we got one patient that was buried underneath the house.
Homes left in pieces as search and rescue teams look desperately for possible victims. Nearby in Keithville, a child's body was found near his mother's. Both killed as the storm swept through. A possible tornado leading to extensive damage. Police say about 20 people were injured. One family in the small town of Wayne, Oklahoma, rushed to their basement as tornado sirens wailed, coming back up to find their home pummeled by an EF2 twister. In Grapevine, Texas, 5 people were hospitalized as another tornado tore through Tuesday morning, sending debris flying and causing drivers to turn around.
Things started swirling around and hitting the side of the house, and that's when I ran for cover.
Tim Lancaster's home went untouched, but his car wash business just blocks away was destroyed.
What did you find when you walked outside?
Debris everywhere.
Those wind gusts also toppling power lines. An hour west, this semi-truck flipping right onto its side. At Dallas-Fort Worth Airport, flyers even had to shelter in place.
Proceed immediately to the nearest severe weather area inside the terminal building.
And the danger isn't over yet, with millions at risk for tornadoes and under blizzard warnings again today. The blinding snow and ice bearing down on the heartland.
Full-on blizzard here.
In northeast Colorado, there's no way out. Blizzard conditions closing every major roadway north of I-70. From Northern California to the Northeast, Americans facing a brutal week of winter weather.
And as we mentioned, that storm system not over just yet. We do know that search and rescue teams are busy at this hour in Louisiana, searching for people amid the rubble. Meanwhile, back here in Texas, the power that was knocked out yesterday is now mostly restored. Good news for a lot of folks here, 24 hours after quite the shock. Joe.
All right, Morgan, thank you so much.
Well, let's get the very latest now on that system's track and where it's headed next.
Yeah, meteorologist Angie Lastman is here with the latest. Good morning.
Good morning, guys. And as you heard Morgan say, we're not done with this just yet. That system still has to continue moving east, and that's where we're tracking it right now. So as we continue to take a look at the radar, that is the most, the biggest issue I have right now with looking at this. Plenty, of course, of lightning, but we have heavy rain falling from southern portions of Louisiana into Mississippi and stretching into parts of Alabama. We also have a tornado watch that is continuing this is going to be in effect here as we get through the rest of the afternoon and into the evening hours. Again, this is a slow-moving storm, so you might notice it hasn't shifted that threat a whole lot to the east. Texas no longer included in this, but Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, and stretching into parts of Georgia and Florida. Now that is where we will watch for the biggest impacts today as far as the severe weather. Now, the tornadoes on the table yet again today. Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, and Florida all in the bullseye of that. You can see stretching from Panama City to Baton Rouge and up towards Hattiesburg. That's where we're going to watch for those impacts. But it's not just the severe weather. We also have rainfall rates that are in excess of 2 inches per hour on already saturated ground. So the flooding concern remains for these states as well. 10 million at risk for the flood issues today. And those flash flood warnings are already in effect from areas close to Lake Charles up in Baton Rouge and stretching into parts of Mississippi. Now, the system is twofold because it's not just a rain event. It's also some wintry weather, some snow conditions that we're dealing with in parts of the northern plains. That has been an issue for folks since yesterday. So roads impassable in lots of locations, major highways shut down in parts of the Dakotas. The Midwest dealing with a wintry mix. You can see some rain in places like Chicago as this system continues to track to the east. We will look at it spread to places like the Northeast and the Mid-Atlantic, and that creates a mess for tomorrow's commute. Rain mostly for Washington, D.C., New York, Boston as we get into Thursday and in Friday. But the inland areas, the interior parts of the Northeast could very well see close to a foot of snow in some locations. So a busy kind of a couple of days. And again, the system's a slow mover, guys. So it'll be something that we'll deal with today, tomorrow, and into the weekend.
All right. We know to keep an eye on it. Angie, thanks so much.
Thanks so much, Angie. Well, let's turn now to the arrest of one-time crypto king Sam Bankman-Fried, who was taken into custody in the Bahamas earlier this week. The former CEO and founder of FTX is being charged with defrauding investors. NBC News correspondent Stephanie Gosk has the very latest.
The now bankrupt FTX was a crypto exchange, which may be a mystery to a lot of people. But what Sam Bankman-Fried is accused of is something everyone understands. Prosecutors say he lied, took people's money, and used it for his own personal benefit, what the new CEO of Bankman-Fried's company called old-fashioned embezzlement. Once heralded as the wonderkind entrepreneur of cryptocurrency, Sam Bankman-Fried today is in a jail in the Bahamas, where he's vowing to fight his extradition to the U.S. In New York, federal authorities laying out their criminal case against him.
And I want to be clear, this case is about fraud. Fraud is fraud.
And they say this fraud is one of the biggest in U.S. history, with a staggering $8 billion in customer deposits now missing. Prosecutors charging the 30-year-old with 8 criminal counts, including conspiracy to defraud investors, lenders, and the U.S. government. And they say he moved billions of dollars of FTX customer funds to his hedge fund, Alameda.
He used that money for his personal benefit, including to make personal investments and to cover expenses and debts of his hedge fund, Alameda Research.
According to a civil complaint filed by the SEC, Bankman-Fried lied to both investors and customers, creating a business that the government says was a house of cards, promising consumer protections that were never there, and pitching the exchange with high-profile celebrities. According to the SEC, customers around the world believed his lies and sent billions of dollars to FTX. Bankman-Fried allegedly used the money for his own personal gain, including lavish real estate purchases and large political donations. The former FTX CEO denied the accusations of fraud in an interview with Andrew Ross Sorkin.
I made a lot of mistakes or things I would give anything to be able to do over again. I didn't ever try to commit fraud on anyone.
Bankman-Fried was supposed to testify at a congressional hearing Tuesday. Instead, the new CEO of the now bankrupt FTX, who took over after Bankman-Fried resigned, sat answering questions for 4 hours, trying to explain how the company fell apart.
The FTX group's collapse appears to stem from absolute concentration of control in the hands of a small group of grossly inexperienced and unsophisticated individuals.
When asked to respond to Bankman-Fried's denial that there was fraud, he had this to say.
I don't find any such statements to be credible.
Bankman-Fried told the court in the Bahamas he is going to fight extradition. His attorneys say they are considering all legal options, while the magistrate judge rejected bail and said he will be held in custody in the Bahamas until February 8th. Bankman-Fried was supported in the courtroom by his parents, who are both professors at Stanford Law School. Back to you.
Well, Stephanie Gosk, thank you so much.
Argentina has booked its place in the World Cup final after comfortably beating Croatia 3-0 yesterday.
That's right. The team will now face the winner of today's match between France and Morocco, which has already made history by becoming the first African and the first Arab nation to reach the semifinals. NBC News foreign correspondent Megan Fitzgerald has more from Doha.
It was a decisive win last night. Argentina beating Croatia 3-0. But look, both teams came out and played aggressively early on. But about 34 minutes into the game, Lionel Messi sinking the ball in the corner of the net, 1-0. Minutes later, another goal. And then, of course, going 2-0 into the half. Argentina with another goal, cementing their place in the finals, 3-0 victory. And the fans couldn't be more excited. Take a listen. Did you ever doubt that Argentina would win this game?
No, I never doubted. I always thought Messi can do it, and he's amazing. And I hope that they win the World Cup.
How are you feeling right now?
Oh, I'm feeling very, very, very happy because Argentina is my favorite football team.
Lionel Messi just one game away from cementing his name in soccer history. I mean, this is a guy who has won basically every major title in soccer except for one. That's the World Cup. He'll have an opportunity, of course, to do that on Sunday. They will face off against the winner of tonight's match against Morocco and France, a historic match, of course, Morocco being the first African nation to advance to the semifinals. Whatever happens, Sunday's going to be a good game. Back to you.
Exciting stuff, Megan. Thank you so much.
Well, coming up on Morning News Now, a crisis at the southern border.
Border agents are already dealing with record numbers of crossings this year, but the expiration of a COVID travel restriction could make the situation even worse. We're going to have a live report from the southern border when we come back.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
We're back with a closer look at the surge of migrant crossings at the border. Officials in El Paso have been sounding the alarm on this new wave as the Trump-era restriction Title 42 is set to end next week.
And all this comes as the Department of Homeland Security announces they're sending more agents to help with the influx at the border. NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez joins us now from the Mexican side of the border with the very latest on this. Gabe, good morning.
Blaine, good morning. With the wind chill, temperatures feel like they're below freezing right now, and some of these migrants have spent a miserable night here. Now, I'm standing in Ciudad Juarez. The water you see in the live picture, that's the Rio Grande, and those migrants you see lined up, some of them sleeping right now, they are actually waiting to get into the U.S. They're on U.S. soil right now, but they're waiting to get past that border fence. Downtown El Paso is on the other side of that fence, and you can see how long this line stretches for. Local officials say that that this is a sign of things to come. This morning, the immigration battle at the southern border is intensifying. For days, huge groups of migrants have been crossing into El Paso, Texas, clutching blankets and burning fires to keep warm. This family from Nicaragua tells us they're desperate to reach the U.S. These families just crossed the Rio Grande. The temperatures are dropping as the sun sets, and they're getting ready to turn themselves into Border Patrol right on the other side of that border fence. This new influx comes just days before a federal court order that a pandemic-era border restriction known as Title 42 be lifted. The restriction gives the U.S. government authority to turn away migrants, including asylum seekers, at the border, citing the need to prevent COVID from spreading inside the country. Customs and Border Protection agents expect migration to keep rising, telling NBC News daily illegal border crossings could reach 10,000 per day. That's on top of a record 2.4 million already during the past year. At a migrant shelter in Mexico, we met this family of 4 from Guatemala. Now they're waiting until Title 42 is lifted before they decide whether to cross into the United States. The Department of Homeland Security blames criminal smuggling organizations for exploiting migrants for profit and says it's deployed more agents to the region.
The increase in encounters at our southern border is not something exclusive to the United States. What we are seeing is an increase in migration throughout the hemisphere.
But in El Paso, some officials say the federal government needs to do more. Migrant processing centers are already crowded, some people even sleeping outside.
It is a state of emergency. There's no municipality alone that could handle what we're seeing and what we're about to see with the lifting of Title 42.
Again, many of these migrants have spent most of the night here. Temperatures feel like they're below freezing, and they're just trying to keep warm at this point. Now, the Department of Homeland Security wants Congress to set aside $3 billion to help deal with the migrant influx that is expected to come if Title 42 is lifted, again, possibly as soon as next week. Blaine, Joe.
All right, Gabe, thank you so much.
Really striking scenes there. Well, as more people flee to the border, protests have broken out in several Latin American countries as former political leaders now face corruption charges and convictions. That includes at least 2 ex-presidents in Peru and Panama. NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas takes a closer look at the political turmoil.
Growing unrest in Peru after violent protests erupted over the weekend. A human rights group in Peru reporting at least 6 people have died in clashes just days after the ouster of former President Pedro Castillo, last week impeached and arrested for rebellion and conspiracy while separately facing corruption charges. His vice president, Dina Boluarte, has since been sworn in as president, including a new cabinet that includes an anti-corruption pledge. But protesters are now calling for presidential elections to be moved up and held as soon as possible.
Dina Boluarte no nos representa. Es una traidora.
es una incapaz y ahorita tiene que estar presa porque ya hay muchos muertos en el país.
The deadly demonstrations are the latest in a tumultuous week for Latin America. Government officials from 4 different countries facing corruption charges.
There's an epidemic of corruption in Latin America right now, and the constant prosecution of former presidents is just the tip of the iceberg.
Mascota de ellos no voy a ser nunca. Así me den no 6 años, me den 20 años.
Just last Tuesday, Argentina's Vice President, Cristina Fernández de Kirchner, sentenced to 6 years in prison and barred from holding public office again.
Lastima al pueblo de Guatemala, lastima al sistema de justicia.
A day later, a Guatemalan court sentencing both former President Otto Pérez and his Vice President Roxana Valdetti to 16 years in prison after corruption revelations forced the two out of office early. The former president says he will appeal. And over the weekend, a Panamanian judge summoned former President Ricardo Martinelli to stand trial for money laundering.
Lo que se hizo aquí no tiene nombre. Todo el Estado contra un individuo.
Martinelli maintains his innocence and claims he's being politically targeted. Is there a wave of accountability that is new in Latin America?
There are increasingly strident public demands for accountability. Latin America is struggling enormously right now economically and from the public health consequences of the pandemic. And so there's very little tolerance right now for misconduct by public officials and the misuse of scarce public resources.
A struggle for transparency and a battle against corruption underway. Guad Venegas, NBC News.
More international news. After rolling back restrictions, China is also changing the way it reports new COVID infections.
NBC News foreign correspondent Claudia Lubanga joins us more for that and much more. Claudia, good morning.
Good morning. Yes, following the decision to ease COVID-19 restrictions, China has now decided to also reduce the number of COVID-19 cases it reports daily. Now, the country's National Health Commission stopped publishing the number of cases where no symptoms are detected, which have until now accounted for the vast majority of new infections. But the decision comes amid reports of long queues outside fever clinics across the country, indicating a surge of the virus. Let's go to France, where 8 people were found guilty over their links to a terrorist who killed 86 people and injured 450 others in 2016 as he drove a truck into crowds celebrating the country's National Day in the town of Nice. Among them are 2 friends of the driver who were found guilty of being part of a criminal terrorist organization and were jailed for 18 years. And let's come back here in Rome, where the Christmas tree in front of the City Hall this year will be lit by, well, pedal power. On Tuesday evening, the city's mayor, Roberto Gualtieri, was the first to jump on one of the bicycles attached to a generator that provides power to light up the tree. Now, residents and tourists will also be able to just get on a bike and light up Christmas. Guys?
Great idea. And you can burn off some of those holiday calories.
Definitely needed. And it looks beautiful.
Exactly.
Claudia, thanks so much for joining us.
Coming up on Morning News Now, sounding the alarm.
Doctors are urging the government to continue funding vaccine research, saying that it's critical for defending against the next wave of viruses. So what could happen if the money runs out? We've got that story when we come back.
The big variable, the storm surge. Why was it important for you to be here? What kind of training regimen? How you doing, Lester?
NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
And we're back now with more on Daystar Peterson, known as Tory Lanez, who was on trial this week.
Yeah, Megan Thee Stallion, whose real name is Megan P., testified for the first time in court just yesterday. She alleged that Peterson shot her in the feet after the pair left a pool party that was hosted by Kylie Jenner.
After coming forward, the rapper became the brunt of social media jokes and criticism. And all of this has sparked a lot of online debate about the difficulties that Black women may face when speaking out against violence. Peterson pleaded not guilty to the charges, and if convicted, he could face more than 22 years in prison.
Joining us now for more on this topic is author and professor of women's studies, Dr. Treva Lindsay. Professor, good to have you with us. Thanks for being with us. So Megan Thee Stallion has become a vocal advocate for Black women's rights. She wrote an op-ed for the New York Times in October 2020 about the alleged incident where she said, quote, "The way people have publicly questioned and debated whether I played a role in my own violent assault proves that my fears about discussing what happened were unfortunately warranted." Can you talk more about these fears she's referring to? Do you feel like gender and race are playing a big role in this conversation?
Yes, thank you for that question, and thank you for having me, Joe and Blaine. I would argue that Black women face insurmountable hurdles in many ways when they come forward about violence against them. And over 40% of Black women will experience physical assault at some point in their lives. And what's more jarring is that this history is contending with another history of Black men being hyper-criminalized in this country. And then you have the Hip Hop Boys Club that's another player in this whole scenario. And so I think it's really important to listen to the ways that Black women are often dismissed, silenced, and erased when it comes to violence against us.
Treva, this is Blaine. So good to see you, but especially getting your expertise on this topic. As you know, of course, this trial has sparked a lot of online controversy with some supporters and even fans of Tory Lanez really making a lot of jokes and criticisms about Megan Thee Stallion's credibility. We've even seen, to your allusions, rap lyrics from Drake kind of taking hits at her credibility. I guess the question is, why do so many people still feel comfortable making light of serious allegations like domestic violence?
Unfortunately, domestic violence is such an integral part of our culture that I think that it's very easy for people to make jokes and to distance themselves from the gravity of this situation. When she first accused Tory Lanez of being the shooter in the incident, she said on her IG Live, "I tried to spare him and y'all are not sparing me." That we see this real distrust of the criminal legal system, but also this distrust of a community that she thought might be there for her. And inevitably, she did understand that coming forward meant that her career might be harmed because of this. And so I appreciate the bravery that it takes for her to refuse to silently endure and unequivocally protect those who are harming her.
Dr. Lindsay, this trial is expected to last until early next week. Well, the outcome, we don't know what that's going to be. What do you want to see actually come out of this case?
Well, the unfortunate part of this case is that Megan was already hurt. She was already harmed. And what we really want in terms of justice is that no one is in this situation to begin with, that we see decreased numbers of women being harmed, victims being harmed, and inevitably that number that I mentioned at the beginning, that over 40% is constantly decreasing. I think we need a reckoning with the ways that we talk about, engage, and fight against domestic violence, intimate partner violence, interpersonal violence. And I think that that requires a concerted effort to address the root causes of why it's so pervasive in our culture, particularly against Black women and girls.
Such an important conversation. Dr. Treva Lindsay, thank you for joining us this morning. We appreciate it.
Glad to have your expertise on this. Well, researchers across the nation are now sounding the alarm after Congress failed to keep funding vaccine research, saying that investment in next generation vaccines is critical for staying ahead of an unpredictable virus. NBC News medical contributor Dr. Ven Gupta joins us now with much more on this. Good morning, Dr. Gupta. Glad to have you with us.
Good morning, Joe. Good morning, Blaine. Thanks for having me.
So, Dr. Gupta, I guess the first thing is we want to ask you a couple of questions. There have been stories in the news about how this relates to the future of research. First, a new study showing that some people who get COVID and to a lesser degree the vaccine may develop side effects or debilitating heart conditions from this. What can you tell us about this, and what should people know, certainly as they go into it, and concerns around this?
You know, Blaine, what you're referencing is a rare side effect that we've seen in some individuals who have long COVID, these long chronic symptoms after an acute bout with the infection. There is a condition that is called POTS for short, where people can experience high heart rate, low blood pressure. It's really the virus essentially interfering with somebody's nervous system, and that's why there's this disruption. We're seeing again in very rare cases. I do worry sometimes that there can be a misperception that this type of condition or long COVID could be related to the vaccine, and sometimes that misperception can cause some issues when it comes to funding and political ways to do so.
And Dr. Gupta, I know that you have done extensive reporting on this and you've got more. Let's take a look right now.
Dr. Akiko Iwasaki is pioneering the next generation of COVID vaccines.
Everywhere in this country right now, the ER is jam-packed with people with respiratory diseases. Currently, we are in dire need of vaccines that prevent infection and prevent transmission.
At Yale University, she is developing a nasal vaccine.
It can be put into a nasal spray and sprayed into the nose.
Unlike currently available mRNA vaccines, which are injected into a muscle, a nasal vaccine is sprayed directly into the nose, generating antibodies right where the virus enters the body. Not only is it easier to use, Iwasaki says it also has the potential to stop the virus from spreading between people. The nation's top doctor, Surgeon General Vivek Murthy, acknowledging the need for new technology like this.
It's so important that we continue to invest in ensuring that our vaccines are getting better, that our treatments are getting better, because the virus is continuing to evolve.
But developing a next-gen vaccine isn't cheap. Iwasaki estimates on the magnitude of hundreds of millions of dollars.
With the current amount of funding that's available to us, it will take probably a year or two at the earliest to be able to start testing our approach in humans.
The Biden administration is scrambling to get $10 billion of COVID-19 funding from Congress next year. It's included in the year-end spending bill under contentious debate on Capitol Hill. Debate that could lead to a government shutdown.
The bottom line is nasal vaccines are an important part of the strategy, but to invest in them to the degree that's required, means that we need that funding from Congress to come through.
A decision is expected to come before the end of December. With little Republican support, that funding is far from guaranteed. For the time being, health experts urging lawmakers to act.
All I can say is Congress needs to do its job and step up and protect the American people.
This is going to be a pretty consequential next 48 hours, Blaine, especially with some decisions happening on the Hill when it comes to funding these efforts. So we're going to see what happens in the next, by the end of the week.
Absolutely. Dr. Gupta, thank you so much for joining us.
Coming up, the worst impacts from inflation might be behind us.
But when can we expect to see some relief in those prices for your everyday essentials? That's a big question. We'll break it all down coming up next.
celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest-running show on television. Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
We're back now with your financial headlines. Apple is reportedly preparing to let its iOS devices download third-party app stores.
CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us with that and other money news. Silvana, good morning.
Joe, Blaine, good morning to you. Apple is preparing to open up iPhones and iPads to competing app stores. Bloomberg reports that would allow users to download third-party apps without having to go through Apple's App Store, and developers avoid the 15 to 30% commission on in-app payments. The changes are primarily designed to appease lawmakers in the European Union, who recently passed a sweeping measure on digital markets. They will initially be implemented in Europe before potentially rolling out elsewhere. Employees at Google are wondering whether the company has missed the boat on artificial intelligence. CNBC has learned at an all-hands meeting last week, they asked executives whether a new AI chatbot that's gone viral called ChatGPT represents a missed opportunity. Google's longtime head of AI technology says the company has similar products in the works, but he says the cost to Google's reputation would be greater if something goes wrong because people have to trust the answers they get from Google. And more than 158 million consumers are expected to shop on the final Saturday before Christmas. The National Retail Federation says that's about 10 million more than on Super Saturday last year, and the highest since it began tracking the data in 2016. Now, of those people, 28% plan to only shop in stores, 27% plan to only shop online, and 46% will do a bit of both. As of early December, shoppers say they've completed about half of their holiday purchases, guys, and I've completed none.
I was going to say, I'm far behind that.
We'll just panic together. We'll panic together.
None of that's been done. All right, We'll catch up together. Silvana, thanks so much.
You got it.
Now, as we've been reporting, new data shows that inflation rose by less than expected in November. It is a welcome sign, which could mean some relief for our wallets. NBC News correspondent Ann Thompson takes a closer look.
If the Grinch had a name this year, it would be inflation.
I'm very hopeful that this is not the new normal.
Kimmy and Matt Smith have a long Christmas list. At the top, their children, Kennedy and Easton.
It's trying to find the best deal right now and trying to find the best price.
To get the most out of this season of high prices, they started planning in the summer.
Turn it this way.
And agreed not to buy each other presents.
I feel like every time we make a purchase, we put in so much more thought. Where are we getting our gas? Where are we getting our groceries?
Inflation pressure that a new government report says is easing.
In a world where inflation is rising at double digits in many major economies around the world, inflation is coming down in America.
The decline in annual inflation, 7.1% in November, down from 7.7% in October, helped by a drop in gasoline prices. The average price for a gallon now down more than $1.70 since June. Overall, inflation slowed a bit, but housing costs continued to rise, up 7.1%, the biggest increase in more than 4 decades.
Whoa, that's so cool.
In suburban Chicago, the owners of the Smiths' favorite toy shop notice a caution among consumers, feeling the inflation squeeze.
Well, if my prices rise, their prices have to rise. I can't absorb that. It's just impossible, right? You know, it's just kind of how it goes.
Yet stores and consumers are determined to keep the holiday spirit despite this year's Grinch.
Here we go. I love Christmas. It's my favorite holiday of the entire year.
Our thanks to Ann Thompson for that report. And of course, later today, the Federal Reserve is set to announce its latest interest rate hike. Markets expect a half-point increase, but really the focus is going to be on Chairman Jerome Powell and what he says about future increases going into the new year.
Well, now to a huge breakthrough and something that researchers have been trying to do for decades now. Scientists have successfully created a nuclear fusion reaction. NBC News senior Washington correspondent Hallie Jackson explains.
A really sunny day. It's hot and bright. That's thanks to a process that happens deep inside the sun called nuclear fusion.
Nuclear fusion is when you take really light elements and smash them together really hard to create heavier elements. And in that process, there is a little bit release of energy. Our sun does nuclear fusion every single day, and that's how the sun powers itself.
All right, it works like this. Two hydrogen atoms moving really fast smash together. And when they do, the reaction creates not just another element, helium, but energy. So if this happens all the time in stars, why is our ability to do the same thing here on Earth such a big deal? Creating energy like this does not create carbon. So experts say it opens the door to maybe ending the world's dependence on fossil fuels. This whole process is called nuclear fusion. And its sibling, basically the reverse, is nuclear fission. That's how we create nuclear bombs now and nuclear energy. But creating energy that way leaves behind radioactive waste. Plus, there's the risk of potential disasters, like what we've seen at Chernobyl or Fukushima.
With fusion, it's the complete opposite. You just hit one switch and the whole thing shuts off, and that's it.
So nuclear fusion is a big deal, but it comes with the catch, and it's a big one. This is not going to be a snap to scale up. A bunch of really smart people in a lab with humongous special lasers made this happen for a split second this time after decades of work and billions of dollars. To get from that to something you can actually use when you flip a light switch, experts say that is still decades away.
The amount of time it will take to generate nuclear fusion as a power source is very, very, very long. There's still so much work to do.
And our thanks to Hallie Jackson for that report. Experts say that the hope is one day this new technology could replace the way that we make energy and create a path to give future generations a world worth living in. Well, coming up now on Morning News Now, a comedic comeback for Jay Leno.
The legendary comedian spoke with Today Show host Hoda Kotb, opening up about that frightening moment when he was burned by a car fire. The latest on his recovery when we come back.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
NBC News, streaming free now.
The big variable, the storm surge. Why was it important for you to be here? It's kind of a training regimen. How you doing, Lester?
Welcome back. Prince William and Kate have released the photo for their annual Christmas card. In the image, the Prince and Princess of Wales are dressed casually and holding hands with their three children, Prince George, Princess Charlotte, and Prince Louis. It is the latest in a tradition of informal pictures for the family's cards. This is also the first family photo William and Kate have released since they were given those fancy new titles. Looking pretty good there.
An adorable picture, absolutely. I wonder if they had to go through the same struggles all parents have to go through to get their kids to cooperate.
I'm sure they did. did. I'm sure they did. We all have to go through that, right?
Very, very cute. All right. Well, we want to end the hour with an NBC News exclusive. Jay Leno spent 9 days undergoing intense treatment at a burn center after suffering severe burns from a car fire inside his garage. Yesterday, the comedian sat down with Today Show co-host Hoda Kotb for his first interview since that accident.
First of all, Jay, I'm just so happy to be sitting across from you.
Well, thank you. I'm afraid I had to get on fire to be on the Today Show. Thank you.
But I have to say, I was really, as the country was, extremely worried. I mean,
the country was.
People were like, what happened to Jay? What happened to Jay?
Well, people were very nice. I got wonderful cards and letters.
I love the story about how when your doctor was first meeting you, you were in the middle of listening to a voicemail, and it was like, hey, this is Joe from Indonesia. And then your doctor was like, and then I put together who it was.
Yeah, that was the President Biden call. That was very nice. That was, I said, you know, you have more important things to do, but I thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate it.
Gee, let's just talk about what happened. So you're doing what you love.
Right.
You're with your babies, all your cars.
Yes.
You're doing your thing. Just tell me what happened that day.
Well, it was a 1907 white steam car. So the fuel line was clogged. So I was underneath it trying to clog, and I said, blow some air through the line, let's see if we can clear. And then a line, and then poof, and suddenly, boom, I got a face full of gas. And then the pilot light jumped, and my face caught on fire. And I said to my friend, I said, Dave, I'm on fire. And Dave's like, okay. I said, no, Dave, I'm on fire.
How long have you guys been buddies? How many years? Thankfully, Jay's longtime pal, Dave Kalaki, was standing just a few feet away.
I couldn't even see his face. He downplays it all, but I'm telling you, he was really engulfed. I couldn't see his face.
It was on fire?
It was a wall of fire.
What was the first thing you did when you saw him engulfed in flames?
I just grabbed him. He was just under the car. I grabbed him by the head, and I pulled his head into my chest.
I thought it was a bad Tinder date. I go, what's going on here?
What are you doing? Let Dave talk about how he saved you. Okay, so you kind of brought him into your chest.
I did.
Yeah.
Started to smother the fire.
Yeah.
Then I put the car out.
Yeah.
And I told Jay, go into the bathroom, put cold water on your face. That's when I put the car out, put the fire out. Went into the bathroom to look at Jay, and I said,
what'd you think?
Oh, it was... Like I say, he downplays that, but it was horrific. It was a scary thing. It doesn't take a genius to figure out, call 911. Right?
Yeah.
And that's what I did.
How would you describe what he looked like to you?
It was horrible. It was horrible. In fact, he asked me, how do I look? And I think I said, not good. This is going to be a bad thing. As when the first 2 layers are peeling off right now, you know this is a real issue.
Doctors took one look at Jay and told him he needed to go straight to a burn center. But Jay had other plans.
Yeah, I mean, I drove home right after that.
Wait, you drove yourself home? Why did you decide to go home and stay home for that night?
Well, because my wife doesn't drive anymore, and I didn't want her stuck and not knowing what was going on. It just seemed like the right thing to do, and I think it was.
So you loved your wife more than you worried about yourself?
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Was that it?
Well, I think there's something to that.
Jay and wife Mavis have been married for more than 4 decades. What did your wife say when she saw you?
Oh, thrilled. Yeah. Yeah.
No, but did she say, go to the hospital?
Well, yeah, of course. Yeah.
The couple would spend the next 9 days at the Grossman Burn Center. Doctors had to scrape away layers of burned skin, a painful procedure. But they say Jay never complained. He was more worried about everyone else, sending pizzas to the nurses and cheering up other patients. Were you worried about what you might look like when it was all said and done?
When you look like me, you don't really worry about what you look like. Luckily, look, if I'm George Clooney, that's going to be a huge problem, But they said it would be all right. So, my attitude is I trust people who are the best to do what they do.
So they had to fix your ear?
Yeah,
Is that a brand new ear?
Well, no. It's just,
we
saved all the original parts.
So what did they do there?
I guess they remolded it and did something. Apparently this burns fairly. This is like, I think the doctor told me, this is like the thinnest skin on the body, so it burns pretty.
So that had to be reconstructed.
It's like flash paper. They fixed that.
And then this whole part.
Yeah, this whole thing here, and they put that netting thing on there, and I guess the skin.
What about your hands and fingers?
Well,
you have mobility?
as you can see, these got burned pretty bad.
Jay also spent 8 hours a day isolated in a hyperbaric chamber. The pure oxygen helped him heal.
And it's basically a glass coffin. They seal it. There are people who keep an eye on you. So I knock on the glass, and people walk by, and you see people talking, and I'm laughing because I can't get them. It's getting hot in here. And then, oh hey, what's up, Jay? It just made me laugh because it's all clear in this glass coffin that's sealed.
Yeah, that's sealed. You're just in there. They're going about their lives, and there you are.
Very funny, very funny.
Were you thinking about something while you were in there?
Well, yeah, you think about your jokes, you think about your act, you think about, yeah.
I never thought of myself as a roast comic.
A week and a half after his release, Jay was back doing stand-up with a slew of hot new jokes.
It worked out great. And actually, the most expensive part of the whole operation was the gasoline. We're in California, it's $7 a gallon.
So, jeez, you're so bad. I can't believe this is an interview about your recovery, and this is what it is.
Well, the fact that I have smooth skin, pouty lips, and a tighter butt had nothing to do with the accident. That was all secondary. You know, it's a funny thing. When my first night on stage, they put up Jay. We thought he'd be more burned up. People are disappointed you're not a briquette, you know. They're like, oh.
Well, the Inquirer had you pegged.
Oh yeah, here you go.
What did they say?
Leno's fireball horror. Look at this. Brave TV legend is worse than you think. It turned into a human torch. I mean, I mean, you have to laugh at it. It is kind of funny.
Is this how you get through? Like, this is so remarkable to me.
Yes, it is. But you know something? In the real world, this happens to people every single day. If you work with your hands, people work with their hands, get injured every single day.
Yeah.
And I don't want to be some whiny celebrity. Oh, boo, boo, who is me? I don't want to be one of these people. Oh, I have all these cars and this beautiful house, and look what happened to me. People go, shut up. Yeah.
So I know that working under cars and with cars has always been your happy place, your safe place.
Right.
Do you have now any skittishness?
No. Did I learn from this? Of course not.
What an interview. Our thanks to Hoda for that piece. The hospital where Jay Leno recovered says that the well wishes from friends and family are still pouring in, and fans as well. And Jay is back on the air on CNBC with Jay Leno's Garage, and also 5 days a week on his comedy game show, You Bet Your Life, on Fox.
He's exactly the same.
Exactly.
Didn't change him at all. Good to see that. That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
And the news continues right now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Blaine Alexander, in for Savannah Sellers. Right now on Morning News Now, winter's wrath. We're tracking that major storm that's making its way across the country this morning. It's bringing heavy snow and brutal winds to the northern plains and tornadoes down south, injuring dozens of people, even killing a child in Louisiana. We've got the very latest on the storm's path as it makes its way to the east. We've also got our eyes on the Fed this morning, and yet another interest rate hike is expected today, even though those sky-high inflation levels are thankfully starting to cool off. We've got full analysis coming up, and of course, we'll tell you what this means for your bottom line. Time's up? Well, could your For You page soon be a thing of the past? A new bipartisan push to ban TikTok right here in the U.S. is making waves on Capitol Hill, but how likely is it that the app will actually disappear? We'll take a closer look this morning. Plus, Ignition, a landmark breakthrough in the world of clean energy that has researchers positively glowing. That'll be fun. I feel like I'm positively glowing because I get to sit next to you this morning.
I'm glowing now, thanks to that. I don't understand anything about that, so someone's going to explain it to us.
We're going to learn a lot today. I'm excited about it. But we're going to start this morning, of course, with that severe weather that is slamming the country from coast to coast.
The winter threat brought rare December tornadoes to the south, causing damage in Texas, Louisiana, and Oklahoma. Passengers waiting for flights at DFW, the Dallas-Fort Worth airport, were forced to shelter in place, while families in Caddo Parish in Louisiana took cover as tornadoes ripped through the area. At least 2 people were killed because of that tornado. And in Colorado, blizzard warnings brought travel to a standstill as visibility plummeted to nearly 0%. 4 feet of snow fell in Idaho and part of Nevada, forcing many to just stay indoors. And this system is going to threaten other parts of the country today as it moves east, putting millions more at risk for a second day in a row. Those eastern states already preparing for the impact with heavy rains and winds expected for later this week.
So, of course, we're going to get the very latest on the storm's track and all of your weather this morning.
Meteorologist Angie Lastman joins us now with a look at what we can expect. Hey, Angie.
Hi, guys. A busy day again. Yesterday, we dealt with the tornadoes, the wintry weather, and today's kind of the mixed bag as well. So let's talk about exactly what's going on. The main threat that I really want folks in Louisiana, parts of Mississippi, and stretching into Alabama to know is that we still have the potential for tornadoes on deck today. That means that we could be dealing with this through not just the morning hours, but even into the afternoon as well. What's highlighted in pink, that is the tornado watch right now. I expect that to be extended a little farther to the south, including parts of southwest Alabama, southern Mississippi, and southern Louisiana. We've already seen 14 tornadoes since yesterday, and I, again, expect that number to rise through the day today. 9 million at risk for severe weather, not just the tornadoes, but the strong winds possible as well, 70-mile-per-hour winds and damaging hail as well. Here's the kind of bullseye for what we're expecting as far as tornado development. The risk for the stronger tornadoes is there in those long track tornadoes as well. That includes places like Mobile, Biloxi, New Orleans, Baton Rouge, and as far east as Panama City. That stretches into the Florida Peninsula, or the Florida Panhandle rather, and that'll continue to move east as we get into tomorrow. But we also have to deal with the flooding concerns today. Those excessive rainfall rates are going to be out there from parts of Texas, extending up into parts of Tennessee as well. 10 million at risk, and we already see what's bright red right there. Those are flash flood warnings in effect right now. Dangerous conditions with the excess runoff of those creeks and streams. So something to watch there. And it's a twofold kind of storm system where it's not just the rain, but it's also the wintry weather that we're watching for. And that stretches into parts of still the northern plains that are dealing with those whiteout conditions, the blizzard conditions that is causing travel to be basically halted. And now into the Midwest, we have the rainy conditions for places like Chicago, Indianapolis, and Louisville. But as we get up into northern portions of Minnesota, that's where we see still plenty of snow falling and accumulating over the next day or so. 36 million included in these winter alerts. As we look out towards the Northeast, you'll notice that number is going to start to rise because we're adding the alerts for the Northeast. An ice storm warning, winter storm watch, and winter weather advisory all in effect right now. And that snowfall forecast, pretty incredible in some parts like Duluth. Locally, we could see 24 inches of snow. That, of course, will cause some travel trouble there. But when we talk about the Northeast for tomorrow into Friday, travel is going to be difficult for the commute as well. So we'll be watching for up to a foot of snow in some places. I think if you're living along the coast and you're wondering about the metro areas, it's going to be mainly Washington to Boston that will deal with the heavy rain. So still not great for that early morning commute, but something that we'll have to deal with definitely, guys, as we get through the next couple of days. It'll be causing the wintry mess as well as the rain, and we have that severe potential that we'll have to watch for in the south.
Scary situation for a lot of those people in the storm's path.
Yeah, in places that they've already seen the, yesterday damage. So we'll be watching that.
All right. Thanks, Angie. Appreciate it. To Washington now, where a group of lawmakers have introduced a bipartisan bill looking to ban TikTok here in the U.S. The legislation follows warnings from the FBI and cybersecurity experts who say China could use the social media platform for spying. For more on this, let's bring in NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Rafa. Ali, good morning to you. So first of all, explain to us how this bill came together, who's sponsoring it, what exactly is in it.
Yeah, good morning, Joe. Well, the Trump administration had been calling for this for years, but was unsuccessful in doing this. This is also something that Florida Senator Marco Rubio has championed for a couple years now and has been calling for. But it wasn't until Democrats across the aisle and the Biden administration started also sharing these concerns that this really picked up steam. Just in the last few weeks alone, we've heard from Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen, FBI Director Christopher Wray, raising these concerns about TikTok and its parent parent company ByteDance and security concerns over how American user data is being shared with possibly the Chinese government. So yesterday we saw Rubio introduce this bipartisan bill. The bill also has a partner bill on the House side that's being championed by Republican Congressman Mike Gallagher and Democratic Congressman Raja Krishnamurthy. And it's called the Anti-Social CCP Act. It aims to stop the operation of TikTok and that parent company ByteDance nationwide over these concerns that the Chinese government is using this user data of American users and sharing it with the Chinese government for possible espionage purposes. Senator Rubio is saying that that sharing of data is something that's actually required by the Chinese Communist Party. So this is something that has been called for a while now, but like I said, has gained steam over just the last few weeks.
Allie, you mentioned some of the past concerns, including from the Trump administration. Some states have actually taken the step of banning it from government employee devices. Remind us here, why is there this sense of urgency in getting this passed on Capitol Hill now? And also, what's TikTok saying about all this?
Yeah, actually, states like Utah, Alabama, Maryland have all passed this legislation banning TikTok from these government devices. And there have been calls for this for years, but this really picked up steam as soon as the Biden administration started to raise awareness of this. There's already an ongoing national security review of TikTok, but this has really taken a while to see bipartisan support for this legislation. Then, meanwhile, you have TikTok, who is saying that they are working on not having these the American user data being stored in Chinese data centers. They're saying that they are working on having that data stored in U.S.-based data centers. They said in a statement yesterday also that they'd continue to brief members of Congress on those efforts for them to be able to store that data on the American side.
So, Allie, let's talk about what's next. When might this be voted on? And if it does pass, what could be the impact?
So it's still unclear where this is going to go and when this is going to be taken up in the future. It's still pretty telling that this is a bipartisan bill that's gotten bipartisan support. But considering all of the things that lawmakers are going to have to do during this lame duck session before a new Congress is sworn in January, it's unlikely that we see some significant movement of this bill before January. But it is telling that this is, like I said, getting bipartisan support. If this does pass, it could have major impacts. We know that TikTok is one of the most popular apps across the world. Specifically in the United States, it has around 80 or 90 active users. This is a huge news source for a lot of young Americans. So this could definitely have some big implications if it does pass in Congress.
All right, Allie Raffa. Allie, thank you so much. Today, the Federal Reserve is set to make a decision on interest rates, a decision that could have a big impact on the economy and on your own bottom line.
Absolutely. After yesterday's inflation report, which was brighter than expected, Fed officials are indicating now that they're ready to scale back those aggressive rate hikes that we've been seeing over the past few months. So joining us to break it all down is Caleb Silver, editor-in-chief at Investopedia. Caleb, thank you so much for being here. I guess the question is, expected to raise the rate by about a 0.5 percentage point. That's instead, though, of the 3/4 hike that we've been seeing. So how should we read all of that? Is that a good sign? Is it kind of a sign that we're getting to the end of this long inflation that we've been seeing?
Yeah, and yesterday's report was very key. But remember, inflation reports are rearview mirror indicators. So in November, we did see a slowing in the growth of inflation. The Federal Reserve has been raising rates aggressively all year, 0.75%. The last 4 times they met, this is the last Fed meeting of the year. It'll be 0.5% today, but it's working. You can see inflation starting to decelerate, and the Fed will probably raise rates again when it meets in January and again in March. But the pace and the rate and the height of those interest rate hikes is going to slow. Good news for investors. For the economy, though, the economy is going to slow, and these rate hikes have really slowed the economy. We may fall into a recession next year.
So we've learned the routine here. After they make their announcement, Fed Chair Jerome Powell is going to have a news conference. Investors are eager to hear what he's going to say. What do you expect we're going to hear from him?
Words matter. So we all pretty much have accepted the fact that the Fed will raise rates 0.5% today. But but is Fed Chair Powell going to say we see a meaningful slowdown in inflation? We may moderate the pace of rate hikes going forward. We may slow. Any words like slowing, moderating, that's going to be good news for investors because we want to see the end of these rate hikes in sight, because as the Fed raises interest rates, it puts pressure on stocks, especially those that borrow a lot of money, companies that borrow a lot of money. Companies don't hire as much when rates are higher. So that's exactly what we're trying to see today.
So I want to talk about this from a practical sense. You made it clear that we still have a ways to go, right? Housing prices are still up, whether you're renting or buying. If you go to the grocery store, some things are still higher than they've been in quite some time. So I guess in a practical sense, for people who are looking at their budgets, what does this mean for people as they're evaluating how they spend money? When will they start to see that change?
Well, already borrowing costs are much higher. If you look at mortgage rates, the 30-year fixed now well over 6%. That's double what it was a year ago. So those rising interest rates have impacted the housing market. A slowdown in housing, those rising rates have impacted the car market, new and used cars, and also credit card rates. So borrowing rates are going to remain high. That puts pressure on consumers, and it's going to slow the economy going into next year. That said, you're finally getting money back in the bank through CDs, through savings rates, through money markets. So you got the flip side of higher interest rates. Good for savers, tough for those who have a lot of debt and who are borrowing.
Absolutely. We appreciate you breaking it all down. There's a lot to follow with that. So, Caleb, you're the man for it. Thanks so much.
Thanks, Caleb. Now to the latest developments this morning surrounding the arrest of one-time crypto king Sam Bankman-Fried. The one-time darling of the crypto sector is under arrest and facing criminal charges. CNBC's Kate Rooney has the very latest.
He was once hailed as the king of crypto. But today, Sam Bankman-Fried, founder and former CEO of crypto exchange FTX, is facing criminal indictments and a wave of civil complaints.
Bankman-Fried and his co-conspirators stole billions of dollars from FTX customers. He used that money for his personal benefit.
Bankman-Fried, arrested last night in the Bahamas, faces 8 criminal charges in the U.S. Authorities alleging he defrauded investors by funneling customers' money into his own hedge fund behind their backs. As a result, they say $8 billion have gone missing.
This committee will not stop until we uncover the full truth behind the collapse of FTX.
In Washington today, a congressional hearing on FTX's collapse following what amounted to a run on the bank last month. Bankman-Fried, who was expected to testify, was instead making his first court appearance in the Bahamas.
There was no corporate controls, no corporate oversight.
FTX's new CEO, John Ray, led energy giant Enron through bankruptcy after its collapse. Today, appearing before Congress, he ripped into Bankman-Fried's management.
This is just taking money from customers and using it for your own purpose. Not sophisticated at all. This is just plain old embezzlement.
At its peak, FTX had 2.7 million users in the U.S., and superstar celebrities were promoting the company.
You know what? I'm in.
Bankman-Fried was also donating tens of millions of dollars to political campaigns, including President Biden's 2020 White House bid. But today's allegations say that money actually belonged to customers. The White House saying due to the Hatch Act, it could not answer questions of whether or not the president would return the donations.
And all of this dirty money was used in service of Bankman-Fried's desire to buy bipartisan influence and impact the direction of public policy in Washington.
In a statement today, his lawyers said Mr. Bankman-Fried is reviewing the charges with his legal team and considering all of his legal options.
We messed up big.
Before his arrest, Bankman-Fried took part in a whirlwind media tour defending himself.
There are things I would give anything to be able to do over again. I didn't ever try to commit fraud on anyone.
Thanks to Kate Rooney for that report. The United States has asked for Bankman-Fried to be extradited back to New York, but his legal team plans to fight the request. As for his request for bail, that has been denied, and he'll remain in the Bahamas in jail for now. The next court appearance for arguments over extradition is scheduled for February.
Well, coming up, a brand new influx of migrants on the southern border is bringing new urgency to the debate around immigration policy.
As Title 42, that controversial Trump-era immigration rule, is set to expire, migrant processing centers now are at a breaking point as officials scramble to meet demand. We're going to be on the ground after this. You are watching Morning News Now.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that.
Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
Why was it important for you to be here? What our top story tonight? You guys okay?
Yeah.
What kind of training regimen? How you doing, Lester?
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Welcome back. Outgoing Oregon Governor Kate Brown is exercising her clemency powers to commute the sentences of 17 inmates who were given the death penalty. The order is officially in effect today. That means all 17 inmates will be serving a life sentence without the possibility of parole. Governor Brown has just under a month left in office, but has long opposed the death penalty. Here's what she had to say.
It is immoral. Justice is not served by the state taking a life. Secondly, its impact is inequitable, depending upon where you live in the state and in this country. And third, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't prevent violent crime, and it costs taxpayers thousands, millions of dollars.
Oregon is currently enforcing a moratorium against the death penalty. The Oregon Department of Corrections also began phasing out its death row in 2020, and there's not been a prisoner execution in that state since 1997.
Well, now to the latest on a new wave of migrants crossing the southern border by the thousands. This comes as a Trump-era immigration restriction policy is set to expire. As NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez reports, officials in El Paso, Texas, are calling it a crisis.
Even more migrants crossing the Rio Grande into El Paso, Texas. Thousands have come in huge groups just over the past several days, burning fires to keep warm, many from Nicaragua. Here in Ciudad Juarez, Mexico, tension has been ramping up. Weeks ago, riot police broke apart a migrant camp that had formed along the border. Now, shelters are filling up.
There are still hundreds of migrants that have walked across the Rio Grande and right now are waiting to get into El Paso. This new influx that we're seeing comes just days before a federal court is set to lift the pandemic-era border restriction known as Title 42.
Today, we met this family of 4 from Guatemala who arrived here weeks ago.
Now they're waiting until Title 42 is lifted before they decide whether to cross into the United States.
With U.S. migrant processing centers already crowded, and some migrants even sleeping outside, Some officials in El Paso are urging the mayor to declare a state of emergency.
It is a crisis. It is a state of emergency. There's no municipality alone that could handle what we're seeing and what we're about to see with the lifting of Title 42.
Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas visited El Paso, and he's facing Republican calls for impeachment. There was a record-breaking 2.4 million illegal border crossings in the last year. Critics of the Biden administration say its lax border policies will encourage an even larger influx when Title 42 is lifted. Customs and Border Protection agents tell NBC News daily illegal border crossings could reach a record 10,000 per day. This man from Ecuador says a cartel kidnapped him during his grueling journey and that he only survived because the Mexican military rescued him and hundreds of others.
That was NBC's Gabe Gutierrez reporting. Secretary Mayorkas is defending the administration's border policy, saying immigration is a complex issue.
International news and the latest on a Russian drone strike that caused some major damage in Kyiv.
That's right. NBC News foreign correspondent Claudia Labanga joins us now with that and much more. Claudia, good morning.
Good morning. Yes, Ukrainian authorities are saying that the two buildings that were hit by drone strikes in the capital Kyiv today were home to several government offices and that the drones were made in Iran. Another self-explosive 10 drones were shot down by Ukrainian forces over the Kyiv region. So far, there are no reports on casualties. Let's go to Kinshasa, the capital of the Democratic Republic of Congo, where at least 120 people were killed and dozens more were injured after torrential rain caused widespread floods and landslides. Parts of the capital were flooded with muddy water, houses were damaged, and roads were ripped apart from sinkholes and landslides. And let's move to LA, where on Tuesday, the Queen of Spain inaugurated a center that promotes the Spanish language and culture throughout the world. Los Angeles seems to be a perfect location for the opening of the city's first branch of the Cervantes Institute, as nearly 50% of the population there is Latino or Hispanic. Guys?
All right, Claudio, thanks so much.
Grammy Award-winning artist Megan Thee Stallion took the stand in a courtroom yesterday. The rapper, whose real name is Megan Pete, alleges that a former friend and artist shot her back in 2020. NBC News correspondent Dana Griffin has that story.
Megan Thee Stallion made her way into a Los Angeles courthouse today. The famous Grammy-winning rapper, known for her tough-as-nails persona, testifying against rapper Tory Lanez, whose real name is Daystar Peterson. Peterson is on trial for allegedly shooting Megan. In a packed courtroom, she testified today that following a party at Kylie Jenner's house, she got out of her SUV, and then Peterson pointed a gun at her and told her to dance, and then fired at her feet.
He said, dance, and he started shooting, and I'm just like, oh my God.
The rapper said she felt shock and hurt and saw blood when she looked down. According to police, her feet were bleeding profusely. Bullet fragments were later removed. The Savage performer continued her emotional testimony, saying, "I can't believe I have to come here and do this." Peterson's attorney telling NBC News, "Once the whole case comes out, I think we're confident the jury will find my client not guilty, and he'll be exonerated of all the charges." Defense attorneys also say Kylie Jenner may potentially be called as a witness. Dana Griffin, NBC News, Los Angeles.
Well, coming up, we've got the very latest on that so-called triple-demic as hospitals struggle to deal with a flu surge not seen in years. And, of course, the busy holiday travel week is just around the corner.
Plus, the Respect for Marriage Act, signed, sealed, and delivered at the White House. But President Biden says he still wants more done for LGBTQ Americans. We'll tell you what's on his agenda next.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
Why was it important for you to be here? What our top story tonight? You guys okay?
Yeah.
What kind of training regimen? How you doing, Lester?
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Lynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Danny. You are out.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
Welcome back. It is time for your weekly checkup.
This should be interesting, of course. If one of your New Year's resolutions is to drop a few pounds, then we have a new study that you might want to hear, plus research into the benefits of yoga. So for all of that and more, we've got NBC News senior medical correspondent Dr. John Torres joining us with the very latest. So, Dr. John, let's start with anybody who's thinking about losing weight. There's a new study out from the University of Oxford that finds that sometimes weight loss advice from doctors, not always the best. What can you tell us about that?
And Blaine, this is kind of shining a mirror on ourselves as doctors that we don't often give the best weight loss advice. And this is a study done in the UK between 2013 and 2014 where they actually recorded doctors' conversations with the weight loss they gave patients. And what they found out is the vast majority of time, they just give them general generic weight loss, 97% of the time. They basically just said, exercise more, eat less, do very generic kind of things. But 20% of the time, only 20% of the time, did they give them advice on how to specifically do that. And so, again, they weren't really telling them how to do things. They were just telling them what to do. And 76% of the time, they actually said, you probably ought to go somewhere else, which is probably a good thing if they don't really know what they're talking about when it comes to weight loss. So what are the doctor's orders here? Well, number one, first and foremost, again, this is shining a mirror on us as doctors. Go ahead and get personal with guidance. Give them an understanding of not just what they need to do, but how they need to do that, which means you might need to brush up a little bit on it. But patients also realize your doctor might not have a good understanding of weight loss. That's not something they typically teach us in medical school. And so ask follow-up questions. Ask who you can go to get some advice and some help. And so it's important to not just get the advice, but get an understanding of how to go along with that advice and how to actually lose the weight.
I'm actually seeing a dietitian this afternoon, so we'll see how that goes, because I have not done that in a long time, so maybe that will help. All right, so speaking of exercising and health, Canadian researchers found some serious benefits to adding yoga to your exercise routine. So why should we try to squeeze in a few poses in between gift wrapping, or here's an image for you, while gift wrapping?
That is a great image, Joe. And the main reason you want to do that is because it can help with your heart health, and specifically it can help lower your cholesterol or your blood pressure, which is important because the amount it lowered was significant. What they did is they took a little over 60 patients and they said, we're going to do one of two things. We're either going to go ahead and have you stretch before you do your 30-minute workout, or we're going to have you do yoga before you do your 30-minute workout. And that yoga, just 15 minutes of yoga, really did a lot of benefits. It lowered your blood pressure, it lowered your resting heart rate. It was a fantastic thing, and it only added 15 minutes to your exercise program, and they did it 5 days a week. And so again, it was a very small amount of time, but that yoga besides being relaxing and actually giving you some stretching while you're doing it, can actually help get your heart health back in shape and keep it in shape throughout time. So what are doctors' orders here? Well, doctors' orders, number one, are to go ahead and start incorporating yoga. Start with easy poses. I'm not a yoga person, but this study has me thinking about trying to do that. I'm going to definitely start slow on this, and then possibly take a beginner class, because if you've done any yoga, which I have tried it in the past, it can be incredibly difficult. And so knowing what to do and how to do it's important, Joe.
Don't do it while gift wrapping right away.
That's the bottom line. I think it's a good reminder for all of us, though. Like, get a little yoga in there. This last one is going to be interesting. This last question, Dr. John. Apparently, there's a new study out that tells about the impact of flushing a public toilet. I don't know if we want to know the results, but what can you tell us about that one?
And this is not the best morning conversation, but I think it's important. What they found out is they actually shined lasers on a toilet to see what happened when we flush a toilet. And we know the vast majority of things in the toilet go down, and we know occasionally some might come up a little bit, and that's why we tend to say, okay, we're going to keep toothbrushes and things away from the toilet. But what they found out in here is that the particles actually get pretty high in the air. They get 4.9, almost 5 feet in the air, and they get there very quickly, and they can last, especially those small particles, a few minutes in there, so they can be suspended for quite a long time. And of course, there's a lot of things in the toilet that you don't want spreading around the rest of the bathroom. So what can you do? What are the doctor's orders here? Well, this is kind of the age-long debate about toilet lid up, toilet lid down, but in this case, it's the actual lid to the seat that needs to go down before you flush the toilet. And then make sure you disinfect surfaces around the toilet on a regular basis, because it turns out, again, not everything goes down. Some things come up. And if you look at the videos of this, it actually shows the particles going high, and these small particles a lot higher than you think. And so, like I said, close the lid, get out of the way, flush the toilet, and run.
I will think about that forever now.
There are no lids on public toilets, so what do we do in a public restroom?
All right.
There's no lid.
Dr. Torres, thank you. I think.
Exactly. Okay, staying with some medical news this morning. Healthcare workers across the country now are preparing for a tough influx of patients this holiday season as COVID, flu, and RSV cases all continue to rise.
NBC's Valerie Castro has the latest on what's being called the triple-demic.
The country experiencing an early flu surge not seen in a decade as COVID cases rise, now draining supplies and hospital resources.
The flu numbers this year are through the roof.
Some taking preemptive measures as they face holiday crowds.
Very grateful that there's a vaccine, and we are vaccinated and boosted and flu shots and all that.
Other New York City visitors taking in the holiday sights and taking even further precaution, heeding the latest advisory from the city's health officials to mask up indoors and outside in crowded places as viruses bear down on the holiday spirit.
Did that play into your plans today?
Well, absolutely. As a matter of fact, we wear masks when we're in places with high density populations of people.
Flu numbers already raising alarm bells here.
I think we're worried and concerned that this is only going to get worse, and that we'll have to think about how to make the hospitals available for all the patients that need it.
In upstate New York, the flu infiltrated Kristen Hawes' home. She and her husband recently recovering, not long after their newborn was hospitalized with RSV.
When each of us were sick, we didn't go near the baby, which was difficult to not hold your newborn.
In California, Los Angeles County is facing a potential indoor mask mandate in January if COVID hospitalizations rise there. The triple threat of the illnesses already hitting patients and staff.
We are having significant numbers of people in the waiting room for much longer than we are accustomed to, simply because so many ER nurses are out.
Kentucky seeing an alarming spike in flu cases.
Last year, we only had 4 flu cases and 0 deaths, and this year we have way surpassed that already.
Almost the whole country experiencing what the CDC calls high or very high flu rates, all while COVID cases are creeping up.
We are seeing an uptick in cases, followed by an uptick in hospitalizations.
Still low compared to the rest of the pandemic, but moving in the wrong direction at the wrong time. ICU nurse Ashley Porter reminding everyone of the basics.
I think it's important that you be mindful of, being around people who already have, current illnesses, and just washing your hands, covering your mouth, not going places when you're sick.
With the holidays fast approaching, doctors say now is the time to get vaccinated, get your COVID booster, as well as getting your flu shot. It can take up to 2 weeks for those vaccines to be fully effective, and you want to be fully protected before any holiday gatherings. A doctor here at Mount Sinai tells me that as far as the flu goes, they are seeing it affect people of all ages. Back to you.
Valerie, thank you so much for that report. Well, anti-Semitism hit record highs last year, according to the Anti-Defamation League, and we've also seen a surge in anti-Semitic rhetoric. So NBC News Now is taking a deep dive into the topic in a special that's airing tonight. NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch is taking a look at the moments that got us to this point, and we do want to warn you that some of the language and some of the images in this report are disturbing.
This hatred isn't new. 11 dead, 6 injured, and it never really went away. When 6 million Jews were killed in the Holocaust, the world vowed never again. Jews will not replace us! But now, instead of festering in the shadows, genocidal lies are moving closer to the American mainstream. From a Los Angeles highway to an alleged threat to a New York City synagogue, anti-Semitism is spreading as some of our biggest artists.
I see good things about Hitler also.
Athletes.
I cannot be anti-Semitic if I know where I come from.
And leaders, including members of Congress on the left and right, even a former president, are accused of fueling anti-Semitism.
You had some very bad people in that group, but you also had people that were very fine people on both sides.
Most recently, former President Trump dined with a Holocaust-denying white nationalist, as Republicans were criticized for not responding more forcefully.
There is no room in the Republican Party for anti-Semitism or white supremacy.
Corporations are also under scrutiny. Kyrie Irving was benched 8 games for spreading what the NBA commissioner called deeply offensive anti-Semitic material. But it took Nike more than a month to cut ties with him. Adidas dropped the rapper formerly known as Kanye West, but that shoe brand has its own historical ties to Nazi Germany, noticeably not mentioned on its website history page. These moments made headlines, but there have been many more. The Anti-Defamation League says there were 2,717 anti-Semitic incidents in this country last year alone, including assaults, which hit a record high for the past 40-plus years, as the federal government warns of an enduring threat to Jewish Americans.
Are you nervous about the way things are in this country right now?
Extremely. Extremely.
Jacqueline Gold has always felt trepidation. She knows what can happen.
You can't go to a synagogue that doesn't have security. There were swastikas in one of the common areas of my dorm.
Her grandmother, Erica Gold, says in 1944, she jumped from a truck with her mother and hid in Budapest. If they didn't, she says Nazis would have shot them dead. Erica was just 12 years old.
When somebody, a politician, says something that is bad, that he's going to do, believe him.
It starts with smaller actions, and then it spirals out of control if we just let it slide. With my grandmother's story, everything was fine until one day it wasn't.
Words matter. People are no longer saying the quiet parts out loud. They are literally screaming them.
December 7th, Second Gentleman Doug Emhoff, who is Jewish, led a White House roundtable on anti-Semitism in an effort to reverse a disturbing trend.
I think it's just important to separate out the moments where we can say, here, this is anti-Semitic and here's why. I think that's, in some ways, for the future, more important than just condemning people who do stuff like that.
Law professor Kathy Lesser-Mansfield teaches about the Holocaust.
The beginning of ending up at genocide is separating people into groups and having us and them. And, you know, that is what the white supremacists in this country are trying to do.
The most important thing that we need to focus on is education, because hatred really stems from ignorance.
And as officials and communities work to deprive this resurgent hate of any oxygen, one thing is already clear. Saying never again may not be enough. Jesse Kirsch, NBC News.
Some very important reporting there, and Jacob Soboroff is hosting that special tonight. It's called Epidemic of Hate, Anti-Semitism in America. You can watch it at 10:30 Eastern right here on NBC News Now.
Coming up, a big bet on America's post-pandemic travel boom.
That's right, a multi-billion-dollar wager from United as the airline is commissioning a record-breaking order from Boeing. All of this as the holiday travel season is set to kick up. We've got much more coming up next.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
Why was it important for you to be here? What our top story tonight? You guys okay?
Yeah.
What kind of training regimen? How you doing, Leslie?
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
This is what it looks and feels.
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle comes. New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were to fight crime. Have you been successful?
Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
It's now the law of the land as President Biden signs legislation codifying protections for same-sex and interracial marriages. The president signed the Respect for Marriage Act during a ceremony Tuesday at the White House. The bill was passed by Congress last week with bipartisan support. During his remarks yesterday, the president discussed why the new law is so important.
Today, America takes a vital step toward equality, toward liberty and justice. Not just for some, but for everyone. Everyone. Toward creating a nation where decency, dignity, and love are recognized, honored, and protected.
For more on this, let's bring in Sarah Kate Ellis, the president and CEO of GLAAD, the Gay and Lesbian Alliance Against Defamation. Sarah Kate, always good to have you with us. So let's get your reaction to the signing. I think a year ago, we might not have thought something like this was necessary. So how important is this, especially getting bipartisan support?
Yesterday was very significant, and having this piece of legislation is incredibly important. And you're right. Even 9 months ago, we didn't really see this needing to come to bear. We wanted this because it is important that we have it on the books. But until the Supreme Court unraveled Dobbs and took away the right for females and women to have access to abortion, and then indicated that they were coming and wanted to relook at marriage equality, we didn't really think this was necessary. And now we see it more necessary than ever. This is a really, really important piece of legislation. So what this piece of legislation does is that if marriage equality does get rolled back by the Supreme Court, because that is still on the table and being discussed, that means that in 35 states across the country, it will be immediately illegal to get married in those states. This means that all states have to recognize marriages from states where it's still legal, thereby protecting our families.
President Biden called for more to be done. I know you've done the same. For the president, that includes a renewed push for a bill to prohibit discrimination based on sex, sexual orientation, or gender identity. I mean, remind us, depending on where you live in the country, the laws and ordinances are very different. Is that a priority for you? What are the things you would like to see prioritized moving forward?
Absolutely. I think there's two things to prioritize moving forward. First and foremost is definitely the Equality Act. Right now, we have a patchwork of protections that have a lot of holes in them across the country because they're local, state, but we don't at the federal level have those kinds of protections that we need as a community, as citizens. And then secondly, today, I'll be in front of the House Oversight Committee. We're having a hearing on anti-LGBTQ violence and extremism. We'll be there with the Club Q survivors and the club owners talking about how the rhetoric in this country is leading to real world harm for the LGBTQ community. So there is a tremendous amount of work we have left to do. And yesterday was a day to pause and celebrate. And today we're back on the Hill fighting for our rights and to be equal and to be respected.
Club Q, of course, the scene of a shooting just a few weeks ago in Colorado Springs. So, Sarah Kate, we have about a minute left here. What are your biggest goals for GLAAD in the new year? What is it you want to prioritize?
It really is about getting this rhetoric under control and this extremism. We reported about a week and a half ago that 150 LGBTQ events have been attacked over the past year. We haven't seen these numbers, if ever. It is unbelievable what's happening to our community and how we are being targeted by political extremism. And then that is being amplified and weaponized on social media. So we really need to hold social media companies accountable, and we need for right-wing media and politicians to stop using our community as and politicizing us. Like you said in the beginning of this, the Respect for Marriage Act passed in a bipartisan way. That's because Americans believe in equality and respect for all.
Sarah Kate, as always, appreciate you joining us. Thank you so much.
Well, moving now to some financial news, and Twitter co-founder Jack Dorsey is speaking out about his tenure at the social media giant.
CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us with that and other money news. Silvana, good morning.
Hey, good morning to you. That's right. So Twitter co-founder Jack Dorsey admitting he made mistakes when he ran the company. Dorsey saying the platform still has significant problems and does not meet any of his principles for social media, withstanding corporate and government control, allowing creators to be the only people who can remove their own content, and moderation dictated by algorithms. Dorsey says he's adding his voice to discuss around the Twitter files, which Elon Musk started releasing last week to support claims previous management was biased against conservatives. Meanwhile, in other Twitter news, Twitter has stopped paying rent on its San Francisco headquarters and other offices as part of its effort to cut costs following Elon Musk's $44 billion takeover. The New York Times reports Musk's team is trying to renegotiate the terms of the company's leases and has instructed employees not to pay vendors. Musk is also considering not paying severance to staffers who were laid off last month, risking lawsuits. And Tesla's new holiday update adds a few long-awaited features, including the ability to play video games from Steam in your car and support for Apple Music. Thousands of games from Steam's library will be available on new Model S and X vehicles, including Cyberpunk 2077. You'll also now be able to make Zoom calls from the camera inside the car and view the interior of your vehicle from the Tesla app while in dog or sentry mode. The software update is rolling out now, guys.
Wow. The only reason I know what Steam is because of my nephew.
Oh, there you go. I had no idea what it was.
A lot of people will be excited about those updates, including your nephew.
Yeah.
There you go.
Solana, thank you so much.
All right, the holiday travel rush kicks into high gear next week. But preparing for that, one airline is also looking much deeper into the future. United Airlines has ordered hundreds of planes from Boeing as it retires older models. As NBC News correspondent Tom Costello explains, the airline industry is banking on travel reaching pre-pandemic levels.
The size of the deal is staggering, potentially worth up to $43 billion.
You ready to build us some airplanes?
United Airlines betting big that the post-pandemic travel boom is here to stay, ordering 200 planes from Boeing, including the biggest order ever domestically for the wide-body 787, as United phases out older models for better fuel economy and more passenger room. United CEO Scott Kirby.
Larger windows, lighting, bigger overhead bins, everything about the airplane was designed to be the next generation for customers.
Boeing, one of America's biggest manufacturers, has struggled following 2 fatal 737 MAX crashes overseas, quality control, supply chain, and production slowdowns.
This order is a testimony to the post-MAX Boeing, in my opinion, and the 87 in particular.
Tens of thousands of jobs nationwide, now more secure. This deal comes as travel is surging worldwide. Boeing can't make planes fast enough. And now the Christmas travel rush is just a week away. AAA estimates 112 million Americans will travel between the 23rd and the 2nd, the third busiest on record. While good weather helped smooth out travel over Thanksgiving, blizzard conditions are today rolling across the country. You guys are ready for Christmas?
We absolutely are ready. And because we've built more slack into the system, even when there's weather, we have more flexibility and ability to respond. And particularly keep the weather from bleeding over into the rest of the system.
United says it's hiring 2,400 pilots a year, predicting its planes will fly full for years to come. Tom Costello, NBC News, Charleston, South Carolina.
Well, coming up, some fresh hope on the clean energy front.
After the break, we're going to tell you about a landmark breakthrough in the world of nuclear fusion. You're watching Morning News Now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome
Well, welcome back. The new Addams Family-inspired show Wednesday is quickly becoming one of Netflix's biggest series of all time. An estimated 150 million households have now watched the show, starring Jenna Ortega, helping it pass Dahmer. It's now Netflix's second most popular English language series ever, believe it or not. It's not the only talked about show breaking records for the streamer. Netflix says new documentary Harry and Meghan is the biggest documentary debut in its history. An estimated 28 million households have tuned into the first 3 episodes, with the final 3 dropping on Thursday. The company measures its most popular list based on each title's viewership in its first 28 days of availability. Wow. So, which one of those have we seen?
Neither. How about you? But I bet they're great.
I bet they are. I feel like social media has given me what I need to know, certainly about the Harry and Meghan documentary.
No kidding. Yeah, I might tune into Harry and Meghan when it comes out tomorrow. We'll see, because everything everyone wants to know. Will there be some bombshells in the last 3? We'll find out. And we'll talk about it, too. All right, finally this hour, we are going to talk about what's being called a landmark achievement. Scientists at the Lawrence Livermore National Laboratory in California made history after running a fusion reaction test that generated what's called net energy.
Certainly sounds very impressive. The Department of Energy and scientific leaders praised the achievement as a breakthrough in nuclear fusion that could impact the future of clean energy.
Scientists at the National Ignition Facility achieved fusion ignition. It's the first time it has ever been done in a laboratory, anywhere in the world. Simply put, this is one of the most impressive scientific feats of the 21st century.
So joining us now to help break down what all of this means is Adam Frank. He is the professor of astrophysics at the University of Rochester. Thanks so much for being with us. So Adam, I guess the first thing, just walk us through this major milestone, right? What is nuclear fusion? And tell us why this is so groundbreaking.
So fusion is really why the sun shines, right? So every day when you go out and you feel that warmth on your face, it's because at the center of the sun, the pressures and the densities and the temperatures are so high that you can take hydrogen atoms, which are the simplest element, slam them together and actually transmutate them into helium and give up a little bit of energy in the process via E equals mc squared. So, this is the holy grail. This is like how all the stars shine. And if we could somehow figure out how to make that process work on Earth, there's a lot of hydrogen around, like water. Every water molecule's, got some hydrogen in it. If we could make this work, it would be unlimited, cheap, clean. There's no radioactivity from it. There's no fossil fuel emissions, energy. We'd have cheap, clean energy in abundance forever. So this has been the holy grail. And for 70 years, we've been trying to do this in the lab, failing, slowly making our way forward. And it wasn't even clear whether it could work in the lab. And now we know it can.
So, Professor, I know the main goal of the National Lab is to study nuclear power for national defense. That was part of a project established by President Clinton. But as you're touching on, this goes well beyond defense. I mean, talk to us more about the significance really behind this, what it could mean for clean energy, how much of a game changer it could be, and maybe how far into the future it could be that game changer.
Yeah, well, you really got to think the long game here, because once we are able to take what happened, a couple days ago, that basic science discovery or that science achievement, and then engineer it into commercial power plants, that's it, right? Fossil fuels are done from that moment onward. And like I said, you're going to have unlimited power that's cheap and clean. What could humanity do with unlimited, cheap, clean energy? Now, in terms of the time scale, there's a joke in fusion science that, you ask somebody when is fusion, they're always like 20 years away. But now that we've actually done it, we know it's possible, and it probably will take 20 years, maybe even 30 or so, to actually do all the engineering to turn this into a power plant. But whereas beforehand, we didn't even know if it was possible, now it's game on. Right now, it's a matter of refining and doing all that engineering work. So I think it's inevitable. And again, you got to think the long term. You're not going to get this tomorrow, but certainly by the time I'm an old doddering guy, I would expect that there is going to be, I'll get my lights possibly from fusion generators.
I love how we just learned not only about fusion, but fusion humor. So
we really did. We really did. You took this very complex situation and broke it down for us beautifully. Professor Adam Frank, thank you so much for your time.
My pleasure, guys. Take care.
And that does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
And the news continues right now. Well, good morning. I'm Blaine Alexander in for Savannah Sellers.
And I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, soft landing in sight. The latest batch of economic data shows inflation is going down from its historic highs. But will that be enough for the Federal Reserve to slow its pace of interest rate hikes? We're going to break down what we could possibly expect from today's big interest rate decision and what it means for you and your wallets. Winter misery. That massive cross-country storm is churning across the Midwest and South this morning. It's creating havoc on the roads and knocking out power. The monster system packing snow, rain, even tornadoes in some areas. We have the very latest on where the storm is heading next and how it could impact you. Further fallout this morning in the arrest of Sam Bankman-Fried. The former FTX CEO was denied bail in the Bahamas after U.S. prosecutors charged him with a laundry list of crimes. What it all means for the one-time Wall Street darling as the crypto industry looks to recover from its latest black eye. And Messi magic at the World Cup. Argentina's biggest star put on a show in yesterday's semifinal against Croatia, scoring a goal and an assist to carry his country into the final of the World Cup. So who will Argentina face to take home the trophy? We have a full preview of that other semifinal match as the World Cup nears its finale.
That'll be one to watch.
Extraordinary to see one of the best in the world doing the best.
Absolutely. All of them. This has been so much fun to watch.
Exactly.
And learning about soccer along the way, by the way.
Which we do every few years here in America. All right, more on that in a little bit. We're going to begin this morning with the ongoing battle against inflation and the hope that relief could be on the way.
Absolutely. Today, the Federal Reserve is set to make a decision on interest rates that will have a major effect on the economy and your wallets, all as we close out the year. It's more welcome news just a day after yesterday's better-than-expected inflation report. But economists say that the Fed may not be ready to relax its stance on inflation just yet. So here to walk us through all of this is NBC News business and data reporter Brian Chung and Farouche Tarabi, editor-at-large of CNET. Both of you, good morning. Thanks so much for being with us. So, Brian, let's start with you. We saw some good news yesterday, of course, in that inflation report. We were watching the president's remarks together. Certainly a lot to see there. We got some more promising news this morning. Mortgage application volume is rising after a month of being on the decline. So tell us what this means for consumers and how could this affect the Fed's decision?
Yeah, well, I mean, let's start off with the Fed's decision first. So the expectation is that later on this afternoon, the nation's central bank will continue to raise interest rates, but by a smaller amount than they've been doing in the past. So they've been raising rates by 0.75 percentage points in each of the last 4 consecutive meetings. And in the last meeting of 2022, they can make those interest rate hikes a little bit smaller. The expectation is for them to go by about 0.5 percentage point. So this shows the off-ramp that the Fed is doing as they maybe start to taper off the pace of their interest rate increases to maybe stop entirely sometime in 2023. And what that means is possibly some peaking in what we've seen in high credit card interest rates and also high 30-year fixed mortgage rates. And we've even seen mortgage rates come off a little bit because of the market expectation that the end of Fed rate hikes could be in sight at some point because of the fact that 30-year fixed rates were somewhere around 7% a few weeks ago, but now they've come down to about 6.3%. And that is a reason why you're seeing mortgage applications perhaps increasing marginally. However, it's worth mentioning 30-year fixed mortgage rates are still double what they were this time last year. That's the reason why mortgage applications are still 38% lower than where they were last year, from 7 to 6.5%. Maybe that incentivizes some people to want to go apply for a mortgage, but not that many people.
So, Farnoosh, there seems to be consensus, at least so far up till now, among members of the Fed that these aggressive interest rate hikes are the right monetary policy. But do you think after this latest inflation report, we could start to see some dissension between members as they figure out how high to raise rates today?
I think while the latest economic indicators are encouraging, it's just 1 month's worth of data. I think the Fed needs to see a larger trend. When you push back and you look at the overall economy, the fundamentals are still indicating that we have a big problem with inflation and unemployment. The rate is still apparently pretty tight. The labor market is pretty tight. And so we have these two, economic indicators that would, I think, push the Fed to continue increasing rates into 2023. The consensus is 2 more times, and then maybe take a pause, maybe even reverse some of the rate hikes. This is what people are going to be listening for. Investors are going to be really keeping their ears to and looking at Jerome Powell as he presents the accompanying statement after the announcement of the Fed rate hike. What is he going to indicate about the future of the economy? I think the Fed itself has said that they're going to probably pursue 2 more rate hikes to a point where the overall benchmark rate is around 4.6%. The other thing we have to remember is that we have been fighting inflation for some time, and there is this risk of inflation psychology where we consumers, we just anticipate inflation. So we start buying more because we anticipate prices rising. We want to lock in some of those groceries and purchases and homes because we just know we expect that inflation is going to be lingering. And then we'll also ask our bosses for raises, and they may give them to us. And so we risk sort of perpetuating the inflation cycle. And so I think the Fed is also aware of this potential risk, which may not mean that they're going to suddenly end their campaign. They may continue and be very, very concerned. I mean, Jerome Powell said at the last Fed meeting in November that they're going to work until the job, quote unquote, is done. And I think he's going to repeat some of that sentiment in today's accompanying statement.
O'Brien, back to you. Let's talk about Jerome Powell. We know that we'll hear from the Fed chair this afternoon after that decision comes out. We've heard a couple of different messages from him lately, though. After the last meeting, he suggested that the Fed could raise interest rates too much and then, quote, bring it back. But then he spoke at the Brookings Institution recently and suggested that he didn't want to go there. So what can we expect to hear from him later today?
Yeah, well, all of what you just said is kind of the debate about how you engineer what they call a soft landing. And basically what that means is how can you get inflation down without causing damage elsewhere in the economy? And one place where there is concern is that the higher interest rates are going to press companies, because borrowing costs get more expensive, into potential layoffs. Now, right now, unemployment is at 3.7%, which is essentially near historic lows. And because of that, we haven't seen that hard landing scenario. But again, the Fed is still raising interest rates. And if they continue to be this aggressive, there is a question about whether or not it's going to engineer that hard landing by making companies have to start laying people off. We're seeing that already in the tech sector for what it's worth, but it's mostly contained to that sector for the time being. So for the Fed, they could go by 75 basis points today, 0.75 percentage points if they wanted to. But I think the reason why we're hearing the talking point of them making a little bit smaller but still raising interest rates is because they know inflation is still high. It's still far away from their 2% target. That's an important reminder. We're at 7.1%. They want to be at 2%. They'll raise interest rates, but maybe then stop at some point in 2023 to see the impact of those hikes.
We'll be watching it all closely. We know that you two will too. Brian and Farnoosh, thank you both so much.
Thank you.
Now to the dangerous winter weather that's sweeping across the country. The Midwest plains and coastal states in the Northeast are now bracing for impact as this severe weather barrels east. From blinding snowstorms in the west to several tornadoes in the south, millions are cleaning up the damage left behind by this slow-moving storm. Around 15 million people remain under winter weather advisories this morning as a result. Meteorologist Angie Lastman is standing by to walk us through what's in store for today's weather. But first, let's go to NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky, who is in Grapevine, Texas, with the latest. Morgan.
Yeah, Jill, good morning. And the damage extensive here in Grapevine, but just within the last few minutes, we are hearing reports that dozens are injured and at least 2 people are dead in Louisiana after a terrifying round of overnight tornadoes. And as we pull out here in Texas, you can just get a glimpse as to how powerful these storms are. They are not unheard of to happen in December, but the sheer speed at which they struck, leaving so many people here shocked.
This morning, a dual winter threat. Heavy snow piling up in the plains.
I am in a tornado.
And rare December tornadoes in the south. Late Tuesday, major destruction in northern Louisiana. A tornado ripping through this community in Caddo Parish.
Okay, we got one patient that was buried underneath the house.
Homes left in pieces as search and rescue teams look desperately for possible victims. Nearby in Keithville, a child's body was found near his mother's. Both killed as the storm swept through. A possible tornado leading to extensive damage. Police say about 20 people were injured. One family in the small town of Wayne, Oklahoma, rushed to their basement as tornado sirens wailed, coming back up to find their home pummeled by an EF2 twister. In Grapevine, Texas, 5 people were hospitalized as another tornado tore through Tuesday morning, sending debris flying and causing drivers to turn around.
Things started swirling around and hitting the side of the house, and that's when I ran for cover.
Tim Lancaster's home went untouched, but his car wash business just blocks away was destroyed.
What did you find when you walked outside?
Debris everywhere.
Those wind gusts also toppling power lines. An hour west, this semi-truck flipping right onto its side. At Dallas-Fort Worth Airport, flyers even had to shelter in place.
Proceed immediately to the nearest severe weather area inside the terminal building.
And the danger isn't over yet, with millions at risk for tornadoes and under blizzard warnings again today. The blinding snow and ice bearing down on the heartland.
Full-on blizzard here.
In northeast Colorado, there's no way out. Blizzard conditions closing every major roadway north of I-70. From northern California to the northeast, Americans facing a brutal week of winter weather.
And as we mentioned, that storm system not over just yet. We do know that search and rescue teams are busy at this hour in Louisiana searching for people amid the rubble. Meanwhile, back here in Texas, the power that was knocked out yesterday is now mostly restored. Good news for a lot of folks here, 24 hours after quite the shock. Joe.
All right, Morgan, thank you so much.
Well, let's get the very latest now on that system's track and where it's headed next.
Yeah, meteorologist Angie Lastman is here with the latest. Good morning.
Good morning, guys. And as you heard Morgan say, we're not done with this just yet. That system still has to continue moving east, and that's where we're tracking it right now. So as we continue to take a look at the radar, that is the most, the biggest issue I have right now with looking at this. Plenty, of course, of lightning, but we have heavy rain falling from southern portions of Louisiana into Mississippi and stretching into parts of Alabama. We also have a tornado watch that is continuing this is going to be in effect here as we get through the rest of the afternoon and into the evening hours. Again, this is a slow-moving storm, so you might notice it hasn't shifted that threat a whole lot to the east. Texas no longer included in this, but Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, and stretching into parts of Georgia and Florida. Now that is where we will watch for the biggest impacts today as far as the severe weather. Now, the tornadoes on the table yet again today. Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, and Florida all in the bullseye of that. You can see stretching from Panama City to Baton Rouge and up towards Hattiesburg. That's where we're going to watch for those impacts. But it's not just the severe weather. We also have rainfall rates that are in excess of 2 inches per hour on already saturated ground. So the flooding concern remains for these states as well. 10 million at risk for the flood issues today. And those flash flood warnings are already in effect from areas close to Lake Charles up in Baton Rouge and stretching into parts of Mississippi. Now, the system is twofold because it's not just a rain event. It's also some wintry weather, some snow conditions that we're dealing with in parts of the northern plains. That has been an issue for folks since yesterday. So roads impassable in lots of locations, major highways shut down in parts of the Dakotas. The Midwest dealing with a wintry mix. You can see some rain in places like Chicago as this system continues to track to the east. We will look at it spread to places like the Northeast and the Mid-Atlantic, and that creates a mess for tomorrow's commute. Rain mostly for Washington, D.C., New York, Boston as we get into Thursday and in Friday. But the inland areas, the interior parts of the Northeast could very well see close to a foot of snow in some locations. So a busy kind of a couple of days. And again, the system's a slow mover, guys. So it'll be something that we'll deal with today, tomorrow, and into the weekend.
All right. We know to keep an eye on it. Angie, thanks so much.
Thanks so much, Angie. Well, let's turn now to the arrest of one-time crypto king Sam Bankman-Fried, who was taken into custody in the Bahamas earlier this week. The former CEO and founder of FTX is being charged with defrauding investors. NBC News correspondent Stephanie Gosk has the very latest.
The now bankrupt FTX was a crypto exchange, which may be a mystery to a lot of people. But what Sam Bankman-Fried is accused of is something everyone understands. Prosecutors say he lied, took people's money, and used it for his own personal benefit, what the new CEO of Bankman-Fried's company called old-fashioned embezzlement. Once heralded as the wunderkind entrepreneur of cryptocurrency, Sam Bankman-Fried today is in a jail in the Bahamas, where he's vowing to fight his extradition to the U.S. In New York, federal authorities laying out their criminal case against him.
And I want to be clear, this case is about fraud. Fraud is fraud.
And they say this fraud is one of the biggest in U.S. history, with a staggering $8 billion in customer deposits now missing. Prosecutors charging the 30-year-old with 8 criminal counts, including conspiracy to defraud investors, lenders, and the U.S. government. And they say he moved billions of dollars of FTX customer funds to his hedge fund, Alameda.
He used that money for his personal benefit, including to make personal investments and to cover expenses and debts of his hedge fund, Alameda Research.
According to a civil complaint filed by the SEC, Bankman-Fried lied to both investors and customers, creating a business that the government says was a house of cards, promising consumer protections that were never there, and pitching the exchange with high-profile celebrities. According to the SEC, customers around the world believed his lies and sent billions of dollars to FTX. Bankman-Fried allegedly used the money for his own personal gain, including lavish real estate purchases and large political donations. The former FTX CEO denied the accusations of fraud in an interview with Andrew Ross Sorkin.
I made a lot of mistakes or things I would give anything to be able to do over again. I didn't ever try to commit fraud on anyone.
Bankman-Fried was supposed to testify at a congressional hearing Tuesday. Instead, the new CEO of the now bankrupt FTX, who took over after Bankman-Fried resigned, sat answering questions for 4 hours, trying to explain how the company fell apart.
The FTX Group's collapse appears to stem from absolute concentration of control in the hands of a small group of grossly inexperienced and unsophisticated individuals.
When asked to respond to Bankman-Fried's denial that there was fraud, he had this to say.
I don't find any such statements to be credible.
Bankman-Fried told the court in the Bahamas he is going to fight extradition. His attorneys say they are considering all legal options, while the magistrate judge rejected bail and said he will be held in custody in the Bahamas until February 8th. Bankman-Fried was supported in the courtroom by his parents, who are both professors at Stanford Law School. Back to you.
Well, Stephanie Gosk, thank you so much.
Argentina has booked its place in the World Cup final after comfortably beating Croatia 3-0 yesterday.
That's right. The team will now face the winner of today's match between France and Morocco, which has already made history by becoming the first African and the first Arab nation to reach the semifinals. NBC News foreign correspondent Megan Fitzgerald has more from Doha.
It was a decisive win last night. Argentina beating Croatia 3-0. But look, both teams came out and played aggressively early on. But about 34 minutes into the game, Lionel Messi sinking the ball in the corner of the net, 1-0. Minutes later, another goal. And then, of course, going 2-0 into the half. Argentina with another goal, cementing their place in the finals, 3-0 victory. And the fans couldn't be more excited. Take a listen. Did you ever doubt that Argentina would win this game?
No, I never doubted. I always thought Messi can do it, and he's amazing. And I hope that they win the World Cup.
How are you feeling right now?
Oh, I'm feeling very, very, very happy because Argentina is my favorite football team.
Lionel Messi just one game away from cementing his name in soccer history. I mean, this is a guy who has won basically every major title in soccer except for one. That's the World Cup. He'll have an opportunity, of course, to do that on Sunday. They will face off against the winner of tonight's match against Morocco and France, a historic match, of course, Morocco being the first African nation to advance to the semifinals. Whatever happens, Sunday's going to be a good game. Back to you.
Exciting stuff, Megan. Thank you so much.
Well, coming up on Morning News Now, a crisis at the southern border.
Border agents are already dealing with record numbers of crossings this year, but the expiration of a COVID travel restriction could make the situation even worse. We're going to have a live report from the southern border when we come back.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that.
Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that.
Can you update us on the status of negotiations.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
This is what it looks and feels
from the storm zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle comes.
New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments.
We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Danny. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
NBC News, streaming free now. NBC News, streaming free now.
We're back with a closer look at the surge of migrant crossings at the border. Officials in El Paso have been sounding the alarm on this new wave as the Trump-era restriction Title 42 is set to end next week.
And all this comes as the Department of Homeland Security announces they are sending more agents to help with the influx at the border. NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez joins us now from the Mexican side of the border with the very latest on this. Gabe, good morning.
Blaine, good morning. With the wind chill, temperatures feel like they're below freezing right now, and some of these migrants have spent a miserable night here. Now, I'm standing in Ciudad Juarez. The water you see in the live picture, that's the Rio Grande, and those migrants you see lined up, some of them sleeping right now, they are actually waiting to get into the U.S. They're on U.S. soil right now, but they're waiting to get past that border fence. Downtown El Paso is on the other side of that fence, and you can see how long this line stretches for. Local officials say that that this is a sign of things to come. This morning, the immigration battle at the southern border is intensifying. For days, huge groups of migrants have been crossing into El Paso, Texas, clutching blankets and burning fires to keep warm. This family from Nicaragua tells us they're desperate to reach the U.S. These families just crossed the Rio Grande. The temperatures are dropping as the sun sets, and they're getting ready to turn themselves into Border Patrol right on the other side of that border fence. This new influx comes just days before a federal court order that a pandemic-era border restriction known as Title 42 be lifted. The restriction gives the U.S. government authority to turn away migrants, including asylum seekers, at the border, citing the need to prevent COVID from spreading inside the country. Customs and Border Protection agents expect migration to keep rising, telling NBC News daily illegal border crossings could reach 10,000 per day. That's on top of a record 2.4 million already during the past year. At a migrant shelter in Mexico, we met this family of 4 from Guatemala. Now they're waiting until Title 42 is lifted before they decide whether to cross into the United States. The Department of Homeland Security blames criminal smuggling organizations for exploiting migrants for profit and says it's deployed more agents to the region.
The increase in encounters at our southern border is not something exclusive to the United States. What we are seeing is an increase in migration throughout the hemisphere.
But in El Paso, some officials say the federal government needs to do more. Migrant processing centers are already crowded, some people even sleeping outside.
It is a state of emergency. There's no municipality alone that could handle what we're seeing and what we're about to see with the lifting of Title 42.
Again, many of these migrants have spent most of the night here. Temperatures feel like they're below freezing, and they're just trying to keep warm at this point. Now, the Department of Homeland Security wants Congress to set aside $3 billion to help deal with the migrant influx that is expected to come if Title 42 is lifted, again, possibly as soon as next week. Blaine, Joe.
All right, Gabe, thank you so much.
Really striking scenes there. Well, as more people flee to the border, protests have broken out in several Latin American countries as former political leaders now face corruption charges and convictions. That includes at least 2 ex-presidents in Peru and Panama. NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas takes a closer look at the political turmoil.
Growing unrest in Peru after violent protests erupted over the weekend. A human rights group in Peru reporting at least 6 people have died in clashes just days after the ouster of former President Pedro Castillo, last week impeached and arrested for rebellion and conspiracy while separately facing corruption charges. His vice president, Dina Boluarte, has since been sworn in as president, including a new cabinet that includes an anti-corruption pledge. But protesters are now calling for presidential elections to be moved up and held as soon as possible.
Dina Boluarte no nos representa, es una traidora, es una incapaz y ahorita tiene que estar presa porque ya hay muchos muertos en el país.
The deadly demonstrations are the latest in a tumultuous week for Latin America. Government officials from 4 different countries facing corruption charges.
There's an epidemic of corruption in Latin America right now, and the constant prosecution of former presidents is just the tip of the iceberg.
Mascota de ellos no voy a ser nunca. Así me den no 6 años, me den 20 años.
Just last Tuesday, Argentina's vice president, Cristina Fernández de Kirchner, sentenced to 6 years in prison and barred from holding public office again.
Lastima al pueblo de Guatemala, lastima al sistema de justicia.
A day later, a Guatemalan court sentencing both former President Otto Pérez and his vice president Roxana Valdetti to 16 years in prison after corruption revelations forced the 2 out of office early. The former president says he will appeal. And over the weekend, a Panamanian judge summoned former President Ricardo Martinelli to stand trial for money laundering.
Lo que se hizo aquí no tiene nombre. Todo el Estado contra un individuo.
Martinelli maintains his innocence and claims he's being politically targeted. Is there a wave of accountability that is new in Latin America?
There are increasingly strident public demands for accountability. Latin America is struggling enormously right now economically and from the public health consequences of the pandemic. And so there's very little tolerance right now for misconduct by public officials and the misuse of scarce public resources.
A struggle for transparency and a battle against corruption underway. Guad Venegas, NBC News.
More international news. After rolling back restrictions, China is also changing the way it reports new COVID infections.
NBC News foreign correspondent Claudia Lubanga joins us more for that and much more. Claudia, good morning.
Good morning. Yes, following the decision to ease COVID-19 restrictions, China has now decided to also reduce the number of COVID-19 cases it reports daily. Now, the country's National Health Commission stopped publishing the number of cases where no symptoms are detected, which have until now accounted for the vast majority of new infections. But the decision comes amid reports of long queues outside fever clinics across the country, indicating a surge of the virus. Let's go to France, where 8 people were found guilty over their links to a terrorist who killed 86 people and injured 450 others in 2016 as he drove a truck into crowds celebrating the country's National Day in the town of Nice. Among them are 2 friends of the driver who were found guilty of being part of a criminal terrorist organization and were jailed for 18 years. And let's come back here in Rome, where the Christmas tree in front of the City Hall this year will be lit by, well, pedal power. On Tuesday evening, the city's mayor, Roberto Gualtieri, was the first to jump on one of the bicycles attached to a generator that provides power to light up the tree. Now, residents and tourists will also be able to just get on a bike and light up Christmas. Guys?
Great idea. And you can burn off some of those holiday calories.
Definitely needed. And it looks beautiful.
Exactly.
Gladio, thanks so much for joining us.
Coming up on Morning News Now, sounding the alarm.
Doctors are urging the government to continue funding vaccine research, saying that it's critical for defending against the next wave of viruses. So what could happen if the money runs out? We've got that story when we come back.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
Why was it important for you to be here? But our top story tonight. You guys okay?
Yeah.
What kind of training is it? How you doing, Lester?
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
And we're back now with more on Daystar Peterson, known as Tory Lanez, who was on trial this week.
Yeah, Megan Thee Stallion, whose real name is Megan P., testified for the first time in court just yesterday. She alleged that Peterson shot her in the feet after the pair left a pool party that was hosted by Kylie Jenner.
After coming forward, the rapper became the brunt of social media jokes and criticism. And all of this has sparked a lot of online debate about the difficulties that Black women may face when speaking out against violence. Peterson pleaded not guilty to the charges, and if convicted, he could face more than 22 years in prison.
Joining us now for more on this topic is author and professor of women's studies, Dr. Treva Lindsay. Professor, good to have you with us. Thanks for being with us. So Megan Thee Stallion has become a vocal advocate for Black women's rights. She wrote an op-ed for the New York Times in October 2020 about the alleged incident where she said, quote, "The way people have publicly questioned and debated whether I played a role in my own violent assault proves that my fears about discussing what happened were unfortunately warranted." Can you talk more about these fears she's referring to? Do you feel like gender and race are playing a big role in this conversation?
Yes, thank you for that question, and thank you for having me, Joe and Blaine. I would argue that Black women face insurmountable hurdles in many ways when they come forward about violence against them. And over 40% of Black women will experience physical assault at some point in their lives. And what's more jarring is that this history is contending with another history of Black men being hyper-criminalized in this country. And then you have the Hip Hop Boys Club that's another player in this whole scenario. And so I think it's really important to listen to the ways that Black women are often dismissed, silenced, and erased when it comes to violence against us.
Treva, this is Blaine. So good to see you, but especially getting your expertise on this topic. As you know, of course, this trial has sparked a lot of online controversy with some supporters and even fans of Tory Lanez really making a lot of jokes and criticisms about Megan Thee Stallion's credibility. We've even seen, to your allusions, rap lyrics from Drake kind of taking hits at her credibility. I guess the question is, why do so many people still feel comfortable making light of serious allegations like domestic violence?
Yes. Unfortunately, domestic violence is such an integral part of our culture that I think that it's very easy for people to make jokes and to distance themselves from the gravity of this situation. When she first accused Tory Lanez of being the shooter in the incident, she said on her IG Live, "I tried to spare him and y'all are not sparing me." That we see this real distrust of the criminal legal system, but also this distrust of a community that she thought might be there for her. And inevitably, she did understand that coming forward meant that her career might be harmed because of this. And so I appreciate the bravery that it takes for her to refuse to silently endure and unequivocally protect those who are harming her.
Dr. Lindsay, this trial is expected to last until early next week. Well, the outcome, we don't know what that's going to be. What do you want to see actually come out of this case?
Well, the unfortunate part of this case is that Megan was already hurt. She was already harmed. And what we really want in terms of justice is that no one is in this situation to begin with, that we see decreased numbers of women being harmed, victims being harmed, and inevitably that number that I mentioned at the beginning, that over 40% is constantly decreasing. I think we need a reckoning with the ways that we talk about, engage, and fight against domestic violence, intimate partner violence, interpersonal violence. And I think that that requires a concerted effort to address the root causes of why it's so pervasive in our culture, particularly against Black women and girls.
Such an important conversation. Dr. Treva Lindsay, thank you for joining us this morning. We appreciate it.
Glad to have your expertise on this. Well, researchers across the nation are now sounding the alarm after Congress failed to keep funding vaccine research, saying that investment in next generation vaccines is critical for staying ahead of an unpredictable virus. NBC News medical contributor Dr. Ven Gupta joins us now with much more on this. Good morning, Dr. Gupta. Glad to have you with us.
Good morning, Joe. Good morning, Blaine. Thanks for having me.
So, Dr. Gupta, I guess the first thing is we want to ask you a couple of questions. There have been stories in the news about how this relates to the future of research. First, a new study showing that some people who get COVID and to a lesser degree may develop side effects or debilitating heart conditions from this. What can you tell us about this, and what should people know, certainly as they go into it, and concerns around this?
You know, Blaine, what you're referencing is a rare side effect that we've seen in some individuals who have long COVID, these long chronic symptoms after an acute bout with the infection. There is a condition that is called POTS for short, where people can experience high heart rate, low blood pressure. It's really the virus essentially interfering with somebody's nervous system, and that's why there's this disruption. We're seeing again in very rare cases. I do worry sometimes that there can be a misperception that this type of condition or long COVID could be related to the vaccine, and sometimes that misperception can cause some issues when it comes to funding and political ways to do so.
And Dr. Gupta, I know that you have done extensive reporting on this, and you've got more. Let's take a look right now.
Dr. Akiko Iwasaki is pioneering the next generation of COVID vaccines.
Everywhere in this country right now, the ER is jam-packed with people with respiratory diseases. Currently, we are in dire need of vaccines that prevent infection and prevent transmission.
At Yale University, she is developing a nasal vaccine.
It can be put into a nasal spray and sprayed into the nose.
Unlike currently available mRNA vaccines, which are injected into a muscle, a nasal vaccine is sprayed directly into the nose, generating antibodies right where the virus enters the body. Not only is it easier to use, Iwasaki says it also has the potential to stop the virus from spreading between people. The nation's top doctor, Surgeon General Vivek Murthy, acknowledging the need for new technology like this.
It's so important that we continue to invest in ensuring that our vaccines are getting better, that our treatments are getting better, because the virus is continuing to evolve.
But developing a next-gen vaccine isn't cheap. Iwasaki estimates on the magnitude of hundreds of millions of dollars.
With the current amount of funding that's available to us, it will take probably a year or two at the earliest to be able to start testing our approach in humans.
The Biden administration is scrambling to get $10 billion of COVID-19 funding from Congress next year. It's included in the year-end spending bill under contentious debate on Capitol Hill. Debate that could lead to a government shutdown.
The bottom line is nasal vaccines are an important part of the strategy, but to invest in them to the degree that's required, means that we need that funding from Congress to come through.
A decision is expected to come before the end of December. With little Republican support, that funding is far from guaranteed. For the time being, health experts urging lawmakers to act.
All I can say is Congress needs to do its job and step up and protect the American people.
This is going to be a pretty consequential next 48 hours, Blaine, especially with some decisions happening on the Hill when it comes to funding these efforts. So we're going to see what happens in the next, by the end of the week.
Absolutely. Dr. Gupta, thank you so much for joining us.
Coming up, the worst impacts from inflation might be behind us.
But when can we expect to see some relief in those prices for your everyday essentials? That's a big question. We'll break it all down coming up next. Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. But let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Danny. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least 11.
Why was it important for you to be here? What our top story tonight? You guys okay?
Yeah.
What kind of training regimen? How you doing, Lester?
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. But let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Danny. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
The big variable, the storm surge. Why was it important for you to be here? What kind of training regimen? How you doing, Lester?
This is what it looks and feels.
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle comes.
New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
This is what it looks and feels.
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle comes.
New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
We're back now with your financial headlines. Apple is reportedly preparing to let its iOS devices download third-party app stores.
CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us with that and other money news. Silvana, good morning.
Joe, Blaine, good morning to you. Apple is preparing to open up iPhones and iPads to competing app stores. Bloomberg reports that would allow users to download third-party apps without having to go through Apple's App Store, and developers avoid the 15 to 30% commission on in-app payments. The changes are primarily designed to appease lawmakers in the European Union, who recently passed a sweeping measure on digital markets. They will initially be implemented in Europe before potentially rolling out elsewhere. Employees at Google are wondering whether the company has missed the boat on artificial intelligence. CNBC has learned at an all-hands meeting last week, they asked executives whether a new AI chatbot that's gone viral called ChatGPT represents a missed opportunity. Google's longtime head of AI technology says the company has similar products in the works, but he says the cost to Google's reputation would be greater if something goes wrong because people have to trust the answers they get from Google. And more than 158 million consumers are expected to shop on the final Saturday before Christmas. The National Retail Federation says that's about 10 million more than on Super Saturday last year, and the highest since it began tracking the data in 2016. Now, of those people, 28% plan to only shop in stores, 27% plan to only shop online, and 46% will do a bit of both. As of early December, shoppers say they've completed about half of their holiday purchases, guys, and I've completed none.
I was going to say, I'm far behind that.
We'll just panic together. We'll panic together.
None of that's been done. All right, we'll catch up together. Silvana, thanks so much.
You got it.
Now, as we've been reporting, new data shows that inflation rose by less than expected in November. It is a welcome sign, which could mean some relief for our wallets. NBC News correspondent Ann Thompson takes a closer look.
If the Grinch had a name this year, it would be inflation.
I'm very hopeful that this is not the new normal.
Kimmy and Matt Smith have a long Christmas list. At the top, their children, Kennedy and Easton.
It's trying to find the best deal right now and trying to find the best price.
To get the most out of this season of high prices, they started planning in the summer.
Turn it this way.
And agreed not to buy each other presents.
I feel like every time we make a purchase, we put in so much more thought. Where are we getting our gas? Where are we getting our groceries?
Inflation pressure that a new government report says is easing.
In a world where inflation is rising at double digits in many major economies around the world, inflation is coming down in America.
The decline in annual inflation, 7.1% in November, down from 7.7% in October, helped by a drop in gasoline prices. The average price for a gallon now down more than $1.70 since June. Overall, inflation slowed a bit, but housing costs continued to rise, up 7.1%, the biggest increase in more than 4 decades.
Whoa, that's so cool.
In suburban Chicago, the owners of the Smiths' favorite toy shop notice a caution among consumers, feeling the inflation squeeze.
Well, if my prices rise, their prices have to rise. I can't absorb that. It's just impossible, right? You know, it's just kind of how it goes.
Yet stores and consumers are determined to keep the holiday spirit despite this year's Grinch.
Here we go. I love Christmas. It's my favorite holiday of the entire year.
Our thanks to Ann Thompson for that report. And of course, later today, the Federal Reserve is set to announce its latest interest rate hike. Markets expect a half-point increase, but really the focus is going to be on Chairman Jerome Powell and what he says about future increases going into the new year.
Well, now to a huge breakthrough and something that researchers have been trying to do for decades now. Scientists have successfully created a nuclear fusion reaction. NBC News senior Washington correspondent Hallie Jackson explains.
A really sunny day. It's hot and bright. That's thanks to a process that happens deep inside the sun called nuclear fusion.
Nuclear fusion is when you take really light elements and smash them together really hard to create heavier elements. And in that process, there is a little bit release of energy. Our sun does nuclear fusion every single day, and that's how the sun powers itself.
All right, it works like this. Two hydrogen atoms moving really fast smash together. And when they do, the reaction creates not just another element, helium, but energy. So if this happens all the time in stars, why is our ability to do the same thing here on Earth such a big deal? Creating energy like this does not create carbon. So experts say it opens the door to maybe ending the world's dependence on fossil fuels. This whole process is called nuclear fusion. And its sibling, basically the reverse, is nuclear fission. That's how we create nuclear bombs now and nuclear energy. But creating energy that way leaves behind radioactive waste. Plus, there's the risk of potential disasters, like what we've seen at Chernobyl or Fukushima.
With fusion, it's the complete opposite. You just hit one switch and the whole thing shuts off, and that's it.
So nuclear fusion is a big deal, but it comes with the catch, and it's a big one. This is not going to be a snap to scale up. A bunch of really smart people in a lab with humongous special lasers made this happen for a split second this time after decades of work and billions of dollars. To get from that to something you can actually use when you flip a light switch, experts say that is still decades away.
The amount of time it will take to generate nuclear fusion as a power source is very, very, very long. There's still so much work to do.
And our thanks to Hallie Jackson for that report. Experts say that the hope is one day this new technology could replace the way that we make energy and create a path to give future generations a world worth living in. Well, coming up now on Morning News Now, a comedic comeback for Jay Leno.
The legendary comedian spoke with Today Show host Hoda Kotb, opening up about that frightening moment when he was burned by a car fire. The latest on his recovery when we come back.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that.
Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
This is what it looks and feels.
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle comes.
New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments.
We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back. Prince William and Kate have released the photo for their annual Christmas card. In the image, the Prince and Princess of Wales are dressed casually and holding hands with their three children, Prince George, Princess Charlotte, and Prince Louis. It is the latest in a tradition of informal pictures for the family's cards. This is also the first family photo William and Kate have released since they were given those fancy new titles. Looking pretty good there.
An adorable picture, absolutely. I wonder if they had to go through the same struggles all parents have to go through to get their kids to cooperate.
I'm sure they did. I'm sure they did. We all have to go through that, right?
Very, very cute. All right. Well, we want to end the hour with an NBC News exclusive. Jay Leno spent 9 days undergoing intense treatment at a burn center after suffering severe burns from a car fire inside his garage. Yesterday, the comedian sat down with Today Show co-host Hoda Kotb for his first interview since that accident.
First of all, Jay, I'm just so happy to be sitting across from you.
Well, thank you. I'm afraid I had to get on fire to be on the Today Show. Thank you.
But I have to say, I was really, as the country was, extremely worried. I mean,
the country was.
People were like, what happened to Jay? What happened to Jay?
Well, people were very nice. I got wonderful cards and letters.
I love the story about how when your doctor was first meeting you, you were in the middle of listening to a voicemail, and it was like, hey, this is Joe from Indonesia. And then your doctor was like, and then I put together who it was.
Yeah, that was President Biden call. That was very nice. That was, I said, I'm sorry you have more important things to do, but thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate it.
Gee, let's just talk about what happened. So you're doing what you love.
Right.
You're with your babies, all your cars.
Yes.
You're doing your thing. Just tell me what happened that day.
Well, it was a 1907 white steam car. So the fuel line was clogged. So I was underneath it trying to clog, and I said, blow some air through the line, let's see if we can clear. And then a line, and then poof, and suddenly, boom, I got a face full of gas. And then the pilot light jumped and my face caught on fire. And I said to my friend, I said, Dave, I'm on fire. And Dave, okay. I said, no, Dave, I'm on fire.
How long have you guys been buddies? How many years?
Thankfully, Jay's longtime pal, Dave Kalacki, was standing just a few feet away.
I couldn't even see his face. He downplays it all, but I'm telling you, he was really engulfed. I couldn't see his face.
It was on fire?
It was a wall of fire.
What was the first thing you did when you saw him engulfed in flames?
I just grabbed him. He was just under the car. I grabbed him by the head and I pulled his head into my chest.
I thought it was a bad Tinder date. I go, what's going on here?
What are you doing? Let Dave talk about how he saved you. Okay, so you kind of brought him into your chest.
I did.
Yeah.
Started to smother the fire.
Yeah.
Then I put the car out.
Yeah.
And I told Jay, go into the bathroom, put cold water on your face. That's why I put the car out, put the fire out. Went into the bathroom to look at Jay, and I said,
what'd you think?
Oh, it was... Like I say, he downplays that, but it was horrific. It was a scary thing. It doesn't take a genius to figure out, call 911. Right?
Yeah.
And that's what I did.
How would you describe what he looked like to you?
It was horrible. It was horrible. In fact, he asked me, how do I look? And I think I said, not good. This is going to be a bad thing. As when the first two layers are peeling off right now, this is a real issue.
Doctors took one look at Jay and told him he needed to go straight to a burn center. But Jay had other plans.
Yeah, I mean, I drove home right after that.
Wait, you drove yourself home? Why did you decide to go home and stay home for that night?
Well, because my wife doesn't drive anymore, and I didn't want her stuck and not knowing what was going on. It just seemed like the right thing to do, and I think it was.
So you loved your wife more than you worried about yourself?
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Was that it?
Well, I think there's something to that.
Jay and wife Mavis have been married for more than 4 decades.
What did your wife say when she saw you?
Oh, thrilled. Yeah. Yeah.
No, but did she say, go to the hospital?
Well, yeah, of course. Yeah.
The couple would spend the next 9 days at the Grossman Burn Center. Doctors had to scrape away layers of burned skin, a painful procedure. But they say Jay never complained. He was more worried about everyone else, sending pizzas to the nurses and cheering up other patients.
Were you worried about what you might look like when it was all said and done?
When you look like me, you don't really worry about what you look like. Luckily, look, if I'm George Clooney, that's going to be a huge problem, But they said it would be all right. So, my attitude is I trust people who are the best to do what they do.
So they had to fix your ear? Is that a brand new ear?
Well, no. It's just,
we
saved all the original parts.
So what did they do there?
I guess they remolded it and did something. Apparently this burns fairly. This is like, I think the doctor told me, this is like the thinnest skin on the body, so it burns pretty.
So that had to be reconstructed.
It's like flash paper. They fixed that.
And then this whole part?
Yeah, this whole thing here, and they put that netting thing on there, and I guess the skin.
What about your hands and fingers?
Well,
you have mobility?
As you can see, these got burned pretty bad.
Jay also spent 8 hours a day isolated in a hyperbaric chamber. The pure oxygen helped him heal.
And it's basically a glass coffin. They seal it. There are people who keep an eye on you, so I knock on the glass, and people walk by, and you see people talking, and I'm laughing because I can't get them. It's getting hot in here. And then, oh, hey, what's up, Jay? It just made me laugh because because it's all clear in this glass coffin that's sealed.
Yeah, that's sealed. You're just in there. They're going about their lives, and there you are.
Very funny, very funny.
Were you thinking about something while you were in there?
Well, yeah, you think about jokes, you think about your act, you think about, yeah.
Never thought of myself as a roast comic.
A week and a half after his release, Jay was back doing stand-up with a slew of hot new jokes.
It worked out great. And actually, the most expensive part of the whole operation was the gasoline. We're in California, it's $7 a gallon.
So, jeez, you're so bad. I can't believe this is an interview about your recovery, and this is what it is.
Well, the fact that I have smooth skin, pouty lips, and a tighter butt had nothing to do with the accident. That was all secondary. You know, it's a funny thing. My first night on stage, they put up Jay out. We thought he'd be more burned up. People are disappointed you're not a briquette, you know. They're like, oh.
Well, the Inquirer had you pegged.
Oh, yeah, here you go.
Way. What did they say?
Leno's fireball horror. Look at this. Brave TV legend is worse than you think. It turned into a human torch. I mean, yeah. I mean, you have to laugh at it. It is kind of funny.
Is this how you get through? Like, this is so remarkable to me.
Yes, it is. But you know something? In the real world, this happens to people every single day. If you work with your hands, people work with their hands, get injured every single day.
Yeah.
And I don't want to be some whiny celebrity. Oh, boo, boo, who is me? I don't want to be one of these people. Oh, I have all these cars and this beautiful house, and look what happened to me. People go, shut up. Yeah.
So I know that working under cars and with cars has always been your happy place, your safe place.
Right.
Do you have now any skittishness about?
No. Did I learn from this? Of course not.
What an interview. Our thanks to Hoda for that piece. The hospital where Jay Leno recovered says that the well wishes from friends and family are still pouring in, and fans as well. And Jay is back on the air on CNBC with Jay Leno's Garage, and also 5 days a week on his comedy game show, You Bet Your Life, on Fox.
He's exactly the same.
Exactly.
Didn't change him at all. Good to see that. That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
And the news continues right now. Well, good morning. I'm Blaine Alexander in for Savannah Sellers.
And I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, soft landing in sight. The latest batch of economic data shows inflation is going down from its historic highs. But will that be enough for the Federal Reserve to slow its pace of interest rate hikes? We're going to break down what we could possibly expect from today's big interest rate decision and what it means for you and your wallets. Winter misery. That massive cross-country storm is churning across the Midwest and South this morning. It's creating havoc on the roads and knocking out power. The monster system packing snow, rain, even tornadoes in some areas. We have the very latest on where the storm is heading next and how it could impact you. Further fallout this morning in the arrest of Sam Bankman-Fried. The former FTX CEO was denied bail in the Bahamas after U.S. prosecutors charged him with a laundry list of crimes. What it all means for the one-time Wall Street darling as the crypto industry looks to recover from its latest black eye. And Messi magic at the World Cup. Argentina's biggest star put on a show in yesterday's semifinal against Croatia, scoring a goal and an assist to carry his country into the final of the World Cup. So who will Argentina face to take home the trophy? We have a full preview of that other semifinal match as the World Cup nears its finale.
That'll be one to watch.
Extraordinary to see one of the best in the world doing the best.
Absolutely. All of them. This has been so much fun to watch.
Exactly.
And learning about soccer along the way, by the way.
Which we do every few years here in America. All right, more on that in a little bit. We're going to begin this morning with the ongoing battle against inflation and the hope that relief could be on the way.
Absolutely. Today, the Federal Reserve is set to make a decision on interest rates that will have a major effect on the economy and your wallets, all as we close out the year. It's more welcome news. just a day after yesterday's better-than-expected inflation report. But economists say that the Fed may not be ready to relax its stance on inflation just yet. So here to walk us through all of this is NBC News business and data reporter Brian Chung and Farouche Tarabi, editor-at-large of CNET. Both of you, good morning. Thanks so much for being with us. So, Brian, let's start with you. We saw some good news yesterday, of course, in that inflation report. We were watching the president's remarks together. Certainly a lot to see there. We got some more promising news this morning. Mortgage application volume is rising after a month of being on the decline. So tell us what this means for consumers and how could this affect the Fed's decision?
Yeah, well, I mean, let's start off with the Fed's decision first. So the expectation is that later on this afternoon, the nation's central bank will continue to raise interest rates, but by a smaller amount than they've been doing in the past. So they've been raising rates by 0.75 percentage points in each of the last 4 consecutive meetings. And in the last meeting of 2022, they can make those interest rate hikes a little bit smaller. The expectation is for them to go by about 0.5 percentage point. So this shows the off-ramp that the Fed is doing as they maybe start to taper off the pace of their interest rate increases to maybe stop entirely sometime in 2023. And what that means is possibly some peaking in what we've seen in high credit card interest rates and also high 30-year fixed mortgage rates. And we've even seen mortgage rates come off a little bit because of the market expectation that the end of Fed rate hikes could be in sight at some point because of the fact that 30-year fixed rates were somewhere around 7% a few weeks ago, but now they've come down to about 6.3%. And that is a reason why you're seeing mortgage applications perhaps increasing marginally. However, it's worth mentioning 30-year fixed mortgage rates are still double what they were this time last year. That's the reason why mortgage applications are still 38% lower than where they were last year, from 7 to 6.5%. Maybe that incentivizes some people to want to go apply for a mortgage, but not that many people.
So, Farnoosh, there seems to be consensus, at least so far up till now, among members of the Fed that these aggressive interest rate hikes are the right monetary policy. But do you think after this latest inflation report, we could start to see some dissension between members as they figure out how high to raise rates today?
I think while the latest economic indicators are encouraging, it's just 1 month's worth of data. I think the Fed needs to see a larger trend. When you push back and you look at the overall economy, the fundamentals are still indicating that we have a big problem with inflation and unemployment. The rate is still apparently pretty tight. The labor market is pretty tight. And so we have these two, economic indicators that would, I think, push the Fed to continue increasing rates into 2023. The consensus is 2 more times, and then maybe take a pause, maybe even reverse some of the rate hikes. This is what people are going to be listening for. Investors are going to be really keeping their ears to and looking at Jerome Powell as he presents the accompanying statement after the announcement of the Fed rate hike. What is he going to indicate about the future of the economy? I think the Fed itself has said that they're going to probably pursue 2 more rate hikes to a point where the overall benchmark rate is around 4.6%. The other thing we have to remember is that we have been fighting inflation for some time, and there is this risk of inflation psychology where we consumers, we just anticipate inflation. So we start buying more because we anticipate prices rising. We want to lock in some of those groceries and purchases and homes because we just know we expect that inflation is going to be lingering. And then we'll also ask our bosses for raises, and they may give them to us. And so we risk sort of perpetuating the inflation cycle. And so I think the Fed is also aware of this potential risk, which may not mean that they're going to suddenly end their campaign. They may continue and be very, very concerned. I mean, Jerome Powell said at the last Fed meeting in November that they're going to work until the job, quote unquote, is done. And I think he's going to repeat some of that sentiment in today's accompanying statement.
Brian, back to you. Let's talk about Jerome Powell. We know that we'll hear from the Fed chair this afternoon after that decision comes out. We've heard a couple of different messages from him lately, though. After the last meeting, he suggested that the Fed could raise interest rates too much and then, quote, bring it back. But then he spoke at the Brookings Institution recently and suggested that he didn't want to go there. So what can we expect to hear from him later today?
Yeah, well, all of what you just said is kind of the debate about how you engineer what they call a soft landing. And basically what that means is how can you get inflation down without causing damage elsewhere in the economy? And one place where there is concern is that the higher interest rates are going to press companies, because borrowing costs get more expensive, into potential layoffs. Now, right now, unemployment is at 3.7%, which is essentially near historic lows. And because of that, we haven't seen that hard landing scenario. But again, the Fed is still raising interest rates. And if they continue to be this aggressive, there is a question about whether or not it's going to engineer that hard landing by making companies have to start laying people off. We're seeing that already in the tech sector for what it's worth, but it's mostly contained to that sector for the time being. So for the Fed, they could go by 75 basis points today, 0.75 percentage points if they wanted to. But I think the reason why we're hearing the talking point of them making a little bit smaller but still raising interest rates is because they know inflation is still high. It's still far away from their 2% target. That's an important reminder. We're at 7.1%. They want to be at 2%. They'll raise interest rates, but maybe then stop at some point in 2023 to see the impact of those hikes.
We'll be watching it all closely. We know that you two will too. Brian and Farnoosh, thank you both so much.
Thank you.
Now to the dangerous winter weather that's sweeping across the country. The Midwest plains and coastal states in the Northeast are now bracing for impact as this severe weather barrels east. From blinding snowstorms in the west to several tornadoes in the south, millions are cleaning up the damage left behind by this slow-moving storm. Around 15 million people remain under winter weather advisories this morning as a result. Meteorologist Angie Lassman is standing by to walk us through what's in store for today's weather. But first, let's go to NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky, who is in Grapevine, Texas, with the latest. Morgan.
Yeah, Joe, good morning. And the damage extensive here in Grapevine, but just within the last few minutes, we are hearing reports that dozens are injured and at least 2 people are dead in Louisiana after a terrifying round of overnight tornadoes. And as we pull out here in Texas, you can just get a glimpse as to how powerful these storms are. They are not unheard of to happen in December, but the sheer speed at which they struck, leaving so many people here shocked.
This morning, a dual winter threat. Heavy snow piling up in the plains.
I am in a tornado.
And rare December tornadoes in the south. Late Tuesday, major destruction in northern Louisiana. A tornado ripping through this community in Caddo Parish.
Okay, we got one patient that was buried underneath the house.
Homes left in pieces as search and rescue teams look desperately for possible victims. Nearby in Keithville, a child's body was found near his mother's. Both killed as the storm swept through. A possible tornado leading to extensive damage. Police say about 20 people were injured. One family in the small town of Wayne, Oklahoma, rushed to their basement as tornado sirens wailed, coming back up to find their home pummeled by an EF2 twister. In Grapevine, Texas, 5 people were hospitalized as another tornado tore through Tuesday morning, sending debris flying and causing drivers to turn around.
Things started swirling around and hitting the side of the house, and that's when I ran for cover.
Tim Lancaster's home went untouched, but his car wash business just blocks away was destroyed.
What did you find when you walked outside?
Debris everywhere.
Those wind gusts also toppling power lines. An hour west, this semi-truck flipping right onto its side. At Dallas-Fort Worth Airport, flyers even had to shelter in place.
Proceed immediately to the nearest severe weather area inside the terminal building.
And the danger isn't over yet, with millions at risk for tornadoes and under blizzard warnings again today. The blinding snow and ice bearing down on the heartland.
Full-on blizzard here.
In northeast Colorado, there's no way out. Blizzard conditions closing every major roadway north of I-70. From northern California to the northeast, Americans facing a brutal week of winter weather.
And as we mentioned, that storm system not over just yet. We do know that search and rescue teams are busy at this hour in Louisiana searching for people amid the rubble. Meanwhile, back here in Texas, the power that was knocked out yesterday is now mostly restored. Good news for a lot of folks here, 24 hours after quite the shock. Joe.
All right, Morgan, thank you so much.
Well, let's get the very latest now on that system's track and where it's headed next.
Yeah, meteorologist Angie Lassman is here with the latest. Good morning.
Good morning, guys. And as you heard Morgan say, we're not done with this just yet. That system still has to continue moving east, and that's where we're tracking it right now. So as we continue to take a look at the radar, that is the most, the biggest issue I have right now with looking at this. Plenty, of course, of lightning, but we have heavy rain falling from southern portions of Louisiana into Mississippi and stretching into parts of Alabama. We also have a tornado watch that is continuing in this is going to be in effect here as we get through the rest of the afternoon and into the evening hours. Again, this is a slow-moving storm, so you might notice it hasn't shifted that threat a whole lot to the east. Texas no longer included in this, but Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, and stretching into parts of Georgia and Florida. Now that is where we will watch for the biggest impacts today as far as the severe weather. Now, the tornadoes on the table yet again today. Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, and Florida all in the bullseye of that. You can see stretching from Panama City to Baton Rouge and up towards Hattiesburg. That's where we're going to watch for those impacts, but it's not just the severe weather. We also have rainfall rates that are in excess of 2 inches per hour on already saturated ground, so the flooding concern remains for these states as well. 10 million at risk for the flood issues today, and those flash flood warnings are already in effect from areas close to Lake Charles up in Baton Rouge and stretching into parts of Mississippi. Now, the system is twofold because it's not just a rain event. It's also some wintry weather, some snow conditions that we're dealing with in parts of the northern plains. That has been an issue for folks since yesterday. So roads impassable in lots of locations, major highways shut down in parts of the Dakotas. The Midwest dealing with a wintry mix. You can see some rain in places like Chicago as this system continues to track to the east. We will look at it spread to places like the Northeast and the Mid-Atlantic, and that creates a mess for tomorrow's commute. Rain mostly for Washington, D.C., New York, Boston as we get into Thursday and in Friday. But the inland areas, the interior parts of the Northeast, could very well see close to a foot of snow in some locations. So a busy kind of a couple of days. And again, this system's a slow mover, guys. So it'll be something that we'll deal with today, tomorrow, and into the weekend.
All right. We know to keep an eye on it. Angie, thanks so much.
Thanks so much, Angie. Well, let's turn now to the arrest of one-time crypto king Sam Bankman-Fried, who was taken into custody in the Bahamas earlier this week. The former CEO and founder of FTX is being charged with defrauding investors. NBC News correspondent Stephanie Gosk has the very latest.
The now bankrupt FTX was a crypto exchange, which may be a mystery to a lot of people. But what Sam Bankman-Fried is accused of is something everyone understands. Prosecutors say he lied, took people's money, and used it for his own personal benefit, what the new CEO of Bankman-Fried's company called old-fashioned embezzlement.
Once heralded as the wonderkind entrepreneur of cryptocurrency, Sam Bankman-Fried today is in a jail in the Bahamas, where he's vowing to fight his extradition to the U.S. In New York, federal authorities laying out their criminal case against him.
And I want to be clear, this case is about fraud. Fraud is fraud.
And they say this fraud is one of the biggest in U.S. history, with a staggering $8 billion in customer deposits now missing. Prosecutors charging the 30-year-old with 8 criminal counts, including conspiracy to defraud investors, lenders, and the U.S. government. And they say he moved billions of dollars of FTX customer funds to his hedge fund, Alameda.
He used that money for his personal benefit, including to make personal investments and to cover expenses and debts of his hedge fund, Alameda Research.
According to a civil complaint filed by the SEC, Bankman-Fried lied to both investors and customers, creating a business that the government says was a house of cards, promising consumer protections that were never there, and pitching the exchange with high-profile celebrities. According to the SEC, customers around the world believed his lies and sent billions of dollars to FTX. Bankman-Fried allegedly used the money for his own personal gain, including lavish real estate purchases and large political donations. The former FTX CEO denied the accusations of fraud in an interview with Andrew Ross Sorkin.
I made a lot of mistakes. There are things I would give anything to be able to do over again. I didn't ever try to commit fraud on anyone.
Bankman-Fried was supposed to testify at a congressional hearing Tuesday. Instead, the new CEO of the now bankrupt FTX, who took over after Bankman-Fried resigned, sat answering questions for 4 hours, trying to explain how the company fell apart.
The FTX Group's collapse appears to stem from absolute concentration of control in the hands of a small group of grossly inexperienced and unsophisticated individuals.
When asked to respond to Bankman-Fried's denial that there was fraud, he had this to say.
I don't find any such statements to be credible.
Bankman-Fried told the court in the Bahamas he is going to fight extradition. His attorneys say they are considering all legal options, while the rejected bail and said he will be held in custody in the Bahamas until February 8th. Bankman-Fried was supported in the courtroom by his parents, who are both professors at Stanford Law School. Back to you.
Well, Stephanie Gosk, thank you so much.
Argentina has booked its place in the World Cup final after comfortably beating Croatia 3-0 yesterday.
That's right. The team will now face the winner of today's match between France and Morocco, which has already made history by becoming the first African and the first Arab nation to reach the semifinals. NBC News foreign correspondent Megan Fitzgerald has more from Doha.
It was a decisive win last night. Argentina beating Croatia 3-0. But look, both teams came out and played aggressively early on. But about 34 minutes into the game, Lionel Messi sinking the ball in the corner of the net, 1-0. Minutes later, another goal. And then, of course, going 2-0 into the half. Argentina with another goal, cementing their place in the finals, 3-0 victory. And the fans couldn't be more excited. Take a listen. Did you ever doubt that Argentina would win this game?
No, I never doubted. I always thought Messi can do it, and he's amazing. And I hope that they win the World Cup.
How are you feeling right now?
Oh, I'm feeling very, very, very happy because Argentina is my favorite football team.
Lionel Messi just one game away from cementing his name in soccer history. I mean, this is a guy who has won basically every major title in soccer except for one. That's the World Cup. He'll have an opportunity, of course, to do that on Sunday. They will face off against the winner of tonight's match against Morocco and France, a historic match, of course, Morocco being the first African nation to advance to the semifinals. Whatever happens, Sunday's going to be a good game. Back to you.
Exciting stuff, Megan. Thank you so much.
Well, coming up on Morning News Now, a crisis at the southern border.
Border agents are already dealing with record numbers of crossings this year, but the expiration of a COVID travel restriction could make the situation even worse. We're going to have a live report from the southern border when we come back.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
This is what it looks and feels
from the storm zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle comes.
New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments.
We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford. And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
This is what it looks and feels
from the storm zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle comes.
New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments.
We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
We're back with a closer look at the surge of migrant crossings at the border. Officials in El Paso have been sounding the alarm on this new wave as the Trump-era restriction Title 42 is set to end next week.
And all this comes as the Department of Homeland Security announces they're sending more agents to help with the influx at the border. NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez joins us now from the Mexican side of the border with the very latest on this. Gabe, good morning.
Blaine, good morning. With the wind chill, temperatures feel like they're below freezing right now, and some of these migrants have spent a miserable night here. Now, I'm standing in Ciudad Juarez. The water you see in the live picture, that's the Rio Grande, and those migrants you see lined up, some of them sleeping right now, they are actually waiting to get into the U.S. They're on U.S. soil right now, but they're waiting to get past that border fence. Downtown El Paso is on the other side of that fence, and you can see how long this line stretches for. Local officials say that that this is a sign of things to come. This morning, the immigration battle at the southern border is intensifying. For days, huge groups of migrants have been crossing into El Paso, Texas, clutching blankets and burning fires to keep warm. This family from Nicaragua tells us they're desperate to reach the U.S. These families just crossed the Rio Grande. The temperatures are dropping as the sun sets, and they're getting ready to turn themselves into Border Patrol right on the other side of that border fence. This new influx comes just days before a federal court order that a pandemic-era border restriction known as Title 42 be lifted. The restriction gives the U.S. government authority to turn away migrants, including asylum seekers, at the border, citing the need to prevent COVID from spreading inside the country. Customs and Border Protection agents expect migration to keep rising, telling NBC News daily illegal border crossings could reach 10,000 per day. That's on top of a record 2.4 million already during the past year. At a migrant shelter in Mexico, we met this family of 4 from Guatemala. Now they're waiting until Title 42 is lifted before they decide whether to cross into the United States. The Department of Homeland Security blames criminal smuggling organizations for exploiting migrants for profit and says it's deployed more agents to the region.
The increase in encounters at our southern border is not something exclusive to the United States. What we are seeing is an increase in migration throughout the hemisphere.
But in El Paso, some officials say the federal government needs to do more. Migrant processing centers are already crowded, some people even sleeping outside.
It is a state of emergency. There's no municipality alone that could handle what we're seeing and what we're about to see with the lifting of Title 42. Again, many of these migrants have spent most of the night here. Temperatures feel like they're below freezing, and they're just trying to keep warm at this point. Now, the Department of Homeland Security wants Congress to set aside $3 billion to help deal with the migrant influx that is expected to come if Title 42 is lifted, again, possibly as soon as next week. Blaine, Joe.
All right, Gabe, thank you so much.
Really striking scenes there. Well, as more people flee to the border, protests have broken out in several Latin American countries as former political leaders now face corruption charges and convictions. That includes at least 2 ex-presidents in Peru and Panama. NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas takes a closer look at the political turmoil.
Growing unrest in Peru after violent protests erupted over the weekend. A human rights group in Peru reporting at least 6 people have died in clashes just days after the ouster of former President Pedro Castillo, last week impeached and arrested for rebellion and conspiracy while separately facing corruption charges. His vice president, Dina Boluarte, has since been sworn in as president, including a new cabinet that includes an anti-corruption pledge. But protesters are now calling for presidential elections to be moved up and held as soon as possible.
Dina Boluarte no nos representa, es una traidora, es una incapaz y ahorita tiene que estar presa porque ya hay muchos muertos en el país.
The deadly demonstrations are the latest in a tumultuous week for Latin America. Government officials from 4 different countries facing corruption charges.
There's an epidemic of corruption in Latin America right now, and the constant prosecution of former presidents is just the tip of the iceberg.
Mascota de ellos lo voy a hacer
nunca. Así me den no 6 años, me den 20 años.
Just last Tuesday, Argentina's Vice President, Cristina Fernández de Kirchner, sentenced to 6 years in prison and barred from holding public office again.
Lastima al pueblo de Guatemala. Lastima al sistema de justicia.
A day later, a Guatemalan court sentencing both former President Otto Pérez and his Vice President Roxana Valdetti to 16 years in prison after corruption revelations forced the two out of office early. The former president says he will appeal. And over the weekend, a Panamanian judge summoned former President Ricardo Martinelli to stand trial for money laundering.
Lo que se hizo aquí no tiene nombre. Todo el Estado contra un individuo.
Martinelli maintains his innocence and claims he's being politically targeted. Is there a wave of accountability that is new in Latin America?
There are increasingly strident public demands for accountability. Latin America is struggling enormously right now economically and from the public health consequences of the pandemic. And so there's very little tolerance right now for misconduct by public officials and the misuse of scarce public resources.
A struggle for transparency and a battle against corruption underway. Guad Venegas, NBC News.
More international news. After rolling back restrictions, China is also changing the way it reports new COVID infections.
NBC News foreign correspondent Claudia Lubanga joins us more for that and much more. Claudia, good morning.
Good morning. Yes, following the decision to ease COVID-19 restrictions, China has now decided to also reduce the number of COVID-19 cases it reports daily. Now, the country's National Health Commission stopped publishing the number of cases where no symptoms are detected, which have until now accounted for the vast majority of new infections. But the decision comes amid reports of long queues outside fever clinics across the country, indicating a surge of the virus. Let's go to France, where 8 people were found guilty over their links to a terrorist who killed 86 people and injured 450 others in 2016 as he drove a truck into crowds celebrating the country's National Day in the town of Nice. Among them are 2 friends of the driver who were found guilty of being part of a criminal terrorist organization and were jailed for 18 years. And let's come back here in Rome, where the Christmas tree in front of the City Hall this year will be lit by, well, pedal power. On Tuesday evening, the city's mayor, Roberto Gualtieri, was the first to jump on one of the bicycles attached to a generator that provides power to light up the tree. Now, residents and tourists will also be able to just get on a bike and light up Christmas. Guys?
Great idea. And you can burn off some of those holiday calories.
Definitely needed. And it looks beautiful.
Exactly.
Claudia, thanks so much for joining us.
Coming up on Morning News Now, sounding the alarm.
Doctors are urging the government to continue funding vaccine research, saying that it's critical for defending against the next wave of viruses. So what could happen if the money runs out? We've got that story when we come back.
The big variable, the storm surge. Why was it important for you to be here? It's kind of a training regimen. How you doing, Lester?
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. The big variable, the storm surge. Why was it important for you to be here? It's kind of a training regimen. How you doing, Lester?
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
And we're back now with more on Daystar Peterson, known as Tory Lanez, who was on trial this week.
Yeah, Megan Thee Stallion, whose real name is Megan P., testified for the first time in court just yesterday. She alleged that Peterson shot her in the feet after the pair left a pool party that was hosted by Kylie Jenner.
After coming forward, the rapper became the brunt of social media jokes and criticism. And all of this has sparked a lot of online debate about the difficulties that black women may face when speaking out against violence. Peterson pleaded not guilty to the charges, and if convicted, he could face more than 22 years in prison.
Joining us now for more on this topic is author and professor of women's studies, Dr. Treva Lindsay. Professor, good to have you with us. Thanks for being with us. So Megan Thee Stallion has become a vocal advocate for black women's rights. She wrote an op-ed for the New York Times in October 2020 about the alleged incident where she said, quote, "The way people have publicly questioned and debated whether I played a role in my own violent assault proves that my fears about discussing what happened were unfortunately warranted." Can you talk more about these fears she's referring to? Do you feel like gender and race are playing a big role in this conversation?
Yes, thank you for that question, and thank you for having me, Joe and Blaine. I would argue that Black women face insurmountable hurdles in many ways when they come forward about violence against them. And over 40% of Black women will experience physical assault at some point in their lives. And what's more jarring is that this history is contending with another history of Black men being hyper-criminalized in this country. And then you have the Hip Hop Boys Club that's another player in this whole scenario. And so I think it's really important to listen to the ways that Black women are often dismissed, silenced, and erased when it comes to violence against us.
Treva, this is Blaine. So good to see you, but especially getting your expertise on this topic. As you know, of course, this trial has sparked a lot of online controversy with some supporters and even fans of Tory Lanez really making a lot of jokes and criticisms about Megan Thee Stallion's credibility. We've even seen, to your allusions, rap lyrics from Drake kind of taking hits at her credibility. I guess the question is, why do so many people still feel comfortable making light of serious allegations like domestic violence?
Unfortunately, domestic violence is such an integral part of our culture that I think that it's very easy for people to make jokes and to distance themselves from the gravity of this situation. When she first accused Tory Lanez of being the shooter in the incident, she said on her IG Live, "I tried to spare him and y'all are not sparing me." That we see this real distrust of the criminal legal system, but also this distrust of a community that she thought might be there for her. And inevitably, she did understand that coming forward meant that her career might be harmed because of this. And so I appreciate the bravery that it takes for her to refuse to silently endure and unequivocally protect those who are harming her.
Dr. Lindsay, this trial is expected to last until early next week. Well, the outcome, we don't know what that's going to be. What do you want to see actually come out of this case?
Well, the unfortunate part of this case is that Megan was already hurt. She was already harmed. And what we really want in terms of justice is that no one is in this situation to begin with, that we see decreased numbers of women being harmed, victims being harmed, and inevitably that number that I mentioned at the beginning, that over 40% is constantly decreasing. I think we need a reckoning with the ways that we talk about, engage, and fight against domestic violence, intimate partner violence, interpersonal violence. And I think that that requires a concerted effort to address the root causes of why it's so pervasive in our culture, particularly against Black women and girls.
Such an important conversation. Dr. Treva Lindsay, thank you for joining us this morning. We appreciate it.
Glad to have your expertise on this. Well, researchers across the nation are now sounding the alarm after Congress failed to keep funding vaccine research, saying that investment in next-generation vaccines is critical for staying ahead of an unpredictable virus. NBC News medical contributor Dr. Ven Gupta joins us now with much more on this. Good morning, Dr. Gupta. Glad to have you with us.
Good morning, Joe. Good morning, Blaine. Thanks for having me.
So, Dr. Gupta, I guess the first thing is we want to ask you a couple of questions. There have been stories in the news about how this relates to the future of research. First, a new study showing that some people who get COVID and to a lesser degree the vaccine may develop side effects or debilitating heart conditions from this. What can you tell us about this, and what should people know, certainly as they go into it, and concerns around this?
You know, Blaine, what you're referencing is a rare side effect that we've seen in some individuals who have long COVID, these long chronic symptoms after an acute bout with the infection. There is a condition that is called POTS for short, where people can experience high heart rate, low blood pressure. It's really the virus essentially interfering with somebody's nervous system, and that's why there's this disruption. We're seeing again in very rare cases. I do worry sometimes that there can be a misperception that this type of condition or long COVID could be related to the vaccine, and sometimes that misperception can cause some issues when it comes to funding and political ways to do so.
And Dr. Gupta, I know that you have done extensive reporting on this, and you've got more. Let's take a look right now.
Dr. Akiko Iwasaki is pioneering the next generation of COVID vaccines.
Everywhere in this country right now, the ER is jam-packed with people with respiratory diseases. Currently, we are in dire need of vaccines that prevent infection and prevent transmission.
At Yale University, she is developing a nasal vaccine.
It can be put into a nasal spray and sprayed into the nose.
Unlike currently available mRNA vaccines, which are injected into a muscle, a nasal vaccine is sprayed directly into the nose, generating antibodies right where the virus enters the body. Not only is it easier to use, Iwasaki says it also has the potential to stop the virus from spreading between people. The nation's top doctor, Surgeon General Vivek Murthy, acknowledging the need for new technology like this.
It's so important that we continue to invest in ensuring that our vaccines are getting better, that our treatments are getting better, because the virus is continuing to evolve.
But developing a next-gen vaccine isn't cheap. Iwasaki estimates on the magnitude of hundreds of millions of dollars.
With the current amount of funding that's available to us, it will take probably a year or two at the earliest to be able to start testing our approach in humans.
The Biden administration is scrambling to get $10 billion of COVID-19 funding from Congress next year. It's included in the year-end spending bill under contentious debate on Capitol Hill. Debate that could lead to a government shutdown.
The bottom line is nasal vaccines are an important part of this strategy, but to invest in them to the degree that's required, means that we need that funding from Congress to come through.
A decision is expected to come before the end of December. With little Republican support, that funding is far from guaranteed. For the time being, health experts urging lawmakers to act.
All I can say is Congress needs to do its job and step up and protect the American people.
This is going to be a pretty consequential next 48 hours, Blaine, especially with some decisions happening on the Hill when it comes to funding these efforts. So we're going to see what happens in the next, by the end of the week.
Absolutely. Dr. Gupta, thank you so much for joining us.
Coming up, the worst impacts from inflation might be behind us.
But when can we expect to see some relief in those prices for your everyday essentials? That's a big question. We'll break it all down coming up next.
The big variable, the storm surge. Why was it important for you to be here? What kind of training regimen? How you doing, Lester?
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested, and frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television.
The big variable, the storm surge. Why was it important for you to be here? What kind of training, Rich? How you doing, Lester?
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
Why was it important for you to be here? What our top story tonight? You guys okay?
Yeah.
What kind of training, Rich? How you doing, Lester?
NBC News, streaming free now.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
We're back now with your financial headlines. Apple is reportedly preparing to let its iOS devices download third-party app stores.
CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us with that and other money news. Silvana, good morning.
Joe, Blaine, good morning to you. Apple is preparing to open up iPhones and iPads to competing app stores. Bloomberg reports that would allow users to download third-party apps without having to go through Apple's App Store, and developers avoid the 15 to 30% commission on in-app payments. The changes are primarily designed to appease lawmakers in the European Union, who recently passed a sweeping measure on digital markets. They will initially be implemented in Europe before potentially rolling out elsewhere. Employees at Google are wondering whether the company has missed the boat on artificial intelligence. CNBC has learned at an all-hands meeting last week, they asked executives whether a new AI chatbot that's gone viral called ChatGPT represents a missed opportunity. Google's longtime head of AI technology says the company has similar products in the works, but he says the cost to Google's reputation would be greater if something goes wrong because people have to trust the answers they get from Google. And more than 158 million consumers are expected to shop on the final Saturday before Christmas. The National Retail Federation says that's about 10 million more than on Super Saturday last year, and the highest since it began tracking the data in 2016. Now, of those people, 28% plan to only shop in stores, 27% plan to only shop online, and 46% will do a bit of both. As of early December, shoppers say they've completed about half of their holiday purchases, guys, and I've completed none.
I was going to say, I'm far behind that.
We'll just panic together. We'll panic together.
Yeah. None of that's been done. All right, we'll catch up together, Silvana. Thanks so much.
You got it.
Now, as we've been reporting, new data shows that inflation rose by less than expected in November. It is a welcome sign, which could mean some relief for our wallets. NBC News correspondent Ann Thompson takes a closer look.
If the Grinch had a name this year, it would be inflation.
I'm very hopeful that this is not the new normal.
Kimmy and Matt Smith have a long Christmas list. At the top, their children, Kennedy and Easton.
It's trying to find the best deal right now and trying to find the best price.
To get the most out of this season of high prices, they started planning in the summer.
Turn it this way.
And agreed not to buy each other presents.
I feel like every time we make a purchase, we put in so much more thought. Where are we getting our gas? Where are we getting our groceries?
Inflation pressure that a new government report says is easing.
In a world where inflation is rising at double digits in many major economies around the world,
inflation is coming down in America.
The decline in annual inflation, 7.1% in November, down from 7.7% in October, helped by a drop in gasoline prices. The average price for a gallon now down more than $1.70 since June. Overall, inflation slowed a bit, but housing costs continued to rise, up 7.1%, the biggest increase in more than 4 decades.
Whoa, that's so cool.
In suburban Chicago, the owners of the Smiths' favorite toy shop notice a caution among consumers, feeling the inflation squeeze.
Well, if my prices rise, their prices have to rise. I can't absorb that. It's just impossible. Right? You know, it's just kind of how it goes.
Yet stores and consumers are determined to keep the holiday spirit despite this year's Grinch.
Here we go. I love Christmas. It's my favorite holiday of the entire year.
Our thanks to Ann Thompson for that report. And of course, later today, the Federal Reserve is set to announce its latest interest rate hike. Markets expect a half-point increase, but really the focus is going to be on Chairman Jerome Powell and what he says about future increases going into the new year.
Well, now to a huge breakthrough and something that researchers have been trying to do for decades now. Scientists have successfully created a nuclear fusion reaction. NBC News senior Washington correspondent Hallie Jackson explains.
A really sunny day. It's hot and bright. That's thanks to a process that happens deep inside the sun called nuclear fusion.
Nuclear fusion is when you take really light elements and smash them together really hard to create heavier elements. And in that process, there is a little bit release of energy. Our sun does nuclear fusion every single day, and that's how the sun powers itself.
All right, it works like this. 2 hydrogen atoms moving really fast smash together. And when they do, the reaction creates not just another element, helium, but energy. So if this happens all the time in stars, why is our ability to do the same thing here on Earth such a big deal? Creating energy like this does not create carbon. So experts say it opens the door to maybe ending the world's dependence on fossil fuels. This whole process is called nuclear fusion. And its sibling, basically the reverse, is nuclear fission. That's how we create nuclear bombs now and nuclear energy. But creating energy that way leaves behind radioactive waste. Plus, there's the risk of potential disasters, like what we've seen at Chernobyl or Fukushima.
With fusion, it's the complete opposite. You just hit one switch and the whole thing shuts off, and that's it.
So nuclear fusion is a big deal, but it comes with the catch, and it's a big one. This is not going to be a snap to scale up. A bunch of really smart people in a lab with humongous special lasers made this happen for a split second this time after decades of work and billions of dollars. To get from that to something you can actually use when you flip a light switch, experts say that is still decades away.
The amount of time it will take to generate nuclear fusion as a power source is very, very, very long. There's still so much work to do.
And our thanks to Hallie Jackson for that report. Experts say that the hope is one day this new technology could replace the way that we make energy and create a path to give future generations a world worth living in. Well, coming up now on Morning News Now, a comedic comeback for Jay Leno.
The legendary comedian spoke with Today Show host Hoda Kotb, opening up about that frightening moment when he was burned by a car fire. The latest on his recovery when we come back.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations? Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television.
Welcome back. Prince William and Kate have released the photo for their annual Christmas card. In the image, the Prince and Princess of Wales are dressed casually and holding hands with their 3 children, Prince George, Princess Charlotte, and Prince Louis. It is the latest in a tradition of informal pictures for the family's cards. This is also the first family photo William and Kate have released since they were given those fancy new titles. Looking pretty good there.
An adorable picture, absolutely. I wonder if they had to go through the same struggles all parents have to go through to get their kids to cooperate.
I'm sure they did. I'm sure they did. We all have to go through that, right?
Very, very cute. All right. Well, we want to end the hour with an NBC News exclusive. Jay Leno spent 9 days undergoing intense treatment at a burn center after suffering severe burns from a car fire inside his garage. Yesterday, the comedian sat down with Today Show co-host Hoda Kotb for his first interview since that accident.
First of all, Jay, I'm just so happy to be sitting across from you.
Well, thank you. I'm afraid I had to get on fire to be on the Today Show. Thank you.
But I have to say, I was really, as the country was, extremely worried. I mean,
the country was.
People were like, what happened to Jay? What happened to Jay?
Well, people were very nice. I got wonderful cards and letters.
I love the story about how when your doctor was first meeting you, you were in the middle of listening to a voicemail, and it was like, hey, this is Joe from Indonesia. And then your doctor was like, and then I put together who it was.
Yeah, that was the President Biden call. That was very nice. That was, I suggest you have more important things to do, but I thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate it.
Gee, let's just talk about what happened. So
Okay.
You're doing what you love.
Right.
You're with your babies, all your cars.
Yes.
You're doing your thing. Just tell me what happened that day.
Well, it was a 1907 white steam car. So the fuel line was clogged. So I was underneath it trying to clog, and I said, blow some air through the line, let's see if we can clear. And then a line, and then boom, and suddenly, boom, I got a face full of gas. And then the pilot light jumped, and my face caught on fire. And I said to my friend, Dave, I'm on fire. And Dave, okay. I said, no, Dave, I'm on fire.
How long have you guys been buddies? How many years? Thankfully, Jay's longtime pal, Dave Kalaki, was standing just a few feet away.
I couldn't even see his face. He downplays it all, but I'm telling you, he was really engulfed. I couldn't see his face.
It was on fire?
It was a wall of fire.
What was the first thing you did when you saw him engulfed in flames?
I just grabbed him. He was just under the car. I grabbed him by the head, and I pulled his head into my chest.
I thought it was a bad Tinder date. I go, what's going on here?
What are you doing? Let Dave talk about how he saved you. Okay, so you kind of brought him into your chest.
I did.
Yeah.
Started to smother the fire.
Yeah.
Then I put the car out.
Yeah.
And I told Jay, go into the bathroom, put cold water on your
Cold
face.
water,
That's when I put the car out, put the fire out. Went into the bathroom to look at Jay, and I said,
What'd you think?
Oh, it was, like I say, he downplays that, but it was horrific. It was a scary thing. It doesn't take a genius to figure out, call 911. Right?
Yeah.
And that's what I did.
How would you describe what he looked like to you?
It was horrible. It was horrible. In fact, he asked me, how do I look? And I think I said, not good. This is going to be a bad thing. As when the first 2 layers are peeling off right now, you know this is a real issue.
Doctors took one look at Jay and told him he needed to go straight to a burn center. But Jay had other plans.
Yeah, I mean, I drove home right after that.
Wait, you drove yourself home? Why did you decide to go home and stay home for that night?
Well, because my wife doesn't drive anymore, and I didn't want her stuck and not knowing what was going on. It just seemed like the right thing to do, and I think it was.
So you loved your wife more than you worried about yourself?
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Was that it?
Well, I think there's something to that.
Jay and wife Mavis have been married for more than 4 decades. What did your wife say when she saw you?
Oh, thrilled. Yeah.
No, but did she say, go to the hospital?
Well, yeah, of course. Yeah.
The couple would spend the next 9 days at the Grossman Burn Center. Doctors had to scrape away layers of burned skin, a painful procedure, but they say Jay never complained. He was more worried about everyone else, sending pizzas to the nurses and cheering up other patients. Were you worried about what you might look like when it was all said and done?
When you look like me, you don't really worry about what you look like. Luckily, look, if I'm George Clooney, that's going to be a huge problem, you know. But they said it would be all right, so my attitude is I trust people who are the best to do what they do.
So they had to fix your ear?
Yeah,
Is that a brand new ear?
Well, no, it's just,
we
saved all the original parts.
So what did they do there?
I guess they remolded it and did something. Apparently this burns failed. This is like, I think the doctor told me, this is like the thinnest skin on the body, so it burns pretty.
So that had to be reconstructed.
It's like flash paper. They fixed that.
And then this whole part.
Yeah, this whole thing here, and they put that netting thing on there, and I guess the skin.
What about your hands and fingers?
Well,
Do you have mobility?
As you can see, these got burned pretty bad.
Jay also spent 8 hours a day isolated in a hyperbaric chamber. The pure oxygen helped him heal.
And it's basically a glass coffin. They seal it. There are people who keep an eye on you, so I knock on the glass, and people walk by, and you see people talking, and I'm laughing because I can't get them. It's getting hot in here. And then, oh hey, what's up, Jay? It just made me laugh because because it's all clear in this glass coffin that's sealed.
Yeah, that's sealed. You're just in there. They're going about their lives, and there you are.
Very funny, very funny.
Were you thinking about something while you were in there?
Well, yeah, you think about jokes, you think about your act, you think about, yeah.
I never thought of myself as a roast comic.
A week and a half after his release, Jay was back doing stand-up with a slew of hot new jokes.
It worked out great. And actually, the most expensive part of the whole operation was the gasoline. We're in California, it's $7 a gallon.
So, jeez, you're so bad. I can't believe this is an interview about your recovery, and this is what it is.
Well, the fact that I have smooth skin, pouty lips, and a tighter butt had nothing to do with the accident. That was all secondary. You know, it's a funny thing. My first night on stage, they put up Jay out. We thought he'd be more burned up. People are disappointed you're not a briquette, you know. They're like, oh.
Well, the Inquirer had you pegged.
Oh yeah, here you go.
What did they say?
Leno's fireball horror. Oh, look at this. Brave TV legend is worse than you think. It turned into a human torch. I mean, I mean, you have to laugh at it. It is kind of funny.
Is this how you get through? Like, this is so remarkable to me.
Yes, it is. But you know something? In the real world, this happens to people every single day. If you work with your hands, people work with their hands, get injured every single day.
Yeah.
And I don't want to be some whiny celebrity. Oh, boo, boo, who is me? I don't want to be one of these people. Oh, I have all these cars and this beautiful house, and look what happened to me. People go, shut up. Yeah.
So I know that working under cars and with cars has always been your happy place, your safe place.
Right.
Do you have now any skittishness?
No. Did I learn from this? Of course not.
What an interview. Our thanks to Hoda for that piece. The hospital where Jay Leno recovered says that the well wishes from friends and family are still pouring in, and fans as well. And Jay is back on the air on CNBC with Jay Leno's Garage, and also 5 days a week on his comedy game show, You Bet Your Life, on Fox.
He's exactly the same.
Exactly,
Didn't
yeah.
change him at all. Good to see that. That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
And the news continues right now. Good Wednesday to you, and thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today is Wednesday, December 14th. Deadly storm. While the northern plains battle blizzard warnings, the south is reeling from several tornadoes that left 2 people dead, countless others injured.
Crypto's most wanted FTX boss Sam Bankman-Fried has been denied bail in the Bahamas. Now he'll stay there in jail until February.
Healing journey. Today marks 10 years since that horrific day at Sandy Hook Elementary. We'll talk to 2 Connecticut news anchors who are documenting their small town's road to recovery.
Savage in court. Megan Thee Stallion tearfully testified against rapper Tory Lanez on Tuesday. Lanez stands accused of shooting Megan in the foot more than 2 years ago.
Thank you so much for joining us this Wednesday, and welcome to NBC News Daily. We start right now with those major winter storms that are wreaking havoc across the country.
Yeah, in the northern plains, near blizzard conditions have shut down roads, bringing travel to a standstill. Down south, 2 people, including a child, are dead in Louisiana. Dozens more injured after tornadoes tore through the area.
NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas joins us now from Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Guad, it's good to see you this Wednesday. First off, what are we learning about those victims there? How many people were injured?
Morgan, well, what we know now from local authorities, this happened in Cattle Parish in northwest Louisiana. We know, as you mentioned, 2 people died, a mother and her son. Those bodies were recovered by local authorities. We know that the damage there left 20 structures significantly damaged, 3 completely destroyed. And authorities say they're still under search and rescue efforts in that area. And just east of there in Union Parish, several people were left injured. Now, local authorities say they're still assessing the damage. So as of now, we know it's been several people left injured as we wait for the storm to make its way through the area. So a large part of the South is still under watch for not just for tornadoes, but also for the possibility of flash floods and hail, and of course those winds that could come through here.
Guad, in total, the National Weather Service in Fort Worth said there may have been 12 tornadoes. Talk about what we're expecting. Is the worst possibly behind us at this point?
Well, Vicki, we've seen the images of the damage that the storm has left already. We saw that in parts of Texas, North Texas, Oklahoma, and of course, overnight, these images in northwest Louisiana. Now, as of now, what do we know? We know that it's been hot. I mean, just an hour ago here, it was sunny. It's humid. And what we're told by the experts is that this creates those favorable conditions for tornadoes to happen. So we don't know if the worst has passed. We know that the storm is moving slowly, and the watch is in effect for places in Mississippi and Jackson, here in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. And as far as Tallahassee and Florida, there is a watch for some of the severe weather that's coming through. We've been told that it's moving slowly, so residents are told to keep watch.
That's what I was going to ask you, Guad. Talk to us about what the preparations are. What are people being asked to stay on alert for in terms of this storm?
Well, school has been canceled for lots of parts here in Baton Rouge and other areas. And, you know, one very interesting thing that I was told is that with the possibility of tornadoes under the rain that is expected, it could also be tornadoes wrapped in rain, which means it's very difficult to see them. They tell us that a lot of locals here that have seen tornadoes in the past will often look outside if they're driving, trying to identify the danger. And because of the heavy rain that is expected, it would be very difficult to identify one. So the local news here is telling people to keep that in mind as we wait for the storm to make its way through.
Yeah, watch that local news. Stay indoors if possible. NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas. Thank you, Guad.
Well, Vicki, this afternoon, the Federal Reserve is expected to announce a new interest rate hike. Chairman Jerome Powell is looking to finally get inflation under control as new data shows the rate at which prices are increasing is finally starting to slow. NBC News business and data reporter Brian Chung joins us now from the Federal Reserve there in Washington. Brian, it's good to see you. Look, what can we expect to hear from Chairman Jay Powell? I know we've been talking about this all week. What are we expecting?
Well, Morgan, as has been the case with this Federal Reserve, he'll probably do what he's already been telegraphing the last few weeks, and that is that the Federal Reserve will continue to hike interest rates, but at a smaller increment than we've seen in their last few meetings. Keep in mind, in the last 4 consecutive times the Federal Reserve has met, they've been hiking interest rates by 0.75 percentage points each. This time, though, they'll continue to hike rates, but make it smaller at about a 0.5 percentage point. Now, what does that mean? Essentially, that means that we could soon see the end of the rate hike cycle we've seen in things like, for example, credit card rates and mortgage rates, which are already starting to come down when you take a look at 30-year fixed rates, all of which is because of encouraging signs on inflation. We got that inflation report yesterday showing prices rising by 7.1% in November compared to November of last year. That's a much slower pace than the 9% we had seen in June in the summer of this year, but still very far away from the Federal Reserve's target of 2%, a reason why they still have more work to do, Morgan.
You know, Brian, you mentioned, for example, credit cards, but what other ways does a rate hike sort of impact consumers, just everyday people?
Yeah, well, there's kind of two sides of the coin here, because when they raise borrowing costs, essentially what that means is that it's going to be more expensive for people to go out and spend, to go out and get a mortgage. But it's also more expensive for businesses to expand and get any sort of money, I guess, to kind of grow the business. But there's also some good sides of this. It's a little bit more marginal, but if you're a consumer trying to put money into a bank, you're going to get slightly higher deposit rates than you were getting when the Fed, compared to when the Fed was holding interest rates at near zero. So that's going to be one side of this. But again, the Federal Reserve possibly seeing an end to its interest rate hikes sometime next year, as signaled by the smaller rate hike, if they do follow through on that later on this afternoon. But again, a lot going on here. The idea, though, is that the economy is still expected to slow as a result of these rate hikes.
All right, NBC News business and data reporter Brian Chung there in the field in Washington, D.C. for us. Brian, thanks so much. We appreciate it.
We turn now to what the feds are calling one of the biggest fraud screams in American history. FTX crypto boss Sam Bankman-Fried, known as SBF, has been denied bail in the Bahamas after being indicted on 8 criminal charges. A judge says he must remain in custody there until February, calling him a flight risk. NBC News investigative correspondent Tom Winter joins us now. Tom, yesterday there was talk about SBF being extradited here to the U.S. Now it looks like that is not happening. Why is the judge saying that he's a flight risk?
Well, the judge, I think is looking at the totality of his funds and where his funds may be, and the fact that he has some probably liquid assets. He has offshore bank accounts by definition because the way FTX is structured. So when you look at the totality of this, Vicky, he's somebody that in this type of circumstance would generally always be classified as a flight risk. The change yesterday, and the reason why we thought last time when we spoke that he was likely going to be coming to New York sometime this week, is because it was not expected that he would fight extradition in the Bahamas. Once his attorneys decided to do that, the judge said, okay, that's fine. We have a process for it, but you're not going to be getting out while we wait for that. And that process is not going to really get decided anytime before February, when his next hearing date is.
And prosecutors say that SBF unlawfully used at least $70 million of investor money, Tom, to contribute to 2022 political campaigns. So sort of where did this mountain of money go? Where is it right now?
Well, it's in some cases still in the hands of politicians or super PACs or dark money type action committees. So that's something that we're going to have to continue to keep an eye on. Some of the politicians, according to our colleague Garrett Hake, have started to return that money, or they've decided to donate that money to charity. So we don't have a total accounting for it, because according to SBF, when he donated to Republicans, because he said the public and reporters get all freaked out, he used a different word than what I'm using, but he said that because of that, his Republican donations went through dark money channels and went to various PACs. So we don't know the totality that he gave to Republicans, but U.S. Attorney Damian Williams said it was a bipartisan giving that he did in an effort to influence policy in Washington.
Tom, if Bankman-Fried ends up being convicted on all of these charges, what kind of prison time could he face?
Well, it's potentially very significant, because for 5 of the counts, Vicky, they carry a maximum of 20 years. Now, a judge can decide to serve that consecutively or concurrently. If they're consecutive year terms, even if it's, say, half or a quarter, he could be looking at 15 to 20 plus years in jail. He could be looking at even a lot more than that. So we're just going to have to wait and see, obviously, whatever happens at trial, should he be convicted or should he plead guilty.
Good to have you with us. NBC News investigative correspondent Tom Winter. Tom, thank you.
Artificial intelligence chatbots are rising in popularity since OpenAI's ChatGPT went viral just last month. Well, now employees at Google are pushing their company to get into that race and create new chatbots to answer user questions.
It's a really fascinating world.
Right?
Joining us now is CNBC Tech Check co-anchor Deirdre Bosa. Deirdre, some Google execs are warning that moving too fast on AI could hurt the company's reputation. What are they concerned about?
Well, they know that people go to Google to get accurate information. ChatGPT, it is very good at understanding written questions and providing responses that sound like they could be coming from a real person, but those answers, they are not always true. As one Google exec told employees recently, the AI models that are now publicly available can just, quote, make stuff up. Even the CEO of OpenAI acknowledges that ChatGPT is, in his words, incredibly limited, but good enough at some things to create a misleading impression of greatness. eyewitness. He says there's still a lot of work to do on its truthfulness, and Google, understandably, wants to wait until that's done, work on its own AI model to release it. Meanwhile, Twitter has not paid rent for its San Francisco headquarters or any of its global offices for weeks. That is according to the New York Times, which says it's just one of Elon Musk's aggressive moves to cut costs as he prepares for legal fights with former employees and government regulators. And finally, guys, Dollar General is rolling out new pop shelf stores, which sell most items for $5 or less. They are aimed at suburban shoppers with annual household incomes of up to $125,000 who are looking for bargains to fight inflation. So maybe the new dollar is $5.
Yeah.
Inflation. I don't like that. I want the dollar to be a dollar. I remember
dollar.
when the dollar store was really everything cost $1.
Yeah, I know.
You know?
Well, inflation, Morgan.
It feels kind of like a bait and switch. Get in and then I got to spend $5 for one item.
It seems like too much.
No.
All right, CBC's Deirdre posted. Deirdre, thank you.
All right, so today marks 10 years since one of the darkest chapters in American history. How a Connecticut community is healing a decade after the Sandy Hook school massacre just ahead. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
Well, it has been 10 years since the horrific events at Sandy Hook Elementary.
Yeah, we all remember that day, and a new docuseries produced by two NBC Connecticut anchors are now taking a look at how that event really changed and impacted the small town of Newtown and how the survivors are now sharing their pain, their healing, and ultimately their hope. Take a look at just part of the survivors' interviews.
If you could describe that day in one sentence, what would it be?
I would say the worst and longest day of my life. In one sentence.
A lot of people were very confused about what's going on, but I feel like I kind of knew the whole time, which almost made it worse because then it's like I knew the dangers, you know, like I was terrified.
When you lose a child in the way we did, I don't think that wound ever gets healed.
The wound that doesn't get healed. Joining us now, Keisha Grant, Heidi Voigt. They are the co-producers of Just Yesterday, Sandy Hook 10 years later. First off, I cannot believe it has been 10 years, right? Yeah. Like, so many of us remember where we were standing when we heard this news. It changed so much about our country's conversation around gun laws, around mental health, around healing. How did you get these survivors to open up to you, and how did they sort of describe the way that their community has just changed over the last 10 years?
Yeah, I mean, it changed everything on a national level, but in Connecticut is a small state. I mean, these are our neighbors. That pain is still so raw and so real. And in 4 minutes, our collective sense of what was sacred and safe was just shattered. These were babies, right? Keisha was on the anchor desk that day, 10 years ago today. We've been here ever since telling their stories, and they have a story they're willing to tell.
They absolutely do. For so many of them who we spoke with in this docuseries, it was their first time speaking. It had taken them a decade to be able to speak about this. For some of the folks who we spoke with, they speak about it, but not a lot. So because this is our community, our home, they were more than willing a decade later to be able to open up.
And I know you wrote some letters, and I think it was such a respectful way to approach the families and ask them if they wanted to take part in this. 10 years. So some of these kids, they were 7 at the time, they're 17 now. They are entering sort of a new awareness when it comes to legislation, to advocating. What are they telling you about their efforts now as they can take this fight to Washington, D.C.?
You know, there was nothing more touching than having a 17-year-old look at you in the eye and say, I believe the only reason that I'm here is because the shooter chose the opposite side of the hallway. That is extreme awareness, and it is touching. But in that same vein, they were also able to share, we have something to say, and people need to know what we went through. In fact, we spoke with a 17-year-old survivor, Jackie Haggerty, who shared tremendous words of pain and trauma. Let's take a listen to what she had to say.
For many years, I was very closed off about it. I think, you know, for a while I've had survivor's guilt, you know, thinking about how come I walked out and they didn't. Finally being able to speak out has kind of healed my inner child a little bit, kind of, because I want to make sure that this doesn't happen to another kid going to school.
Wow.
Yeah, that really has been their reason for taking part in this, for sharing their stories. And throughout this series, we allowed them to, in their own words, share their stories and their messages, things that they wanted to say, things that they had been thinking of over the past decade.
It's really empowered them.
Yeah, and she talked about healing her inner child. You know, it's interesting because you always meet people who say, oh, I don't watch the news. It's so dark. All these things happening. I can't handle it. They feel like the coverage of gun violence and laws is unrelenting. How do you all, 10 years later, sort of shift the conversation in a way that people can understand? But also, how do you sort of heal your own inner child? You all were there covering this in real time, and that's hard to witness.
The process of going through these interviews, we're hearing a lot of things that we haven't heard before. And to be quite honest, we had counselors brought in for our core team that was working on this project. But as hard as it is for us to hear, it's infinitely harder for those who have lived it, and so we're here to honor that and to give them a voice.
I think there was so much strength in that, too, for us covering this, issues that we had not dealt with from covering that day. This really was a way to allow those voices to be heard. It helped us all to heal.
Keisha Grant, Heidi Voigt from NBC Connecticut. Thank you, ladies, so much for being here, for the work that you're doing. Be sure to check out their docuseries Just Yesterday. It is streaming right now on Roku, Fire TV, and Apple TV. The clock could be ticking for TikTok. Straight ahead, inside the proposed ban, bringing both sides of the aisle together in Washington. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
The big variable, the storm surge. Why was it important for you to be here? What kind of training regimen? How you doing, Lester?
NBC News, streaming free now.
All right, so right now a manhunt is underway after an Atlanta correctional officer was ambushed and killed outside of the jail where he worked. Authorities are now releasing new pictures of the suspect. NBC News correspondent Stephen Romo has the latest on that investigation.
Police in Gwinnett County, Georgia, in a desperate search for this person, investigating the murder of a senior corrections officer killed in a shooting right outside the correctional center where he worked just before sunrise. The victim, 59-year-old Scott Reiner, was reporting to work when authorities say he got into some type of confrontation with the gunman.
It's still too early to know if this could have been a random act or a targeted act, but we are following up on every avenue.
They say the suspect ran away on foot after that incident.
As far as we know, the person got away on foot, but they could have had a vehicle in the area that we don't know about yet.
Investigators so far have released only these grainy photos taken from surveillance cameras showing an unknown person in the parking lot at the time of the shooting.
They'll be looking at whether or not there was any retaliation. And of course, if there's any video that's in the parking lot area or on any vehicles that may have been around, they'll be looking at that as well to see if they can find the perpetrator.
Governor Brian Kemp sharing his condolences, tweeting in part, "Join us in praying for the family and loved ones of Officer Scott Reiner of Gwinnett County. As we join them in mourning this tragic loss, we're also eager to see his killer brought to justice." Reiner's co-workers also remembering him.
He treated inmates fair. He did what he was supposed to do.
Anytime that we lose one of our own, it is extremely difficult, extremely emotional, but what the police department is going to do to help him and honor his memory and his family is to work this case as hard as we can and to catch the person that did this.
Stephen Romo, NBC News.
We turn now to the war in Ukraine. Officials there say more than a dozen Iranian-made dive-bombing drones launched by Russia were shot down early this morning. It is the latest attempt to attack the capital city of Kyiv by Russian forces. Joining us now is NBC News correspondent Ellison Barba, who is standing by live in Kyiv. Ellison, this is big news, a major attack on the capital where you are. How was it successfully thwarted, and what are you hearing in terms of death and destruction that was essentially averted?
Yeah, it's pretty amazing because in a lot of ways, Kyiv got lucky here. Ukrainian officials say Russian forces fired 13 Iranian-made dive-bombing drones towards Kyiv. A lot of people here, including us, woke up to the sound of air raid sirens a little after 6 a.m. local time and then heard a series of booms after that. Ukrainian officials, they say that was Ukraine's air defense intercepting all 13 drones and taking them down. One of those, at least, there was debris that fell and hit the building that you see on your screen there. Ukrainian officials say it was an administrative building that was hit by debris, as well as 4 residential buildings. The physical damage from today's strike was relatively minimal compared to some other things that we have seen, but the psychological toll is very real. We spoke to one man who lived in that area, and he talked about hearing the sound of it, seeing the smoke, and how much it rattled him and his nerves. The thing about these Iranian-made dive-bombing drones, they're what's known as loitering munitions. They literally themselves are the munition, the thing that goes into a building and then explodes, and they're often very slow moving but very loud. They've been described as sounding like a moped, so people often see and hear them before it reaches its target, and it causes a lot of terror for people, and that's what this one did as well. Ukrainian officials are saying it was a success that they intercepted these, but it's shaken a lot of people up, and this is something that has happened quite a lot here. Vicky.
An active war scene. Ellison Barber in Kyiv live for us this morning. Thank you so much.
Megan Thee Stallion on the witness stand and on the record about being shot 2 years ago. What the Grammy winner says happened just moments before her ex-boyfriend Tory Lanez opened fire. You're watching NBC News Daily. And don't forget, you can also watch us for free 24/7 on our streaming network, NBC News Now. And that's wherever you stream. That looks like YouTube, Hulu, Roku, Peacock, you name it. We have all your news coming right after this short break.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that.
Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Welcome back this Wednesday, and thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Nguyen. Making news right now, lawmakers are reaching a bipartisan deal for the framework of a massive government spending bill with hopes to pass it before the holidays. Negotiations have tied up both houses of Congress as members rush to extend Friday's deadline to fund the government.
A fire at New York City Police Department warehouse destroyed countless amounts of evidence dating back decades. Flames broke out Tuesday morning in Brooklyn, and officials say it may actually take days to get those hot spots under control and to really assess just how much evidence was lost. 8 people were injured, including 6 first responders.
Well, we can't really hear it, but they were singing, Morgan. Today Show staffers surprised their beloved colleague, Al. There it is, Al Roker, with some holiday cheer. The Today Show co-host is at home. He's recovering from a month-long hospital stay. Al, as you can see there, just overwhelmed with emotion as he came to the door and saw all those faces.
He brings so much joy to us. It's so nice to see him getting just a piece of that.
He made a joke they should be on America's Got Talent. That's the next step for these folks.
Oh, well, they definitely got heart. We love that. Meanwhile, a group of bipartisan lawmakers introduced a bill yesterday that would ban TikTok across the country.
Yeah, it is based on warnings from the FBI and other cybersecurity experts who've said that China could use the social media platform for spying. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ryan Nobles joins us now from his post. Hey, Ryan, good to see you. So let's talk about the nuance of this legislation, right? Why is it important for lawmakers on both sides of the aisle?
Well, there's a real concern, Vicki, that that TikTok is being used by the Communist Party, the Communist government in China, to basically track what Americans are doing and do it in a way that is a threat to national security. So that is why you're seeing a bipartisan group of lawmakers, both Republican and Democrat, try to encourage their fellow lawmakers to pass a nationwide ban on TikTok, but not just specifically TikTok, any type of company that they believe could be a part of a regime that has a national security interest that would be against the United States, and that the President of the United States would review and assess should be banned in the United States. So this is at the early stages of negotiations, but TikTok would of course be the most obvious example of this. And this isn't the first time we've seen an attempt to at least roll back TikTok in the United States. Of course, former President Trump announced a ban of TikTok during his administration, but then that was never followed through with. So this is, we're starting to see these conversations really start to heat up.
You're seeing them heat up, but Ryan, a lot of people already have this app downloaded on their phone. So if the bill then passes, how does it actually work in real time?
Yeah, it's a great question, Morgan. I mean, it would be a monumental task to try and completely eliminate something like TikTok from the millions of phones and devices that they currently exist in the United States. And it would likely just begin a protracted legal argument, not just from TikTok or BitDance, which is the company that owns them, but then also these platforms in which TikTok exists. The Google store, your iPhone, Apple store, things along those lines. There's no regulatory body that specifically has control over these app stores that exist on your phones. And, Apple and Google in particular believe that they have a First Amendment right to provide these type of apps to you. So what this would do would basically just start the process of a lengthy legal argument of which it could take years to resolve.
All right. And Ryan, Congress is only really in session for a few more days when we really look at what's left in the year. What is the likelihood that this makes it to the floor of really either chamber before they actually head out?
Yeah, it's almost completely unlikely. They have so much other work that they have to do right now. You guys mentioned that omnibus spending bill that still needs to be passed, the end of the January 6th committee. There's a bunch of major responsibilities that basically have an expiration date before the end of the year. This doesn't fall in that category, especially because there's bipartisan support. This is something lawmakers can talk about after the Congress flips and Republicans have control of the House.
Excellent reporting there from our Capitol Hill correspondent, Ryan Nobles. Ryan, thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Morgan, we go now to the southern border where a new wave of migrants is trying to cross the border. This influx comes as a Trump-era immigration restriction is expected to end next week. NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez is on the Mexican side of the border where some migrants are now lining up to cross.
With the wind chill, the temperature felt like it was below freezing overnight, and some of these migrants spent a miserable night here. I'm standing in Ciudad Juarez, Mexico, and the water you see right there, that's the Rio Grande, and the line of migrants just over the water is a group that is technically on U.S. soil and trying to get into El Paso, which is right behind that border fence. This line stretches for quite a while, and local officials in El Paso say it's a sign of things to come. The immigration battle at the southern border is intensifying. For days, huge groups of migrants have been crossing into El Paso, Texas, clutching blankets and burning fires to keep warm.
Desesperados, tristes y a la misma vez emocionados.
This family from Nicaragua tells us they're desperate to reach the U.S. These families just crossed the Rio Grande. The temperatures are dropping as the sun sets, and they're getting ready to turn themselves into Border Patrol right on the other side of that border fence. This new influx comes just days before a federal court order that a pandemic-era border restriction known as Title 42 be lifted. Customs and Border Protection agents expect migration to keep rising, telling NBC News daily illegal border crossings could reach 10,000 per day. That's on top of a record 2.4 million already during the past year. At a migrant shelter in Mexico, we met this family of 4 from Guatemala. Now they're waiting until Title 42 is lifted before they decide whether to cross into the United States. The Department of Homeland Security blames criminal smuggling organizations for exploiting migrants for profit and says it's deployed more agents to the region.
The increase in encounters at our southern border is not something exclusive to the United States. What we are seeing is an increase in migration throughout the hemisphere.
But in El Paso, some officials say the federal government needs to do more. Migrant processing centers are already crowded, some people even sleeping outside.
It is a crisis. It is a state of emergency. There's no municipality alone that could handle what we're seeing and what we're about to see with the lifting of Title 42. So these numbers are unsustainable.
Again, these hundreds of migrants spent hours overnight standing in these frigid temperatures, huddling close together with blankets, trying to keep warm. Now, the Department of Homeland Security wants Congress to set aside $3 billion to help deal with the migrant influx that's expected when Title 42 is lifted. Again, possibly as early as next week. Back to you.
This afternoon, reigning World Cup champion France takes on Morocco in their final hurdle to return to the title match. The winner will then face Argentina, fresh off of a stunning victory over Croatia, where Lionel Messi started under the bright lights once again. NBC News foreign correspondent Megan Fitzgerald joins us now from Qatar. Megan, first, just tell us about Argentina's pretty impressive win. I mean, everyone in our newsroom was talking about it yesterday.
Yeah, Morgan, this was a conclusive win, 3-0 over Croatia. And, you know, the game started out, both teams looking strong, but about 34 minutes into the game, Lionel Messi sinks the ball in the right-hand corner of the net, 1-0 Argentina. A few minutes later, another goal. So we're talking 2-0 going into the half. Finally, to conclude the game, Argentina with a third goal. Fans just went crazy. Take a listen to the excitement. Are you so excited? How do you describe this moment?
So excited.
How do you describe the moment?
Undescribable. I feel so happy.
Did you ever doubt that Argentina would win this game in advance?
No, I never doubted. I always thought Messi can do it.
How are you feeling right now?
Oh, I'm feeling very, very, very happy.
Messi's the GOAT. A lot of happiness. And look, you know, Lionel Messi has got, I would say, pretty much every title there is in soccer except for one, the World Cup title. So you know he's going to be going after that on Sunday. Who he's going to be matched up against, we don't know. We'll find out tonight. But whomever it is, Morgan, it's going to be a good game.
I got to tell you, Megan, you talk about a lot of happiness. I think there was a lot of surprise, too. I got to put our director, Robertico, on blast here. He was watching the game, glued to the game yesterday. He swore Argentina was not going to win. Y voila, look what happened. So we got to tell Rob next time he shouldn't bet on this game in case he bet on this one. Megan, look, we're also talking about Morocco, the Cinderella story. You know, soon it's going to look to pull off another upset, taking on the reigning champion France. What can we expect to see today?
Morgan, I got to tell you, we are seeing a sea of red. Moroccan fans are everywhere. But of course, you got to keep in mind that this is historic. I mean, this is the first time that an African nation has advanced to the semifinals. An Arab nation has advanced. This is a win that's felt throughout the entire Arab nation. So we are talking about other, you know, nations that are now supporting Morocco. I bet you we're going to see that stadium filled with Moroccan fans. They're pumped up. They believe that they can win this game. I mean, Morocco has defied the odds this entire time, so why not tonight? Of course, France, the reigning World Cup champs from 2018. They've got Mbappe, but listen, anything's possible, so we'll see.
All right, let's see what Mbappe does. NBC News foreign correspondent Megan Fitzgerald for us. Megan, thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Poor Rob got put on blast.
I know.
Now.
I'm like, he got real quiet in my ear.
All right, Megan Thee Stallion, she's taking the stand to testify against rapper Tory Lanez.
That's right. Now, Lanez is accused of shooting Megan in the foot after a party in the Hollywood Hills more than 2 years ago. NBC News correspondent Dana Griffin spoke to some of Megan's fans just outside that courthouse.
Megan Thee Stallion made her way into a Los Angeles courthouse. The famous Grammy-winning rapper, known for her tough-as-nails persona, testifying against rapper Tory Lanez, whose real name is Daystar Peterson. Peterson is on trial for allegedly shooting Megan. In a packed courtroom, she testified that following a party at Kylie Jenner's house, she got out of her SUV, and then Peterson pointed a gun at her and told her to dance, and then fired at her feet.
He said, dance, bitch. And he started shooting, and I'm just like, oh my God.
The rapper said she felt shock and hurt and saw blood when she looked down. According to police, her feet were bleeding profusely. Bullet fragments were later removed. The Savage performer continued her emotional testimony, saying, "I can't believe I have to come here and do this." Peterson's attorney telling NBC News, "Once the whole case comes out, I think we're confident the jury will find my client not guilty and he'll be exonerated of all the charges." Defense attorneys also say Kylie Jenner may potentially be called as a witness. Dana Griffin, NBC News, Los Angeles.
Well, late-night legend Jay Leno opens up about the garage fire that sent him to an LA burn unit. What he's saying about his remarkable road to recovery in an NBC News exclusive. More NBC News Daily right after this.
NBC News, streaming free now.
The big variable, the storm surge. Why was it important for you to be here? What kind of training regimen? How you doing, Lester? Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
It's been just over a month since a garage fire sent late-night legend Jay Leno to the hospital with severe burns across his face and his body.
After spending 9 days undergoing intense treatment at a burn center, Leno is opening up about his recovery. He's even laughing and telling jokes. You'll want to see this. Today Show co-host Hoda Kotb has the NBC News exclusive.
First of all, Jay, I'm just so happy to be sitting across from you.
Well, thank you. I'm afraid I had to get on fire to be on the Today Show. Thank you.
But I have to say, I was really, as the country was, extremely worried. I mean,
the country was.
People were like, what happened to Jay? What happened to Jay?
Well, people were very nice. I got wonderful cards and letters.
I love the story about how when your doctor was first meeting you, you were in the middle of listening to a voicemail, and it was like, hey, this is Joe from Indonesia. And then your doctor was like, and then I put together who it was.
Yeah, that was the President Biden call. That was very nice. That was, I suggest you have more important things to do, but I thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate it.
Gee, let's just talk about what happened. So
Okay.
You're doing what you love.
Right.
You're with your babies, all your cars.
Yes.
You're doing your thing. Just tell me what happened that day.
Well, it was a 1907 white steam car. So the fuel line was clogged, so I was underneath it trying to clog, and I said, blow some air through the line, let's see if we can clear. And then poof, and suddenly, boom, I got a face full of gas, and then the pilot light jumped and my face caught on fire. And I said to my friend, I said, Dave, I'm on fire. And Dave, okay. I said, no, Dave, I'm on fire.
How long have you guys been buddies? How many years?
Thankfully, Jay's longtime pal, Dave Kalaki, was standing just a few feet away.
I couldn't even see his face. He downplays it all, but I'm telling you, he was really engulfed. I couldn't see his face.
It was on fire?
It was a wall of fire.
What was the first thing you did when you saw him engulfed in flames?
I just grabbed him. He was just under the car. I grabbed him by the head and I pulled his head into my chest.
I thought it was a bad Tinder date. I go, what's going on here?
What are you doing? Let Dave talk about how he saved you. Okay, so you kind of brought him into your chest.
I did.
Yeah.
Started to smother the fire.
Yeah.
Then I put the car out.
Yeah.
And I told Jay, go into the bathroom, you know, put cold water on your
Cold
face.
water,
That's when I put the car out, put the fire out. Went into the bathroom to look at Jay, and I said,
What'd you think?
Oh, it was, like I say, he downplays that, but it was horrific. It was a scary thing. It doesn't take a genius to figure out, call 911. Right?
Yeah.
And that's what I did.
How would you describe what he looked like to you?
It was horrible. It was horrible. In fact, he asked me, how do I look? And I think I said, not good. This is going to be a bad thing. You know, as when the first two layers are peeling off right now, you know this is a real issue.
Doctors took one look at Jay and told him he needed to go straight to a burn center. But Jay had other plans.
Yeah, I mean, I drove home right after that.
Wait, you drove yourself home? Why did you decide to go home and stay home for that night?
Well, because my wife doesn't drive anymore, and I didn't want her stuck and not knowing what was going on. It just seemed like the right thing to do, and I think it was.
So you loved your wife more than you worried about yourself?
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Was that it?
Well, I think there's something to that.
Jay and wife Mavis have been married for more than 4 decades.
What did your wife say when she saw you?
Oh, thrilled. Yeah. Yeah.
No, but did she say, go to the hospital?
Well, yeah, of course. Yeah.
The couple would spend the next 9 days at the Grossman Burn Center. Doctors had to scrape away layers of burned skin, a painful procedure. But they say Jay never complained. He was more worried about everyone else, sending pizzas to the nurses and cheering up other patients.
Were you worried about what you might look like when it was all said and done?
When you look like me, you don't really worry about what you look like. Luckily, look, if I'm George Clooney, that's going to be a huge problem, you know. But they said it would be all right. So, my attitude is I trust people who are the best to do what they do.
Just remarkable what the doctors did, and he dealt with it with his signature humor.
We love it. He was so positive the entire time. That was Today's Show co-host Hoda Kotb reporting.
And you are watching NBC News Daily.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest-running show on television.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Danny. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
They are an unlikely duo united through the power of the internet. A woman looking for help hanging wallpaper picked the first name that came up in her Google search.
Well, little did she know, the 86-year-old dynamo who came to do the job would become such a big part of her own life. Today's show host Dylan Dreyer shows us this new and unbreakable bond.
They are the oddest of couples.
See the bird? We don't have to roll it back. Gotcha.
She's small, she's tall, she's light, she's dark. She's 86, and she's 28. But their enduring friendship and lots of hang time are the glue holding them together. That and hundreds of rolls of wallpaper.
She came with her ladder and her table, and then you were, what, 83?
Uh-huh.
It all started when Beverly Pate called Rita Green for help hanging some wallpaper in her apartment.
And I was just like in awe, like, wait, do you need help?
And I said, oh, no, it's good for me. Keeps me in shape, right?
Right.
Hey, where you are, channel set just right.
Rita began hanging wallpaper after a brief career in Hollywood as an actress and dancer. She married, had a family, and then asked a friend to help her find a second income.
Now, in 1960, nobody's going to hire a woman. So she said, Rita, put an ad in the Valley Green Sheet. Lady wallpaper hanger, reliable, fair price, neat and clean. I've got them all fooled, honey. I've been working for 62 years. Can you believe it?
Even though Rita is still a dynamo in her 80s, in 2020, she realized she was going to need some help with her business. Rita Green, the wallpaper queen.
I'm hanging the paper, and Beverly's in the bathroom with a power tool. She's going, drrr, drrr. I said, my gosh, this woman is working with a power tool. She's young. I need a wallpaper hanger to train because I know I'm old now. And I said, Beverly, would you like to learn how to hang wallpaper? And you said, what?
I said, yeah, I would be interested.
Beverly was looking for a change of pace. She had just left her job as a dialysis technician in Philadelphia.
So funny how life works. And we have been like inseparable ever since we met.
Last year, Rita broke her foot, and Beverly felt even more compelled to help her friend, who she now calls her auntie.
So I kind of felt like this is maybe happening for a reason. I can step up to the plate, keep the business going. I think that was like the pivotal point that made me say, like, I can take this serious and not just do it for fun.
She found out it's a lot harder than it looks.
Wallpaper is very difficult. Matching the pattern and making sure you measure appropriately, because walls are not even.
Some bow, you know, instead of flat, they'll have a little bow.
Rita says wallpapering keeps her young.
I never stop learning. Every day I learn something new. I love everybody. I see the good in people.
And when Rita says that, she's not kidding. She makes sure everyone who walks past her home takes away something positive.
She just motivates me. She reminds me of like who I am. Oh, yeah. We know each other so well. Like when we work, we can kind of read each other's minds. Yeah. And we have each other's backs, like wholeheartedly.
That's a good thing.
This particular job brought the duo to Hollywood, a full circle moment for Rita.
I want to make her into a star. I am a star already. People call me all the time and everything, but I want Beverly to be a star.
She loves me. I love you.
She is my star.
They're each other's stars. That was Today's Show co-host Dylan Dreyer reporting. All right, so here's what's trending right now. Netflix's Harry and Meghan docuseries has gained more views than any other documentary during its first week on that streaming service.
The first 3 episodes racked up nearly 82 million viewing hours around the world. Volume 2 drops December 15th. That's tomorrow, Morgan. Tomorrow.
Is that
Thursday, yeah?
Yeah, wow.
I know, the days go by fast.
Yes, that's right.
Okay.
I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn. You're watching NBC News Daily. You can also watch us for free 24/7 on our streaming network, NBC News Now. You can do this wherever you stream, including YouTube, Hulu, Roku, Peacock. You got Apple TV there, Tubi, Samsung TV Plus. Morgan loves it when I read everything on the screen there. Your news continues right after this.
Did you say FUBU?
I didn't. Thank you. Wait, FUBU? Was that a...
wait, no, did I make that up? Yeah, there you go.
Did.
Watch us.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now.
The big variable, the storm surge. Why was it important for you to be here? What kind of training, Rich? How you doing, Lester?
Good Wednesday to you. Thank you so much for being with us. I'm Vicki Wynn.
So glad you could join us today. I'm Morgan Radford, and NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today is Wednesday, December 14th. Powell move. The Federal Reserve is expected to announce another interest rate hike today in an effort to curb sky-high inflation. We will explain the impact it could have on your money.
And supersized storm. Tornadoes ripped through the south, leaving 2 people dead and dozens more injured. Plus, blizzard conditions are blanketing the northern plains in snow. We'll get to the latest on that storm's path.
Shocking loss. Stephen Twitch Boss, the longtime hip-hop dancer and DJ, famous for his appearances on The Ellen DeGeneres Show and social media, has died by suicide. He was just 40 years old.
Cinderella story. The highly anticipated France versus Morocco semifinal throwdown is merely hours away. The winner will face Argentina in the finals on Sunday.
You know, we were supposed to take our daughter to practice on Sunday, and everyone on the team banded together and said, we're canceling. That's happening during the World Cup final, so we're all staying home.
I tried to take my husband to brunch on Sunday and got canceled on, too.
Yeah, you can do brunch anytime.
I tried, though.
You can't have the World Cup final. Sunday, 2 p.m.
Blame a girl for trying.
Yeah, true. Welcome to NBC News Daily. We begin with a big decision on tap from the Federal Reserve today.
Next hour, Chairman Jerome Powell expected to announce another rate hike as the central bank looks to get inflation finally under control. But that's going to impact everything from your credit cards to your mortgage bills.
It comes as new data shows inflation is finally cooling down. NBC News business and data reporter Brian Chung joins us now from just outside the Federal Reserve in Washington, D.C. Good to see you, Brian. So what can we expect from the Fed in the next hour?
Yeah, Vicky, all eyes on the Federal Reserve in just an hour as they are expected to announce yet another hike to interest rates. This will be the 7th this year, by the way, but they might not be going as aggressively as they've been. If you'll recall, they've been moving by 0.75 percentage points in each of the last 4 consecutive meetings. But the expectation is for the Fed to get a little bit less aggressive, still raising rates, but going half a percentage point at the conclusion of this meeting. Now, the reason why is because we're seeing encouraging signs on the inflation front. As you mentioned, prices increasing by 7.1% over the last year, November of this year to November of last year. That is a bit slower than the 9.1% pace we had seen in the summer, but still far away from where the Federal Reserve would like to see it, which would be somewhere closer to 2%. So a lot of work to do, which is the reason why they're still raising interest rates. So don't expect any sort of relief on credit cards or mortgages that anytime soon. But regardless, a lot of attention going to be on the press conference at 2:30 and then also at the release of the statement at 2 p.m., which, by the way, also coinciding with that World Cup game today, France and Morocco. So we'll see how many people are watching this one.
A lot of people talking about that World Cup game. Brian, look, there's
double
still
screen, maybe.
Right? Yeah. Exactly. You need two different screens on the side. Look, there are still fears that we could sort of be facing a recession in the new year. So how would that and how would sort of another rate impact then affect the overall economy and our wallets, should that in fact happen?
Yeah, well, again, the recession side of things, when you look at inflation, certainly it's not good. It's eroding a lot of Americans' wages. But when you take a look at the employment side of things, we're at 3.7% in terms of the unemployment rate. That is near 50-year lows. So the labor market is not showing any signs of recession right now. But the concern is whether or not that changes. Remember that it takes time for what the Fed is doing here as they deliberately try to slow the economy to actually take effect. We might not see the bite of what the Federal Reserve was doing in the later part of this year until next year. So could jobless rates go up next year? That is certainly a concern and something that we'll get a little bit of insight to when the Federal Reserve releases its economic projections, which it's scheduled to at 2 p.m. Could they project the unemployment rate rising from 3.7 to 4.5 to 5%? That could lead to millions out of work. We'll have to see.
We also have some numbers, Brian, on the prices of imports, which fell in November for the 5th straight month. So what does that sort of tell us about where inflation is right now in this moment?
Yeah, some really interesting data that we got just this morning, and this really is a bit different than the consumer price index, those inflation numbers that we got yesterday in the morning. But as you could see, prices for imports falling by 0.6% since last month. And by the way, that's a bigger drop than what economists had been expecting. They were expecting maybe only half a percentage point of a decline. So for things that are coming into the United States from abroad, that's certainly encouraging because that's likely going to mean that you're going to pay lower prices for those same imports at the store. But again, we'll have to see whether or not these are permanent things. It's a 1-month piece of data, so whether or not that sticks throughout 2023 remains an open question. But broadly speaking, it does seem like in conjunction with the inflation numbers that we got yesterday, some improvements on the price side of things.
All right, NBC News business and data reporter there just outside the Fed in Washington, D.C., Brian Chung, thank you so much.
Morgan, let's turn now to the dangerous weather storm that is sweeping across the nation. 2 people, including a child, are dead in Louisiana. Dozens more are injured after tornadoes tore through the southern U.S. NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas joins us now from Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Guad, what are we learning about the victims there in Louisiana? And also, how is the state now trying to pick up the pieces after this storm?
Vicky, you can see the rain behind me, by the way. It just intensified in the last few minutes. This is the most rain we've seen today. So overnight, we got the images of what happened northwest of here. This was in Caddo Parish and also in Union Parish. Local authorities say they did recover the body of 2 people that died. It was a mother and her son. Now, in that area, they tell us that there was about a mile long of debris. They're still under search and rescue efforts there. They also tell us that 3 structures were completely destroyed destroyed. 20 had some type of damage in that area. And then in the other parish, in Union Parish, we know that several people were injured. As the rest of Louisiana is still bracing for the storm to make its way through, you can see, as I said, behind me, this rain just got a lot worse than it was earlier today. A little over an hour ago, it was hot and sunny here, and now we're feeling this cold rain, and that's, I'm told, part of that cold front that's coming through, Vicki.
Yeah, a real dramatic difference since we last saw you, Guad. We are now getting new reports that a tornado has touched down in New Iberia, Louisiana. That's a town near the Gulf Coast. What can you tell us about that?
Vicki, we saw a video circulating on social media from New Iberia, and now authorities there, local police has confirmed online that some structures, several structures, they say, were damaged by that tornado, and they also indicate that some people are trapped. That's the latest information in New Iberia. That's a small city about 50 miles southwest of Baton Rouge. As we can see, the storm is still making its way through this area.
Guad, we know flash flooding, hail also expected where you are. Obviously, we see the rain coming down hard. What do you know about when the storm is expected to clear out there in Louisiana?
So the latest projections indicate that for the state of Louisiana, we should see the storm clear out after this evening. But for the region as a whole, for the south part of the country, the storm won't clear out until tomorrow at some point during the day.
All right, NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas. Guad, thank you.
The major winter storm is also blasting through the northern plains. Near blizzard conditions have shut down roads and really just brought travel to a standstill.
Yeah, looking ahead, the Northeast likely won't be spared from heavy snowfall, and ice also expected in the area as early as tomorrow. With us now, NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns. Hey, Bill, what should we expect in these coming days, and where are you expecting the storm to hit the hardest?
Well, let's focus on the life-threatening weather first off, and that, of course, is going to be the tornado threat and the flash flooding. And, of course, obviously, driving in a winter storm can be extremely dangerous too, but this is the stuff that's happening right now through Louisiana. And by the way, in the last 24 hours, we've now had up to 19 tornado reports. This is a tornado outbreak, and the New Iberia one that went through about an hour and a half ago, it touched down on the south side of town. The medical center there has windows that are all smashed on the outside of it. So we're still waiting to see if there's any injuries or fatalities from that tornado just a couple hours ago. The Storm Prediction Center has now issued what we call a moderate risk of severe weather. They've upgraded the risk, and they think that strong tornadoes aren't just possible, but they are likely throughout the rest of the afternoon. It's this area in red in here from Meridian to Hattiesburg to Biloxi to Mobile, Jackson, Mississippi, and it does include Slidell and also the New Orleans area. This area in red is the greatest risk of tornadoes. So obviously we've already seen them down here and the storms near Baton Rouge where we just showed you our live pictures. But then as we go throughout the afternoon and evening, we're going to take this along the Gulf Coast towards the Florida Panhandle. So we currently have a tornado watch. And by the way, all these red boxes are active tornado warnings. We have 8 of them right now from Louisiana to southern Mississippi. So there are likely tornadoes on the ground as I'm talking here. Sirens going off, families rushing to their safe rooms and getting to their protected areas. And this will likely be extended all the way through this evening. And on top of that, we have flash flood warnings from Lake Charles all the way to Jackson, Mississippi. We've already had tremendous amounts of rainfall, and there's flash flooding ongoing, and that could continue and spread into northern portions of Mississippi and Alabama. And on top of all of that, we still have our winter storm and blizzard going on. Still very windy in the plains. And eventually, as you guys mentioned, this is coming into the Northeast. We do have ice storm warnings already in effect for areas of the Shenandoah Valley, and then we're going to get a lot of snow in the high elevations as we go into Friday. So yes, a very dangerous and busy time period throughout much of our country.
Yeah, absolutely. Everyone has to stay on high alert. NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns for us. Bill, thank you as always.
All right, well, despite dropping airfares, Delta Airlines says the travel boom, it is not over. It is expecting its earnings to nearly double next year, and it is set to bring in more than $45 billion.
CNBC senior markets correspondent Dom Chu joins us now. Dom, what exactly is keeping airlines like Delta so profitable right now?
So Morgan, Vicky, I mean, after staying put during the COVID virus pandemic, a lot of people just want to travel, and Delta thinks the demand will stay strong even if the economy weakens next year, as many expect it will. Delta CEO tells CNBC, we've seen our recessions, quote unquote, and consumers are still willing to spend on experiences despite some higher airfares. So keep an eye on those travel trends. Also, the EPA says Stellantis, the company formerly known as Fiat Chrysler, and General Motors are #1 and 2 2 on its 2021 list of automakers with the worst fuel efficiency and highest carbon emissions. They are working to get off that list. Stellantis wants all of its European sales and half of its U.S. sales to be electric vehicles by the end of this decade. GM plans to be all electric by the year 2035. And the Florida college student who sends out tweets tracking Elon Musk's private jet says it appears his account has been suspended. Last month, Musk tweeted that his commitment to free speech is so strong he would not ban the account, even though it was presented in what he called a direct personal safety risk. Still, though, it appears as though those free speech motives may be not playing out as much when it comes to tracking his private jet. Ladies, I will send things back over to you.
It is something new with Twitter, like every day.
Every single day,
Yeah.
every hour.
I know, truly.
Dom Chu for us there. Dom, thank you so much.
Straight ahead, the fight for the last spot in the World Cup final. How Morocco is preparing to take on France after its miracle run so far in Doha. Real Cinderella story. You're watching NBC News Daily.
The big variable, the storm surge. Why was it important for you to be here? What kind of training, Rachel? How you doing, Lester?
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
All right, so next hour, Morocco is looking to make history in the World Cup, taking on France, the reigning champions, and a win would really make them the first African and Arab national team to make it to the championship game. Awaiting the winner, Argentina. Fresh off a lopsided victory over Croatia, here's NBC News foreign correspondent Megan Fitzgerald from Qatar with all the action.
We are seeing a sea of red. We are seeing Moroccan fans everywhere we go. But then again, you know, this is a really significant advancement for Morocco. I mean, this is the first Arab nation to advance to the semifinals, the first African country to advance to the semifinals. And what we know from speaking with fans is that this is a win that's felt all throughout the Arab nation. So people from all different countries are supporting Morocco. Fans say, look, you know, added, significance because it's also played here in Qatar, the first Arab nation to host the World Cup. So there's a lot going on here. Fans truly believe that they can win. I mean, Morocco has defied the odds this entire time, so why not tonight? Of course, France, the reigning World Cup champions, led by Mbappe, but, you never know what's going to happen. And whatever happens, we know that they're going to be going up against Argentina. Argentina with that conclusive win against Croatia last night, 3-0. fans are pretty pumped about it. Take a listen. Are you so excited? How do you describe this moment?
So excited.
How do you describe the moment?
Undescribable. I feel so happy.
Did you ever doubt that Argentina would win this game in advance?
No, I never doubted. I always thought Messi can do it.
How are you feeling right now?
Oh, I'm feeling very, very, very happy.
Messi's the GOAT.
Now Messi is just one game away from cementing himself in soccer history. I mean, this is a guy who has pretty much won every title there is in soccer, except for one, and that's the World Cup. So better believe he's going to be going after that on Sunday. But look, tonight, in just a couple of hours, we will find out who he's going to be going up against.
All right, that's NBC News foreign correspondent Megan Fitzgerald. Thank you so much, Megan.
Devastating news rocking the entertainment world today. Longtime DJ on the Ellen DeGeneres show, Stephen Twitch Boss, has died by suicide. He was 40 years old.
Yeah, in a statement, his wife said he was the best husband and father and an inspiration to his fans. They'd actually just celebrated their 9th wedding anniversary. Entertainment journalist and pop culture expert Brian Balthazar joins us now. Brian, it's good to see you this Wednesday, but just a really sad occasion. I mean, what do we know thus far? How did this news really come out? And how are his loved ones now dealing in this pretty shocking aftermath?
Well, yeah, it is shocking. And I can just say from a personal standpoint, having had the opportunity to interview both him and his wife, that he was a lovely, kind, generous, fun human being, all the things that we've seen on all these shows he's been on for so long. To lose him so young is devastating. What reports are saying right now is that he left his home without his car, and that was an alert to his wife Allison, that she then went to police, and that he was later found in a hotel due to what is believed to be a self-inflicted gunshot wound. And so obviously the family's, as anyone would be, is devastated, and so are so many people in the industry and those who have worked with him. I personally, I think we're all in a little bit of shock because there was such a glow that came about from his feed as he and his wife portrayed it on Instagram, that followed by millions and millions of people shared in the joy that was to watch this family dance and enjoy time together. So it's obviously just a devastating loss.
Yeah, I count myself among those millions, Brian. I followed them on Twitter and on Instagram. Love to see their family, their dancing videos. And to hear him, he's been on the Today Show as well. And I concur with everything you're saying. Just so positive, so kind. And it just goes to show there's so many things that can be happening that we don't always know about. But talk to us about the reaction, because I'm looking at my Twitter feed and everyone is paying tribute to Twitch, to his family, to his children, and talking about his legacy.
Yeah, I mean, I think you said it best. If you scroll through your feed, you're seeing not only is it being reported everywhere, but by people whose lives were touched by Twitch and are still touched by his wife and family, and being able to see their love unfold on social media and hear how they met on talk shows and on So You Think You Can Dance is how they met. But like, hear them share their stories was always such a pleasure. And I think, sometimes it's hard to know how much love there is for you, and this is one of those moments I think is important when we talk about this. We don't always know what depth someone's sadness is sometimes, and if you're feeling that, to seek help. There is help out there, and it's sometimes the hardest thing to do to go get it or seek someone who can help you. But here's a beautifully generous, talented, incredible man who we would love to have seen much more unfold for him in his career and his life. Unfortunately, this one was cut short, but hopefully we can learn from this to get help if you need it, and we love him. We send our prayers to him and his family.
We adore him. He brought so much light to the world. Brian, thank you so much. If you or someone you know is struggling, call the Suicide and Crisis Lifeline at 998 or text HOME to, that's 988 rather, or text HOME to
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
According to a new FBI report that was out this week, anti-Semitic incidents are on the rise across the U.S.
But as NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch will just show you in a moment, this is really nothing new. We do want to warn you, though, that some of the language and the images are disturbing.
This hatred isn't new. 11 dead, 6 injured, and it never really went away. When 6 million Jews were killed in the Holocaust, the world vowed never again.
Jews will not replace us!
But now, instead of festering in the shadows, genocidal lies are moving closer to the American mainstream. From a Los Angeles highway to an alleged threat to a New York City synagogue, anti-Semitism is spreading as some of our biggest artists.
I see good things about Hitler also.
Athletes.
I cannot be anti-Semitic if I know where I come from.
And left and right, even a former president, are accused of fueling anti-Semitism.
You had some very bad people in that group, but you also had people that were very fine people on both sides.
Most recently, former President Trump dined with a Holocaust-denying white nationalist, as Republicans were criticized for not responding more forcefully.
There is no room in the Republican Party for anti-Semitism or white supremacy.
Corporations are also under scrutiny. Kyrie Irving was benched 8 games for spreading what the NBA commissioner called deeply offensive anti-Semitic material. But it took Nike more than a month to cut ties with him. Adidas dropped the rapper formerly known as Kanye West, but that shoe brand has its own historical ties to Nazi Germany, noticeably not mentioned on its website history page. These moments made headlines, but there have been many more. The Anti-Defamation League says there were 2,717 anti-Semitic incidents in this country last year alone, including assaults, which hit a record high for the past 40-plus years, as the federal government warns of an enduring threat to Jewish Americans.
Are you nervous about the way things are in this country right now? It seems
extremely. Extremely.
Jacqueline Gold has always felt trepidation. She knows what can happen.
You can't go to a synagogue that doesn't have security. There were swastikas in one of the common areas of my dorm.
Her grandmother, Erica Gold, says in 1944, she jumped from a truck with her mother and hid in Budapest. If they didn't, she says Nazis would have shot them dead. Erica was just 12 years old.
When somebody, a politician, says something that is bad, that he's going to do, believe him.
It starts with smaller actions, and then it spirals out of control if we just let it slide. With my grandmother's story, everything was fine until one day it wasn't.
Words matter. People are no longer saying the quiet parts out loud. They are literally screaming them.
December 7th, Second Gentleman Doug Emhoff, who is Jewish, led a White House roundtable on anti-Semitism in an effort to reverse a disturbing trend.
I think it's just important to separate out the moments where we can say, here, this is anti-Semitic and here's why. I think that's, in some ways, for the future, more important than just condemning people who do stuff like that.
Law professor Kathy Lesser-Mansfield teaches about the Holocaust.
The beginning of ending up at genocide is separating people into groups and having us and them. And, you know, that is what the white supremacists in this country are trying to do.
The most important thing that we need to focus on is education, because hatred really stems from ignorance.
And as officials and communities work to deprive this resurgent hate of any oxygen, one thing is already clear. Saying never again may not be enough. Jesse Kirsch, NBC News.
And tonight, NBC News correspondent Jacob Soboroff hosts an NBC News Now special, Epidemic of Hate, Anti-Semitism in America, exploring the resurgence of hate against Jews in America and what is being done to combat extremism. He will have an exclusive conversation with Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas on the government's response. You can watch tonight at 10:30 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
And childcare costs are skyrocketing, and it's putting a really big strain on the average family's budget. Coming up in just a moment, some expert advice on how to navigate those extra expenses. You are watching NBC News Daily.
You can also watch us for free 24/7 on our streaming network, NBC News Now, wherever you stream, including YouTube, Hulu, Roku, and Peacock. The news continues after this.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that.
Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television.
Welcome back. We're so happy to be with you. I'm Vicki Nguyen.
Yeah, thanks for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford, and here is what is making news right now. Lawmakers reaching a bipartisan deal for the framework of a massive government spending bill with hopes to really get it passed before the holidays. Negotiations have tied up both houses of Congress as members rush to extend Friday's deadline to fund the government.
Late Representative John Lewis is being memorialized with a new stamp. The U.S. Postal Service announced yesterday the stamp will celebrate the life and legacy of the civil rights leader. It is expected to roll out next year.
And more bad news for Ticketmaster. The ticket vendor is facing millions of dollars in fines in Mexico after fans were told that their tickets were not valid for a Bad Bunny concert. I know. Make it stop, folks. Make it stop. Officials say the fans are entitled to a full refund and compensation of at least 20% of what they paid. How would you see El Borrano Sin Ti if you couldn't even go to the concert?
You know, I feel like at some point, Bad Bunny should kick back some sort of small percentage to Morgan Radford.
Just a small percentage, right?
Something to show some love to News Daily.
Front row seats.
Yeah, okay,
I mean that's what I would take.
Bring your favorite co-anchor.
That's right.
All right. Lawmakers on Capitol Hill have proposed a nationwide ban on TikTok because of concerns that China could be using the app to spy on us.
Now, the bipartisan bill aims to protect user data from being improperly collected by the Chinese government, which is a longtime concern here in the U.S. NBC News senior congressional correspondent Garrett Haake joins us now from his post. Garrett, first off, what exactly are lawmakers proposing? What's sort of in the fine print here?
Well, Morgan, lawmakers can't just ban a single company from operating in the United States. So this bill kind of works around the edges here and describes exactly what TikTok ultimately is, a company that has these connections to the Chinese. The bill actually would also ban a company if it were similarly structured, if it were connected to the Russians or other countries with whom we have, I would say, less than stellar relations here. And the goal is, or the theory here, is that TikTok is essentially spyware in waiting, these lawmakers argue, that the data that it gathers to fine-tune that algorithm that feeds you video after video that you find so addictive is the kind of information that could potentially be used by the Chinese government. That's why these lawmakers want to see it banned. They consider it a national security threat, potentially.
So it's not necessarily naming TikTok. It's saying the structure of any kind of app that does this would be illegal. It's not surprising that you're seeing agreement on both sides of the aisle because this is a national security concern. My question is about the practicality of it all. People make money with their TikTok account. So good luck getting that off of their phone and taking it away from them. What are the legal challenges that you foresee, Garrett?
Well, look, I think before there's even legal challenges, there is a whip count challenge here, getting enough votes to pass this in either chamber. And make no mistake, as Congress gets more hawkish towards China, I think support for a bill like this grows. But I'm old enough to remember when Donald Trump proposed banning TikTok all the way back in 2020. And so this idea has been around for a while. And TikTok, as you point out, has only gotten more ingrained in American society and in the U.S. economy. And so I think getting to critical mass to get a bill like this across the finish line could be incredibly challenging. And as you point out, that's just the legislative part of it. Potential legal challenges down the line from the company and from its U.S. allies, other companies that make money off of their presence on TikTok, could drag this process out for a very long time.
And Garrett, I mean, what does that timeline look like? I mean, you say it could sort of drag out, but I mean, is there any sense of sort of when we could actually see it impact everyday people who have this on their phones?
No, look, I don't see this happening anytime soon. And the three co-sponsors of this bill are one Senate Republican and one each of a House Republican and a House Democrat. There's going to be more interest in this when Republicans take control of the House next year. But the lack of a Senate Democrat on this bill tells me that there's just not enough appetite yet in that chamber for this to, even really get much momentum behind it, much less get across the president's desk. Because, one of the places that's used TikTok to great effect and has courted TikTok influencers, Joe Biden's White House.
NBC News senior congressional correspondent Garrett Haake. Thank you so much, Garrett.
Now to the arrest and indictment of FTX founder Sam Bankman-Fried. A judge in the Bahamas denied him bail during his very first court appearance just yesterday.
Yeah, the former crypto titan has been slapped with 8 criminal charges, including fraud and money laundering. NBC News investigative correspondent Tom Winter joins us now. So, Tom, I want to start by playing a quick clip from yesterday's press conference on the unsealed indictment. Take a listen.
Bankman-Fried and his co-conspirators stole billions of dollars from FTX customers. He used that money for his personal benefit, including to make personal investments and to cover expenses and debts of his hedge fund. This is one of the biggest financial frauds in American history.
He said it right there, one of the biggest financial frauds in American history. So what do we expect to happen next to Sam Bankman-Fried now that his bail has been denied? And to be clear, he's being held in the Bahamas because he lives there, right?
That's exactly right. And that's where the company was effectively operating from, Vicky, over the past several months. And so that's where he was arrested and picked up. And then in February, or I should say coming up in February, he'll be before a judge there. He can try and contest his extradition to the United States. But I looked at the extradition treaty just a couple of minutes ago. It was signed in 1990 and came into effect in 1994. It makes it very difficult for somebody to challenge an extradition between the Bahamas and the United States, effectively saying, look, if the same types of things could be charged in the other country as could be charged in the country where the person was arrested, generally, with very few exceptions and none that I can see applying here, the person must be extradited to the United States. So it is possible he could be here as soon as February to face charges, and then prosecutors here will try to determine whether or not they'll seek detention for Sam Bankman-Fried, essentially not allowing him out on bail pending his trial in the United States.
What's also interesting, Tom, is sort of how, when these kind of figures get in hot water, how they handle it. I mean, since stepping down from FTX just last month, there have been multiple instances of Bankman-Fried speaking out and really implicating himself, essentially, on social media and interviews. And I heard one interview where he basically was like, dude, my lawyers are telling me to stop, but I'm not going to stop. I mean, will that sort of impact impact his own credibility in the courtroom?
Well, it's interesting you mentioned that because yesterday in the civil complaint that was filed against him by the SEC, so it has nothing to do with his criminal case, but they're coming after him from the civil side, which is what the SEC can do. They were specifically referencing just those statements that you were talking about, Morgan. And so I think it is possible that those statements in his interviews could be played. It is certainly something that would be impeachable should Sam Bankman-Fried ever want to take the stand in trial. Prosecutors could simply say, well, this is what you said then. What do you say now? And we have this evidence that was played at trial or on your direct testimony. So it makes it very difficult for him to be potentially called to the stand, and it might make it very difficult in the eyes of the jury to play those statements if there are contemporaneous communications that they have as a result of their search warrants and subpoenas that they can kind of challenge those at the same time. It might really speak to the credibility of this person at trial potentially.
Yeah, there's a lot to unpack in this case, and it just, continues on. It's really just getting started. NBC News investigative correspondent following it from the beginning, Tom Winterforest. Tom, thank you.
Sure thing.
Well, right now, millions of parents are struggling to manage the cost of childcare. It is not cheap.
That's right. According to the Center for American Progress, childcare averages about $16,000 per year, a number that rivals the cost of college tuition. So here with us now, we have Grace Bastidas, editor-in-chief of Parents Magazine. Grace, thanks so much for diving into this for us. It's something, full disclosure, that I've been sort of thinking about, low-key freaking out about, because everyone's told me I'm only pregnant, and where I come from, you can, sign up for a great school. They're telling me that you got to sign up pregnant, you got to get on these wait lists, you got to and I've just never even heard of such a system. What are some of the non-negotiables that parents should focus on, given that, daycare isn't like a one-size-fits-all solution?
Exactly, and I'm here to help, Morgan. So what you want most when you drop off your kid at a daycare center or with somebody, you want peace of mind. So you're looking for an environment that's safe and clean. You want a staff that's caring and qualified, and all of this needs to be financially viable.
Right? And so those are the considerations that you want to have. But what are the low-cost options that are available? Where can you find discounts?
So you can, if your kid, say, goes to school, maybe consider part-time childcare. Or you can talk to a family member and see if they'll help out. My aunt babysat my kids for many years, and while I did compensate her, it wasn't as much as it would normally be.
Okay.
You can also look into free educational programs for kids at libraries, schools, childcare centers, neighborhood rec centers, and just check your local listings to see what's available.
I love that family member option. I hope
truly.
Dad Rad, Mama Kay, if you're listening, come help. Grace, do you have any sort of insider tips? Because so many parents are trying to just lower the cost, even if they're kind of trying to do these little hacks or find a family member or find some place that's local. Is there any other thing that parents can do to really keep top of mind, just to cut some of those, save some of their pennies?
Yeah, so depending on where you live and your income, you may be eligible to claim the Child and Dependent Care Tax Credit, which can offset costs. Some states also offer an employer tax credit that incentivizes companies to provide these services for their employees. Check with your HR rep and see what's available that you may not be aware of. And you can also start contributing to a dependent care flexible spending account, which allows you to put in money tax-free. So that's another option. And then you can pay for childcare with a rewards credit card even, which will give you cash back, also airplane miles, hotel points.
From your flex spending account?
No, with a credit card.
With a credit card.
Oh, very cool.
But remember to submit those receipts early so that you can get reimbursed, pay off the balance, and not pay
the
interest.
Yeah, absolutely.
Exactly.
Here's a problem that a lot of people have faced, which is leaving the workforce. And this disproportionately affects women because you do have to care for your kids or even your parents in some cases. Your thoughts on that? What is your advice to people who are frustrated and feel like they have to leave a career they love because they can't afford to pay childcare?
You want to think outside the box, right? You want to think what else is available. Talk to people in your community, other parents. People are going through the same things, and you never know when you can pool resources with somebody. Maybe hire a babysitter together and split the costs. So talk to as many people as possible. Do your research and plan so that you can spend within your price range.
That's so true. Having those parent groups makes such a big difference. Yeah, absolutely. Okay, well, editor-in-chief of Parents Magazine, Grace Bastidas, thank you so much for coming in.
Thank you so much.
A swimmer is in stable condition after surviving a shark attack just off of Hawaii's Big Island on Tuesday. Officials say the 68-year-old man was about 400 yards from the shore when a tiger shark bit his lower left torso. The 12-footer released the victim when he tried to fend off the shark with a diving knife. This is the island's second shark attack in less than a week.
Well, Facebook has been hit with a new lawsuit for promoting political violence in Africa. The class action suit accuses the social media company of profiting from hate and violence in conflict-torn Ethiopia. The lawsuit is seeking more than $2 billion in restitution funds and changes to the website's content moderation policies.
10 years after the unthinkable happened at Sandy Hook Elementary, some survivors are reflecting on the bond they share with a very special teacher. Their powerful story straight ahead. More NBC News Daily just after this.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
It's likely you remember it. 10 years ago today, the horrific shooting at Sandy Hook Elementary unfolded right before us.
That's right. Many of the survivors are now young adults, and some of them have kept in touch with a very special teacher over the years. NBC News senior national correspondent Kate Snow joins us now. Kate, tell us about this story. Tell us about the teacher.
Yeah, well, we all remember, right, the 21st graders, the 6 adults who lost their lives that day at Sandy Hook Elementary, but we've rarely heard from the kids who lived through that day, and they're now 10 years older, young adults about to head to college. For one former first grade teacher at the school, it's been really important to her to keep in touch with her students over the years. She met up with 2 of them just recently.
Caitlin Roig DeBellis and her former students, Lauren Milgram and Julia Morato, have a bond that's hard to put in words.
How's everything going? It's so big.
Julia is 16 and Lauren's 17, juniors in high school now, but Caitlin can still picture them at the start of first grade.
What I remember about Julia was that she always had a smile on her face. She just was very vivacious and full of life. Lauren was very precocious. She took school very seriously.
10 years ago, they survived the unthinkable. Caitlin crammed her students into a tiny bathroom in the back of the classroom.
I did what any teacher would do. And I can only thank whoever there is up there that helped us to get into that bathroom on that day. Because if you had seen it, you would never think that 16 people could fit inside of it.
I remember a lot from that day. I remember, like, right when the noises started, and I just remember, like, holding everyone and, like, holding all my classmates.
I pretty much, like, the only thing that I really think about is, like, she, like, saved my life.
Do you remember anything she said, Julia?
One thing that she said is that she loved us, going back and, like, thinking about it. Like, that was, like, the first thing that I would think about.
They're 6, and I'm thinking that they're about to die, and I want them to know how loved they are. I couldn't fathom in my 29-year-old mind, like, that this is it for them.
You wanted one of the last things they heard potentially to be,
I needed it.
I love you.
I needed it to be.
Eventually, a SWAT team opened the door and led them to safety.
Without Ms. Roig's, like, quick thinking, I wouldn't be here today, and, like, neither would Julia or any of my other classmates. And it's just like, I'm so thankful.
That's the bond.
She's kind of like my second mom.
In the months afterward, their classroom received gifts from all over the country, and Caitlin saw a way to teach.
I said, you know, why did somebody do this for us? And they raised their hands and they said, well, you know, someone wanted us to be happy. And I said, exactly. And I said, what's our job now? And they said, well, you know, we should probably help someone.
Her students sent a smart board to another school. Then Caitlin created Classes for Classes, encouraging other classrooms to do kindness projects. Julia and Lauren took the lesson to heart. Both have volunteered helping animals. 10 years on, Julia now dreams of being a mechanic. Lauren wants to be a school superintendent. It strikes me that it was one of the most horrible days in the history of this country, and people were lost, and it shaped who you all are now. All those things are true.
For me, the remembrance is every second of every minute of every hour of every second. And that is a truth. And so, yes, here we are at 10, but that is no different than yesterday or the day before that. You live with it. You move forward in your life. Clearly, these two girls have moved forward, but you don't ever move on. It is wholly a part of you, and that's okay.
Kate, they are remarkable, the students, the teachers, all of the survivors who continue to bravely speak out to bring attention to what happened so people don't forget. What's next for them?
Well, Caitlin really has a message, right? She wrote a book, actually, called Choosing Hope. It's dedicated to her former students, and she runs this organization that I mentioned, Classes for Classes, and she gives speeches, she goes and does public talks. She really wanted to emphasize that anyone can go to Classes for Classes, any teacher out there, for free, and you can get that curriculum on how to start a kindness project. They also really wanted to make sure that we remember the 20 first graders who were lost and the 6 adults who were lost that day. They're thinking about them today.
Wow. Never forget. NBC News senior national correspondent and NBC News daily co-anchor, Kate Snow. Kate, thank you so much.
And you are watching NBC News Daily.
big variable, the storm surge. Why was it important for you to be here? What kind of training regimen? How you doing, Lester?
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts. Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts. For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
After suffering severe burns across his face and body just last month, late-night legend Jay Leno is now back in action inside his famous garage.
Yeah, he's on the road. This all comes after he received 9 days of intense treatment in a burn center for his wounds. In his first broadcast interview since the accident, Leno shares the exclusive details with Today Show co-host Hoda Kotb.
First of all, Jay, I'm just so happy to be sitting across from you.
Well, thank you. I'm afraid I had to get on fire to be on the Today Show. Thank you.
But I have to say, I was really, as the country was, extremely worried. I mean,
the country was.
People were like, what happened to Jay? What happened to Jay?
Well, people were very nice. I got wonderful cards and letters.
I love the story about how when your doctor was first meeting you, you were in the middle of listening to a voicemail, and it was like, hey, this is Joe from Indonesia. And then your doctor was like, and then I put together who it was.
Yeah, that was President Biden call. That was very nice. That was, I suggest you have more important things to do, but I thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate it.
Gee, let's just talk about what happened. So
Okay.
You're doing what you love.
Right.
You're with your babies, all your cars.
Yes.
You're doing your thing. Just tell me what happened that day.
Well, it was a 1907 white steam car. So the fuel line was clogged, so I was underneath it trying to clog, and I said, blow some air through the line, let's see if we can clear. And then a line, and then poof, and suddenly, boom, I got a face full of gas. And then the pilot light jumped, and my face caught on fire. And I said to my friend, I said, Dave, I'm on fire. And Dave, okay. I said, no, Dave, I'm on fire.
How long have you guys been buddies? How many years? Thankfully, Jay's longtime pal, Dave Kalaki, was standing just a few feet away.
I couldn't even see his face. He downplays it all, but I'm telling you, he was really engulfed. I couldn't see his face.
It was on fire?
It was a wall of fire.
What was the first thing you did when you saw him engulfed in flames?
I just grabbed him. He was just under the car. I grabbed him by the head, and I pulled his head into my chest.
I thought it was a bad Tinder date. I go, what's going on here?
What are you doing? Let Dave talk about how he saved you. Okay, so you kind of brought him into your chest.
I did.
Yeah.
Started to smother the fire.
Yeah.
Then I put the car out.
Yeah.
And I told Jay, go into the bathroom, put cold water on your face. That's when I put the car out, put the fire out. Went into the bathroom to look at Jay, and I said...
What'd you think?
Oh, it was... Like I say, he downplays that, but it was horrific. It was a scary thing. It doesn't take a genius to figure out, call 911. Right?
Yeah.
And that's what I did.
How would you describe what he looked like to you?
It was horrible. It was horrible. In fact, he asked me, how do I look? And I think I said, not good. This is going to be a bad thing. As when the first two layers are peeling off right now, you know this is a real issue.
Doctors took one look at Jay and told him he needed to go straight to a burn center. But Jay had other plans.
Yeah, I mean, I drove home right after that.
Wait, you drove yourself home? Why did you decide to go home and stay home for that night?
Well, because my wife doesn't drive anymore, and I didn't want her stuck and not knowing what was going on. It just seemed like the right thing to do, and I think it was.
So you loved your wife more than you worried about yourself?
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Was that it?
Well, I think there's something to that.
Jay and wife Mavis have been married for more than 4 decades. What did your wife say when she saw you?
Oh, thrilled. Yeah. Yeah.
No, but did she say, go to the hospital?
Well, yeah, of course. Yeah.
The couple would spend the next 9 days at the Grossman Burn Center. Doctors had to scrape away layers of burned skin, a painful procedure. But they say Jay never complained. He was more worried about everyone else, sending pizzas to the nurses and cheering up other patients. Were you worried about what you might look like when it was all said and done?
When you look like me, you don't really worry about what you look like. Luckily, look, if I'm George Clooney, that's going to be a huge problem, But they said it would be all right. So, my attitude is I trust people who are the best to do what they do.
Our thanks to Today co-host Hoda Kotb.
That's right. Talk about resilience.
Yeah.
I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn. You are watching NBC News Daily.
And don't forget, you can also watch us for free 24/7 on our streaming network, NBC News Now. And that's wherever you stream. YouTube, Hulu, Roku, Peacock. Your news continues right after this.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Danny. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
Hi, everybody. I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow. NBC News Daily starts right now. Today, Wednesday, December 14th, 2022. Breaking news, money moves. The Federal Reserve moments away from hiking interest rates again. How this latest effort to ease inflation just before the holidays will impact your wallet.
Double trouble, a tale of two storms battering the Midwest and the South. The path of destruction left behind and where those storms are headed next.
And 10 years later, a survivor of Sandy Hook reflects 1 decade after the tragedy. Do you remember a time from before?
No. I wouldn't say so. I feel like it's been like my entire life.
Grief, outrage, and hopes for the future, in her own words.
It is 11 a.m. in Medford, Oregon, 1 p.m. in Mobile, Alabama, and 2 p.m. here in New York City.
We begin this hour with breaking news about the U.S. economy. The Federal Reserve is trying to pump the brakes on inflation, announcing an interest rate increase of 0.5%. That's less than previous hikes. Still, it's the 7th rate hike of the year.
Now, the modest increase is due in part to the Consumer Price Index report announced on Tuesday. It indicates inflation is now at 7.1% year over year. That's down 2 points from June. NBC News business and data reporter Brian Chung is at the Federal Reserve in Washington. Also with us is Investopedia editor-in-chief Caleb Silver. Brian, help us understand first what conditions the Fed had to look at here before making this modest rate increase.
Yeah, Aaron, as you mentioned, the Federal Reserve raising interest rates officially just a minute ago by 0.5 percentage point. All this because of high inflation. The Federal Reserve projecting that it could actually get inflation down to 3.1% by the end of next year. That will be a pretty far drop from the number we just got yesterday in terms of the consumer price index showing prices 7.1% more expensive in November than they were that time of year last year. The Federal Reserve also projecting that the unemployment rate may rise as a result of its interest rate hikes, that the jobless rate could go up to 4.6% by the end of next year. That would be a pretty sharp increase from the 3.7% that we're at right now. Now, for what it's worth, markets right now are a bit mixed in response to this. We're taking a look at the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ currently down, but the Dow currently in the green. We'll have to see what the Fed chairman says in about 30 minutes when he takes the podium.
And Caleb, let me go to you. Inflation is going down, but it's still a concern, obviously. What does this interest rate increase tell us about where inflation might be headed in the new year?
Yeah, it's going down. It's just going down super slowly, and we still have high prices for food, high prices for shelter. The Federal Reserve wants inflation to be around 2%. As Brian said, we're at 7.1%, pretty far gap, but they do project inflation at 3.1% next year. Consumers, on the other hand, expect inflation to remain around 5% next year. So another big disconnect there. But as these rates keep going up, inflation is slowing, albeit slowly.
Caleb Silver, Brian Chung, thanks to you both.
Well, a powerful storm system is pushing east now, bringing with it a new round of snow, rain, and tornado threats. The major concern right now in the deep south is severe thunderstorms and flash flooding.
People in places like Texas and Louisiana are still dealing with the fresh damage from deadly tornadoes that tore through there yesterday. At least 9 tornadoes have been confirmed in just the past 24 hours. NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas is in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, and meteorologist Bill Cairns is tracking the forecast for us. Guad, I'll go to you first. How severe has the damage been where you are?
Kate, well, we saw that damage in Texas from yesterday, right? And here in Louisiana, overnight, there were 2 tornadoes that hit. We've seen the images today. That happened northwest of here in Caddo Parish. We were informed by local authorities that 2 people died as a result, a mother and her son. Those bodies were recovered. Authorities also told us that at least 20 structures were severely damaged, 3 completely destroyed. And nearby in Union Parish, there's also reports of several people injured. Also this morning, there's reports of another tornado touching down in New Iberia. That's an area about 50 miles southwest of Baton Rouge. We've also seen a video. This is something that was shared online of that tornado touching ground. And local authorities say that some structures were damaged. They had to go rescue people. They have reports of some people injured, and also about 4,000 customers have been left without power in that area, Kate.
Well, let me turn to Bill Cairns here. Bill, help us understand where the storm is, where it's headed next, and why it's been so intense for so many people.
Yeah, we're in the middle of a tornado outbreak. We currently have at least 8 active tornado warnings through Mississippi and Louisiana. There have been numerous confirmed large tornadoes on the ground over the last 2 hours. Tornado sirens are going off all over the place. We're now up to 25 tornado reports from yesterday and today. And look at all the dots popping on the map. All the red icons are the tornadoes that have been reported just today and in the last hour or two. Numerous, and even a few new ones now between Baton Rouge and New Orleans. So this will continue. We're under what we call a particularly dangerous situation, tornado watch. They happen only a few times a year, so we expect more powerful tornadoes as we go throughout the rest of today. This area of red is what we call a moderate risk. That's kind of 4 out of 5. There's only 1 level higher than that, and that includes the Hattiesburg and Meridian, Jackson, the Mobile, the Biloxi. These are areas that haven't been hit yet, but they will later on today through this evening, and even more nocturnal tornadoes are possible, and maybe even long-track tornadoes, not just strong ones, but ones that are on the ground for a long period of time. On top of all that, we got numerous areas, including where Guad's located in Baton Rouge, of flash flood warnings. And on top of everything, we still have winter with 23 million people included, the Northeast. That's when your winter storm arrives tomorrow.
All right, Bill Cairns, Guad Venegas, thank you both.
The crypto industry is facing intense scrutiny on Capitol Hill today at a hearing being held by the Senate Banking Committee.
It's not just about crypto, it's about protecting consumers, the regulated financial sector, from bad actors who think rules simply don't apply to them.
But let's remember to distinguish between human failure and the instrument with which the failure occurred. In this case, the instrument is software, and the code committed no crime.
It comes just a day after a House committee held a similar hearing, including this testimony from the newly installed CEO of the failed cryptocurrency exchange, FTX.
This is really old-fashioned embezzlement. This is just taking money from customers and using it for your own purpose.
NBC News correspondent Tom Winter joins me now. Tom, who did the Senate committee hear from today, and are there plans for more congressional scrutiny over this industry?
Well, without a doubt, on the last part of that question, Kate, and good afternoon. I think the focus here is on cryptocurrency and how it should be regulated. This is something that's been going back and forth during Congress. A lot of people asking for Congress to codify and clarify cryptocurrency in general, not just a particular company such as an FTX, but the entire industry. Heard from one of its critics today, Ben McKenzie, who, if that name sounds familiar to people that watch the hit show The OC, that is the same actor, but he's become a bit of a critic of this industry and somebody who's pretty studied in it. Let's take a listen.
For someone to win, someone else has to lose. That does not mean the distribution is even. We know at this point, most people who have invested in cryptocurrency have lost money. This is gambling. This is speculation. At best, zero sum. That's not including the environmental costs that Bitcoin incurs.
We've heard a lot over the past couple of years from people who have been proponents of cryptocurrency, and obviously now, in light of recent failures, Kate, a hefty amount of criticism being thrown its way, and we'll just have to see how this all shakes out in Congress before these companies likely try to come back from the state and the condition that they're in.
All right, Tom Winter for us. Thank you.
Right now in Qatar, soccer powerhouse France is taking on Morocco in the World Cup semifinals. It's a clash brimming with political tension that could see the Moroccans further etch their names in World Cup folklore. The odds have been against them, but now they are aiming to secure their spot in Sunday's World Cup final against Argentina. NBC News foreign correspondent Megan Fitzgerald joins us now from Doha. Megan, talk to us about how much of an underdog story this is for Morocco right now. Did you see any of this historic run coming?
Aaron, I can tell you this is such a huge moment. As you mentioned, historic. It's the first time that we have seen an African nation advance to the semifinals. But this isn't just a big moment for Morocco. This is something that's celebrated all throughout the Arab world. We are seeing different countries rallying behind Morocco. And you see that right now, the game just kicking off. There's about 68,000 people in that stadium. The latest estimate, 60,000 are Moroccan fans. So this is incredibly significant. And did anyone see this coming? Well, I think it's fair to say no. But as we saw this tournament just roll on, it kicked off with the biggest upset with Argentina and Saudi Arabia. We saw Tunisia beat France. And then, of course, we saw Morocco just beating all of these European powerhouses, tying with Croatia, beating teams like Portugal with Cristiano Ronaldo, Spain, really significant upsets that we've seen, which is why a lot of people really feel that it's anybody's game. It's possible that Morocco very well could pull this off, but we'll see, Aaron.
A lot of folks going to be watching closely all over the world. Megan Fitzgerald for us in Doha today. Megan, thanks.
Yeah.
The man accused of attacking House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's husband had his preliminary hearing in California State Court today. 42-year-old David DePape is facing several charges, including attempted murder and assault with a deadly weapon. He has previously pleaded not guilty to those charges. Today, officers testified about what they saw when they responded to the October assault. DePape has also pleaded not guilty to the federal charges against him.
Breakfast brand Eggo is paying up, and Facebook has been hit with a major new lawsuit.
Frank Holland joins us now with today's CNBC Money Minute. Hi, Frank.
Hey, good to see you guys as always. First up, 7 social media influencers. They're accused of bringing in $100 million by illegally manipulating stock prices in what Wall Street calls a pump and dump scheme. Federal prosecutors and the SEC say these defendants, they encouraged their followers to buy stocks they'd already purchased, but they didn't say they plan to sell those stocks after the prices went up. The charges come despite disclaimers in some of the profiles, including one that said, do not trade based on social media. Always excellent advice. Also, Facebook faces a lawsuit seeking $2 billion, accusing it of not doing enough to prevent the platform from being used to incite violence, political violence in Ethiopia and other African nations. And Eggo has been fined $85,000 for a large release of toxic ammonia at its waffle factory in San Jose, California. Fortunately, no one was hurt, but nearby residents had to shelter in place. Back over to you.
All right, Frank Holland at CNBC. Thank you, Frank.
Coming up, how the Sandy Hook community is marking 10 years since that unthinkable tragedy. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
NBC News, streaming free now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
It happened 10 years ago today, but so many of us remember it so vividly.
December 14th, 2012, the day a gunman stormed into Sandy Hook Elementary School in Newtown, Connecticut. The images of that day are etched in our collective memory. In all, 26 people were shot to death, 20 children and 6 teachers. The children who survived that horrific day are now young adults.
Today, President Biden declared a national day of remembrance. Flags are also being lowered across America. The shooting at Sandy Hook led to prevention efforts and vocal demands for tighter gun laws. And today in Washington, the focus is on just that. President Biden wrote today that more needs to be done, saying, quote, "We have a moral obligation to pass and enforce laws that can prevent these things from happening again."
NBC's Ali Vitale joins us now from Capitol Hill. Ali, both parties can agree to some degree that something needs to be done here, but they're divided on how to take action on this issue. What are some lawmakers saying on this Remembrance Day?
Yeah, Aaron, it's hard to feel optimistic that we're going to see policy changes coming out of Congress, especially because they've already done some gun violence related actions this past summer, some of the most significant legislation that we've seen in decades. And even that was narrow and tailored in nature, speaking to hardening schools and school safety, but also implementing better red flag laws as a preventative measure in the instance of these mass shootings. But as I did a general canvass of lawmakers here, Senator Chris Murphy on the Democratic side, one of the leading members on gun violence prevention, and then Republican Josh Hawley, you can see there's very little that they agree on moving forward with. Listen.
For me, the holy grail has always been increased background checks. So 90% of Americans think we should be doing more background checks.
I think what would make a difference and what I would support is toughening the penalties for people who commit or attempt to commit violence with guns. And that's across the board.
And look, just to give a sense, guys, of the landscape here, in the last 10 years, we've seen firearm-related deaths of kids rise by 80%. And you can see it in the graphs of public opinions. After each of these mass shootings, there's an uptick in the amount of gun violence prevention laws that people want. And then after it happens, it falls again. Kate, Aaron.
Ali Vitale for us on Capitol Hill today. Ali, thank you.
As the nation reflects on that horrific day, a new memorial in Newtown recently opened in honor of the 26 lives lost there. There were also many children in the building who survived that day. One of them was Megan Tarpey. She's never told her story before, but I had the chance to sit down with her recently.
I think people sometimes think back 10 years and they think of you all as kids. You're not a kid anymore.
No, definitely not.
Megan Tarpey is a freshman at Marist College now. 10 years ago, she was in her third-grade classroom at Sandy Hook Elementary when the gunfire started. She doesn't want to talk about the details of that horrific day, but obviously it's had a profound effect on her.
I think it impacts me on more of an everyday basis than anyone could ever imagine, honestly. I think it makes me very cautious person. I'm always looking around, very on edge all the time.
Is it hard to trust things?
Yes, it's very hard to trust people or feel safe even being at home or anywhere, in a grocery store. It's very hard to feel safe, and because you really never know what's going to happen. So.
Yeah, I mean, it strikes me that you and your classmates in the whole school were exposed to the worst of humanity in one day.
I was so young at the time, and we were all really just starting to experience our childhood. We kind of got that taken away from us.
Mm-hmm. Do you remember a time from before?
No. I wouldn't say so. I feel like it's been my entire life.
She stays in close touch with friends from Sandy Hook, but she's also making new connections at college. Part of the campus ministry, she enjoys doing community service. And because of what she lived through, she says she hopes to go to law school and become a prosecutor.
I just think I want to see and be a part of people, the bad people in our society getting punished for what they did. Because I think enough times, it doesn't really happen nowadays sometimes.
You want to be on the side of justice?
Hopefully, yeah.
A quarter-mile from the new elementary school, a memorial opened last month.
I think every time I go back to that, the whole property of the school, it makes me feel a little at peace in a way, because when I look at the school, I think it's beautiful, and I think kids will feel safe going there, and that's what any of us would want.
The names of those lost are inscribed on the granite circle.
It makes me very upset that they couldn't live the life that I'm living now, because I never want to take life for granted. I know none of my friends and I do, because it made us realize how precious life is and how much we need to appreciate it.
Such a good reminder there. I know, really powerful for a young woman who's in college, just starting out college. She said she wanted to emphasize that as she got older, she's been looking for the positives. That's been what's kind of gotten her through, and that gave her something to hold on to and help her heal.
To be so self-aware and to try to still look forward and be bright about it. Good for her. God bless her. Still ahead, a Georgia correctional officer shot outside of a jail. We'll have images that police hope will track down the killer.
news is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Scientists are hard at work developing future COVID vaccines for that ever-evolving virus, but their research is hamstrung right now by federal funding that's all but dried up. NBC News medical analyst Dr. Vin Gupta takes a look at why that investment is critical for the future of public health.
Dr. Akiko Iwasaki is pioneering the next generation of COVID vaccines.
Everywhere in this country right now, the ER is jam-packed with people with respiratory diseases. Currently, we are in dire need of vaccines that prevent infection and prevent transmission.
At Yale University, she is developing a nasal vaccine.
It can be put into a nasal spray and sprayed into the nose.
Unlike currently available mRNA vaccines, which are injected into a muscle, a nasal vaccine is sprayed directly into the nose, generating antibodies right where the virus enters the body. Not only is it easier to use, Iwasaki says it also has the potential to stop the virus from spreading between people. The nation's top doctor, Surgeon General Vivek Murthy, acknowledging the need for new technology like this.
It's so important that we continue to invest in ensuring that our vaccines are getting better, that our treatments are getting better, because the virus is continuing to evolve.
But developing a next-gen vaccine isn't cheap. Iwasaki estimates on the magnitude of hundreds of millions of dollars.
With the current amount of funding that's available to us, it will take probably a year or two at the earliest to be able to start testing our approach in humans.
The Biden administration is scrambling to get $10 billion of COVID-19 funding from Congress next year. It's included in the year-end spending bill under contentious debate on Capitol Hill. Debate that could lead to a government shutdown.
The bottom line is nasal vaccines are an important part of the strategy, but to invest in them to the degree that's required, means that we need that funding from Congress to come through.
A decision is expected to come before the end of December. With little Republican support, that funding is far from guaranteed. For the time being, health experts urging lawmakers to act.
All I can say is Congress needs to do its job and step up and protect the American people.
Testing our wastewater has emerged as one of the most reliable ways to track how diseases like COVID spread through a population. And now researchers are hoping it can help track two other viruses currently tying up our hospitals, the flu and RSV. Kent Erdahl from our NBC affiliate in Minnesota reports.
For nearly 2 years, 44 wastewater treatment plants in Minnesota have provided samples twice a week that have given us our earliest indicator of how COVID is spreading. And now they're about to tell us even more.
We're working on a platform that will simultaneously measure flu, RSV, and SARS-CoV-2. So it's the same sample. It's just that the target is different. So what we're trying to do is optimize the assay so that we can, with greater sensitivity, detect the flu virus.
Dr. Timothy Shacker says that is coming soon. But as the U of M Medical School's Vice Dean of Research, he says flu and RSV are already causing widespread issues in our healthcare system, meaning there is an even bigger question to consider.
What do you do with that information? At the beginning of the respiratory virus season, it's probably pretty useful to be looking to see where it comes from and how it emerges and that sort of thing. We can work collaboratively with the Department of Public Health. They can alert pediatricians, et cetera, in the area to be on the watch for this.
And that's not all these tiny vials might provide. For the last year, he says they've sent samples from 2 wastewater sites to the National Institutes of Health for an even bigger study.
We're building out a platform now where we're going to sequence all of the RNA fragments that are in the wastewater and then look for just what's there, what pathogens are there. What I'm really interested in is what's out there that we don't know. And so we just have to go looking.
Before it becomes a problem. That's the idea.
Before it becomes a problem, exactly.
And thanks to federal and state grants, along with NIH equipment coming directly to Minnesota, he says those answers are also coming soon.
I'm hoping in 3 or 4 months we'll have started to see how feasible this is and what kind of results we're going to be getting.
And he says it's all thanks to that nation-leading network of treatment plants that realize the value in our waste.
They're just doing an amazing job sending us these samples twice a week. And these wastewater treatment plants are really the backbone of what we're working to accomplish here.
Kent Erdahl reporting there in Minneapolis. Up next, why a firefighter attacked a patient inside a hospital. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better?
You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful?
Found a way to put that.
Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Bottom of the hour now. Here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
At least 4 people are dead after a migrant boat capsized in the English Channel early this morning. Helicopter crews from Britain and France responded to the scene just after 3 a.m. Authorities rescued the remaining passengers from the freezing waters. No word on how many people were on board or their current condition.
We are learning more about the sudden death of U.S. soccer journalist Grant Wahl, who collapsed while covering the World Cup in Qatar. According to his wife, who is a physician, Wahl died when a bulge in his heart burst. Dr. Celine Gounder also shared that the condition was likely there for years, and there was, quote, nothing nefarious about his death. Wahl had been highly critical of Qatar's human rights record while covering the World Cup.
Oregon Governor Kate Brown is commuting the death sentences of 17 inmates, effectively clearing death row for the entire state. Brown, who's ending her last term as governor, criticized capital punishment in a statement saying the death penalty cannot be administered fairly and equitably. Oregon is one of 27 states that allow the death penalty.
Investigators in Georgia are searching for the man who ambushed and killed a correctional officer outside the jail where he worked. Authorities are now asking how this could happen as they release new video of the suspect. NBC News correspondent Stephen Romo is following that story for us and joins us now with more. Stephen?
Yeah, Aaron, a lot of questions about this from that community, especially considering where this happened, just outside of a correctional facility, which you would think would have nothing but cameras outside.
Police in Gwinnett County, Georgia, in a desperate search for this person, investigating the murder of a senior corrections officer killed in a shooting right outside the correctional center where he worked just before sunrise. The victim, 59-year-old Scott Reiner, was reporting to work when authorities say he got into some type of confrontation with the gunman.
It's still too early to know if this could have been a random act or a targeted act, but we are following up on every avenue.
They say the suspect ran away on foot after that incident.
As far as we know, the person got away on foot, but they could have had a vehicle in the area that we don't know about yet.
Investigators so far have released only these grainy photos taken from surveillance cameras showing an unknown person in the parking lot at the time of the shooting.
They'll be looking at whether or not there was any retaliation. And of course, if there's any video that's in the parking lot area or on any vehicles that may have been around, they'll be looking at that as well to see if they can find the perpetrator.
Governor Brian Kemp sharing his condolences, tweeting in part, "Join us in praying for the family and loved ones of Officer Scott Reiner of Gwinnett County. As we join them in mourning this tragic loss, we're also eager to see his killer brought to justice." Reiner's co-workers also remembering him.
He treated inmates fair. He did what he was supposed to do.
Anytime that we lose one of our own, it is extremely difficult, extremely emotional, but what the police department is going to do to help him and honor his memory and his family is to work this case as hard as we can and to catch the person that did this.
You know, Stephen, you made the point that this murder happened right outside the jail there. How could there not be more surveillance footage of what happened?
Yeah, Aaron, that's a question many people have, including the fact that this footage doesn't seem to be very high quality right now. Legal experts we talked to said that there could be more footage that they're just waiting to release. But right now they are asking the community, police in Gwinnett are asking the community for video, dash cam video, trying to track down the person who did this. Hopefully more video will come out to help lead to that person who pulled the trigger. Aaron?
Stephen Romo for us today. Stephen, thank you.
Thanks.
Some disturbing video out of Florida. Police have released video of what they say is an officer overdosing after coming into contact with fentanyl. Take a look.
Get an answer.
You good? We good?
You're good, Courtney. You're good. Keep breathing. Hey, stay with me, okay?
Police say Officer Courtney Bannock found narcotics on a passenger during a traffic stop on Monday night. Bannock reportedly wore gloves while handling the substance, but it still triggered this reaction. That's because fentanyl can be that dangerous. Officers were able to revive her with Narcan. She was then transported to the hospital. She is expected to make a full recovery. A Miami firefighter is off the job today. He's under investigation after video appears to show him punching a handcuffed patient on a stretcher. NBC's Maura Barrett joins us now with more. Maura, how did this all start?
Well, Kate, this incident involved a City of Miami fire rescue lieutenant, and it was all caught on video, but I want to warn our viewers before we pull it up that they might find the content disturbing. You can see it all unfold here. The video lasts about 40 seconds, and there's no audio. But according to the police report, investigators say the man in the stretcher was agitated, screaming, and at one point spits in the direction of the firefighter, Robert Webster. And that's when the video appears to show Webster throw some punches. And then you see his coworkers try to hold him back. And investigators say the man was originally brought to the ER after consuming both cocaine and heroin, Kate.
Yeah, Maura, are we hearing from the firefighter at the center of the video or from the fire department?
We're actually hearing from both today. Webster, the firefighter, appears to show no remorse. According to our NBC station in Miami, he wrote, quote, "If he never knew the consequence of spitting in a grown man's face, then consider my actions public education and this video a PSA." As for the City of Miami Department of Fire Rescue, they say Webster was immediately relieved of duty and the incident is under investigation. Kate?
All right, Maura Barrett, thank you.
Survivors of the deadly shooting at a gay club in Colorado last month are sharing their stories on Capitol Hill today. The testimony is part of a House hearing on rising violence and threats against the LGBTQ community. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ryan Nobles is joining us now. Ryan, it's been a little over 3 weeks now since that shooting at Club Q. What did the survivors tell the committee today?
Well, Aaron, often you'll hear politicians in the wake of a mass shooting say that they don't want to politicize the issue, and then they don't talk about the substance around the issues involving mass shootings and threats to certain communities. And what these survivors made clear to lawmakers today is that they would like this issue to be politicized. They feel that Congress has done far too little, not only as it relates to gun violence, but also the protection of members of the LGBTQ community. Listen to what Michael Anderson, one of the survivors of the Club Q shooting, told lawmakers today.
To the politicians and activists who accuse LGBTQ people of grooming children and being abusers, shame on you. As leaders of our country, it is your obligation to represent all of us, not just the ones you happen to agree with. Hate speech turns into hate action, and actions based on hate almost took my life from me at 25 years old.
And so what you see here, Aaron, is these survivors and also Democratic members of the panel saying that this is more than just an issue of the laws that are on the books. It's also about the conduct of people who are in power, who say negative things or say disparaging comments about people from the LGBTQ community. These are people that were on the front lines of this massacre who are saying that they believe they were targets because of what leaders in certain political organizations have said about members of the gay community. And they believe that not only do there need to be tougher laws on the books, but there also has to be kind of a change of heart and a change of position by many of these, in particular, Republican lawmakers, and extends just beyond their rhetoric as well, Aaron. There's also a concern about some of the legislation that's being passed at the state level, in particularly Republican strongholds that LGBTQ community members believe is a threat to their very existence. Aaron.
Yeah, Ryan, I know the hearing went on for a while. Who else did the committee hear from today?
Well, it wasn't just survivors of the Club Q shooting. They also heard from survivors of the Pulse nightclub shooting, which was obviously a gay club that was targeted. And the main suspect in that case did have anti-gay views. They also heard from representatives of the Human Rights Campaign, also from members of the transgender community as well. You know, as many people as possible from these various communities that are impacted by this hate speech, the members heard from, and they really heard a lot of passionate pleas to try and get something done and change the conversation around this particular topic. Aaron.
Well, I'll be looking closely to see if something does get done. Ryan Nobles for us on the Hill today. Ryan, thank you. Congress has also reached a bipartisan framework agreement that will avoid a government shutdown. Funding for the government is set to expire this Friday, but both chambers are expected to pass a stopgap measure before that deadline. That will give negotiators time to work on a more complete spending bill. Lawmakers say that if all goes well, a full funding package will be passed before their holiday break.
A controversial immigration policy is set to end 1 week from today. Title 42, as it's called, was put in place by the Trump administration at the start of the pandemic in March 2020. It lets the U.S. turn away migrants for public health reasons. With that about to expire, the Department of Homeland Security is sending extra agents to the border to handle an expected influx of migrants. NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez is in Mexico near the U.S. border. Gabe, good to see you. What kind of things are you seeing? What kind of movement are you seeing at the border today?
Hi there, Kay. Well, we're here in Ciudad Juarez, and behind me you can see there is a massive line of migrants, and we've been seeing this now for several days here. One of the group of migrants, the largest group, actually first started coming here over the weekend, but as you can see, the line continues. There are hundreds of migrants in this line right now, and the water you're looking at is the Rio Grande. They waded over the Rio Grande and are now waiting in line to turn themselves in to Border Patrol agents on the other side of that border fence. On the other side of that is downtown El Paso, and local officials in El Paso, you know, they have been saying their resources are stretched thin, and this is something that local officials say will continue to get worse, which, as if you mentioned that Title 42 is set to be lifted next week. Local officials in El Paso say that this could be a sign of things to come, Kate.
And they turn themselves in, Gabe, in the hopes that they'll be given asylum, or what's the hope?
That's right. Many of these folks will make some sort of an asylum claim, and a large group that came here over the weekend, they're actually from Nicaragua. Some of these are also potentially from Venezuela, but many other countries, and they turn themselves in, many of them making asylum claims, and then they are processed, and if they're not turned away, then they may be sent to different parts of the country to wait while their asylum claims are adjudicated. But as I mentioned, local officials say that this is not sustainable. We spoke to the deputy city manager of El Paso yesterday. He's asking local officials there to declare a state of emergency. Take a listen.
It is a crisis. It is a state of emergency. There's no municipality alone that could handle what we're seeing and what we're about to see with the lifting of Title 42. So these numbers are unsustainable.
So, Kate, think about this. There are many women and children here with small children, and they have spent several hours already. The overnight hours, look, with wind chills, temperatures got below or felt like they were below freezing. For some, this is a dangerous situation here. And again, the Department of Homeland Security and CBP agents do believe that there will be an influx, an even bigger one, once Title 42 is lifted as early as next week, Kate.
Yeah, it's quite a scene there. Gabe Gutierrez, thank you for being there.
Still ahead, why one couple in Michigan says this year's baby formula recall was actually a blessing in disguise. More NBC News Daily right after this.
But first, a programming note. NBC's Jacob Soboroff explores the resurgence of hate against Jews in America and what's being done to combat extremism. Watch Epidemic of Hate, Anti-Semitism in America. That's tonight at 10:30 p.m. Eastern.
The big variable, the storm surge.
Why was it important for you to be here?
What kind of training regimen?
How you doing, Lester?
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
NBC News, streaming free now.
They're calling it a blessing in disguise. A Michigan couple says the baby formula recall earlier this year might have saved their child's life.
The tainted formula led to an emergency room visit, and that resulted in doctors making another discovery. Teresa Weekly from our NBC affiliate in Grand Rapids, Michigan, has more.
Are you a stinker butt?
Stinker.
Mariah Pearl Ritzema is a rainbow baby.
We had a miscarriage, and my son is 26, so it had been 25 years since I had a baby.
She is her parents' miracle and their whole world.
She grabbed my finger, and the nurses are like, "I think you're coming with us, Dad." So they set her in there, and she held my finger the whole time. That was pretty neat.
And she's had you wrapped ever since?
Yeah.
The formula recall 6 months later would mark the beginning of major life changes for all three of them.
It's actually, to us, it's a blessing in disguise.
Jared and Mary Ritzema noticed Mariah was lethargic and just plain sick. Her pediatrician couldn't figure it out, so they ended up in the ER.
Our friend sent me a text and said, "I think your formula has been recalled." And I said, "What?"
The formula issues led them to the hospital. A separate diagnosis kept them there.
That's when they did the ultrasound. That's when they found the cancer.
Stage 4 neuroblastoma. Initially, doctors thought it was the lower risk kind, but researchers tested a sample and confirmed otherwise.
So that changed it from being like a low-risk high neuroblastoma to a high-risk neuroblastoma. It's more aggressive. It'll come back if you don't go through the extensive treatments.
Treatments that will last 2 years when all is said and done.
6 different pumps with, medications. So medications are going off like every hour, every half hour, there's beeping.
As with any fight, this family has gone through highs and lows. The treatment also revealed another problem. Complications from Mariah's birth led to fluid on her brain.
We had to have an emergency brain surgery, so they cauterized the main artery off in the brain. She's the second kid to ever have this surgery done at Helen DeVos.
Watching her fight has been the hardest part for Mary and Jared.
He's handled a lot of the hard stuff that I can't handle. Seeing your daughter get sedated and she's 6 months old it's heart-wrenching.
Jared lost his job as a truck driver because of the time commitments at the hospital. He has dedicated every minute to Mariah.
I watch her counts when she's sleeping. I do the math and I try to figure out, when she's going to need her next transfusion. And,
He's taught himself everything about this diagnosis. They almost recruited him to be a nurse there.
Somehow Mariah has kept her sweet smile. She doesn't seem to mind the frequent hospital stays.
All three of us are there together and we're in this room and it just makes her happy for all of us to be together and spending time together.
I'll beat you to the top of the coconut tree.
That's something her parents want to keep up long after she rings the bell on her final treatment.
After having the opportunity to take care of Mariah and be home, I'm not going to go on the road for 2 to 4 nights. There's so much to be thankful for right here.
Teresa Weekly reporting there. Well, sad news today. Fans are mourning the loss of Stephen Twitch Boss, a dancer, a DJ who rose to co-executive producer and co-host of the Ellen DeGeneres Show.
A representative confirmed to NBC News that Boss died by suicide. His wife, Allison Holker Boss, said in a statement that he was the best husband and father and an inspiration to his fans. Twitch got his start on the reality competition show So You Think You Can Dance before joining The Ellen Show in 2014.
Ellen DeGeneres posting on social media today that Twitch was, quote, pure love and light, and asked that fans send love and support to his 3 children. Twitch was 40 years old.
And a reminder, there are always resources available if you're struggling. The number for the National Suicide and Crisis Lifeline is 988. You can also text HOME to 741-741.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better?
You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful?
Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest-running show on television.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
America is stepping up its support for Ukraine. 3 U.S. defense officials have confirmed that they are finalizing plans to send a Patriot missile defense system to Ukraine, something the Ukrainians have been asking for months now. NBC News correspondent Ellison Barber joins me now from Kyiv. Ellison, these weapons coming as the Ukrainian capital is reeling again from a new round of drone strikes, right? So what are you seeing on the ground there?
Yeah, it was early this morning in Kyiv, around 6 a.m., when most people who lived here woke up to the sound of air raid sirens, then heard booms afterwards. Ukrainian officials say their air defense intercepted 13 Iranian-made dive-bombing drones when they were over Kyiv. They say debris from one of those interceptions fell in a residential area, hitting an administration building as well as 4 residential buildings. Given what these Iranian-made drones are capable of doing, the physical damage was relatively minimal. No one was hurt. In some ways, Kyiv got lucky here, but this strike is a reminder of why Ukrainian officials are asking for Western allies to help them bolster their air defense. This is why President Zelensky has asked the U.S. for that Patriot missile system. They say, yes, Ukraine has gotten
world, which is ultimately why, who we are, why we've created all this, and what our goal is.
For CNBC, I'm Andrea Day.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow. You're watching NBC News Daily. We're also streaming for free 24/7 on NBC News Now. You can watch us wherever you stream live, all those places you see there. The news continues after this.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful?
Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Hi, everyone. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Aaron Gilchrist. NBC News Daily starts right now. Today, Wednesday, December 14th, 2022. Utter devastation. Powerful storms on the move across the Midwest and the South, now turning deadly. The trail of destruction left behind and where the storms are headed next.
Taking a hike, the Fed raising interest rates yet again. What that means for how much you pay.
Time up for TikTok. Lawmakers in Washington seeking to ban the social media giant. Why now, and what that could mean for your For You page.
And 10 years later, a former teacher and her students reflect on the attack at Sandy Hook.
One thing that she said is that she loved us.
They're 6, and I'm thinking that they're about to die, and I want them to know how loved they are.
I spoke with them about their incredible bond and about those terrifying moments and the road to healing. We begin this hour with that powerful storm system moving from coast to coast, bringing dangerous weather to millions of Americans.
A blizzard has already dumped nearly 2 feet of snow in some parts of the northern plains. In the deep south, tornadoes have torn up cities and towns.
Here's a look, actually, at damage on the Texas-Louisiana border. At least 10 tornadoes have been confirmed in the past 24 hours. That number likely to rise as crews survey damage. Flash flooding is another active concern, as all signs indicate this storm is far from finished.
NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas is in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, and meteorologist Bill Cairns is tracking the forecast for us. Guad, we'll start with you. Give us a sense of the damage you're seeing there and the ongoing threat where you are.
Aaron, we still have a warning for flash floods here in the Baton Rouge area, and we saw some of those images from yesterday in Texas, some damage in Oklahoma as well. Overnight, we saw 2 tornadoes that touched in northwest Louisiana. Unfortunately, one left 2 people dead. That is, this was in Caddo Parish, a mother and her son. And then we also had images from damages in a parish nearby in Union Parish. Now, earlier today, another tornado, according to local authorities in New Iberia, touched ground. This was about 50 miles southwest of Baton Rouge. That tornado damaged structures, according to local authorities. It also left some people trapped that have since been rescued. And there was also reports from the energy company, the power company, saying that about 4,000 customers had lost power. A lot of them are getting the power back. This was earlier today as this weather makes its way through the region, Aaron.
And Bill, let me go to you. Where is the powerful storm heading next, and how unique has this whole thing been?
For middle of December, this is pretty rare. Not unprecedented, but pretty rare. We're up to 25 tornado reports in the last 24 hours, yesterday and today. And now we're watching that threat going from Baton Rouge towards New Orleans and heading into areas of southern Mississippi and areas of southern Alabama. Right now, we currently have about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, about 8 active tornado warnings in between Hattiesburg and Meridian. The sirens are going off. Everyone is in their shelters. We've had a report of a rotating wall cloud in the Hattiesburg area. And this potentially dangerous situation continues till 8 p.m. It's pretty rare to get these tornado watches like this, these PDSs we call them. This is, I believe, only the 3rd or 4th one this entire year. And the area of greatest risk is that red area. And again, that threat is going to shift towards Biloxi, Mobile, and Jackson, and then overnight towards areas of southern Alabama and the panhandle of Florida. And this area of red is where we have the greatest risk of not only tornadoes, but strong long-track tornadoes, too. Those are typically the most deadly. And the blizzard part of this, what an event this has been in areas like Rapid City, 24 hours straight of 45+ mile-per-hour wind gusts. And then we're going to watch this all heading into New England. Now we got winter storm warnings being issued, ice storm warnings, and we're going to see this snow and ice storm breaking out tomorrow morning in areas even like D.C. with ice expected for your morning commute.
All right, Bill Cairns, Guad Venegas, thank you both.
Some breaking news now. The Federal Reserve is trying to pump the brakes on inflation. It's announcing an interest rate increase of 0.5%. This marks the 7th rate hike of the year.
We continue to anticipate that ongoing increases will be appropriate in order to attain a stance of monetary policy that is sufficiently restrictive to return inflation to 2% over time.
Now, the modest increase is due in part to the Consumer Price Index announced yesterday. It indicates inflation is now at 7.1% year over year, and that's actually down 2 points from June. NBC News correspondent Tom Costello is joining us now from D.C. Tom, you've been watching this for us closely. Talk a little bit about the conditions the Fed had to consider before making this rate increase, the modest increase.
It's still in a pickle. I mean, it's got a real challenge here. The problem is the unemployment rate is still at 50-year lows. Good news there, right? We have far more workers than we have jobs available. But guess what? That drives up wages. That feeds the inflationary cycle. And as you saw, the inflation right now running at 7.1% in November. Now, that's better than June when it was at 9.1%, but it's still high, very high, because the target that the Fed has is 2% inflation. And so now the Fed has really only one tool in the toolbox, and that is to keep hiking interest rates. It's like a sledgehammer. They don't have a scalpel. They've got to hike interest rates in the hope that that slows down the economy and, yes, drives up unemployment, and therefore you slow down wages, slow down the entire inflationary cycle. And that's a challenge for the Fed. Nobody wants to see people thrown out of their jobs. But right now, the economy is, especially the labor market, is so hot. It's feeding into this inflationary cycle. They have got to slow the economy down. This is the only way they can do it. So this is the 7th rate hike so far this year. And the Fed chairman made it very clear you can expect more rate hikes into the next year.
Tom Costello in Washington. Tom, thank you.
Okay.
The crypto industry is facing intense scrutiny on Capitol Hill today at a hearing being held by the Senate Banking Committee.
It's not just about crypto, it's about protecting consumers, the regulated financial sector, from bad actors who think rules simply don't apply to them.
But let's remember to distinguish between human failure and the instrument with which the failure occurred. In this case, the instrument is software, and the code committed no crime.
That comes just a day after a House committee held a similar hearing, including this testimony from the CEO, the now CEO of the failed exchange FTX.
This is really old-fashioned embezzlement. This is just taking money from customers and using it for your own purpose.
CNBC technology reporter Mackenzie Sagalos joins us now. Mackenzie, who did the Senate committee hear from today? And are there plans for even more congressional scrutiny as we move forward?
So the most recognizable name was Kevin O'Leary, who was a paid spokesman for FTX and actually blamed Binance for FTX's collapse. An interesting statement given that FTX's former CEO, Bankman-Fried, has been indicted for fraud. Now, O'Leary did call Binance a massive, unregulated global monopoly. Remember, Binance is the biggest exchange globally right now, accounting for more than half of exchange-processed crypto trading in November. We also heard from the actor Ben McKenzie, who has recently become this vocal critic of the industry. Here's part of what he had to say earlier.
For someone to win, someone else has to lose. That does not mean the distribution is even. We know at this point most people who have invested in cryptocurrency have lost money. This is gambling. This is speculation. At best, zero sum. That's not including the environmental costs that Bitcoin incurs.
As for more congressional scrutiny going forward, there has been a push to lock in clear rules to regulate the industry. Just today, Senators Warren and Marshall introduced a bill to crack down on crypto-backed money laundering. Kate?
All right, Mackenzie Sagalos, thank you so much.
Tributes are pouring in for Stephen Boss, the dancer, DJ, and producer known as Twitch. Twitch died by suicide on Tuesday at the age of 40. He leaves behind his wife and their 3 children. Now, Twitch was the longtime DJ/co-host for the Ellen DeGeneres talk show. Ellen put out a statement on social media calling Twitch, quote, pure love and light. NBC News entertainment contributor Chris Witherspoon is joining us now. Chris, for folks who may not be familiar, talk a little bit about who Twitch was and how he became so beloved.
You know, Aaron, this story is very shocking. Twitch back in 2008, he really won over the hearts of America on a show called So You Think You Can Dance. And funny enough, Ellen was watching that show a ton back then. So she asked Twitch to come teach her how to dance. That's what he did. That's how they first met. And she really fell in love with him. She saw that spark of joy, that spark of light. So she asked him to become her in-house DJ from 2014 all the way till the show's end in 2022. And, you know, Aaron, he really was so much more than just a DJ. The music on that show was like this other character, that dance-off that happened every single episode that Twitch really teed up. It was the moment that got the audiences at home and the folks that were in the audience watching really in the element of the Ellen DeGeneres show. And that show was all about love, about light, about joy. And during the farewell season, Ellen got really candid about saying goodbye to Twitch, how much it was going to pain her to leave that show, but also to leave him. And it's a beautiful clip that I found earlier today of her talking about that. We can take a look at right now.
I love you, Twitch. And you know how much we tell each other that every day. When we say goodbye after the show, we both say, love you. He says, love you much, and I say, love you. And so he's never going to be out of my life. He's always a part of my life.
Yeah.
Yeah,
this is so.
I was just going to say, there was a clear, like a beautiful partnership that they had developed over the course of that show. And to hear that part of her interview about ending the show and that relationship is really nice to be able to remember how special they were to each other. Chris Witherspoon.
Yeah, it was so beautiful. Thank you.
Chris, we appreciate it. Thank you. Now, if you or someone you know is struggling, you can call the National Suicide and Crisis Lifeline. We'll put the number up on the screen here. It's 988, or you can text HOME to 741-741.
And I'm going to have more on Twitch's life and the reaction on tonight's NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt. That's on your local NBC station and on NBC News Now. GM is recalling thousands of cars, and the breakfast brand Eggo is paying up.
Christina Partsinevelos joins us now with today's CNBC Money Minute. Hey, Christina.
Hi, let's start with those 2 auto recalls. Stellantis needs to check 1.4 million Ram pickup trucks because their tailgates may not close completely. And GM is recalling 740,000 trucks and SUVs because their daytime running lights may not deactivate when the headlights are on, and that could result in excessive glare. A Florida college student says his Twitter account has been suspended. It tracked the location of Elon Musk's private jet using publicly available information. Last month, though, Musk did say his commitment to free speech is so strong that he would not ban the account, even though he saw it as a threat to his personal safety. Today, that's changed. And Eggo has been fined $85,000 after a large release of toxic ammonia at its waffle factory in San Jose, California, early last year. Nearby residents had to stay indoors. Luckily, though, no one was injured.
Okay. No
I feel like there was an
jokes.
Eggo pun there, but I didn't think of something funny and quick enough. So
No.
for our audience, hopefully somebody in their mind has it.
Christina.
Like Lego, I don't know.
Thank you, Christina.
Coming up, 10 years after the tragedy in Sandy Hook, how one teacher and 2 of her former students are remembering that day and their bond. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started a vote on the PACT Act. back if you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Danny. You are out.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man, it's okay.
It happened 10 years ago today, but so many of us remember it so vividly.
December 14th, 2012, the day a gunman stormed the Sandy Hook Elementary School in Newtown, Connecticut. The images of that day are etched in our minds and our collective memory.
We all remember the 20 first graders and 6 adults who were shot to death that day, but we've rarely heard from the kids who survived. They are now 10 years old, young adults now, 10 years older, I should say. And some of them are about to head to college.
For one former first grade teacher at the school, it's been really important to her to keep in touch with her students over these years. I was there when she met up with 2 of them recently.
Caitlin Roig DeBellis and her former students, Lauren Milgram and Julia Morato, have a bond that's hard to put in words.
How's everything going? You're so big.
Julia is 16 and Lauren 17, juniors in high school now. But Caitlin can still picture them at the start of first grade.
What I remember about Julia was that she always had a smile on her face. She just was very vivacious and full of life. Lauren was very precocious. She took school very seriously.
10 years ago, they survived the unthinkable. Caitlin crammed her students into a tiny bathroom in the back of the classroom.
I did what any teacher would do. And I can only thank whoever there is up there that helped us to get into that bathroom on that day. Because if you had seen it, you would never think that 16 people could fit inside of it.
I remember a lot from that day. I remember, like, right when the noises started. And I just remember, like, holding everyone and, like, holding all my classmates.
I pretty much, like, the only thing that I really think about is, like, she, like, saved my life. Like, not, like, physical, but, like, mentally.
Mentally? By what she said?
And, like, just keeping us close to home. Even in, like, the bathroom. Just having us with Ho. And Ho being in our presence helped a lot.
Do you remember anything she said, Julia?
One thing that she said is that she loved us. Going back and, like, thinking about it, like, that was, like, the first thing that I would think about.
They're 6, and I'm thinking that they're about to die. And I want them to know how loved they are. I couldn't fathom in my 29-year-old mind like that this is it for them.
You wanted one of the last things they heard potentially to be,
I needed it.
I love you.
I needed it to be.
Eventually, a SWAT team opened the door and led them to safety.
Without Ms. Roig's, like, quick thinking, I wouldn't be here today, and, like, neither would Julia or any of my other classmates. And it's just like, I'm so thankful.
That's the bond.
She's kind of like my second mom.
In the months afterward, their classroom received gifts from all over the country, and Caitlin saw a way to teach.
I said, you know, why did somebody do this for us? And they raised their hands and they said, well, you know, someone wanted us to be happy. And I said, exactly. And I said, what's our job now? And they said, well, you know, we should probably help someone. We should probably find someone else and mail them something that they might need.
Her students sent a smart board to another school in need. That inspired a foundation called Classes for Classes, encouraging other classrooms to do kindness projects.
One 4th grade student said, kindness really can make a difference in our world. It has to start with someone. Why not us?
Julia and Lauren took the lesson to heart. Both have volunteered helping animals. 10 years on, Julia now dreams of being a mechanic. Lauren wants to be a school superintendent.
I'd like to be in a position where I can actually enact change to make sure that this issue doesn't happen to any other student in America.
It strikes me that it was one of the most horrible days in the history of this country, and people were lost, and it shaped who you all are now. All those things are true.
For me, the remembrance is every second of every minute of every hour of every single day. And that is a truth. And so, yes, here we are at 10, but that is no different than yesterday or the day before that. You live with it. You move forward in your life. Clearly, these 2 girls have moved forward, but you don't ever move on. It is wholly a part of you, and that's okay.
So powerful to talk to them. They really want to emphasize, too, that they never forget the fact that 20 little kids were lost, that 6 adults were lost that day. They're thinking about them today. I wanted to mention that Caitlin wrote a book, actually, and she called it Choosing Hope. It's dedicated to her former students. Her organization, Classes for Classes, anyone can look it up and get lesson plans on kindness.
Teachers teach so many lessons we don't know are coming.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
Tonight, streaming on NBC News Now, we are taking a closer look at the rise of anti-Semitism in a special program, The Epidemic of Hate.
To understand how we got here, we first have to look back. And we want to warn you, some of the language and images in this story are disturbing. Here's NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch.
This hatred isn't new. 11 dead, 6 injured. And it never really went away. When 6 million Jews were killed in the Holocaust, the world vowed never again.
Jews will not replace us!
But now, instead of festering in the shadows, genocidal lies are moving closer to the American mainstream. From a Los Angeles highway to an alleged threat to a New York City synagogue, anti-Semitism is spreading as some of our biggest artists.
I see good things about Hitler also.
Athletes.
I cannot be anti-Semitic if I know where I come from.
And leaders, including members of Congress on the left and right, even a former president, are accused of fueling anti-Semitism.
You had some very bad people in that group, but you also had people that were very fine people on both sides.
Most recently, former President Trump dined with a Holocaust-denying white nationalist, as Republicans were criticized for not responding more forcefully.
There is no room in the Republican Party for anti-Semitism or white supremacy.
Corporations are also under scrutiny. Kyrie Irving was benched 8 games for spreading what the NBA commissioner called deeply offensive anti-Semitic material. But it took Nike more than a month to cut ties with him. Adidas dropped the rapper formerly known as Kanye West, but that shoe brand has its own historical ties to Nazi Germany, noticeably not mentioned on its website history page. These moments made headlines, but there have been many more. The Anti-Defamation League says there were 2,717 anti-Semitic incidents in this country last year alone, including assaults, which hit a record high for the past 40-plus years as the federal government warns of an enduring threat to Jewish Americans.
Are you nervous about the way things are in this country right now?
Extremely. Extremely.
Jacqueline Gold has always felt trepidation. She knows what can happen.
You can't go to a synagogue that doesn't have security. There were swastikas in one of the common areas of my dorm.
Her grandmother, Erica Gold, says in 1944, she jumped from a truck with her mother and hid in Budapest. If they didn't, she says Nazis would have shot them dead. Erica was just 12 years old.
When somebody, a politician, says something that is bad, that he's going to do, believe him.
It starts with smaller actions, and then it spirals out of control if we just let it slide. With my grandmother's story, everything was fine until one day it wasn't.
Words matter. People are no longer saying the quiet parts out loud. They are literally screaming them.
December 7th, Second Gentleman Doug Emhoff, who is Jewish, led a White House roundtable on anti-Semitism in an effort to reverse a disturbing trend.
I think it's just important to separate out the moments where we can say, here, this is anti-Semitic and here's why. I think that's, in some ways, for the future, more important than just condemning people who do stuff like that.
Law professor Kathy Lesser-Mansfield teaches about the Holocaust.
The beginning of ending up at genocide is separating people into groups and having us and them. And, you know, that is what the white supremacists in this country are trying to do.
The most important thing that we need to focus on is education, because hatred really stems from ignorance.
And as officials and communities work to deprive this resurgent hate of any oxygen, one thing is already clear. Saying never again may not be enough. Jesse Kirsch, NBC News.
And this programming note for you, you can join NBC's Jacob Soboroff tonight as he explores the resurgence of hate against Jews in America and what's being done to combat extremism. You can watch Epidemic of Hate, Anti-Semitism in America tonight at 10:30 Eastern on NBC News Now.
Coming up for us, Jay Leno reveals new details about the terrifying moment that sent him to a burn unit.
Suddenly, boom, I got a face full of gas, and then the pilot light jumped and my face caught on fire.
The person he's crediting for saving his life. You're watching NBC News Daily.
We are also streaming free 24/7 on NBC News Now. Watch us wherever you stream live. The news continues right after this.
The big variable, the storm surge.
Why was it important for you to be here? What kind of training regimen? How you doing, Lester?
NBC News, streaming free now.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Bottom of the hour now. Here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
The suspect accused of attacking House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's husband appeared in court today. During that hearing, a San Francisco police officer testified that he witnessed 42-year-old David DePape attack Paul Pelosi with a hammer inside the couple's home. DePape has pleaded not guilty to federal and state charges, including attempted murder. He's being held without bail.
A missing persons case in Ohio is now officially being investigated as a homicide 31 years later. Using DNA analysis and family tree databases, police identified the body of 21-year-old Robert Mullins. He went missing back in November of 1988. Mullins' skeletal remains were found 3 years later, buried in a shallow grave by hunters in a rural area.
The U.S. Postal Service will honor the late Georgia Congressman John Lewis with a new stamp. That stamp is meant to celebrate the life and legacy of Lewis for his work in Washington and his longtime history of fighting for civil rights. Lewis died of pancreatic cancer in 2020. He was 80 years old.
Grammy Award-winning rapper Megan Thee Stallion took the stand on Tuesday in the assault trial against fellow rapper Tory Lanez. Lanez is accused of shooting Megan Thee Stallion in the foot in 2020 in a case that's since played out publicly on social media and in the rapper's music. NBC News reporter Gary Grumbach is following that story for us. He joins us now. So, Gary, what did Megan say on the stand yesterday?
Hey there, Kate. Megan Thee Stallion recounted her experience from the early morning hours of July 12, 2020, when prosecutors say Canadian rapper Tory Lanez fired a gun multiple times at Megan Thee Stallion's feet, striking her while telling her to, quote, dance. The two had just attended a party at Kylie Jenner's house and had previously been romantically involved. Now, in her testimony yesterday, she said immediately after the shots were fired, she felt shock and hurt and saw blood on her feet. She said she couldn't walk for weeks after the shooting, and she says she still has nerve damage, preventing her from having feeling in part of her left foot. Now, Tory Lanez, for his part, has pleaded not guilty to charges of assault with a semi-automatic handgun, carrying a loaded, unregistered firearm in a vehicle, and of discharging a firearm with gross negligence. His defense team says in a statement to NBC News, quote, once the whole case comes about, I think we're confident the jury will find my client not guilty and he'll be exonerated of all the charges. Kate?
Gary, people have been pointing out that this isn't quite what Megan Thee Stallion had originally said about what happened. How do we square the versions?
Yeah, it isn't, and that's kind of where things get complicated here. She told jurors yesterday that she was, just after she was shot, Tory Lanez offered her $1 million to keep quiet about what had just happened because he was already on probation for an unrelated crime. When police arrived, Megan Thee Stallion said she told police she had injured her feet on glass, and that's why she was bleeding. When doctors later found bullet fragments in her feet, her story then changed again. I should note that Megan Thee Stallion has been outspoken about this night on social media and in interviews, saying that when helicopters and police descended on the scene here, she downplayed her injuries, afraid of how law enforcement would react in the wake of the killing of George Floyd. Kate?
All right, Gary Grumbach reporting. Gary, thank you.
A bipartisan group of lawmakers in Washington wants the social media company TikTok to be banned nationwide. A new bill aims to protect American user data from foreign countries. Just last month, the FBI director said he's, quote, extremely concerned about China's influence over the popular social media platform. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Rafa is following this story for us. So, Ali, what specific changes is this bill calling for, and has TikTok responded?
Yeah, Aaron, well, this bipartisan bill is really a long time coming for lawmakers like Florida's Republican Senator Marco Rubio, who introduced this bill and has been sounding the alarm about TikTok for years now. But this effort really gained steam over the last few weeks and months when Democrats joined in on sounding the alarm about these concerns over security regarding this app. So this bipartisan bill that also has a partner bill on the House side aims to stop TikTok and its parent company ByteDance from operating in the U.S. over concerns that they are sharing the data of American users with the Chinese government. This is something that Senator Rubio has said is mandatory for these companies to be able to share this data with the Chinese Communist Party. According to the bill, it also bans, quote, all transactions from any social media company in or under the influence of China, Russia, and several other foreign countries of concern. This is all coming after several states have actually banned this app from government devices. You have U.S. service members in the military banned from having this app on their government-issued cell phones. There's also a national security review of this app still underway. And meanwhile, you had TikTok responding in a statement yesterday after this bill was introduced, saying, quote, it is troubling that rather than encouraging the administration to conclude its national security review of TikTok, some members of Congress have decided to push for a politically motivated ban that will do nothing to advance the national security, rather, of the United States. So obviously, TikTok definitely defending their argument and their reason to exist in this statement here.
So, Allie, what are the odds here, then? Is there any chance that this bill passes?
So it's still unclear where this bill moves now and when it could be taken up. It is telling that this bill has bipartisan support, but considering all of the legislation that this Congress is going to have to handle in this lame duck session before a new Congress is sworn in January, it's very unlikely that this bill gains any traction or movement over the next few weeks. If and when it does, the implications will be major, as you can imagine, Aaron. This is one of the most popular apps worldwide. Just in the United States alone, it has nearly 90 million active users. A lot of young Americans use this as a news source. So if this is taken up and does pass, you can only imagine how big the implications will be.
All right, Allie Raffa on the Hill for us today. Allie, thank you.
2 survivors of last month's deadly shooting at an LGBTQ nightclub in Colorado Springs are calling for an end to hateful rhetoric. The 2 testified at a House Oversight Committee hearing about rising threats to the LGBTQ community. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ryan Nobles joins us now. Ryan, what did the survivors say about the shooting and the rhetoric that they're hearing toward their community?
Well, Kate, first of all, they say that Congress has not done enough to try and not only curb gun violence, but to curb hate speech across the country. And then they specifically laid the blame on lawmakers, particularly Republicans, who they say are exploiting the LGBTQ community with some of their rhetoric. Take a listen to what one of the survivors had to say.
Club Q was a second home and safe space, not just for me, but for all of us. Outside of these spaces, we are continually being dehumanized, marginalized, and targeted. The fear-based and hateful rhetoric surrounding the LGBTQ+ community, especially around trans individuals and drag performers, leads to violence. It incites violence.
And some of the examples they cited were instances where Republican lawmakers and conservative, internet celebrities are attacking drag queens, people along those lines, and also prominent trans people as well. And they say that just fuels the violence for people that may be in a mental health situation who hear these calls or hear this rhetoric being used by people that they view in power or people that they respect. And then that's ultimately what leads to the tragedies that we saw at places like Club Q and also the Pulse nightclub in Orlando from several years ago. And they believe that congressional leaders in particular need to be among the group that are calling for change as it relates to this type of rhetoric and this type of activity. And they warn that if something doesn't change, we're going to continue to see awful tragedies like these. Kate.
Ryan, is there any sign that change is coming? Is Congress planning to introduce any kind of legislation to maybe address the threats and the complaints?
So far, there's just base-level conversations about this, Kate, but let's be honest about the reality of this situation. Republicans are going to take control of the House of Representatives in just a couple of weeks, and it seems very unlikely that you're going to see any kind of progress on any type of legislation along the lines of anything having to do with gun violence, anything having to do with hate speech, anything in that realm, because that just is not palatable with Republican officials. So at this point, it's really about just using the soapbox for individuals like this that have found themselves at the center of tragedies like these, because it doesn't seem realistic that we're going to see any sort of tangible legislation, at least out of Washington, in the very near future. Kate.
Ryan Nobles for us on Capitol Hill. Ryan, thank you.
Congress has reached a framework for a bipartisan funding bill to avoid a government shutdown. Now, funding for the government is set to run out on Friday, but both chambers are expected to pass a stopgap measure before that deadline. Lawmakers say that if all goes well, a full funding package will be passed before the holiday break. Now we turn to the alleged multi-million-dollar scam involving a Florida pastor and his son. They're accused of fraudulently obtaining more than $8 million in federal COVID relief funds. NBC News senior investigative producer Laura Strickler joins us now. Laura, this case dates back to 2020. I know we've talked about this before. This family was profiled in an NBC nightly news investigation. That was about 5 months ago. Walk us through these new developments.
Sure. Thank you, Aaron. So back in 2020, the Edwards family told the federal government they were running a $2.7 million ministry, helping the poor with 450 employees. But in fact, they had almost no money, and the only employees were themselves. So nevertheless, they got $8.4 million from the federal government through the Paycheck Protection Program. As you know, that program provided $800 billion in loans to struggling businesses and saved millions of jobs. But it was also plagued with fraud. Some estimate the fraud to be $80 billion. In this case, federal authorities were on to the Edwards family early, started asking questions. They pulled them over as they were fleeing the state in September 2020. And they found inside their car, the family had a brand new paper shredder and garbage bags filled with shredded documents. Law enforcement recovered the money, but for some reason they let them go. 5 months ago, we did a story with Stephanie Gosk about the case, which raised questions as to why the family had never been arrested. And today, a source familiar with the investigation told us our previous reporting led law enforcement to prioritize the case. And so today they're in custody.
And so you mentioned that the feds were onto them early, you said. What were some of the red flags that really tipped off investigators here?
So investigators with the Secret Service went to the ministry's office, and neighboring businesses said no one worked there. And the Secret Service also contacted an accountant for the ministry, and they found he was 88 years old and suffering from dementia and had not worked for the charity since 2017.
All right, Laura Strickler for us in our D.C. bureau today. Laura, thank you. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Coming up, how parents can help their little ones better express big feelings.
We are also streaming free 24/7 on NBC News Now. You can watch us wherever you stream live. More NBC News Daily right after this.
The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
Why was it important for you to be here? What our story tonight. You guys okay?
Yeah.
What kind of training regimen? How you doing, Lester?
On today's Modern Parenting, we're focusing on helping kids manage their emotions. Dealing with tough feelings can be difficult for any of us, right, at any age, but it can be even harder for children, especially since they may not understand what they're feeling or why they feel that way. Joining us now is parenting coach Donna Tatro. Good to see you again. She's the author of Dear Me, Letters to Myself for All of My Emotions. So you're the perfect person to talk to about this subject, Donna. Look, why is it so important? Maybe this is an obvious question, but why do we parents need to teach our kids about emotions, and when should we start that conversation?
Hi there, Kate. Well, look, it really helps them move through the world more smoothly. And this is a life skill, not considered a soft skill any longer. And we can teach our kids at the age of 3 and 4 when they're really little. And we spoke to one doctor to get some more insight about this. Take a listen.
I think that provides a foundation for self-awareness and for emotional self-control for them, and also really paves the way for them to be able to connect with other people and build and maintain good relationships with others throughout their lives.
And it really also promotes better well-being and proactive mental health strategies. So we really want to keep this in mind.
People call it emotional intelligence, right? So let's get specific here. What does that mean? How can parents teach that? How can they be proactive when it comes to trying to help their kids deal with feelings?
Yeah, well, we have to let them know that all emotions matter. Look, the difficult ones, the uncomfortable ones, we have to tell them that it's okay and they matter, and to not squash those emotions. And we need to be proactive instead of reactive, meaning that we need to teach this early in life instead of dealing with it later when kids are in elementary or teenagers, and even through adulthood. This is a life skill.
And some of these are uncomfortable emotions, right? How do you make it easier for a kid to say something that they might not want to share?
So look, there's a strategy. We want to label it. So maybe a child is mad. So I am mad. Then you allow them to feel that emotion, giving them that space to then understand that emotion. And then help them, if you can, at that point, move on to a more positive emotion. We're not going to go from angry to joyful all of a sudden. You might go from angry to I'm feeling okay or I'm feeling better, but giving them these tools. And then again, breathing is really important, mindful breathing and journaling. And if you have a very young child, instead of writing down about your emotions, you can ask them to draw how they're feeling.
In my family at dinner time, we have this habit, this tradition where we talk about our favorite part of the day, which often kind of just encourages all kinds of things to come out. I wonder if there are other things you can do to kind of make this a regular thing, it's not abnormal to talk about how you're feeling.
Oh my gosh, Kate, I love that. That's a strategy right there. And what we have to do is model it as well. When we're having an emotion as a parent, we have to show our kids how to manage that emotion. And we have to show them that it's okay to be sad and to be angry, but to show them that there's a way to do this. There's a calming way to do this. Also, to give them the space. And again, that thing that you do at dinner time is practice, practice, practice. We want to teach our kids how to manage their emotions just like they would practice a sports, being an athlete or an instrument. This is a skill they need to practice through life.
I'm kind of laughing on the inside, though, Donna, because when I think about my modeling, it's not perfect, Aaron. You know what I'm saying? Like, there are times when you just lose your cool as a parent and you realize you're not modeling very well. Any tips about how to model?
Look, I'm there with you. We're not perfect human beings. And so when we slip up, we have to then go into, I'm sorry. And that's another skill that we have to teach our kids, how to say I'm sorry. I was feeling this way. I didn't manage my emotions the best way, but next time I will.
Just own it. Donna Tatro, thank you so much.
We are now learning more about what killed soccer journalist Grant Wahl. He died last week while he was covering the World Cup in Qatar. His wife, Dr. Celine Gounder, says that he died of an aortic aneurysm that ruptured. According to the American Heart Association, an aortic aneurysm happens in the main artery that carries blood from the heart to the rest of our bodies.
Grant Well experienced a thoracic aortic dissection. And an aortic dissection is a tear in the lining of the wall of the aorta. The aorta is the largest blood vessel of the body. It's about the size of a garden hose as it exits the heart, and it carries all the blood to the vital organs and the entirety of the body.
Some of the symptoms of an aortic emergency include sudden stabbing pain in the neck, chest, or shoulder. Fainting, difficulty breathing, and sudden weakness can also happen.
You're watching NBC News Daily.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Well, Jay Leno is opening up in his first TV interview since being severely burned in a garage fire last month.
The former Tonight Show host spent more than a week at a burn center and received intense treatment. He sat down with the Today Show's Hoda Kotb to share his road to recovery.
First of all, Jay, I'm just so happy to be sitting across from you.
Well, thank you. I'm afraid I had to get on fire to be on the Today Show. Thank you.
But I have to say, I was really, as the country was, extremely worried. I mean,
the country was.
People were like, what happened to Jay? What happened to Jay?
Well, people were very nice. I got wonderful cards and letters.
I love the story about how when your doctor was first meeting you, you were in the middle of listening to a voicemail, and it was like, hey, this is Joe from Indonesia. And then your doctor was like, and then I put together who it was.
Yeah, that was the President Biden call. That was very nice. That was, I still try to have more important things to do, but thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate it.
Gee, let's just talk about what happened. So you're doing what you love.
Right.
You're with your babies, all your cars.
Yes.
You're doing your thing. Just tell me what happened that day.
Well, it was a 1907 white steam car. So the fuel line was clogged. So I was underneath it trying to clog, and I said, blow some air through the line, let's see if we can clear. And then a line, and then poof, and suddenly, boom, I got a face full of gas. And then the pilot light jumped, and my face caught on fire. And I said to my friend, I said, Dave, I'm on fire. And Dave, okay. I said, no, Dave, I'm on fire.
How long have you guys been buddies? How many years?
Thankfully, Jay's longtime pal, Dave Kalaki, was standing just a few feet away.
I couldn't even see his face. He downplays it all, but I'm telling you, he was really engulfed. I couldn't see his face.
It was on fire?
It was a wall of fire.
What was the first thing you did when you saw him engulfed in flames?
I just grabbed him. He was just under the car. I grabbed him by the head and I pulled his head into my chest.
I thought it was a bad Tinder date. I go, what's going on here?
What are you doing? Let Dave talk about how he saved you. Okay, so you kind of brought him into your chest.
I did.
Yeah.
Started to smother the fire.
Yeah.
Then I put the car out.
Yeah.
And I told Jay, go into the bathroom, put cold water on your
Cold
face.
water.
That's when I put the car out, put the fire out. Went into the bathroom to look at Jay, and I
What'd
said,
you think?
Oh, it was, like I say, he downplays that, but it was horrific. It was a scary thing. It doesn't take a genius to figure out, call 911. Right?
Yeah.
And that's what I did.
How would you describe what he looked like to you?
It was horrible. It was horrible. In fact, he asked me, how do I look? And I think I said, not good. This is going to be a bad thing. As when the first two layers are peeling off right now, you know this is a real issue.
Doctors took one look at Jay and told him he needed to go straight to a burn center. But Jay had other plans.
Yeah, I mean, I drove home right after that.
Wait, you drove yourself home? Why did you decide to go home and stay home for that night?
Well, because my wife doesn't drive anymore, and I didn't want her stuck and not knowing what was going on. It just seemed like the right thing to do, and I think it was.
So you loved your wife more than you worried about yourself?
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Was that it?
Well, I think there's something to that.
Jay and wife Mavis have been married for more than 4 decades.
What did your wife say when she saw you?
Oh, thrilled. Yeah.
Yeah. No, but did she say, go to the hospital?
Well, yeah, of course. Yeah.
The couple would spend the next 9 days at the Grossman Burn Center. Doctors had to scrape away layers of burned skin, a painful procedure. But they say Jay never complained. He was more worried about everyone else, sending pizzas to the nurses and cheering up other patients.
Were you worried about what you might look like when it was all said and done?
When you look like me, you don't really worry about what you look like. Luckily, look, if I'm George Clooney, that's going to be a huge problem, But they said it would be all right. So, my attitude is I trust people who are the best to do what they do.
He's back on the air as well on CNBC's With Jay Leno's Garage and 5 days a week on his comedy game show. It's called You Bet Your Life. He's back on the saddle.
Good attitude, yeah. Well, before we go, a heartwarming moment on the Today Show this morning.
They delivered a surprise right to Al Roker's front door. Oh, just look at Al's face there. He's been away, if you haven't known this. He's been away recently. He's recovering from blood clots. So the team went to his house to sing some Christmas carols and bring him some holiday cheer. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Aaron Gilchrist. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
If it's Wednesday, is the Biden administration about to take a page from the Trump playbook at the border? The White House bracing for a surge of migrants when a pandemic-era restriction expires in just 1 week. Plus, the crypto contagion. Congress looks for answers in the wake of one of the biggest financial frauds in American history. That's left a trail of dirty campaign money here in Washington. And the Federal Reserve raises interest rates to their highest levels in 15 years as policymakers continue to wage a war on soaring inflation. Is this the beginning of the end or the end of the beginning of these rate hikes? Happy Hump Day and welcome to Meet the Press Now. I am Chuck Todd here in Washington. We're going to begin today with the escalating political and humanitarian mess at the southern border, which is the Biden administration, believe it or not, looking to the Trump playbook for some solutions. The White House is bracing for a potentially major surge in border crossings because 1 week from today, the pandemic-era policy known as Title 42, which essentially allowed for just immediate border removals, is expiring via court order. The public health order allows authorities to turn away migrants, including asylum seekers, at the border, citing the need to prevent the spread of the coronavirus. Since the restriction began, Title 42 has been used more than 2 million times to turn folks away. And as a result of the pending expiration, officials tell NBC News that the number of migrants crossing the border, which is already near record levels, may increase by as much as 33%. And that would mean an additional 2,500 crossings every single day on top of the 8,000 to 9,000 to 10,000 that we're seeing now. Both Republican and Democratic officials along the border have been sounding this alarm. Here's Texas Democratic Congressman Henry Cuellar earlier this morning.
Communities are going to be overwhelmed, not only El Paso. We've seen that in the past with Rio Grande Valley. We've seen it in Eagle Pass, Del Rio. They're going to be overwhelmed. Title 42 goes away. This is going to just open up a lot of large numbers of people coming to border communities.
Congress can't agree on a legislative fix for the issue, leaving the Biden administration left to navigate this political third rail on its own. NBC News is reporting that the White House is considering a two-pronged approach to address the expected influx. It would include narrow pathways for some migrants to seek asylum, while drastically slashing eligibility for others. The plan, however, could face some fierce blowback from the president's own party because part of it is actually modeled after a so-called transit ban that was first put into place by one of the Trump administration's immigration hardliners, Stephen Miller. This would require migrants to prove they're likely to face torture if returned to their home country, or show proof they were denied asylum in a third country on the way to the border. My colleague Jacob Soboroff recently asked Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas if the Biden administration was considering a transit ban. Let's just say he didn't deny it.
Another way of describing it as a transit ban. Would you consider, as DHS Secretary, a transit ban?
I would have to see what is specifically proposed, to understand what it provides for, what it doesn't provide for. Let me say this. I believe profoundly, as does this administration, in our asylum system. It is one of our crown jewels, and we will continue to uphold it.
Gabe Gutierrez is live at the border in El Paso, Texas. He's been actually traveling from Mexico to the border today. Carol Lee is outside the White House. Gabe, we've been chronicling you all day today and what you've been doing. What did you learn about this? Who's coming to the border? Because it is not what people may assume. I know I read earlier there's a slew of Cubans coming to the border, a slew of Haitians coming to the border. Who did you see?
Hi there, Chuck. Good afternoon. Well, we didn't see that many Cubans, not that many Haitians. A couple of years ago, Chuck, and I know you've been following this for quite some time, there's a lot of Central Americans. Now, where we are seeing is a lot of Nicaraguans, a lot of Venezuelans. So over the past several days across the border from El Paso and Ciudad Juarez, Mexico, where we were earlier today, there were hundreds of migrants lined up in these frigid conditions. The conditions got very cold overnight with the wind chill, and there were hundreds of migrants there, again, many of them from Nicaragua. And some of the ones that we've been speaking with say that they decided to cross now because they knew about Title 42 next week, and they fear that it might get too chaotic at the border, and they fear there may be some sort of shutdown. At least that's what they may have been told by smugglers or family members in their home countries. Others we talked to say that they weren't too familiar with U.S. policy and just were desperate to get to the U.S. So, Chuck, that's what we saw in Ciudad Juarez early this morning and yesterday. Behind me, this is El Paso, and this is right by one of the main shelters here. And there are migrants sleeping on the streets here because the shelter system is so overwhelmed. And local officials say that this is unsustainable. They are calling this a humanitarian crisis, and they want the federal government to do more. Just a short time ago, Chuck, I spoke with the director of Annunciation House here. He has been sheltering migrants in this community for decades, and he says this time is different. Take a listen. If and when Title 42 is lifted, what do you expect to happen?
I would imagine that the numbers will double, possibly triple. It is painful to not be able to respond to the numbers that are coming. When this facility gets full, they're still going to come to the door and say, can you give me a place to stay? And if it's a single adult, man or woman, you at least have a sense that you can fend. But when they bring children, it is beyond painful.
And so migrant advocates like Ruben Garcia, during the Trump administration, Chuck, they called some of the policies inhumane. Now they're saying that the Biden administration is not paying enough attention to the border and has let this get out of control and is not fully prepared for the lifting of Title 42. So again, these migrants right now, some of them, you know, they're going to end up in different parts of the country. We spoke with some that just didn't have the money to go anywhere. They're trying to meet up with relatives as they wait for their asylum claims to be adjudicated, Chuck.
Gabe, what's Mexico doing to help with this, or are they just helping to make sure people get to our border?
Well, over the last several months, Chuck, there has been more of a presence of Mexican security forces on that side of the border. Just about 2 weeks ago, there was a large migrant camp that was really right where we were this morning. That was broken up by the Mexican military. And we understand that Secretary Mayorkas has actually met with Mexican officials, and there are behind-the-scenes discussions to try and figure out exactly what to do next. But, Chuck, this is a problem that really has been going on for decades and has been going on for the last few years. So this is there is a lot of questions about how this will move forward and how migration can be discouraged. Now, you mentioned our colleague Jacob Sobroff's interview with Secretary Mayorkas just a couple days ago. You know, he said that in defending the Biden administration's policies here, Secretary Mayorkas says that we're seeing migration not just exclusively in the United States, but migration is up really throughout the hemisphere. And this is something that we're all going to have to deal with. But again, back to the local officials here in El Paso, they say that this is a moment of reckoning, that this is different, that this is a kind of an inflection point in the immigration debate, and they want something now done by the federal government here. And whether that involves some more working with the Mexican government, that remains to be seen, Chuck.
Gabe Gutierrez in El Paso, Texas now, after traveling across the border from Mexico. Gabe, thank you. Let me move over to Carol Lee. So, Carol, this is the definition of slow motion train wreck. This is something everybody knew was coming. The anticipation as the virus went away, as you couldn't use those health emergency laws in order to deal with the border. They've had 2 years to come up with a plan to do this. What is their plan?
Well, look, from the White House's perspective, what they're saying publicly, Chuck, is that they have asked Congress for funding. Now, the problem there is that Congress is not inclined to give them additional funding for this. It doesn't seem to be gaining any traction there. They've also said that they're coordinating with governments of Mexico, Guatemala, but that doesn't seem to be exactly where the administration would like it to be. And they're saying that they're dealing with, countering misinformation by smugglers and things like that. That's, according to experts, that's not going to cut it. And so what you're hearing from the White House now is that they're going to have other announcements in coming days. But what exactly those are really remains to be seen, and whether they work really will put the administration on the spotlight about competence, whether or not they can deal with something that, as you said, has been coming down the pipe. Everybody knew that this was going to be an issue. And, to the extent that they're looking at the Trump administration era policy, I think one of the things to look for there is for them to make the case that it's not exactly that in talking to administration officials. So we'll have to see. But this is a political problem for the president. It's one of them a problem that his aides have known about and are acutely aware of. Right. And yet there doesn't seem to be a very clear plan at this point in time.
Carol, do you get a sense that that's the problem, is that everybody keeps looking for a political solution and not just simply a solution? Like, I get the sense that, we already know, the many elected Republicans are afraid of the issue in primaries, so they don't want a solution. They just, at this point, they certainly don't want to compromise, because any compromise will upset their base. So status quo are putting all the burden on the Democrats. But I feel like they're looking for a solution that becomes politically helpful rather than a solution that simply solves the problem.
Yeah, just to underscore your point, it's the vice president who was put in charge of dealing with this issue in terms of, they reframed it to say she was dealing with the root causes of that. But I think it'd be hard to make the case that she's really leaned into and grabbed onto this problem. And that's, to your point, that this is a political hot potato. Nobody really wants to address it or alienate any member of their own party. You have this Tillis Cinema framework for immigration reform that's going around Capitol Hill. The White House is not getting deeply involved in that. They'll probably take credit for it if it were to go anywhere, but no one really thinks that it actually is. And so they're continue to be left with this problem. And now the administration is facing this question of whether or not it's competent enough to deal with this issue that they've known has been coming for a long time.
Carol Lee at the White House for us. Carol, thank you. So joining me now is Democratic Congressman Vicente Gonzalez. He represents a portion of South Texas along the U.S.-Mexico border. So, Congressman, let me start with this idea that's being floated, clearly a trial balloon to see how politically toxic it could be. But if the administration raises the bar on asylum to torture, are you going to get tortured if we send you back home? And the answer is no, then fine, you can't seek asylum now. How do you feel about that?
Well, I got to tell you that our asylum laws are antiquated and they are being abused. The vast majority of people who come to our southern border are escaping poverty and not necessarily violence or the laundry list of things that are told our border. I've proposed something called the Safe Zone Act, which creates a zone on the border of Guatemala and Mexico, kind of like the green zone we had in Iraq, if you will. But it would have asylum seekers be able to be processed at that juncture. And if we're going to allow them in under the credible fear standard that we use now on our southern border, which is quite a low standard, then we should allow them in from this juncture or their home country. This should be a pilot program where they can, from there, fly into their final destination. And it would do two things. It would take the pressure off our southern border and allow the Border Patrol and law enforcement to do the job that they've been trained and hired to do. And it would also remove the cartel element that's charging these migrants $6,000 to $8,000 a head to get to our southern border. And it's the only proposal that I've seen so far that I think makes sense. I'm from the border. I understand what's happening on the border. I understand the abuse that migrants go through to get to our southern border, and it's also enriching cartels. We need to have a proposal, a plan, but we have to be honest with ourselves. The fact is, asylum laws that we have now are antiquated and are being abused. People are escaping poverty and are showing up to our border.
So should poverty be part of asylum?
I don't believe so. I think we should help economies around the world and help countries. There's a lot of poverty around the world, and we can't cure every single problem for everyone in every country. But I think more could be done for our neighboring countries like Central America. I think we should be addressing root causes and creating and making investments that create conditions for people to stay in their native country.
It does seem as if everybody gets the word that, hey, if you want to get into the United States, the southern border is the way to go, right? If you're in Cuba, get to the southern border. If you're in Haiti, get to the southern border. If you're in Ukraine, get to the southern border. Your green zone idea seems like a good idea, but we're asking 2 other countries to agree to do this. That seems pretty difficult.
So I've actually had this conversation with President Giamatti of Guatemala, who was in agreement with this. And I did this back during the Trump administration when President Morales was there. And I brought it back to the president, and there was interest at the White House at the time. But then COVID hit globally, and they triggered Title 42, and it really just put a Band-Aid on the problem. But until we have long-term infrastructure further away from our border, we're going to always be dealing with these situations.
No, and it does. I mean, look, this feels like a problem we all knew was coming, and we kept postponing it. Oh, look, Title 42 stayed into. I mean, it was just oh, shoo, my test isn't due today. I don't have to turn the paper in for another 6 months. And then what do? We wait 5 months and 30 days. Oh, my God, what are we going to do now? I have to say, as looking at this from, average citizen, this feels like nobody in Washington wants to deal with this problem.
Yeah, well, I do.
I know you do.
My border directly, and I have a plan. I've given this plan to the White House. It's a plan that makes sense. It's not a Democrat or Republican plan. It's an American plan to resolve the problems that we have on our southern border.
Would you be in favor of reinstituting Title 42 temporarily if it simply was about easing the border? You would?
Yeah, I've actually written letters to the president asking him not to lift Title 42. I mean, we're still not completely out of a pandemic. As you know, our numbers have doubled in the last few weeks. I mean, he has plenty of reason to not lift Title 42.
I was just going to say the current surge that we get an update every day about hospitalizations and cases on COVID. Let me just say the bar's red in like 45 of 50 states right now.
Right. That's right. I think the president has plenty of cover to keep Title 42 in place. And that gives us at the Congress and the White House time to come up with a real permanent solution.
Some of your colleagues in the House, Republicans, just want to make Secretary Mayorkas, attacking him as sort of dealing with the problem. Do you think this is anything to do with him, or is this just simply institutional?
It's institutional. I mean, Secretary Mayorkas has no doubt been in a very complicated place during a very complicated time, but we can't just target him for being the reason. In fact, I think Republicans use that as a distraction for not having a plan. The plan that I proposed is the only plan that I've actually seen on Capitol Hill that really addresses the asylum-seeking problem that we have on our southern border. And I haven't seen one single proposal come out of the Republican side. And I'll be clear about this. When Trump was in office, Democrats would go down to my border and point fingers at President Trump. When Biden's in office, I have a slew of Republicans going down there pointing the finger at Biden. And everybody uses the border as a political backdrop, regardless of what side is in power. What we need to do is come together as a country and come up with a proposal that will have a long-term solution to our southern border.
Congressman, you're speaking very rationally and logical. That usually doesn't go well in Washington. I think a lot of people hope that may see rationality and logic may kick in here. It seems like a very reasonable idea. Congressman Vicente Gonzalez, Democrat from Texas, represents part of the border. Thanks for coming on and sharing that idea with us. Coming up, the latest on the scramble to avert a government shutdown ahead of Friday's deadline. And Kevin McCarthy still has a math problem. I guess he thought there wouldn't be math in any of this. Plus, how Sam Bankman-Fried's billions left a trail of dirty money in Washington. The latest on the fallout of one of the biggest financial frauds in U.S. history, which could turn into a campaign finance fraud. That's ahead. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television.
NBC News, streaming free now. NBC News, streaming free now.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television.
NBC News, streaming free now.
We are back. Congressional negotiators say they've reached a bipartisan deal in a framework for a government funding package. As Congress tries to avoid a government shutdown when funding is set to expire this Friday, the government's not shutting down. And I know we always say, oh, they have to avoid a shutdown. Yes, they're going to avoid a shutdown. The question is, are they going to fund the government a piecemeal, or are they going to fund it in a bigger way? Senate Republican leader Mitch McConnell is supportive of the budget framework. House Republican leader Kevin McCarthy says he is not, preferring to see Congress punt funding for next year when his party takes control of the House, and he hopes he wins the speakership. But McCarthy's speaker bid remains in danger from conservatives to his right, who haven't budged in their opposition, even in the face of lobbying by Donald Trump himself. That's according to some reporting out of the New York Times. So joining me now is our panel, Maria Teresa Kumar, President and CEO of Voto Latino, NBC News contributor, Reuters White House correspondent Jeff Mason, and Republican strategist Matt Gorman. Jeff, it does seem as if Donald Trump's lobbying isn't working, is this a reflection on McCarthy or a reflection on Trump?
Or both. I mean, it's certainly a reflection of the numbers. The fact that their very, very limited victory in the midterm elections just didn't give him a lot more of a margin for victory. But I think you're right to ask that question. I mean, I think it's a reflection of Trump for sure. I mean, McCarthy is Trump's man.
These people don't feel like they have to deliver for Trump, do they?
They don't, and that's been sort of one of the main lessons of the last 2 or 3 weeks is that Trump absolutely, from his own rollout to the results of the midterm elections to what we're seeing with McCarthy right now, does not have the power that he used to have.
You know, Matt, he's got one senator that supports him. He's got a handful of House members. Now, that happen to be, some of the House members don't like McCarthy, but the fact that his calls aren't working, I just think this is almost more reflective of Trump than McCarthy.
I agree. When I read that story, I thought the exact same thing. And look, I'm not saying that he absolutely cannot be the nominee, but saying that this is 2016 all over again, or, you know, we all counted him out before, I think that fundamentally discounts the current climate. And one of the biggest things for me is those strident voices are a lot less vocal now, along with, candidly, the party's just more indifferent to him, as we're seeing before. Not just the leaders, but the rank and file, too.
Maria Teresa, it does feel as if even when McCarthy becomes speaker, he's going to be extraordinarily weak. Whatever it takes for him to become speaker is going to put him sort of at the mercy of about 8 to 10 House Republicans.
Well, and I think that this is what he built. And I would say the same thing with McConnell. Had McConnell trusted his initial instinct and McCarthy their initial
pushing back at Trump,
in the beginning, they wouldn't be in this place. And I think you and I have talked about it, off camera. And now he basically, this is what he grew because he didn't have the political backbone. And so I think it's going to be very interesting to see what are the compromises he's going to have to make if he does decide to split up this omnibus bill that we're seeing.
Yeah, we'll see. I think we all know these guys want to get out of town. They're not shutting down the government. Yeah. They're going to agree to something. So I kind of feel like the minutia here is not worth diving deep into.
Haven't heard a word about it at the White House.
Yeah,
it's not on their radar.
No, but I think his calculation is that he's going to be all of a sudden having to talk about entitlement programs right before a presidential campaign where you're not going to want to.
No, I was just going to say he should secretly want all this cleared.
Exactly right.
You should want the decks cleared, wouldn't you, Matt?
Yes and no. Look, I think there's not going to be a ton done, but there will be leverage points, whether it's the budget fights, debt ceiling, farm bill, and others, where Republicans have some leverage. But you're right.
All right, I want to pivot to this border because this feels like an unforced error by the administration if this turns out to be a disastrous thing. Jeff, I made the point earlier. Nobody wants to solve this problem. Well, I'm not saying they don't, but everybody is afraid of the solution or proposing a solution because of the politics of this. The White House seems like that they're cowering over this problem.
I mean, I think it's not good timing ever for a crisis. It's probably really good for Biden that this is happening now instead of 3 weeks ago.
Or a month and a half
or
ago.
a month and a half ago in terms of, I mean, it is an issue that, as we all know, Republicans will jump on and will no doubt make an even bigger issue going into the presidential campaigns that are going to start kicking off in the next few months. But unforced error indeed. And this president is in charge. The people in the White House now are in charge, and it's their problem to fix.
Right, Teresa, the fact that they have to consider a transit ban and that there's some openly talking about instituting Title 42, to me, that's reflective of they never had a plan in the first place, so they're now stuck with the tools that they can find.
Well, they're old tools, and they were blunt instruments that were put in place by the Trump administration, who had no, caring for the people that were going to be impacted. I do think, though, the fact that we are now depending on Sinema and Tillis to come up with a DACA bill.
Do you believe that's going to happen?
No. Well, I don't know, but the fact that
There's a lot of happy talk last week about it, not this week, is there?
Well, and that's the problem, right? So the fact that they have them there, I was in the steering committee today, and I heard that they're giving her 48 hours. This was the opportunity for the Democrats really to come in with some sort of immigration bill to at least deal with the other deal with Title 42, and they haven't, and I think that's going to be a problem.
Matt, the real issue is that there's not a lot of Republicans who think a compromise they can sell politically, and it feels like this is what we're trapped in. There's not enough Republicans who will play ball on sort of reasonable immigration reform because of the fear that anything you do, look at who's doing, anything you do, amnesty, like it just doesn't matter.
No, I think that's true. And I think one of the things, too, is it creates a contrast with the person you mentioned before. The point person is Kamala Harris, right? So they want that contrast going into a presidential election, especially when it's going to be, I think, one of the hot topics. And I think, to your point about the Biden administration, I think it's important that they not learn the wrong lessons. Just because the border wasn't a salient issue in 22 doesn't mean it won't be in 24.
Yeah, but the Democrats have to get out of the sandbox of the Republicans. They're actually playing into this. We actually have two issues in this country. We have the 11 million undocumented individuals and what's happening at the border. And that is when the moment that they can actually divorce those two and recognize that the path to the White House is how do you actually provide some sort of pathway of safety for the 11 million people here. Then they actually have an opportunity to say, okay, now let's figure out what the border is. Because that's a refugee problem. For the last two administrations, people have not paid attention to the southern border and to all the other countries in South America. And that is going to be something that we have to have a conversation on. How do we modernize our immigration system? But they have to divorce it.
What's interesting about you saying that is I think the Democrats did that a little bit on the issue of crime during the midterm elections. The Republicans looked like they were gaining some ground on talking about crime, painting Democrats as weak on crime, and Democrats went back and said, we're for reducing gun violence. And the polls show that is something that a lot of Americans are also for. And that was a pivot, and it was using the argument against the other party on an issue that actually has a lot of traction on both sides.
Yeah, I think that's right.
What is the immigration debate going to look like in a Republican presidential primary? Because there's really no disagreement.
There really isn't. And I think it's mainly going to be a point that you use against the Biden administration. It's an applause line. It's not something I think you're going to see in our Republican debate stage.
Nobody's going to put out a real serious proposal, are they?
I think on either side, right? Like we saw this in 2022. It's not like you're going to put out happy talking.
If you put out a plan, it gets
but I think
bad. Yeah, exactly. And I think it also says it all, the fact that the Biden administration continue the Trump-era policy. If Biden doesn't run, or in the next series of Democratic primaries, that will be a cudgel, too.
This is what's amazing here, Maria Teresa, is that Stephen Miller's plan on the border is what's going to be implemented by the Biden White House.
I think the challenges of the class of Republicans that are coming in are so anti-immigrant that the Democrats have a chance to defang them. The people who are going to get most hurt are the undocumented families already living here. This is something that folks don't realize. In Arizona and in Nevada, Latino youth are the largest vote share of the Latino population. By 2024, we're expecting 160,000 Latino youth to turn 18 just in Arizona. Biden won that state by 11,000 votes. You know what their number 2 issue is after the economy? Immigration.
And what is it specifically? when you say immigration? What does that
Immigration.
mean? Does it mean asylum? Does that mean the laws? What
No,
does that mean?
it means how do you keep my family safe? There are 16 million Americans who live in mixed status families, disproportionately Latino youth coming of age. So they mean that how do you actually how do you protect my TPS mom? How do you protect my dad? How do you protect my brother who's a DACA recipient? That is the fastest way to actually fix immigration reform.
All right, I want to pivot back to Republican presidential politics. New poll today, Ron DeSantis. With a double-digit lead if the choice is just those two. Is that about DeSantis or Trump, that Wall Street Journal poll, Matt?
I think it's a lot about Trump right now. Again, you have to get to a one-on-one problem or one-on-one race. There's a long time between then and now. We talked about this, you know, getting it down.
I believe Trump's number is 38% no matter what you do.
Exactly, exactly. So it's a matter of how do you add up to that 52%. But look, if you're DeSantis, you play the issues that work for you, and that's COVID, that's down in Florida.
Well, it's funny you bring this up. I have to say, it's both remarkable and, you know, some might say it's very cynical, Jeff. So he announces this sort of, I don't know what to call it, this kangaroo court on COVID and the vaccines on the day that he had to call a special session to deal with the single most unpopular issue for every homeowner, which is what's going on with property insurance. And it is not a deal that is worth bragging about. And he knows it, which is why I'm not surprised that when they had to admit that they basically are giving the insurance industry everything they want, please don't leave the state, please don't leave the state, he announces this. Politically, he knows what he's doing. For sure. I just wonder if he's buying time where someday that will bite him.
Well, and this ties in a little bit with your question before, which is this about DeSantis or is it about Trump? I think Trump's numbers are not great. His rollout hasn't been great. But Ron DeSantis, despite a lot of momentum right now, is still untested on the national stage. He's clever politically.
He's really
he does
good at
this
picking
kind of
fights and doing events.
Very strategic.
You know, his governing record isn't that great.
And that this COVID investigation is no doubt part of that. But once he gets out on the stage more and gets asked about some of these things, he may come down from that high.
You know, so a lot of folks often say, why did so many Latinos vote for DeSantis? He kept their small businesses open.
That's right.
And the reason he's doing
right.
And so my guess is the reason he's doing this kangaroo court is that he's going to go to the wider lens of small business owners in America, and he recognizes that he is not a toxic brand like Trump is, and he's going to try to get the moderate independents and perhaps the business owners.
Yeah, no, look,
he's not dumb.
No, not at all. It's been really smart.
He's formidable.
But he does a good job of sort of making sure people don't see the, hey, pay no attention to what I had to do over here. Jeff, Maria Teresa, thank you, and Matt. For more discussion on 2024, future of the GOP, download today's episodes of the Chuck Toddcast. Talk to a little Jonathan Martin and Blake Housewell. It's available wherever you get your podcast. Up next, a massive fraud scheme with massive legal, financial, and political consequences. One of the lawmakers investigating FTX's epic collapse joins me next. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Sam Bankman-Fried, founder of the crypto exchange FTX, is in jail in the Bahamas right now after a judge denied his request for bail. The former CEO is expected to remain there until his extradition hearing in February. His lawyers are saying they will fight his extradition to the United States. As SBF's legal problems continue to mount, the political fallout also continues to rattle lawmakers here in Washington. Yesterday, prosecutors from the Southern District of New York laid out the charges against Sam Bankman-Fried, including how he used customer assets for political purposes.
And all of this dirty money was used in service of Bankman-Fried's desire to buy bipartisan influence and impact the direction of public policy in Washington.
Joined now on set by Congressman Brad Sherman. He's a member of the House Financial Services Committee, which held that hearing about FTX yesterday. Congressman, thanks for coming in.
Good to be with you.
So this seems, the true cynical way to look at this is that here is somebody who may or may not have been running a Ponzi scheme. We'll wait and find out if it is. And the best way to keep the government away was to essentially buy influence left and right. Don't buy one party, buy both parties. And this guy wrote substantial checks, did a potential Ponzi scheme for a technology that not everybody's convinced is necessary. Really? You know, did they use our campaign finance system to make it real?
I've been trying to ban crypto for 5 years now, and there's no lobby or PAC in town that's working for effective tax law enforcement or the anti-money laundering statutes. But it's not just Bankman, but others, but particularly him, was spreading money around on both sides. I think it's not just the money, but the promise that the whole industry is going to be there with bigger money. He spent a lot of money in primaries and lost a lot of money in primaries. I don't think he spent it all.
But this is turning out not to be his money that he may have spent,
right?
And that he may have spent investor money in this, which is another level of fraud. But what does this mean for the political entities that took this?
Well, I think some have given it to charity, but I think...
Is charity the right answer?
The right answer is back to the investors, because it was never Bankman's money.
How do you do that?
I've told a colleague or two to put the money aside and wait until the bankruptcy trustee has a fund that people can return money to, and add it to what other assets the bankruptcy trustee is able to put together.
You know, he gave some, I think, $30 million in total?
Well, no, he gave a little.
Yeah.
He did independent expenditures, and they were he lost $7 million on backing the wrong candidate in Oregon.
Yeah. No, but he also gave a $6 million check to House Majority PAC, I believe.
Yep.
That's not an insignificant check.
That isn't, and it'll be interesting to see what that PAC does and whether the bankruptcy court can recover it.
So you want to ban crypto. Is there no positive thing that comes from Bitcoin? Do you see any positive thing that comes from Bitcoin?
Crypto is a way to evade financial, well, right now, it's not a currency at all. Right. It's an electronic pet rock, and you bet that you can sell it to somebody. So my concern is it may become a currency. If a currency, it helps you defeat financial laws. Now, I want to defeat the financial laws of Iran and Russia. But to a much greater extent, I want to enforce the financial laws of the United States. And I'm up against a Republican Party, or chunks of it. Every time a billionaire successfully cheats on their taxes, a member of the Freedom Caucus earns his wings.
I get the line you're trying to say there, but with crypto, they've bought off both parties. There's significant members of Congress, left and right, that are pro-crypto here.
Those of us who are strong crypto skeptics, we've just got to play defense and let the SEC get involved. Now, it takes them a long time, and I've criticized them for not enforcing, particularly on crypto exchanges. But I don't think, for the reason you point out, I don't think we can win playing offense. I don't think we can pass good legislation.
If you regulate crypto, then you will legalize crypto forever. So, and that's, I know you want to, I mean, it does feel like, is regulating crypto actually a trap?
If you impose the anti-money laundering statutes, then you take away the one way crypto can aspire to become a currency. How it's going to compete against the dollar? What's its advantage? Crypto means hidden currency. So if you don't let them hide, if you impose on the entire U.S. portion of the ecosystem the anti-money laundering statutes, there's no reason for crypto when it goes away. It's not as good as banning it, but it's as close as we're going to get.
And is that, do you think that's the more feasible way to go, that that's where you'll get some support from folks that want to, I mean, would you accept the idea that crypto's a commodity?
Sam Bankman-Fried spent all this money for one purpose, and that was to keep the SEC out of the crypto world. And he was willing to call it a commodity. And his bill, and I've told my colleagues, don't trash Sam Bankman-Fried and then go pass his bill. So calling it a commodity and giving
You don't
it the
think
weaker,
it's a commodity?
I think it is a security. And if it's also a commodity and a second weaker agency wants to regulate it too, I'm all for that. But the purpose of calling it a commodity from Sam Bankman-Fried's standpoint was to say it's not a security and keep the SEC, the bigger and tougher regulator, out of his area.
In some ways, is the fact that everybody, there's going to be a lot of dirtied up politicians who took all this crypto money. Do you think that actually gives you more of a chance to get something passed because people want to cleanse themselves?
You don't have many, you know, he spent money in primaries people lost, so they're not even
Well, but
here.
he sent it to the major parties.
He sent,
Every major
but
party's committee got a big check from him.
It's not an individual. There are a few individuals who are giving back $5,000 here, $5,000 there. But as you point out, the big money was independent expenditures and to independent expenditure committees, and you don't face the same heat when your name's not on it.
Yeah, maybe that ought to change. Hey, Brad Sherman, thanks for coming in. Democrat from Southern California. Good to see you.
Good to be with you.
After the break, the Fed's year-ender, what today's interest rate hike means for the economy and you. Stick with us.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that.
Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Welcome back. Inflation is slowing, showing some signs of cooling, and the Fed is now showing signs of pumping the brakes a bit on the efforts to bring down prices. Today, the central bank announced a half-point rate hike. It's its 7th increase this year, but the first one that was below 0.75, bringing the rate to its... So overall, the rate's at its highest level in 15 years. But again, it was a smaller rate hike than the 4 previous rate hikes. All of this comes a day after the Labor Department reported softer than expected inflation numbers, with prices in November rising 7.1% compared to a year earlier. Sounds high. It is high, but it's actually the smallest year-over-year increase since last December. Steve Leisman is CNBC's senior economics reporter. So they telegraph this. And in some ways, Jay Powell's been very careful about telegraphing all these rate hikes. He seemed to say, we're going to get a half point. We got a half point. Now what?
Now they're maybe going to go a little slower, but they're still going to go higher. And
quarters each time?
Quarters each time. They're going to feel their way a little bit. The lights are dimmer now than they were about how clear the path is of where they need to go. They want to keep raising rates. Those numbers you just put up kind of show that, yeah, they're down, but they're still pretty high.
That's
remember
still
the
high. I was
Fed's
just going
goal.
to say, they're saying, yeah, oh, best since last December. And I'm old enough to remember when last December's numbers were terrible.
Right. And you're also old enough to remember when the inflation rate had trouble getting up to 2%,
yes.
right? So Fed Chair Jay Powell is not going to go to an aircraft carrier and put up a mission accomplished sign on inflation. He is a very long way from that. He is, what they did today, by the way, is even though you're right, they went step down and probably will step down again in terms of how much they raise rates, the Fed's own forecast for how far they're going to go went up higher. You put that number up again, 4.25, 4.5 is where they are now. They're going above 5%. That's their own forecast right now.
Boy, that goes back to my savings and loan when I actually got 5% interest rate.
You could do that now. Some people are looking at that and saying that's a good buy.
The good old-fashioned CD, is it going to come back?
Well, right now you can go buy a U.S. 2-year note and make 4.25%. It's better than when you're making in your savings rate, in your savings account.
Well, especially with all that crypto that we all have these days. That's no longer.
Did you do that,
I'm
Chuck?
kidding.
You shouldn't talk to me. I would have told you not to do it.
I'm kidding. I did not buy air.
Smart man.
I did not buy air. So it does sound like Lael Brainerd, who's the vice chair, who's been arguing, hey, we have one instrument here, and inflation may be higher for longer than we think. We can't crash the economy. Is her point of view sort of taking hold?
Hers is one point of view out there, and there are a group of people that are kind of maybe aligned with this idea of doing a little bit less. There's also a group of people that think the Fed ought to do a whole lot more.
Just rip the Band-Aid off,
them.
do this harder, harsher, go ahead, crash everything quickly, and then come back?
Well, they don't want to crash things, but what they do say, if you look at the forecast, there are 7 of them that want to go above 540, so quite a bit higher. There's this group, basically what they're looking at, Chuck, is the unemployment rate and the job market. There's a labor shortage in this country. You were kind enough to put on the series we did last week about immigration.
There's one solution to this. It's more workers.
It's legal immigration is the key. We have people retiring. We lost people, unfortunately. We lost workers during the pandemic. And also, you have this immigration problem as well. People have left the workforce through retirement. If you have a labor shortage, the Fed's job is to solve the inflation problem. They have to bring demand down in commensurate with the amount of labor supply there is to service that demand.
Is our labor shortage make us right now a bit? This is why he can't pound us into a recession with these rate hikes?
That is a big reason why. You go back and look at prior recessions. They always happen with big increases on unemployment.
Always, yeah.
It's very hard.
We do expect some layoffs in the first quarter of next year.
There will be some layoffs, but look, we're at 3.7% unemployment. It's near a 50-year low. The idea of Powell and the Fed is to bring it back up to a 4.5%, 4.6% rate, which is more in line with where it typically is.
You know, no president's lost re-election if it went above 8%. I mean, it used to be if you were just within 5 and 7, you were okay.
That was the old days when we thought 5% was the steady state. We're now able to seemingly run the economy with a lower unemployment rate. And let's hope we get there. That's why there is some hope on Wall Street right now that we do what's called a soft landing. We bring down inflation. We have a modest growth slowdown and not a recession. And then the Fed could stop hiking and maybe even cut a little bit.
Do you imagine that the Fed would start cutting before the end of next calendar year?
It's a tough call right now, and I'm tell you why. Because I cover the Fed. Fed Chair Jay Powell and the Federal Reserve officials say they're going above 5%. Right now, the market, which takes a bet on where the Fed's going to go, they're betting on those cuts you just asked me about. So I'm betwixt and between, do I believe the market or do I believe the Fed? Here's the deal. It's very easy to tell. If inflation comes down back towards 2%, and they're in a place where they're comfortable that inflation has been vanquished, then the Fed won't have to hike that much.
Yeah, I don't think we're getting at 2% next year. Anyway, Steve Leisman over at CNBC. Steve, thank you.
Pleasure.
Still to come, it was an emotional day on Capitol Hill as Club Q shooting survivors brought their messages to Congress. I'm going to talk to Brady President Chris Brown on the work still ahead in the fight against hate and gun violence. But first, we've been excited to celebrate 75 years of Meet the Press with some clips and highlights from the best television archive in news. Here's then Mayor-elect Rudy Giuliani weighing in on the future of gun safety in 1993. 2 days before President Clinton signed the Brady bill into law.
The next goal that Jim and Sarah Brady have to bring about a ban on semi-automatic weapons, a former mayor of California, now Senator Dianne Feinstein, has introduced legislation which would ban 19 semi-automatic weapons. Are you supportive of that?
Absolutely. Anything we can do, even if it isn't going to have as broad an effect as sometimes people think it will have, that will reduce the number of weapons in this country, will help cities in particular.
How about a total
and help police officers.
How about a total ban on all handguns?
I don't think you could work that out under the Constitution. I mean, it would be, as far as I'm concerned, handguns should be in the hands of police officers. Anything we can do to move in that direction, we can do. There are a lot of constitutional problems in how you get there.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Welcome back. It was a powerful day of testimony on Capitol Hill today as survivors of the shooting that left 5 dead at an LGBTQ nightclub in Colorado last month spoke in front of Congress. Michael Anderson, a bartender at Club Q, the night of the attack, called on lawmakers to take action against assault weapons like the one used by the shooter. Take a listen.
I ran for my life that night and hid, praying and hoping the violence would end. When I stared down the barrel of that gun, I realized I stood no chance against a weapon of that power, magazine capacity, and seemingly automatic firing rate. I can still hear the rapid firing of bullets today. It's a sound I may never forget. It's a sound I hope no one here or anywhere else in this country has to hear. I say all of this not because it's easy to do so, but because it's important to do so. I plead you all to appeal to your heart, your morality, and your humanity to do something about this issue.
Today's words echo those of the parents in the wake of the Sandy Hook shooting. As we mark 10 years since 20 young first graders and 6 teachers were killed, it's a plea we hear in the wake of every mass shooting. And there have been a staggering amount of them in the last decade. According to data compiled by the Gun Violence Archive, since Sandy Hook, there have been 4,277 mass shootings with over 22,000 people killed or injured in those shootings. Just take that in a second. So far in 2022, there have been 627 mass shootings. And with 16 days left in the year, that's nearly 2 a day. I'm joined now by Chris Brown. She's the president of the Brady Center to Prevent Gun Violence. And Chris, I don't know if you got a chance to hear our throwback in 1993 of a new incoming New York City Mayor Rudy Giuliani talking about the progress being made with the Brady bill when it was signed into law a couple of days later. But when you look at the last 10 years and the lack of action, I know a lot of Americans are frustrated. You're at the Brady Center. How frustrating is it? And is there a new idea on how to get lawmakers to focus on this?
Well, thanks, Chuck. Yes, I did hear that. And obviously, as the head of Brady, we have to look at the landscape of horrific loss we've experienced in this country due to preventable gun violence, but also, frankly, the things that have happened at the state level and just this year at the federal level, passage of the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act that are appreciably going to save lives. The Brady law has stopped more than 4 million sales of guns to individuals who we all agree shouldn't have them. Our frustration, Chuck, is that we have many more solutions right before us that the American people support, like expanding the Brady law, like banning assault weapons, the mass weapon of choice, unfortunately, far too often in many of these school shootings. And we need Congress to act on these. We feel good about what we're seeing in midterms in these elections, but certainly more needs to be done.
Look, at the end of the day, it's 30% of the 20 to 30% of the country who's sort of holding the rest of us hostage on gun violence, on laws to impact gun violence. Have you thought of focusing all your efforts actually on just those 30%? I mean, in some ways, we almost ignore the 20 to 30% that don't want to budge, that cause these Republican lawmakers to run away and hide on these issues. And it is because they're the logjam here. I mean, it's pretty obvious. It's that group of voters that is scaring the daylights out of lawmakers from doing anything.
I think you're right, Chuck. It depends on how you look at this. The other thing that's happening, and we see this from the midterms, we saw it from 2018 forward, is younger millennials and Gen Z are voting in huge number for candidates who support gun violence prevention. I think that's the truth of why we got the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act through, with 15 Republicans voting yes, something that had been unthinkable, really, for anyone to do, any Republican to do in the last decade. So, yes, we need to get some of those people, I think, to come across who believe in responsible gun ownership. But let's face it, there's a certain segment there that we won't move and we can't move. The new voters, folks, the younger people like my kids who grew up in lockdown drills, Chuck, they're sick of this. They want a different kind of country. And I think the folks who are looking at these last midterms and the last two election cycles, who are in Congress, who are Republicans, understand that they either change the issue or they are losing next generation.
Are you disappointed? You know, President Biden said he was going to make one more effort at the assault weapons ban before the end of the year. Democrats still control the House and the Senate for the next couple of weeks. There's not anything they're moving on guns. Not a thing. And you and I both know whatever doesn't get done this year, not getting done next year.
I am frustrated, I'll be honest with you. I spent last week with physicians who'd flown in with the organization March 4th, founded after Highland Park, to lobby members of the United States Senate, begging them, crying in front of them about bringing that bill to the floor, Chuck. And I don't understand why it's not scheduled for a vote. I get the calendar is busy. I get that there are many things, but in the end, this will save lives. It is very important to be scheduled, and whether or not it can pass, it needs to be brought to the floor.
4,227 mass shootings since Sandy Hook, America. 22,000 people killed or maimed since we couldn't pass Manchin-Toomey. Anyway, Chris Brown of the Brady Center. Chris, thanks for coming on. Appreciate it. Thank you all for being with us this hour. We'll be back tomorrow with more Meet the Press Now. And a quick programming note, tune in tonight at 10:30 Eastern for an NBC News Now special titled Epidemic of Hate, Anti-Semitism in America. Please check that out. My colleague Hallie Jackson picks up News Now coverage straight.
We are coming on the air with millions of people bracing for more tornadoes. Live warnings down south as we speak for what our weather team's calling a serious and violent outbreak across the Gulf Coast. Dozens of reports of these storms are coming in, and they are turning deadly. We're live in one Louisiana city under tornado watch tonight. Plus, a judge getting a first look at never-before-seen evidence from the attack on the husband of House Speaker Nancy Pelosi. We've got our reporter in San Francisco with what we know and what was played, including body cam video and the 911 call from Paul Pelosi. And we break down a so-called pump and dump plan by a couple of self-proclaimed stock market influencers. What we're learning now about this alleged 9-figure fraud scheme. And a behind-the-scenes look at a wide-ranging investigation into the #1 cause of death among young people in this country, fentanyl. Why San Diego is ground zero for the trafficking across the entire country. That's in the backstory. Plus, the shocking death of a beloved celebrity, the remembrances, and so much love for the DJ and dancer known as Twitch later on in the show. Hey, I'm Hallie, and we are watching a serious storm that is right over New Orleans as we speak, with 3 states now under a tornado watch. You've got the National Weather Service calling this a particularly dangerous situation right as the cleanup is getting started in other parts of the country. You know, the parts of the South got just ripped up after reports of at least 25 tornadoes, 10 of them confirmed in the last 24 hours. This is what it looked like. This is the devastation in Louisiana after these tornadoes ripped through mostly rural areas. We know now 2 people died in the storm near Shreveport, a 30-year-old and her 8-year-old son. And as we're coming on the air, we're also learning now of a 3rd death in St. Charles Parish. You can see what it looked like here from the view of one driver in New Iberia, Louisiana, basically staring down the funnel of that tornado as it whips past. And you can see all the damage that the storm did to what used to be a hospital in that area. Thousands of people have no power. And in just the last couple of minutes, the state's governor says everybody in the storm's path has been accounted for, but that it's not likely they're going to get help from FEMA from this damage. He says the timing of the storm could not be worse.
To have this kind of damage come through just before Christmas, there's no good time for it, obviously. But that may be more than some of these people can bear.
It's not just Louisiana. At least 8 confirmed tornadoes tore up the Dallas area. Our climate team tells us this is really rare for December, the first outbreak near Dallas since 2015. And you know what's coming up the rear of this storm? What's bringing up the rear? A wave of blizzard warnings for 24 million people across the Midwest and the Northeast. Some places could get something like 20 inches of snow, making it super unsafe to drive. You can see why right here. So who's in the path next? The storm will shift now towards Florida and the Atlantic coast. Folks in Tampa, Charlottesville, Jackson, Charleston, they're going to need to watch out big time. Bill Cairns is going to break this down for us more in just a second. But let's start with Guad Venegas, who is in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. And Guad, this is active. It is happening now, and it is deadly at this point.
Hallie, as we speak, the reports say that the dangerous part of the storm is going over the New Orleans area. You were showing different images. A lot of those are from today. New Iberia, that was earlier today. We saw the images. That's about 50 miles southwest of the Baton Rouge area where several people were trapped, had to be rescued. We've confirmed a 3rd death just moments ago. That was confirmed by authorities in St. Charles Parish. That's just west of the New Orleans area. And then, of course, images of that damage in the northwest part of the state overnight, a mother and her son who both died as a result of a tornado. And then just near there in another parish, also in northwest Louisiana, several people were injured. Now, authorities have said that the damage is still being assessed. Here in Baton Rouge, fortunately, we did have some wind, some rain, but no major tornadoes in this area have been reported. But we still have this storm that it's making its way through parts of Louisiana, and people in other parts of the South are under alert for what could happen as the storm makes its way. We're talking about these parts in Louisiana, and it goes as far as Florida. So we're keeping a watch to these tornadoes that are just popping up around different places as the storm makes its way through the South, Hallie.
Guad Venegas live for us there in Louisiana. Thank you. Bill Cairns, let me go to you, because as we speak, right, or at least as I was walking into the studio, Bill, we were seeing a tornado watch. I think you're showing it there on the Doppler in in and around New Orleans. Walk us through what's going on now, what we need to know.
Here's what we know. A tornado emergency is in effect. We have a tornado going through the New Orleans metro area at this time. We have confirmed damage in the Harvey area. Yeah, right now. It's on the ground. Everyone in the New Orleans area is in their shelters. People are taking their kids into the bathrooms. If they have storm shelters, they're getting interior rooms. It's about as scary a situation right now through downtown New Orleans as the residents will ever go through. It's confirmed possibly even a large, strong tornado going through the area. New Orleans, it is just this last little scan here. So this was the storm, and now it's moving about 45 miles per hour. It is now exiting downtown New Orleans. It looks like it couldn't even have hit right towards the downtown area there, right near the waterfront, and now it's heading up here towards the northeast section. So again, still confirmed tornado right through the heart of New Orleans, as serious as it gets. We don't have reports yet of just how strong it was or how much damage has been done, Hallie, but major, huge population center, confirmed strong tornado.
Because so far what we've seen from a lot of these tornadoes is that it has been more rural areas. Boy, New Orleans is not that, right? I mean, so many people. It is a very densely populated city.
This will probably be, I'm trying to think in my head how many tornado emergencies we've had for bigger cities than this, and off the top of my head, I really can't think of them. Wow. So this is a pretty rare event. The New Orleans area was hit by a pretty strong tornado in the springtime, if you remember back. We'll wait and see. We'll get these reports in during the hour in the show. We'll update you and let you know just how bad it is. I'll take a wider view now because this isn't over yet. Obviously, we're going to focus on what's happening in the New Orleans area throughout this hour, but we've had numerous, over 24 tornado reports. This tornado watch is what we call a PDS tornado watch, a particularly dangerous situation. So this is what's happening in New Orleans right now, and that's actually the only active tornado warning we have on the map. At one point, we had 12 tornado warnings at one time, mostly in Mississippi, and we still don't even know how bad some of those were in the more rural areas. I know Hattiesburg had tornado warnings all afternoon, significant flash flooding they went through also. And so then later this evening, so the storm line, the thread is right now about New Orleans to Hattiesburg. Later, Biloxi, Mobile, and Jackson, you're in this moderate risk. Call it a 4 out of a 5. There's only one category higher. And then we'll take those storms overnight towards Pensacola. And this is the area that we're worried about the most for tornadoes. And that's happening as we speak. So, Hallie, again, I'll give you updates throughout the hour as we get it in.
Yeah. Because I think it's super important to be in this moment right now, because this, as you say, this is serious, this is scary, and I just want to pull back the curtain a little bit for viewers. We obviously can't show anything right now because there's nothing to show, right? Because nobody is out there trying to capture this video other than maybe, Bill, storm chasers, and then it takes a minute to turn that stuff around, obviously.
Yeah, well, we have our NBC affiliate, WDSU, that's been live streaming.
They've been on the air with live coverage, by the way, yeah.
Right, and so they have their tower cams and stuff, but you can see this was the possible tornado. So to have a storm chaser viewing it, it was kind of swampy areas to the south here, and most of the population areas were in the rain as the storm approached. It was actually pouring in New Orleans before the tornado even got there. So there was a lot of lightning and pouring, and then all of a sudden you got in the tornado warning and the sirens started going off. And we're still indicating a decent amount of rotation with it, but unfortunately it looks like, Hallie, this storm peaked in intensity right as it was approaching downtown New Orleans. So again, we'll wait and see. I mean, hopefully it was only on the ground a short period of time. We know for a fact it has done some damage, but we just don't know to what severity at this time. In my opinion, looking at radar as this was approaching, it was about as serious as it gets. And we have what we call a Fujita scale for how we measure the intensity of tornadoes. EF0 is the weakest, EF5 is the strongest. Those are extremely rare. This looked to be somewhere in the middle, possibly winds 120 to 150 miles per hour, which would be like an EF2 or EF3, and that would be significant, not just life-threatening, but injuries, infrastructure, you name it, if that happened in this populated area.
Bill Cairns, I'm going to let you get back to your desk to be able to do some more sleuthing on this front. Can you please, though, in 10, 15 minutes, we're going to check back in with you. Bill Cairns, thank you. We'll see you again here in the show. Let's talk about one of the other big headlines of the day, that it is going to be costing all of us to borrow money a little bit more, right? That expense is going to go up after the Fed today did what everybody thought they would do and raise interest rates. They did it. It's another ½ point up. And the expectation now, right, as we read the hints and the signals from the Fed chair, is that they will keep raising those rates right through the next calendar year to try to get a handle on inflation. And by the way, rates that are already now at a 15-year high, the highest they've been in a decade and a half. Here's what Jerome Powell, the Fed chair, had to say a couple minutes ago.
It will take substantially more evidence to give confidence that inflation is on a sustained downward path.
So it's going to keep costing more to use your credit card, to get a car loan, maybe to buy a house, with the market seeming a little bit worried about what more rate hikes could mean for them. Look at the Dow, the S&P, the NASDAQ, all in the red at close not too long ago. Brian Chung joins me now. Brian, you were there at the news conference. I know you got a question into the Fed chair, basically about the pain that that Americans are feeling right now. Talk us through. One thing about Jay Powell, he'll signal what he wants to signal. And it feels like the tea leaves are all pointing to more interest rate hikes in 2023. What does that mean for all of us?
Yeah, well, I mean, this has been the talking point for the Fed. We're going to let everyone know exactly what we're going to do. And they telegraphed that they were going to go by 0.5 percentage point today. And then they did. Now, what does that mean for Americans? Because we heard Jay Powell earlier in the year say, look, these interest rate hikes are going to cause some pain. In translation, well, higher inflation rates means that it's eroding workers' wages, but it also could mean the hinting at job loss in next year. Now, unemployment's at 3.7% right now, but the Fed is projecting that that could go up to 4.6% next year. That would be 1.5 million people losing their jobs. So I asked Jay Powell, what does the pain look like right now? Take a listen to what he said.
The largest amount of pain, the worst pain, would come from a failure to raise rates high enough and from us allowing inflation to become entrenched in the economy.
Becoming entrenched in the economy. And that's very much a challenging situation for the Federal Reserve when you consider that this is a central bank that is trying to engineer this soft landing, right? But that can't happen if unemployment spikes.
That's the thing. And that's why, it's funny talking with our folks, with you and the folks over at CNBC on this. Like, the whole issue is, are we in a recession or not? The unemployment rate tends to be part of an indicator there. But if it starts to go up, I mean, at that point, isn't it pretty clear that we would be in a recession, given where inflation is?
I mean, that would be a big part of it, right? Because this economy is very weird right now. The inflation side of things is not good, right? 7.1%.
Historic, right?
Yeah, that's an improvement from the 9% that we saw earlier in the year. But unemployment is still near 50-year lows, right? It's at 3.7% now. We hadn't seen 3.5% since September, right? But then before that, it was 1969 that we saw that rate. So if it goes up to 4.7% or 4.6%, that's not the worst, right? I mean, we saw that spike a lot higher during the great financial crisis in 2008, but that's still, again, 1.5 million people. Who are those people? Are they low-income people that were particularly hurt during the pandemic when a lot of those service jobs were eliminated? That's a big question.
Before I let you go here, we should that number too, 7.1% is with the inflation rate. That is not historic. We've seen history made this year as it relates to inflation, at least from the last several decades. The question is, we also showed a graphic showing how this rate hike was less than expected, right? They're slowing it a little less than expected. What could happen in the next calendar year that would convince the Fed and Jay Powell to change their minds? Like, what would they need to see to be able to say, okay, like, actually, we're in better shape than we thought?
Well, I mean, if you look directionally, right, the fact that they were going by 0.75 percentage points in the last 4 consecutive meetings, and now they're going by 0.5 percentage point, maybe they go by 1/4, and then maybe they stop entirely, right? But all that is going to be dependent on how inflation develops. It's very clear that this Federal Reserve is willing to let the unemployment rate go up. That could be a mistake, but that's what they said they're going to do. If inflation doesn't end up getting down to the 3% they're projecting it to be by the end of next year, maybe they have to get more aggressive. If it ends up coming down faster, maybe they can stop. It all depends on the data.
Brian Chung, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Breaking news out of San Francisco as we come on the air with a judge just literally in the last 2 or 3 minutes ruling that there is enough evidence to charge the man accused of breaking into the home of House Speaker Nancy Pelosi and attacking her husband Paul to go to trial. He will now be going to trial. That was the subject. That was the decision in front of this judge today in a hearing where there were vivid new details that we have never before seen or heard about what happened in the moments that Paul Pelosi was attacked with a hammer. Over the last few hours in this courtroom, you saw, for example, 911 audio from that day, the body cam video of police responding to that call, and the hammer itself that investigators say the suspect used during the attack. Apparently, he told police there was evil in Washington, but that he wasn't trying to target the House Speaker's husband specifically. That's according to testimony from a San Francisco police sergeant we heard from today. Jake Ward is following this for us. And Jake, take us inside the courtroom here, because, and let me explain to people, we couldn't bring our cameras in court, right? That is why we're not showing you some of this stuff that we're talking about here. But lay out the headlines here, because clearly it was persuasive to the judge that it was enough evidence from the prosecutors that this should go to trial, and it will.
That's absolutely right, Hallie. This was a very vivid day in court. And if the question had been, is there enough evidence to go to trial? Well, that was certainly answered by what everyone in that courtroom saw. I mean, we first, of course, saw heard audio from the 911 call. And I think in both that and in the video, what we were reminded of was the incredible composure of Mr. Pelosi, that this grandfather, woken in the middle of the night by an obviously deranged man, threatening his wife, asking where his wife was going to be. David DePape told police later that he intended to break the knees of Nancy Pelosi if she lied to him under interrogation. I mean, this was a man with terrible intentions. You have Mr. Pelosi saying to the 911 operator in this very calm voice, "There's a gentleman here who wants to speak to my wife." He does not sound in any way alarmed, even though he is trying to get across the incredible danger he is in. And then it is, of course, the body cam footage that riveted everybody's attention. I mean, we really had this footage in which one of the two responding officers comes in the door, and the footage shows the two men, Mr. DePape and Mr. Pelosi, standing there together pretty calmly, holding the hammer together. And then it's when the officer says, "Drop the hammer," that all hell breaks loose. That's when Mr. Pelosi is struck. And then, as that sergeant, as you mentioned, he describes in his testimony, he says that's when Mr. Pelosi wound up face down in a pool full of blood. I mean, a really frightening amount of evidence here, and just a reminder of how awful it was for this man and how incredibly composed he was in keeping this man calm, as calm as he did, and in somehow getting across to this 911 operator that he was in real trouble and needed somebody to come to the house right away, Hallie.
And how quickly it happened too, right, Jake? Because if you look at some of the timing of what the body cam video that played out of the 911 call, this all, especially once the officer got to the door, the officers, this went down incredibly quickly.
That's right. It's the incredible speed with which things happen once the police officers arrive. But again, just it speaks to the incredible presence of mind of Mr. Pelosi that he was able to keep this guy calm for as long as he did. Also worth pointing out here that we now know, based on this hearing and other testimony, or other interviews with Mr. DePape, that he had more people in mind than just Ms. Pelosi. He was interested in the actor Tom Hanks. He wanted to go after Governor Gavin Newsom. He had a list of people in mind for this kind of whatever it was he had in mind here, right? But obviously scary and dangerous and violent intentions here. And so, we just see just how close it came to, thank God the speaker was not home, and thank, God that Mr. Pelosi wasn't more badly injured than he was. Again, just the close call after close call on vivid display here in the courtroom here today in San Francisco, Callie.
Jake Ward, and of course the news that this will go to trial. DePape will next be presumably in court, at least for an arraignment, a few days after Christmas. Jake, thank you very much. Let's talk about the pressure building on Capitol Hill to do something to regulate cryptocurrency after the spectacular, epic collapse, pick your adjective, of FTX, the crypto exchange run by the so-called crypto king, Sam Bankman-Fried. You've got two senators from different sides of the aisle, Elizabeth Warren, Roger Marshall, putting in a proposal to try to close a loophole on money laundering in crypto. Coming as senators are hearing from a panel of experts, including Kevin O'Leary, a.k.a. Mr. Wonderful from Shark Tank. You recognize him? He was a paid FTX spokesperson. Ben McKenzie was there. Ryan from the OC, recognize him? He's now a well-known author and critic of crypto. And McKenzie, boy, not mincing any words when it comes to how he feels about the whole business. Watch.
In my opinion, the cryptocurrency industry represents the largest Ponzi scheme in history.
As for Bankman-Fried, SBF, as he's known there, he is. You see him there being let out of his initial court hearing late last night in the wee hours. His extradition hearing is not going to happen for another couple of months, which means he will be posted up in the Bahamas until then. Garrett Hake is joining us live now from Capitol Hill. And Garrett, this is interesting when you look at the landscape that crypto finds itself in now. Setting aside SBF and what happened there, we'll know more after the extradition hearing in February. You've got lawmakers now, some of them looking to put in place more regulation and introducing legislation to do that. But Garrett, if wishes were horses and legislation was action, there would be 1 million new regulations on like Facebook and social media. In other words, it's going to be a long road ahead for anything to get done on this crypto push.
I was wondering where you were going with that metaphor, Hallie, but I think
now,
your point is well taken. Look, crypto is an issue on which Congress has been caught completely flat-footed. I mean, we've seen this with the tech industry writ large, but it's especially true when it comes to cryptocurrency that Congress is trying to play catch-up here, and the ideas about how or whether to regulate it vary wildly. Take, for example, the chairman of the Senate Banking Committee, Sherrod Brown, saying this about the entire industry today.
We know this is bigger than FTX. They have made there's been no real argument in support of the whole crypto industry.
That's a Senate banking chairman essentially arguing that there's not a good argument for cryptocurrency to exist. That's an idea held by some lawmakers. There are some who feel like it's the kind of thing that's a center of innovation. It's the future of money. And if the United States doesn't make a hospitable home for it, some other country will. Hallie, this is a mess. And that proposal you discussed from Senator Elizabeth Warren, which is really, and Roger Marshall, a Republican of Kansas, is really just a narrow piece of the regulatory puzzle here, trying to focus just on money laundering. Getting their arms around this issue more broadly is something that has proven unaccomplishable for this Congress. Maybe better luck next year.
How much is this breaking through and just the buzz and the conversation there with folks you're talking to on the Hill, Garrett? Because there was the specter, of course, of the potential breaking of campaign finance laws as it came to SBF, who donated a ton of money to politicians, to lawmakers here. Are people, like, this is in my group chats, is it in members of Congress's?
I think it is. I mean, it's been interesting to watch this issue evolve in Congress because over the summer, we saw a fairly comprehensive regulatory bill get introduced by Kirsten Gillibrand and Cynthia Lummis, another bipartisan Senate pair that tried to get their arms around the cryptocurrency industry more broadly. That didn't get out of the banking committee. It went almost nowhere. But over the last couple of months where you've had this kind of broad spectrum collapse in crypto, whether it be FTX going bankrupt or Bitcoin losing a ton of its value, I think that has helped wake up Congress to this issue, and the fact that this isn't a fad that's necessarily going to go away on its own. It's something that they're going to have to address at some point. But as I said, the ideas of how to do that vary incredibly widely, and when House Republicans get a bigger seat at the table in the spring in the new Congress, they're going to bring their own ideas to it. So, Hallie, the prospect of anything on this issue making it to the president's desk anytime soon, I think, is pretty slim.
Garrett Haake, thank you very much for that reporting. Appreciate it. Coming up, we're going to take you back to what's happening in New Orleans with an apparent tornado touching down. We're going to get an update on that in just a minute. Plus, Peru's new government declaring a police state now over protests turning violent. We'll talk about what's going on there and the 5 things. And the last match now set. Who's playing in the World Cup final this weekend? In a bit.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television.
The big variable, the storm surge. Why was it important for you to be here? What kind of training regimen? How you doing, Lester? Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
President Biden tonight is hosting nearly 50 leaders from African countries at the White House for dinner in the only second ever African Union Summit in Washington. And in the last couple hours, the president says it's all about what he calls shared success.
When Africa succeeds, the United States succeeds. Quite frankly, the whole world succeeds as well.
Now, the White House says this meeting is all about Africa, but in a lot of ways, it's about China, too. Why? Because of Beijing's relationship with the continent. You've got China investing huge amounts of money through trade in Africa, nearly a third more just since 2019. The U.S. is trading more with Africa also, but you see the numbers here, right? It's just a fraction of what China's doing. Carol Lee is live for us in Washington. Carol, talk through some of the timing here on this.
Yeah, well, if you look at why now, Hallie, the answer to that is, according to White House officials, that if you look at where the president has been during his first 2 years in office, where his focus has been, he's focused a lot on Europe, rebuilding alliances, focused on the war in Ukraine, of course. He's traveled to the Middle East. He's traveled to Asia multiple times. He held the Summit of the Americas. Africa is the one space where the president just hasn't had a lot of focus. And so now he's doing that, and part of the challenge is that he's playing a bit of catch up with China and Russia having made inroads in Africa in recent years significantly. And he's also facing this uphill battle where, you know, the African leaders have seen this before, this attention from the United States, and then it fades away. And so what the president's trying to do here is make the case that he's in it for the long haul, that this is something that his attention is going to continue to be focused on. And so to back that up, he's making a number of announcements. He's announcing $55 billion in a commitment to invest $55 billion in Africa over the next 3 years. That depends a little on Congress, obviously. And also other things, trade initiatives, energy, clean energy initiatives, things to combat climate change, other economic initiatives, security, food security. And he's also going to announce tomorrow that the U.S. supports the African Union becoming a permanent member of the G20. And two administration officials tell me that the president is expected to announce tomorrow that he intends to travel to Africa next year. And so all of that is designed to try to convey the message, including the U.S. naming a special representative who's tasked with trying to follow up on what happens here at the African Leaders Summit. All of that's designed to say, hey, we're in it to play. We don't, you don't have to choose between China and Russia or the U.S., but look at all we have to offer. That's the way that the U.S. is approaching this.
Carol Lee, live for us outside the White House. Carol, thank you. Let's get you back to Bill Cairns now, who's looking at the storm over New Orleans right now. We have some new video that is just into us. I want to play for it because the National Weather Service is confirming, oh, man, it is a tornado. Look at this. It's just a quick shot of that video. That looks, Bill Cairns, that doesn't look great.
It looks like probably an EF2 or EF3 tornado. I've seen other angles, that video we're trying to get cleared to show you guys. And we know that this went through the West Bank, just across the river from downtown New Orleans. I know that we've had reports from people in Canal Street, in the French quarters. They had debris falling out of the clouds, roofing materials and insulation. So in other words, this tornado on the West Bank was destroying things, picking it up, throwing it up into the thunderstorm, and then it was falling down somewhere else. We also know that this has weakened since then, but I can look at the power outages across the New Orleans area, and it appears that the tornado was on the south side of the Mississippi River, so the West Bank, and then it went in an area like this towards Harvey, and then into the 9th Ward. Arabi was hit by an EF3 March 22nd of this year, and I saw pictures, and they have power outages. It looks like they've been hit by a second strong tornado in 1 year, and honestly in 9 months, which is insane to think about for them. But again, it doesn't look like it went through downtown New Orleans. It's on the West Bank. It went over the expressway at rush hour, and there was a lot of rain, so people didn't know it was probably coming unless they had their radio on or their alerts on their phone. So, you get very concerned with people with a very little amount of warnings, Hallie, and the possible injuries and fatalities we could have from this as we learn more in the next couple hours.
You're bringing up a really important point here, Bill, which is that it is basically rush hour, right? I mean, commuters are on the road when this thing was coming, basically barreling towards the heart of New Orleans. We talk a lot about how tornadoes at night can increase the risk if people aren't able to, hear the warnings and get to shelter. But man, Bill, if you're in your car and it's raining and you think it's a thunderstorm and you don't know the tornado's coming, I mean, what kind of alerts would go out in that situation? What are you supposed to do in that situation?
I mean, in that situation, you get as low as you can in your vehicle because you want to avoid any projectiles shooting through your car and hitting you. I mean, that's the only thing you can do if you're in a vehicle. What you're looking at in that video, by the way, in case, that's the tornado on the left side right there. And then it looks like the person that was filming this, must have went to shelter as they saw that coming in. Yeah, so that's the tornado as they saw it coming on the left side of the screen. The reports, it doesn't look like this was an EF4 or EF5. This would be the type of tornado that would tear the roof off of houses. It would destroy mobile homes, brick and cement and concrete homes and buildings would have windows smashed in, but those structures would likely still be standing. So something like this, we're hoping people were able to get to shelter. One other thing, if we come back to the maps here, this is a live radar. This is a slow-moving storm system. It is pouring, and there's a lot of active lightning right over the top of this area where the tornado hit. So the first responders and everyone that's rushing to the scenes, I mean, they are in, very inclement conditions. It looks like in about a half hour from now, the rain should get a little bit lighter, and all the first responders rushing to those areas. Emergency managers have said there is significant damage. Obviously, they're just trying to do the assessments and go rescue people out of the rubble or out of the destruction that has already occurred.
Bill Cairns, thank you for staying on top of it. I know you're staying close to the camera. We'll have you back with any updates as we get them. We're hoping, obviously, that everybody in New Orleans is okay, that they managed to get to shelter and safety with that tornado, as you just saw, ripping through. We're going to sneak in a quick break. We'll be right back on the other side with more headlines from the day.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Let's get you over to the 5 things our team thinks you should know about tonight. Number 1, Russia launching a big drone attack on Kyiv this morning, but it only damaged a few buildings. Ukraine says it managed to shoot down 13 drones. The U.S. will probably approve sending the advanced Patriot air defense system to Ukraine pretty soon, maybe as soon as later this week. Number 2, Peru's new government is declaring a nationwide state of emergency today, suspending civil liberties, including the right of assembly for a month, 30 days. It's in response to violent protests in Peru that erupted when the president was ousted last week, Pedro Castillo. He tried to dissolve Congress before a planned impeachment vote, then he was arrested. Protesters want him out, freed, they want a successor to resign, and a new election scheduled. Number 3, NASA's Perseverance Mars rover captured something we have never heard before. Listen. That little staticky rumbling, that is the first ever audio of a dust devil on Mars, basically a whirlwind on the planet, according to scientists. Sounds a lot like Earth dust devils. That's a Martian one. Some pretty good timing, too. The rover only has its microphone on for a couple of minutes every few days. Number 4, about 1.4 million Ram pickup trucks are being recalled worldwide. Its parent company, Stellantis, says the tailgates may not shut totally, so if you're hauling a bunch of stuff, there's a risk that can spill into the road. The recall covers some trucks from the past 4 model years. The company says customers will get notified next month, and owners should figure out a way to secure the cargo in the truck bed in the meantime. Pro tip. Number 5, House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's portrait was just unveiled at the Capitol. It'll eventually hang in the Speaker's lobby, joining the portraits of other House speakers. Pelosi will be the first woman to have her portrait hang there. Her predecessor, former Ohio Republican Congressman John Boehner, spoke at the ceremony in a show of bipartisan support. Okay, gang, spoiler alert. Because if you don't know the news by now, I'm about to tell you who is going to be in the finals match at the World Cup. If you're like waiting to watch the game because you DVR'd it or whatever, turn it off now. But finals are set. France v. Argentina on Sunday. That's after France just beat Morocco late today, 2-0. And both teams made some history. Morocco was the first African country to get to the semifinals. And France, which won the Cup in 2018, is the first team in 20 years to make it to 2 straight finals. I want to bring in Megan Fitzgerald, who is live for us now in Doha. And Megan, set the scene for us today, because it wasn't just the semifinals. It was the history here. Morocco being a French colony. There was a lot going on. There was a lot of, we talked a lot about geopolitical intrigue during these World Cups matches. That was the same today.
Yeah, Hallie, you're absolutely right. I mean, that certainly is in the backdrop here. I mean, you know, as you mentioned, France colonized Morocco. They gained their independence in the 1950s. That's still lingering. And, you know, we seemingly saw the president of France, Emmanuel Macron, trying to quell tensions. I want to read for you just a little bit of the tweet that he put out. He says, "Sport brings us together before anything in respect and friendship between the two nations." Friendship between the two nations. So trying to bring people together and quell tensions. We saw, you know, some scenes play out in Paris when the teams knew that they were going to be playing each other. But look, when you look at the pitch, this was a hard-fought game. The focus was on trying to win. And that's what we saw from Morocco. I mean, they came out strong, holding their own throughout the entire game. They had several attempts on the goal. They just couldn't connect with the back of the net. In the end, it was France with a 2-0 victory, and they will be heading on to the finals to take on Argentina.
Talk about the finals then, because this is a dramatic one, right? Messi playing what some people are speculating might be his last World Cup ever, right, against the defending champs. There's a lot of storylines on that one. Absolutely. I mean, Lionel Messi is a guy who has practically every major title in soccer except for one, and that's the World Cup. So, you know, that's what he's going for on Sunday. And, you know, a lot of people think that that's what's going to happen. I mean, the fan base here for Argentina is deep. There's a lot of people here cheering for Argentina. But, of course, you know, we'll see what happens, because then you also have France, the defending 2018 champions, just took the pitch, just wrapped up a game where they looked really strong. So what we know for sure is that Sunday's going to be a really good game to watch, Hallie. And you're going to have real good seats for it. Megan Fitzgerald, thank you so much. Good to see you. We are learning more today as we talk about the World Cup of what led to the death of soccer writer Grant Wahl last week in Qatar while he was covering these matches. His wife, Dr. Celine Gounder, writing in a statement that it was an aortic aneurysm. Basically, the main blood vessel leading from the heart ruptured. It apparently had been growing slowly and went undetected. Here's Dr. Gounder.
It's just one of these things that had been likely brewing for years, and for whatever reason, it happened at this point in time.
Dr. Gounder's statement also suggests that there was nothing nefarious about Grant Wahl's death, and his brother, who initially raised questions last week, says he no longer suspects foul play. Dr. John Torres is joining us now. Dr. John, help us understand this, because these types of aneurysms are more common for men over 60, according to people who study this kind of thing. Are there risk factors here? Can you even tell if you have something like this?
And Hallie, there are risk factors here, and like you mentioned, age is one of them, 60 and above. As a matter of fact, the U.S. Preventive Services Task Force says if you're 65 to 75, and if you've ever smoked any time in your life, you should get an ultrasound just to check, because this is a silent condition that kind of carries on for years and years. And like you mentioned, it's the major blood vessel that comes out of the heart throughout the body, all the way down essentially to the belly button. And if this starts getting weak, it can start bulging out. And it can happen because of high blood pressure, high cholesterol. Those are the biggest factors that you can still control with medications and lifestyle type things. But the biggest behavioral aspect is smoking. 75% of people that have aneurysms have them because they were smokers sometime in their life. And so, again, looking at these risk factors can give you an idea of something like this might be happening. But at the same time, this is a silent condition, like unfortunately what happened here, where it can go on years and years, and then all of a sudden it just gets to the point where it either gets so big or ruptures that it causes problems.
Well, that's the question, right? Because Grant, who, you know, is people who watch the show know, is a friend of this show, just an incredible person and journalist, and had been sort of writing in the days before his death that he hadn't been feeling well, but he was diagnosed with bronchitis, right? Like, you say it is sort of potentially a silent killer here. Is there anything that would give you a clue, short of like a full scan from doctors, which why would you go in to do that unless you think something's wrong?
And Hallie, the biggest symptom is having this abrupt onset of symptoms. And like possibly what happened here, if the blood vessel starts getting large, if it starts bulging out to the point where it's pressing against the breathing tube or it's occupying space in the chest, it can cause chest pain, it can cause chest pressure, it can cause breathing problems, coughing, those types of things. But those are indications of a lot of other things as well. And so not necessarily the first thing we think about is this type of aneurysm. There are 10,000 deaths a year from this. Over 100,000 people do have it. But at the same time, it's not the most common thing out there.
Yeah.
But again, if this thing happens, the major symptom is a severe onset of symptoms. So if these things happen all of a sudden, you know your body, go ahead and get it checked out.
Dr. John Torres, thank you very much for that. Appreciate it. Coming up, another reported shark attack in Hawaii. What officials are saying about how somebody tried to fight it off, coming up in the local.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested, and frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay. Tonight, the The SEC and DOJ are charging 8 social media influencers in this absolutely bizarre $100 million coordinated fraud scheme that they say has been going on for years. Here's the influencers: Dip Deity, the Stock Sniper. Am I saying that right? Stock Sniper. Zach Morris, Mystic Mac, not the Zach Morris, who is, by the way, a fictional character. They'd allegedly buy a bunch of stock at a low price and hype themselves up on Twitter and Discord as successful traders, promoting the stock to everybody who followed them. The SEC says once their followers jumped on board and the demand for that stock went up, they would sell their shares and make money off of it. And they were allegedly still promoting the stocks even after they sold them and never told their followers they cashed out. To cover it all up, they allegedly deleted old messages on social media and lied about why the stock prices went down. CNBC reached out to a few of these influencers on social media for comment, but did not immediately hear back. Joining us now is Ken Delanian. So, Ken, the SEC basically is calling this a pump and dump scheme, okay? And it's not like these were like, we're not talking about like, I don't even know if I should name like a really high-profile influencer, but I mean, 2 million people. That's still a lot of people. Is that what caught the SEC's attention on this?
It seems likely. I mean, look, pump and dump schemes, Hallie, are as old as the stock market. And if you've watched The Wolf of Wall Street, you know what they are. But it seems like the world of social media has really added rocket fuel to these things. It makes it a lot easier to tout a stock on false premises, which these guys allegedly did, and then dump it. And you know, it's a way to spread information that before, obviously, the internet existed. People were calling people on the phone to do this kind of thing.
Right.
Now it's just it's at a massive scale.
Well, when you unless you had when you're doing it online, you're typing it out. The receipts exist, and the SEC has them because this complaint shows hundreds of tweets, a transcript of a chat on Discord that they didn't know was being recorded, where one of them says, "Get caught, we're robbing effing idiots of their money."
Yeah. And by the way, there's a civil complaint by the SEC. These guys are also charged criminally by the Justice Department. They've been indicted. So they're in big, big trouble.
What does that mean? What are the consequences? Could they be banned from stock trading altogether?
The SEC could do that civilly, but they're facing 25 years in prison, each of them.
Meaning like the stock trading thing is the least of their concerns.
Exactly.
How often does this happen?
Pump and dump schemes are not uncommon, but this is a really big one, an interesting one. It makes you wonder how often this is happening at a lower level because it's so easy to do on social media.
Ken Delanian, thank you so much. Appreciate it. We'll keep an eye on that one. Time now to get to the backstory, our behind-the-scenes look at how a story comes together and how it fits into our bigger picture. And tonight we're looking at a new in-depth investigation called Cartel RX, a 7-part report from the Washington Post into the fentanyl epidemic that we've talked a lot about on this show. A team of reporters at the Post went to find out more, shadowing the multi-agency task force that specializes in tracking fentanyl shipments from Mexico to the U.S. They found that San Diego is actually ground zero for fentanyl trafficking here. The drugs traced back to labs and cartels in northern Mexico. After that, it crosses over the border to stash houses in places like L.A. and Phoenix. And from there, street-level drug dealers take over. The DEA says it's now taking direct aim at the cartels and the fentanyl crisis. Nick Miroff was one of the reporters on this story and joins us now. Nick, thank you for being on the show, especially for a segment like this, which really intends to sort of pull back the curtain. Tell us how you did the journalism you did, right? Because this, the backdrop to this is the crisis that fentanyl is creating in this country, the leading cause of death for younger Americans, 18 to 49. How did this first come together? How did you and your colleagues basically pitch this and then try to get it off the ground?
Yeah, well, I mean, sometimes as a reporter, you're confronted by like a single fact that is just so astonishing. It really piques your curiosity and makes you want to learn more and find out more and tell other people. And for me, that was seeing that more than 100,000 Americans were dying every year from fatal overdoses. And so, once we started digging, we realized that almost all of those were people killed by illegal fentanyl. And that prompted us to want to know, where is it coming from? How is it being made? How is it spreading across the United States? And most importantly, why aren't more people talking about this? And so that was really the guiding star for us, the thing that really drove us to want to do this series. And that's what you see now today in the pages of the Post.
And people did open up to you about this. I'm thinking of Ed Byrne, who's a Homeland Security investigations agent out in California, who alone has seen something like 500 people die from overdoses, talking with families. How easy was it to get people like Ed to talk to you, to open up to you, to share with you so candidly what they see and experience? Or how not easy was it, right?
Yeah, I mean, well, usually, federal law enforcement agents are not eager to speak to journalists and Washington Post investigators. But in this case, I think that there's a level of frustration and a real sense that people just weren't paying attention, that they're, one of the things that Ed Byrne told us at one point is, where is the outrage? Here's a guy who has personally been to nearly 500 fatal fentanyl overdoses. And, he just sees this death accumulating and accumulating. And because there isn't that level of outrage, I think he was really open to, to talking to us, to see that here are some reporters who want to tell the story, who want to alert the public. And so he was so helpful to us. And that's why, his story was the lead story in our series.
Did anything you learned surprise you as somebody who covers immigration enforcement, as somebody who, and you, Nick, are familiar, and have reported on the Department of Homeland Security for the Post?
Yeah, and I've been covering drugs and drug trafficking for a long time. I think in addition just to the overwhelming death toll from fentanyl, one of the things that astonished me the most was how cheap it's gotten. The price of a single fentanyl pill on the streets of Phoenix or Los Angeles is down to like $4 or $5. And so the cost of addiction has gone down at the same time that the potency of these pills has gone up. And to the extent that, just one pill for somebody who doesn't have an opioid tolerance is now basically a lethal dose. And that's one of the things really, really driving this.
Nick Miroff, we're so glad that you were able to come on the show and share more about how this reporting came together. I commend folks to read it, Washington Post, WashingtonPost.com, however they get their news. Thank you, Nick. Appreciate you coming on.
Thank you.
NBC News covers hundreds of stories every single day, and because you couldn't possibly read or watch or listen to them all, our bureau teams have done it for you. This is what they tell us is going down in their regions in a segment we call The Local. From our Western Bureau, a 68-year-old man is in stable condition after getting attacked by a shark in Hawaii. Police on the Big Island say this guy was swimming when a 12-foot tiger shark bit him somewhere on his torso. Our Honolulu affiliate says investigators said the man tried fighting it off with a diving knife and the shark went away. Last week, a woman went missing after an apparent shark attack while snorkeling off Maui. Also from our Western Bureau, Oregon Governor Kate Brown says she is commuting the sentences of all 17 people on death row in her state. They're now sentenced to life without the possibility of parole. Brown has less than a month left in office. The death penalty is legal in Oregon, but the state has not executed somebody since 1997. From our Northeast Bureau, those sailors missing on their trip from New Jersey to Florida have been found alive and safe. Remember we told you about that this week? A tanker vessel crew spotted them like 200 miles off the coast of Delaware yesterday, waving their hands, waving a flag. Officials say the boat had no fuel, no power when they were found. They are in New York tonight, reuniting with their families and getting medical treatment. Tell you what, it's nice we can bring you like a good follow-up to a story like that we do. So we're glad to see that those guys are safe and sound. Coming up, tributes pouring in for Twitch. Stephen Boss, the former DJ for the Ellen DeGeneres show, who died today in an apparent suicide. We're going to have the latest on this and how people are remembering his life and his legacy.
News is happening Now, look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now. NBC News, streaming free now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
and around the world,
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
and ways you can take care of your health
Who should be getting tested, and frankly, how often?
and your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You were.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay. People around the country, including and especially in Hollywood today, rocked by the news that DJ Twitch, Stephen Boss, has died of an apparent suicide at the age of 40, according to the LA coroner's office. A lot of people knew him because of, look, his role on The Ellen Show. He was the DJ there. He joined the show in 2014, and before that, he was a finalist and judge on So You Think You Can Dance. That's where he met his wife, Allison, who was also a dancer. He always was posting on Instagram, right? He posted this video of the two of them dancing just a matter of days ago.